This story tells about a young boy named David who really loved playing computer games. Lately, he has been spending day and night playing his favorite game and was finally able to complete it. This could be called his personal victory. The other players were shocked that someone had conquered this game. This game is called Empire Defense, and it's considered incredibly difficult, but 10 years after its release, someone was able to successfully complete it. David believes that no matter how difficult the game is, it still exists to be passed. This guy is a professional streamer. He plays exclusively the hardest games and calls himself a typical nerd. His channel has more than 2 million subscribers who constantly watch him and make donations. He was the first guy to go through this incredibly difficult game. Over all this time, the audience has become very attached to the characters of the game, and now it's hard for them to accept that the game is ending. All the game characters except for Lucas died in the final battle, and this hurts the fans. The goal of the last mission was to defeat the final boss, the Princess of the Lake who can't sleep. But after completing this mission, Lucas was left standing in the same position in front of the boss he had killed. David looked at it and couldn't understand why nothing was happening. Despite the fact that Lucas was only a character in the game, he looks a bit upset now. Because of this, David also began to feel sad, although he should have been happy about completing the game. Some believe that David should receive a prize from the developers because he was the first to be able to come and play the game. In any case, the guy is happy that he did it. He enjoyed the process and did it for the fans. The developers haven't created a sequel to the game in 10 years, and there is no connection with them. But soon they heard about David and decided to write to him. When the guy saw what the director of Imperial Defense wrote to him, he was shocked. To start, he decided to thank the player, because after all this time it began to seem like no one would finish this game. The director said that looking at such successful players gives him hope. David was able to show his value and strengths. Now the company director wants him to help them. The streamer thought it was all just a joke. He doesn't believe the game's creator was present on his streams. David tried to understand the director's words, but at that moment his head began to spin. He couldn't understand what was happening and thought he was losing consciousness due to fatigue. It looks like he's been playing this game for too long. The followers should call for help because they're watching this live. David saw gratitude for playing the game Empire Defense, after which his condition improved. He thought he saw the continuation of the game, but it wasn't quite so. When he realized what was happening, he was shocked, because now he had become a character in the game. At first, he didn't understand what was happening around him or where the loud sounds he was hearing were coming from. Seeing that he was in mortal danger, the boy began to panic. He was not used to such situations, so he immediately fell to the ground and began to pray. The smell of gunpowder was making it hard for him to breathe. He needed to get out of here immediately. He had already seen all these situations over the past 10 years, but now he had become part of this story. A real war was taking place before his eyes, and soon he saw an enemy army approaching him. Everything happened very quickly. There was no time to think because you could be killed at any second. So far, David didn't understand anything. It seemed to him that it was just a dream. His emotions are understandable. Seeing this with your own eyes can make you lose consciousness from fear. A few minutes later, one of the soldiers saw him and ran to save him, also calling the boy Emperor. This warrior wanted to make sure that everything was fine with the Emperor. It was noticeable that he was ready to give his own life for him. At first, David thought that an enemy soldier was approaching him and began to beg him not to kill him. At this point, the soldier fell to his knees and began to beg for forgiveness for his aggressive behavior. He started crying and said that he didn't deserve to die and hoped that he would be spared. David still couldn't understand anything. It seemed to him that this man had lost his mind. He approached him and asked him to calm down. And because of this, he completely failed to notice the approaching danger. Within a few seconds, a large explosion sounded. The shockwave threw David several meters back. David did not die or suffer serious injuries, although he was in considerable pain. While he tried to understand what was happening, the warriors behaved very bravely and did everything to protect their territory. They tried to stop the enemy and prevent him from launching a successful attack. Everything seemed very real, especially when someone died in front of David's eyes. Well, it was hard to watch. Fear completely gripped this young guy. He was as if under the influence of hypnosis. It was noticeable that he was not used to such stress. Before his eyes, the soldier's arms and legs were torn off, and soon he saw one of the men left without a head. He looked at the wall in front of him and couldn't understand what was hiding behind it. Was it really some kind of monster? He turned out to be completely right, because a few minutes later he saw a huge spider in front of him. This large and ugly creature began to approach him. It was unlikely that this spider wanted to make friends. Due to the loud explosions around him, David was forced to cover his ears, but he had to do something because the spider was approaching. Seeing the monster approaching, the The warriors began to actively stop it, but it was almost impossible to do. David is so scared that now his body completely refuses to obey him. Seeing a large number of corpses and blood, the boy was very scared. He felt like he was dreaming, because this couldn't be real. This situation was too unbelievable. Maybe it could be hallucinations because David drank too many energy drinks today. Maybe it will all end after the spider kills him, then he can return to normal life. But of course, there are no guarantees that this is unreal, so he better start acting and flee immediately. At this moment, an incredibly brave warrior intervened and protected him from the monster. This blonde-haired warrior fought like a true superhero. He acted quickly and very decisively. Within seconds, the huge spider was destroyed and the emperor was saved. David still couldn't recover from this shock, so this warrior began to calm him down. Perhaps the emperor already realized that he was not seeing this character for the first time. Before him is the real Lucas, the main character of Defense of the Empire, a game that David has been playing for the last 10 years. Lucas guessed that the emperor had suffered a head injury, and now he would probably start having memory problems. But in any case, he is happy that the emperor calls him by name. He has served him all his life, but he has never heard of being called Lucas. David still couldn't recover and understand what was happening. He didn't believe that he was facing a real Lucas. It's only a few seconds after the start that you finally realize you're in the game. Of course, at first these thoughts seemed too incredible to him, but he looked around and realized that this was indeed the defense of the Empire. He had seen all these pictures over the past 10 years, playing this game for at least 14 hours every day. Understanding this situation frightened the boy even more. He began to tremble like a little child. Now he understands that he is in a difficult situation, because this is a game with an incredible level of difficulty. In this game, you can meet real giant monsters who are trying to rip your head off. In addition, there are constantly conflicts, local battles, and wars going on around us. In this game, you need to constantly kill to stay alive because endless hordes of monsters are constantly trying to eat you. This game also has incredibly complex defense mechanics. Only true professionals have mastered this art. In any case, now David needs to understand why he ended up inside and how it happened. While he was looking around and trying to figure out what to do next, Lucas addressed him again. He reminded them that they were now being attacked by a serious enemy, the Black Spider Army. Yes, they may lose their forward operating base now, but the spiders will become inactive after sunset. The sun will set in about 30 minutes, so there's still a little time left. Until those 30 minutes pass, Lucas asks the Emperor to do everything possible to stay alive. David cannot understand why Lucas protects him, and why everyone around him calls him the Emperor. He will need to find answers to all these questions, but for now, it is better to think about his own health. Soon the battle was over, the sun had set, and the spiders were no longer a threat. There were too many wounded people around, but Lucas and David were able to survive this battle. The Emperor looked saddened, probably because he had seen the large number of casualties in this battle. They were able to hold their territory and defend themselves from the spiders, although they did so at a high cost. David looked at his guard and asked him what the current number was and where they were. The glorious warrior replied that today was the last day of February, 649, according to the Emperor's calendar. This is a forward operating base. This place is also called a fortress city. It is located at the intersection of important roads. Tomorrow, March 1st, 649, monsters attack the forward operating base. This is a very familiar situation in a familiar place. David has been to this location hundreds of times on the same date as he was training. I realized that his name in this game is Mark. He is also called a born hater. It was noticeable that he was very unhappy with getting this character. He probably wanted to become someone else. The third prince of the empire, the worst commander, is sick in the head, because of whom a large number of people died in the fortress city. And he is also the character who died the worst death in the game's plot. David is visibly upset that he was destined to play this particular character. To the commander's personal house, it's nighttime now, and there's a good opportunity to rest and gain strength. David felt like he was going to lose his mind. His life had changed so quickly that it was hard to get used to it. Empire Defense is a classic game with a focus on defense. There are many reasons why this game is known for being incredibly difficult. Like other games, Empire Defense has its own levels of difficulty. In addition to the level called Hell, there is an Iron Man level that intentionally saves your progress. Combining both, the game's difficulty was called Iron Man's Hell, and David is the only one who has completed this mode. It seemed that he shouldn't care at what point in the game he gets out. He's confident in his abilities and that he'll be able to find a way out. But this training is an exception to everything else, because the training is designed in such a way that the player must lose no matter what. Because the story begins after Lucas escapes alone from a monster invasion. According to the plot of this game, you can only start hunting an army of black spiders after a year and a half of training. David can't understand how he's even supposed to defeat hundreds of these monsters at the very beginning. He tried to calm down and remembered that he had already played this game, so now he needed to gather all his knowledge and also remember his experience. This should help him get through all these trials, although, of course, he is still in a difficult situation. I couldn't even believe that these black spiders were at high levels, and there were over 1,000 of them here. And he also noticed that the fortress walls were too weak, and only cannons could be used for defense. Now it is clear that the chances of winning are very small. David must find the path with the highest probability of success. When playing a game with Iron Man mode, it becomes impossible to save progress and start all over again. Once you start having problems, the whole game will be over, which is why it is important to calculate your every action a few steps ahead. Playing this game for the last 6 months, David realized that in any situation there is always a way to survive. We need to find something with a better chance of survival, at least something we can be sure of. He soon found what he was looking for, using the system settings, and went outside to find Lucas. It turned out that this famous warrior was constantly near his house and guarded the Emperor. David ordered his closest guard to immediately assemble a detachment under his control. Lucas was a little surprised. It seems the Emperor is referring to the guard warriors. David had never called them before, but now it didn't matter because it seemed like he had come up with something. The Emperor began to smile and said that he knew a way to defeat the black spiders. Soon, Lucas fulfilled his general's request and called his soldiers. Everyone gathered in one place to listen to the Emperor's instructions. When David looked at all of them, he saw familiar faces. Over all these years of playing, they had become close friends to him. In this room, you could see various warriors, even such beautiful creatures as lilies, capable of brutally killing enemies. A warrior named Ken looks angry. Perhaps he is unhappy that he was called to the meeting so late. Demian, on the contrary, looks somewhat mysterious. He tries not to show unnecessary emotions. Of course, they are all familiar to David. He has played with these characters for thousands of hours. And also, of course, he saw events in which they died a huge number of times. Demian looks the most upset of all today. It's even hard to look at him. Although he is quite a brave warrior, there are tears in his eyes right now. Lily knows the reason for his sadness. He is like this today because he lost a comrade in battle. David remembered that Damian was in this state when David was training. This character had a strange status, and because of this he died first. David couldn't use his skills, and although he is a character who has the ability to heal others, he has a very important role. The Emperor decided to start by explaining tomorrow's roles for the characters. First, he turned to Lily. She is a fire sorcerer, the main attacker of this team, who can constantly attack with powerful spells. He told the girl that she would be their shield, and her main task would be to block the spider's attacks as a tank. Lily was unhappy. She is a sorcerer, so she doesn't defend herself well, but the Emperor didn't listen to her and started talking to Ken. This guy works great with a shield and knows how to keep opponents at a distance. He attracts attention, then takes damage with his body like a tank. The Emperor looked at this guy and ordered him to sneak into the rival territory tomorrow and create hell there. Now it's time to talk about the most annoying character. Damian knows how to heal others. This is a very important class in the game. But now it doesn't matter, because from now on the Emperor orders him to be a shooter in the squad and shoot at the most important targets. And of course, it's time to talk about Lucas. He must command the soldiers and support the front line. Hearing these instructions from the Emperor, the soldiers were excited and tense, although no one said anything. David asked them to comment on his instructions, and it was at this point that Ken couldn't hold it in and started screaming. He said that this crap can't be called a plan, and he doesn't believe that the Emperor is really serious about it. Ken believes that the Emperor has gotten them into a dangerous situation because of a detachment of ordinary soldiers, and still continues to talk all sorts of nonsense. Of course, all this really looks like a hoax. But you have to remember that this is a location that cannot be passed by standard methods. So to get through this crazy location, you also have to become crazy, and that's exactly what David plans to do. He decided not to deviate from his plan and said that Ken had no right to speak like that towards the Emperor's son. Seeing the angry look of the Supreme Commander, Ken became visibly nervous. He began to apologize to the Emperor, which was exactly what David expected. He understood that he had to be a real boss for the soldiers. When David came up with this plan, he understood that this idea was too risky and crazy. So in order to make these glorious warriors follow his orders, he must do something. If he doesn't show toughness and confidence in his own ideas, they won't listen to him. David drew his sword and struck the lily with such force that it seemed as if he had completely lost his mind. He looked at the warriors and said that each of them must complete all the tasks that he would set before them. He found himself in the body of a real psychopath, so he decided to adopt his behavior, even though it seemed crazy. Now even Ken realized that the prince had really lost his mind. He probably didn't understand how valuable the sorcerer was. It's hard to go into battle knowing that you're being led by such a person. But that's exactly what David is counting on. After he struck the lily with his sword, a fire began to form at the site of the wound. The soldiers were surprised. Even Demian forgot about his sadness and carefully watched these events. David smiled. There was no doubt that this was exactly what he had been waiting for. His plan had worked. It's unknown why the developer added this, but all of the starting characters have a hidden technique. The hidden technique is completely opposite to the roles of these warriors. David knows that Lily was wounded by a sword as a child. This happened when a horde of goblins attacked her village, after which she gained the Fireskin skill. Fireskin allows you to defend yourself from physical attacks by turning your body into fire as long as you have enough mana. The main damage dealer's tanking skill is always cool, but there was no way to use this technique in the game. In reality, everything is completely different. David decided to squeeze everything out of this technique in order to win the battle. Of course, he understands that this is an impossible location to pass, so he has to come up with something special in order to succeed. Whoever made him fall into this game should now look more closely, because David has decided to go through this game again, and then take revenge for this joke. David apologized for his method of evidence. Lily immediately forgave him, but could not understand how he found out about it. The Emperor replied that it didn't matter, and then looked at the Ken mysteriously. He knows that this legendary warrior was a petty thief as a child, growing up in a poor family with almost no food or opportunities. It must have been difficult for him to become a knight, but on the other hand, real heroes grow up in such conditions. It doesn't matter where David knows all this about them. The only thing that matters is how to use their skills. This is called the thief's method. Now Ken can become invisible at any time he wants to avoid unnecessary attention to himself. He must confirm his technique right now, or the Emperor will have to use force again. The knight was very scared and asked him to stop and confirmed that he really knew how to get up unnoticed. This is great news, because now it is clear that Ken will be able to easily carry out tomorrow's order. After that, it was time to talk about Demian. He should also have hidden technology because he is the most important person in this regard. The Emperor approached Demian and said that he knew that the boy had incredibly good eyesight, which was why he was able to see his comrade's death so clearly. It was hard for Demian to remember this. His memories of this situation were too fresh. He and his friend were from the same city and also grew up together in an orphanage. In the midst of battle, this noble warrior gave his life to save Demian. Now the warrior is crying and cannot understand why the Emperor brought them here, why he is causing them so much pain. He wants to understand what goal David is pursuing. Are the cheap lives of the warriors really nothing more than a toy for him? He asks David to bring back his best friend. He wants to see and hear him again. There is no doubt that they were really very close. They constantly helped each other throughout their lives. David asked the boy to calm down and acknowledge that he had the right to accuse the Emperor, or even despise him. But David is sure that his friend Van sacrificed his life for Demian, so now he can't just sit here and wait for death. He has no right to give up the life for which his friend died just because he risks dying because of a stupid commander. David is sure that Demian must grab hold of any thread and must avenge his friend. He must destroy these terrible and cruel spiders, get out of here alive, and show that his friend's actions were not wrong. Demian really wants revenge for his friend, and also really wants to kill the Emperor because of his anger. The other soldiers were shocked to hear such words from their comrade. It seemed that such words could be said to a prince. But this is exactly what David wanted to hear. The impression that everything is going exactly according to his plan. He promises that if they can really make it out of here alive, Demian will be the one to take his life, no matter what. Lucas could not believe that he was hearing such words from the Emperor. He tried to intervene in the conversation. But in case of failure, they are still doomed to death. If that happens, David will allow Demian to take his life. To confirm his words, he is even ready to swear on the honor of the imperial family. David wants this talented warrior to follow his orders for at least one day. That should be enough. Sometimes hatred needs to be used as an engine. With the help of his experience, David knows when to do this. He doesn't care that all this hatred is directed against him, because he knows how to direct hatred in the right direction. He is not going to make excuses. It is because of his mistakes that their army is almost completely destroyed. But if the warriors follow his plan tomorrow, they will be able to drive these spiders from their land. They will have at least a minimal chance of winning. So he asked them to do everything he says. Finally, tomorrow came, and his entire squad stood by him. The battle that awaited them would be incredibly difficult. David has no choice but to risk everything to taste victory. The other soldiers are worried about their emperor, but David asks them not to be distracted and to do everything they are ordered to do. As we know, spiders are active during sunlight, so they decided to attack first thing in the morning. The emperor's plan is quite simple. While the other team members are playing for time, they need to find the queen who gives orders to the spiders. After that, all that remains is to make the final maneuver, to blow up her stinking head with this weapon. By removing the restrictions, they will also significantly increase their magical power. Now, this weapon must destroy the queen. The only problem is the location of the enemy. It is almost impossible to see the queen from such a great distance. Human eyes are incapable of such things. Did David really decide to create a map of the area? He looks pretty confident since morning, which is strange because the guy should know that this mission was impossible to complete in the game. He is confident because he understands that his character's best skill is map making. This Prince of the Emperor, although quite crazy, still has his strengths. He can see the entire area as a mini-map, although this character's other abilities are quite weak. He was hoping to see the boss's location, but realized that the queen was not here at all. The problem is that the main objective of the mission is the Spider Queen, but she is not visible on the map. The strongest knight of the Empire is ready to fulfill his mission. Ken has been preparing for this since morning. Before that, he received from the Emperor all the stamina elixirs left in this building. Ken must go outside and attract the attention of the spiders, although this mission will be very difficult to complete. Each of the soldiers of the special detachment feels excitement. Lily has been constantly trembling since the very beginning of the day. She has a very unpleasant role. In the event that spiders enter the area, she must use the fire skin technique and block the entrance. While the girl gathers her strength and prepares for a difficult test, Lucas orders all the soldiers to take their positions. Today, they face a continuation of the deadly battle, and every second could be the last in their lives. Of course, when you are led by such a legendary warrior as Lucas, it adds optimism, even despite the significant forces of the opponent. Lucas told the soldiers that they had to hold out for as long as possible and allow the Emperor to defeat the Queen. He looked at the Emperor and understood that his expression meant that everything was ready to begin. Lucas probably didn't see what happened a little later, because David started to panic when he didn't see the Queen on the map. The battle has begun. Everyone is acting according to plan, so we need to quickly figure out a way to find the Queen. The spiders have felt hellfire from the very beginning. The warriors dream of revenge for their friends who died yesterday. Lucas showed the Emperor that everything was going according to plan and he was doing his job well. This legendary warrior does not understand that the plan is close to failure, due to the fact that the Queen's whereabouts are unknown. You need to stay calm. The goal of the training is not to destroy the boss, so it's no wonder that it's not shown on the map. Most likely, the Queen will appear after a full-scale attack, which is quite logical. Spiders have everything they need to be confident in their own abilities and not be afraid of unexpected situations. David decided to call on Damien for help. Let's remind you that this guy has incredible eyesight. He pointed his finger forward and asked him to understand what was happening there. Damien replied that he saw spiders sitting around doing nothing. It seemed like they were having a day off. David is sure that the Queen must be among them. They must have stayed to protect her. Damien looked more closely and saw a monster that had the upper part of a human and the lower part of a spider. David immediately started smiling. He is an experienced player, so he knows what a queen is. He assured them that they should not be afraid of this hideous monster because it would soon be destroyed by the impact of a powerful cannon. The cannon's mana charging is almost complete, and everything is ready to use this infernal weapon. David looked at Damien and asked him to adjust the weapon so that it would hit the Queen. The warrior immediately felt incredible pressure and responsibility for his actions. At such moments, you are always incredibly worried. He is not sure if he can handle this task because he has never done this before. The Emperor approached him, put his hand on the boy's shoulder, and assured him that he had a chance to miss, and David was ready to take full responsibility. Even if he can't hit the target, it's still normal, so he shouldn't worry. The responsibility always lies with the commander, because soldiers only do what they are told. All Damien has to do is pull the trigger and remember that he is avenging his friend Van. Hearing this motivational speech, Damien gathered courage and prepared to attack. Now he no longer thought about the worries and potential failure, but only dreamed of revenge for his friend. David hopes that everything will work out now and they can send these spiders to Satan. The cannonball is formed from mana. If this attack hits the Queen correctly, she should turn into a stake. It was so powerful that Damien thought it would destroy not only the Queen, but half the army. Soon, there was a large explosion, comparable to the explosion of an atomic bomb. Now all that remains is to make sure that the target has been hit and the Black Spider Queen has been destroyed. One of the scouts confidently declared that they had hit the center of the monster gathering, so everything was great. The warriors congratulated Demian on his excellent hit. If it really helped win the war, he would become a living legend. Soon he was telling them about how he achieved this success, and he would probably write a book about it a little later. All this is done with the help of his vision skill. It appeared due to a mistake of God, an abnormal skill that allows him to always hit the target. In the game, he was a character who couldn't hold a weapon in his hands, but today everyone saw his power. At first it seemed that victory was already in our pocket, but a little later it became clear that this was not the case at all. In theory, after the queen's death, the spiders should have started to flee, but they still continue to move forward. Seeing this, the soldiers began to panic. Of course, they understand that this is not at all according to plan. David decided to see for himself and try to guess what was happening. Soon he saw a large train of spiders heading straight for the fortress city. Looking closer, he realized that the Spider Queen was still alive and leading her army to victory. So it turns out they didn't kill the queen, which means the plan has failed for now. David must think very quickly and clearly and find a way to achieve the goal at any cost. He looked at the spiders and tried to understand where they were going and what their plan was. Now the lives of everyone around him depend on his actions, and he bears an incredible responsibility. Looking more closely, it became noticeable that the spiders were approaching the artillery unit. The queen must have sent out her orders very quickly, which is no surprise because this spider is really at a high level. We almost forgot that Ken is on a very important mission, on the orders of the Emperor. Now this knight is starting to have serious problems because he only has one last elixir left. He began to panic and didn't know what to do. Maybe now was the time to run away very quickly. He was scared and tried to find the right solution. It's hard to be surrounded by spiders, even when you're a strong knight. At that moment, he saw a strange glow and tried to understand what was happening. He still couldn't see anything, but he hoped that everything was going according to the Emperor's plan. It turned out that it was a second explosion using a cannon that shoots mana. Although the target was hit, it had no effect, as the spiders continued to move forward. This means that the queen is still alive. It's hard to believe that she wouldn't be killed by shots from such a powerful weapon. Even a cannon doesn't have enough power to defeat this monster, so we have to come up with something else. From the very beginning, the Black Spider Queen was supposed to die from 1, maximum 2, shots. As a result, she is not as strong against combat-level monsters, but David does not have any information about her. Maybe she has special skills that allow her to destroy others, or improved characteristics. If it cannot be destroyed, then it is unclear how to act in such a situation. The cannon cannot fire all day long without stopping. The mana level must be maintained at a stable level. In total, they can fire 5 times, meaning there are still 3 charges left. Hearing this, David realized that he had serious problems, only 3 shots to achieve success. He has no choice but to destroy her within these 3 possibilities, but to do so, he must be very precise. In addition, he began to understand that Demian's extraordinary eyes had some side effects. The situation is really getting out of his control. Last night he thought he had the perfect plan, but now it turns out that this is not the case at all. The only thing that saves it is that the fortress walls do a good job of their job. Soon they noticed that the fighter was already near their fortress. That's what they call a large spider trying to break inside. At the time David played this game, such a spider did not exist, so this is some kind of innovation. He ordered all the soldiers to point their weapons at the fighter in order to prevent it from entering. Hundreds of shots could be heard every second. All the soldiers trying to carry out the Emperor's order. Although they were fired and reached their target, the fighter jet continued to move forward. Over time, it became apparent that he was almost impossible to stop, so an encounter with this monster was inevitable. The walls of the huge fortress could not withstand this blow. This spider was too big. He sacrificed his health to launch an army of spiders inside, and he succeeded. Now the situation is out of control. There is very little time left to make the right decisions. The chief warrior Lucas was not confused and ordered the soldiers to raise their weapons and go down to the first floor. The Emperor also tried to encourage the others and asked them to gather their strength and continue shooting at the queen. He explained that there was a large army below that was protecting them and trying to give them extra time, so they had no right to betray them. Before these monsters reach the artillery unit, we must destroy this queen. With his last strength, Demian continued to use his gaze to find the target and attack it. Each time the warriors confirmed that they had hit the Spider Queen, but she remained alive. David ordered the cannon to be immediately reloaded for the upcoming shot, forcing the soldiers to work as quickly as possible. Speed is needed because the army below cannot hold out forever, even considering that Lucas is fighting for them. Today, this warrior confirms his legendary status. His attacks are almost unstoppable. He acts like a true hero and orders his men to protect the artillery, and also not to forget to protect the Imperial Prince. No matter how skilled a commander he is, there are too many enemies compared to the human army. Not everyone has the training that Lucas has, so a large number of losses are almost guaranteed. The ground in the fortress was covered in blood, and the worst thing was that this blood belonged to people. The number of victims continued to grow with every minute, and David still did not know what to do. When he played this game in his room, he never guessed that all these people were real. Death is not just a number accompanied by incredible screams and horrible smells. If things continue like this, they won't have time to kill the queen, because soon the spiders will crawl towards them. David was trying to figure out what exactly he should do. He needed to immediately find a way out of this situation. But time passes, and this method does not give him a voice. At such moments, an unprepared player may begin to panic. He was very lucky to have very brave warriors by his side who were willing to give their lives for the sake of others. He heard that some madman had started calling monsters to him. Was this really self-sacrifice? Looking more closely, the Emperor saw Ken. This knight knocked out the last bottle of elixir and prepared for battle. He told the monsters that he was the strongest knight in this empire and was ready to show them his true power. This was really enough for the spiders to turn their attention to him and forget about the others. The main goal of this insane plan is to distract the enemy from the fortress. Any distraction is needed to give the Emperor extra time, so Ken is acting correctly. He remembers his hiding skills and hopes that they will save his life. By activating the thief's survival technique, he becomes almost invisible. This plan really looks very good, but after looking at Ken's system parameters, the Emperor saw that he had no health. Only an experienced player knows that to use technology you always need to have a health reserve. In the last seconds of his life, Ken thought that he shouldn't have trusted the Emperor, but now it's too late to draw conclusions. Although he gave the fortress extra minutes of life, he paid too dear a price for it. Thus, the prince lost one of the most valuable warriors in his army. Although the knight was far away, his screams before death could be heard very clearly as the spiders tore pieces from his body. This is what the commander's erroneous commands lead to. They cost the precious lives of other people. All of these people have their own stories. They all have relatives and loved ones whom they protect. The sacrifice of this glorious warrior made other soldiers believe in themselves and launch a large-scale counteroffensive. They all lose their lives because of the Emperor's order, even though his plan doesn't work at all. At first, David thought it was all his fault, but then he realized that he was the one killing them now. While playing this game, he used knights as bait whenever necessary. This hellish game was designed in such a way that in order to get the desired result, one had to sacrifice others. David always gladly sacrificed for others and never doubted any action he took. But only now did he understand the meaning of it all. Did he understand that any death is accompanied by pain that tears the soul apart? He ordered the monsters to stop immediately, but instead only attracted their attention. These ugly, disgusting creatures never stop. Ordinary screams only encourage them. They came out of hell, so they only understand the language of force, and that is the language we need to speak to them in. Lucas understands this best of all. Let's not forget that David passed the game with the help of this player. This information is enough to understand that Lucas could be the key to victory. Lucas easily destroyed these monsters and showed the Emperor that it was possible. The only option to make them stop is a show of force and total destruction of the spiders. If this is not done, all the people in this territory will die today, and this cannot be allowed. The cannon is loaded for the fourth shot, but it turns out there are problems with the Demian. Now it becomes clear what the problem is with his skill. He cannot use it without rest. Although blood flowed from his eyes instead of tears, this desperate boy still agreed to shoot again. He tried to concentrate and hit the target. Maybe this time it would work. The Spider Queen began to scream when she saw a powerful supply of mana approaching her. The explosion was really impressive. It turned out that it hit her squarely in the head. But later, everyone realized that even such a powerful and well-aimed explosion was not enough to destroy this infernal creature. At such moments, faith in success is lost, and it is difficult to maintain the fighting spirit of the troops when the plan does not work. Their attacks are accurate, but not enough to destroy the queen. One of the soldiers said that if they fired again, the cannon might explode, so they had to admit defeat and surrender. These words might have angered the Emperor, but he did not answer, wondering if this was really the end. The cannon is on the verge of destruction, and the fortress's defense line is completely breached. If you pay attention to Demian, who is responsible for the accuracy of the shot, it is immediately clear that he can no longer open his eyes. It really does feel like the end, but it's hard to believe that they don't have a single drop of hope left. However, after a few seconds, this hope appeared, because one of the soldiers noticed something interesting. Looking more closely, he noticed that after the last explosion, the Spider Queen had lost her skin. This scout deserves especially warm words for himself. Even in such a situation, he remained faithful to his role until the end. If you shoot the queen again, you can destroy her. But there is one problem. The scout did not pay any attention to the fact that something resembling a concentrated explosion of poison was approaching them, so fast that even Lucas didn't have time to react and save the Emperor. This explosion was really very strong. Some died immediately, but David remained between life and death. Everything around was immediately destroyed. Not only the cannon, but also the hopes and expectations for victory. David felt dizzy and could not regain consciousness, only hearing the sounds of the Lucas in the distance. He tried to concentrate and get up, but the explosion took a lot of his health away. Only after some time did he finally open his eyes and realize that Lucas had still managed to save his life. Strangely enough, even in a situation where this warrior almost died due to injuries, he is still worried about the Emperor's health. David got to his feet very quickly and said that his condition was normal, and now we need to think about Lucas's condition. After analyzing his body, the Emperor quickly saw that Lucas had lost a large amount of blood. This warrior did not complain or cry. He remained courageous and decided to remember the events of 20 years ago. Obviously, David can't remember this. He's a player who took over someone else's body, so he has no memories of the Emperor and Lucas. Lucas decided to remember the Emperor's words when he appointed him as his personal bodyguard. Then the prince said that even if he couldn't become Emperor, he would become the coolest person in the world. Likewise, his personal bodyguard must strive to become the best. Although these words were spoken when they were just children, they had a great impact on Lucas, and he has not forgotten them even to this day. Lucas looked at the prince and said that he trusted him incredibly. Even now, he trusted him more than ever before. After that, his body could not withstand the strain, and he fell to the ground in his own blood. David looked at him and hoped it was just a brief loss of consciousness. Lucas must continue to live. He is the main character and the savior of this world, so he cannot die in a place like this. The Emperor must put an end to all this. They must now be under artillery fire. It is not known how long he was unconscious, but it is noticeable that other artillery soldiers are nearby. Looking more closely, he noticed that they had escaped fatal injuries, but the cannon had suffered serious damage. This whole situation seems a bit strange, why they were all able to squeeze out, and where the spiders are. David was trying to find answers to these questions, when suddenly he heard Lily calling him. It turns out that it was this determined girl who held back all these monsters, so this isn't the end. She hopes that their victory is still possible, although it is unlikely that she will be able to see this victory with her own eyes. David tried to approach her and help, but she asked him to stop and assured him that she could block the entrance for now. Of course, this can't last forever. Soon the monsters will surround the fortress and breach the walls. Now they have too little time left, so she asked the Emperor to hurry. He is responsible for her and everyone else, so he can't let them all die like this. This speech really affected him. He realized that he had to act like a real man and ignore the injuries. David ordered the soldiers to immediately repair the cannon and load it with the last round. The military reminded him that if this cannon was fired again, it would explode because its limit had already been reached. David replied that if they didn't do this, they would still die from the clutches of these nasty spiders. They must take risks, because only by taking risks can you gain everything, and this must be done even if you have to burn yourself alive. The cannon was soon repaired, but the problem is that there is no view from here, so they cannot see the Spider Queen. The cannon's stand is lost, so she'll have to hold it with her own hands, and if you don't have teeth, you have to chew your food with your gums. David replied that there was no need to aim, Damien just had to shoot. There is no exact description of how Damien's aiming technique works, but as long as he shoots, he will always hit the target. All they had left to do was believe in success, so he approached the guy and asked him to shoot one last time. Damien has very poor eyesight. It is even difficult for him to make out the Emperor's face, even though he is standing a few meters away. David asked him to gather his strength for the last shot. Damien replied that he didn't see any point in it. He believes that no matter what they do, the result will not change. They will not be able to defeat this enemy. David tried to reassure the boy that if they hit him again, the monster would die. Damien had been hinting at something completely different all this time. Even if he pulled the trigger again and the queen really died, nothing would change. Half of his closest friends are already dead. Even if he destroys all his enemies, he still won't be able to bring his friends back. If he hadn't worked hard, if he hadn't tried, this world would continue to take the people closest to him. Now he has completely lost faith, he no longer wants to fight, and he doesn't want to live in this world, he wants to end it all. Calm and motivational conversations don't really help in this case. So David started yelling at this guy. Does he really think that this world is really too cruel? Does he really think that if he defeats the monsters, life will still be hell? He grabbed him by the cloak and said that this was absolutely true, but we need to emphasize other nuances. If there are difficulty levels in this world, it's incredibly hellish, especially in Iron Man mode, where you can't save progress. He doesn't admit that this place is absurdly unfair. You're never going to get what you want here. Life is really very cruel. We live surrounded by a landscape that devastates the soul. But does he really want to surrender? Does he really want to lie and wait for his own death? Is this worthy behavior? David is sure that they must continue to fight until they die, which is exactly what he wants to do. The prince will fight and come up with new strategies until the very end, no matter how unfair this world is. If Damien really decided to end the fight, he should take this sword and cut his own throat right now. If he really has the courage to do it, no one will stop him. But if he wants to choose a different path and continue the fight for good, he must help destroy this hellish monster. He can no longer look back at his dead friends. The only person he needs now to continue is David as his commander. Damien is now the most important chess piece. You could even say he is the key to victory. The Emperor needs to get his hands on this key. Now he has even unlocked a new ability, the Restless Commander. He gave his warrior an order and said that Damien must stand up and fight for his friends and destroy this terrible face of the monster. After such a motivational speech, he had no choice but to carry out this order. They began to prepare to use the cannon one last time, but they needed to cool down the weapon. In order to shoot, you have to hold it in your own hands, but right now it's very hot. David said that he didn't care. He would rather burn alive than go to hell and burn there. Damien said that he could see almost nothing and could not feel his hands at all. David smiled and said that it was okay. He would still hit the target. The cannon turned out to be incredibly hot. Holding it in your own hands was even worse than looking at the new Captain America. In any case, David had no other choice. It was better to lose his hands than to die from the spider's claws. The warriors realized that they had to help the prince, otherwise they would not respect themselves. This scene is truly legendary. These men are in incredible pain, but they keep moving forward. They were supposed to prepare their weapons for firing, but they saw a fighter jet approaching them. It was decided to shoot right now. They had no more time to wait. Now we will see the outcome of this incredible story. Maybe it will bring tears to someone's eyes. This last shot didn't explode the cannon. It was really something very large scale. Although Damien could see almost nothing, his technique must have worked. After the explosion, everyone fell to the ground and was left completely powerless, and now they are almost completely surrounded by spiders. In a few seconds, they will be eaten like crab sticks, unless, of course, Damien hits the target. From the very beginning, this mission was almost impossible. It was necessary to shoot at an enemy who could not even be seen from the bottom of the destroyed front. It seemed that there was absolutely no chance of success, but it turns out that there are always chances. The projectile flew straight towards the Spider Queen, ignoring height and great distance. This shot also ignored hundreds of thousands of other monsters as it approached its special target. As if following a chosen path, he flew towards the queen, who was screaming in fear and anger. Oddly enough, this shot hit her exactly in the head. Without the slightest deviation, it was enough to split her head open like a watermelon. David remembered completing this mission when he was just starting to be a streamer. Then he couldn't explain how he completed this task. His audience asked him exactly how he did it. But now the guy can't remember what he said back then. When he opened his eyes, he immediately felt incredible pain, so he tried to get up. At that moment, he heard that he was being advised to calm down and spend more time resting. It turned out that Damien was able to improve his condition with the help of magic. But the burns are still very severe, so he needs more time to recover. It turned out that this was Lily saying David had been asleep for 3 days. She was already starting to think that he would never wake up given recent events. He gave up a lot of health to finally defeat the spider army, and it looks like he succeeded. The girl said that thanks to the Emperor's command, after the last shot, the Spider Queen finally died. Without it, the spiders froze in place and no longer moved, so the fortress held out and the people won. Now it's time to clear the rubble, help the wounded, and of course, bury the dead. Also, no one forgot to burn the spiders' bodies. Now these guys never woke up again. With the cleaning of the territories, everything is quite clear. It turned out that David received severe burns to his hands, shoulders, and neck. Lily said that after he recovered and returned home, it would be better for him to go to church. Of course, even after full recovery, some scars will remain, but this is a much more modest price than life. Now it's time to talk about Lily. She had incredible injuries, but she somehow survived. When she ran out of mana, a spider wounded her back. But when the queen died, no one attacked her anymore. Probably due to nerve damage in her back, the lower part of her body will no longer be able to move. David didn't even know how to respond to that. It seemed as if he was frozen in place from shock. Lily asked him not to worry and said that she was very glad to be alive. Among the survivors are 5 gunners: Lucas, Damien, Lily, and David. That's all. So, in total, only 9 people remained, although at the time of the last battle there were several hundred of them. It was very difficult for David to look at this girl who would never be able to walk. Maybe there was another way. He also remembered Ken's death, at which point he began to think even more about the fact that there was another tactic he hadn't noticed. He is sure that there had to be a way to save at least one more person, because everyone's life is extremely valuable. Lily took his hand and explained that in this situation it was impossible to save everyone, so he did everything he could. Of course he brought the soldiers here, even if it was Emperor Mark and not the real David. But he alone is responsible for the soldiers. No one could have imagined that these monsters would be moving in droves in a few decades, which is why no one stopped the military campaign. That's why Lily asks him not to take these events to heart and to understand that it's not all his fault. At that moment, their conversation was interrupted by a loud cry. Lucas had come to see his emperor. He was very worried all this time because he thought the emperor might die, but fortunately everything turned out well. He hopes that no part of the emperor's body feels strange, otherwise he will immediately summon Damien. After that, David began to ask him questions whether he had also escaped serious injuries. It turned out that Lucas's main strength is being very cool and he's great at it. Now the knight had finished making a list of the people who had died during the battle, and he also reported that not all the bodies had been found. David learned that the bodies of the dead soldiers were on the northern mountain of the forward operating base. As soon as he heard about it, he immediately decided to get dressed and go see it, although of course Lily and Lucas tried to stop him. The emperor explained that all these people died under his leadership, so he should personally look at them. The weather outside was warm and sunny, which added to the soldiers' good mood. The emperor was unable to move independently, so Lucas expressed a desire to carry him on his back. It turned out that this knight's back was very comfortable, much better than on a horse. Soon they saw Damien. This guy is also here, and it seems that everything is fine with him. He was glad to see that the future emperor had finally woken up and was also feeling well. He said that his eyes were in good condition, and since yesterday his vision had begun to return step by step. Now he can see again as usual and is very happy about it. David had already learned that Damien had helped heal the wounded in battle, walked around and used magic, although he had seen almost nothing that day. This guy turned out to be much smarter and stronger than he expected, but now he has to face the harsh realities of life again. The emperor explained that the strategy was successful only thanks to Damien, and he thanked him for his help. If he wants, he can receive from the emperor such a sum of money that will last him until the end of his life. David can also make sure that Damien never fights again. The guy is a mercenary, so he can do whatever he wants. But Damien has a completely different desire. He wants to know the origin of these monsters, who created them, when and why. He wants to understand this to ease his pain after losing his best friend named Van. That's why he wants to continue following the emperor and be by his side to find answers to all these questions. It was nice to hear not only from David, but also from Lucas, who had been nearby all this time and was listening to their conversation. The emperor replied that there was no problem with that. From that moment on, Damien could continue to move with him. The time has come to honor the memory of those who died in battle. Now David is sure that there was no better way, just as there was no better strategy. There is nothing more foolish than regretting the past and trying to offer alternative options. The emperor chose a tactic and followed it to the very end. He got the result, paid a heavy price for it, and must take responsibility for it. This responsibility will need to be borne on your shoulders in order to move forward. He ordered the bodies of the dead to be taken and moved to another place, called the intersection. Every year, human losses reach many thousands of people. This world where burial is more expensive than life. He wants to build a large cemetery on the West Field, and during the game, he built a memorial there. He said that the last day of February of each year would be designated as a day to honor the memory of these heroes. But not just for them. This is a day for all the characters he killed without a doubt, hundreds of times while playing the game. You could say that this is his kind of payback, respect, and recognition of his past mistakes. David turned to Lucas and said that he would never fail again the way he had done before. He can no longer look at these bodies of people who gave their lives to carry out his order. Now it's time to return to their main base and, of course, draw conclusions from all this. They all need to analyze their past mistakes in order to act much more coherently and productively in the future. The system notified that the location had been cleared. Now David can check the available rewards. After they left their base of operations, they have been moving north for 3 days now. to a base called the Crossroads. It is quite difficult for David to endure this long journey. He is too bored. During the game, this period could easily be missed. Lucas said that they would be there soon and asked to wait a little longer. The system notified the player that he had to choose his character's class, meaning he had to make an important decision. After completing the training, he received the 5th level. It is at the 5th level that the player can choose his class. His starting performance is too weak. David has problems with stamina, as well as other key characteristics. The most interesting thing is that even despite the increase in these characteristics, he can choose any class that is available in the game. He saw that there was a special class there that was difficult to categorize. It was also called the hidden class. He also mentioned the skill he had acquired earlier, the Restless Commander. Perhaps that was the one to choose. This technique allows you to never give up under any circumstances, and also provides protection from mental attacks to all allies within a radius of 10 meters. But this may not be very useful at the beginning of the game. It is risky to choose a class about which there is no information. Soon Lucas announced that they were approaching the intersection, finally. This large main base looks really nice. If they fought within its walls, it would be harder for the spiders to get inside. They call it a fortress built in the southern part of the country. It was built to stop monsters that constantly crawled out of a black lake. At one time, this fortress was the largest and most important in the empire, but times are changing. The constant attacks of monsters in this area have ended, so the army had to be redirected to another location. Due to the lack of an army, mercenaries, veterans preparing to retire, or inexperienced newcomers were hired to defend this fortress. For the mercenaries, neither their nationality nor their qualifications mattered. The empire simply needed human shields to support this front line. It turns out that life itself has lost its value, which is why restaurants, hotels, and banks began to appear here. 10 years later, this fortress turned into a full-fledged city, and after that, people stopped calling it a fortress altogether. Now this city is called the Intersection. It is truly impressive with its architecture and beauty. There was also another name that sounded like a mockery of the mercenaries who flew to their deaths, blinded by money, like butterflies. For them, the city was called the Street of Suicides or the City of Death. Looking through the computer screen, it seemed that this city was much smaller than it actually was. In any case, now David must understand that this is the city for which he will be responsible. As he approached the city streets, he felt the air become much heavier. These disgruntled people are understandable. Their newly appointed commander and lord barely made it back alive after losing his warriors. But David felt that something like this could happen, so he prepared something for them. Approaching the imperial chariot, people saw something that looked like magic crystals. David deliberately made it so that it was noticeable. More than 400 black spider crystals, incredible jewels that are priceless. Since the spiders were high-level monsters, these crystals were of very high quality, so it was understandable that they were very valuable. These stones are so expensive that for a while you can forget about money altogether. David believes that he should receive a reward for completing a difficult mission, but he also needs to remember to cooperate with citizens. Right now, their trust in the Lord is almost at zero, but he is not a fool and knows how to increase this trust. Money is always ready to make a person forget about the past, and it is with the help of money that David plans to improve his relationship with citizens. Using the most effective method, he will buy their hearts, literally. Soon their journey was over. Lucas welcomed the Lord home. The house of the future emperor is truly impressive in its size and architectural solutions. Seeing this, it was difficult to contain his surprise, because David did not expect to live here. Of course, this is completely incomparable to the house he lived in real life. At that moment, the door of the house opened and a strange guy began to approach him very quickly. He began to scream and thank God that the Lord was still alive and well. This guy couldn't figure out what to call David, which is why the emperor allowed him to call him whatever he wanted. This servant was very worried about being left without his boss. Because of this, he was constantly nervous and ate almost nothing. This stupid guy, around whom you can smell a traitor, is called Aider. In the game, he is an NPC who runs the city. All administrative tasks of the city are his problem. From building facilities to maintaining systems, David must manage the city together with him. Aider brought David to the house and told him that he had already taken a hot bath and prepared dinner. Now the Lord can rest as much as he wants. He must regain his strength after a difficult battle. David asked Lucas to make sure all the soldiers had rested and also reminded Lucas not to forget about relaxation. Of course, Lucas wanted to continue to protect his emperor, but David assured him that this was not necessary now. All these duties can be continued tomorrow. Instead of a smile on his face, Lucas became noticeably sad. Aider kept hinting at a relaxing hot bath, He was sure that all the fatigue would immediately go away, and it would also help get rid of the smell of blood after the battle. David hasn't had a bath in a long time. This trip has been really tough, so today he's going to relax 100%. He thanked the Aider for his help and said that he could also rest today. Aider smiled and said in a low voice that it was incredible, and called David a typical nerd. Does this NPC really know David's real name? It was difficult to predict such a plot twist. After these words, Aider closed the door of the room. He knows that David has been trained in a way that goes beyond imagination. David couldn't believe that he really heard these words about a typical nerd. It angered the main character. Aider, on the contrary, looked happy. He believes that there is no point in hiding the obvious because he is the director of the defense of the Empire. At this point, David couldn't wait any longer. He got so angry that he immediately hit this guy. David's emotions are understandable. It was the director of this game who dragged him into this, and he craves revenge. Aider immediately began to tremble with fear, calmed David down, and asked him not to fight anymore. He explained that he was very sorry that he had to drag David into this game. He tried to explain that this world needs David, but no one listened to him. After David beat up the game director badly, it was finally time to talk. So this is the director of this world who sent the guy a message a few days ago. Aider tried to explain his actions. He said that in this world there is a true ending to the game, and it cannot be changed. No one has reached this point in the game. Probably not even David was able to do it, although he thought he had passed the game. The director said that he had updated this world numerous times to achieve this final mission, but still couldn't do it. Simply put, in despair, he decided to ask another person for help. To do this, he changed the form of this world into a game world and presented it to players from another world. They were able to advance in this matter much further than he expected, but no one achieved final success. It was strange for David to hear all these stories. He had never heard of the real endgame that the director was talking about. Aider explained that David did not reach that level, but instead was able to achieve something that no one else could. David is the only one who went through the hellish difficulty of the Iron Man regime, which earned the director incredible respect. After that, the Aider thought that only this player could reach the real final, and that's why he called him for help. David became even more angry. He ended up in the body of a bad character, and also almost died in a task that was impossible to complete. Aider assured that all this turned out to be just a system error. He also did not expect this. He asked David to calm down and let him tell him about the reward the boy could receive. If he brings this world to a true end, then the Aider is ready to grant his wish. Theoretically, in this world he is equal to a deity, so he can complete any task before returning David to Earth. David asked to give him 10 billion. Aider laughed and said that he could give 100 billion. And that's not all. Our main character still can't calm down. It feels like he's talking to a real con man. Although we must admit that in any case he is interested, and is now thinking about his potential desires. It seems that Aider knows that David has a dream that he gave up on, thinking that he wouldn't be able to make it come true. It was at this moment that David truly realized that he was talking to a deity in this world, because Aider knew much more about him than he could have expected. He knows what this guy has been regretting for a long time, and that he has been living with these emotions in his heart for a long time. Although David said that his dream was over, as long as it lives in his heart, he cannot give it up. All this is strange. If the game director has enough strength to fulfill his cherished desires, why can't he reach the true end of the game himself? Aider explained that in this world his abilities are very limited. Here he is, just an ordinary person. That's why he needs someone who would act on his behalf and be able to see it through to the end. On this day, Aider said a lot. If David dies in this world, he will never be able to return to Earth. You could say that this game is like a lottery. There is no saving here. David should know this because he has already played this game. That's right. This world has always been like this, caring for your comfort, but being cruel when it came to death. If David really wants to return to Earth right now, then the game director is ready to organize everything. Actually, following his plan, he should have asked the guy this as soon as he got here. But there was an error in the system. Now David must finally decide if he can help the director reach the true endgame and get the chance to make his dream come true. Or right now, return to normal life in your world and not feel the risk. Mr. Typical Nerd must make a decision that will greatly affect his future fate. Choose either a comfortable and peaceful life or a real risk that will change it forever. David was ready to return home right now, but the opportunity to fulfill his dream prevents him from doing so. In addition, he is quite confident in his own abilities, because he has already played this game before and knows almost everything about it. Understanding this gives him confidence that he can do it again, and then finally get the prize he dreams of. After a short pause, David finally replied that he agreed to stay here and try to complete the game. He is going to reach the true end of the game, so he is counting on mutual help and, of course, a prize after the finale. Ader was incredibly happy. He started jumping and thanking David for agreeing to help. After that, David approached him and said that Ader must sell all the magic crystals by morning. This is a common item, so the game director should know exactly where they can be sold. David doesn't care when the director does it, at night or in the morning. But when David wakes up, it must be done. For 400 black spider magic crystals, you can get a huge amount, even if you sell them at average prices. The next day, the director completed his task, and David, early in the morning, went to the mercenary guild. Today, he has a large amount of money in his hands, and he knows what to do with it. This guy's self-confidence gives him hope for success. But there is too little hope in this world. David took with him his bodyguard Lucas, as well as the soldiers guarding the gold. Lucas said he wanted to go in first to make sure it was safe inside. He opened the door with his feet and realized that there were a large number of different people around. Mercenaries are very aggressive, especially when they've drunk a lot of beer since morning. They started shouting at the unexpected guests, but David immediately told them to be quiet. Otherwise, he would cut off their heads. He said he was their future boss, so they all better be careful talking to him. Soon the mercenaries realized that the Lord was speaking to them. They had already heard that he had almost completely lost his army a few days ago. Of course, they also know that he destroyed the spider army. Rumors spread very quickly in this city. The Mercenary Guild is a place where you can recruit new characters. Of course, their potential depends on their rank. David looked around and tried to figure out if there was anyone here who was really worth paying attention to. He saw an adult woman without one eye. She greeted him and said she was glad to see a lord in the Continental Crossing Mercenary Guild. Seeing her rank, David was shocked. It was a pleasant surprise, because he was looking for something like that. Soon they met. This woman's name is Jupiter. She is a sorcerer of light, rank SR. It's hard to even believe that she is among her mercenaries. Looking more closely, he realized that he had never seen a similar shape, and he became curious about which country Jupiter belonged to. She said that she fought for the Everblack Empire. Probably the Lord did not recognize her, because this model was created several decades ago. It turns out that she had previously served in the Empire, defending the borders for 30 years, and even being the captain of the second detachment of sorcerers. After retirement, she earns a living by working as a mercenary. And even after retirement, she still remains in perfect shape. David said that he came here to find someone useful for his cause. Jupiter is sure that he is not here to find a bait that will die in his place. These words did not please the Lord's personal guard very much. He was already preparing to draw his sword, but David stopped him. Rumors about the battle with the spiders have already spread everywhere, so it's no secret at all. Everyone already knows that the young lord paid dearly for his incompetence. Mercenaries may receive money for battles, but they are not stupid enough to dig their own graves. None of them wants to trust their lives to a naive newcomer because everyone's life is too valuable. David understands this perfectly well, but aren't they here to sell their lives in the end? Didn't they end up in this place because there was no other way to make money? To him, all these words sound a bit strange because mercenaries are famous for risking their lives for money. This Iron Lady's career is very impressive, but she was still fired for secretly robbing military money, and David knows it. This could also be called digging a grave with her own hands. She probably couldn't have imagined that David knew about her past. She engaged in everything from corruption to smuggling goods until she was caught and fired from her job in disgrace. But still, she continues to proudly wear her military uniform, although it looks at least strange. This is the embodiment of corruption, a soldier who sold himself for money and rotted through and through, a disgraced veteran. She is a fighter with incredible abilities, a hero who is more like a pirate than a warrior. And all these words are about one woman, the sorceress of light Jupiter. After listening to him, Jupiter replied that even though her career had ended on a bad note, she was still proud to be a soldier of the Empire. He looked at the woman carefully and asked how much money she was willing to sell her pride for. He is trying to figure out how much money he can make a hunting dog out of her. In response, Jupiter smiled and said that despite how it looks, it is quite expensive and will only work for 100,000. This woman was very surprised when David immediately doubled this amount to 200,000. This is a very high price for a mercenary. But he is the principal of the Empire and the lord of this city. Moreover, he had just sold 400 magic crystals, which was a lot of money. No, he hasn't gone crazy at all. This is just an opportunity to buy a professional killer, and he's willing to pay any price for it. He is ready to buy her fear of death and immediately pay her twice the original bet. He also addressed all the cowards who are afraid to sell their lives. David said that they can go home to their moms. But if they are real mercenaries who want to make big money, then they should come tonight to the empty field west of the intersection. The next place the Lord went to was the church, a large and beautiful building in the middle of the city. Such a church is an adornment of this city. One could even call it a pearl because of its beauty. In the church, he was helped by a hidden heroine of rank P. She is the best healer in the city, Saint Margaret. He could recruit her later by fulfilling some conditions, but that was not what he came here for today. He took out a bag of money and reminded her of what he had asked her for earlier. Saint Margaret replied that she remembered his request and brought here today everyone who was free at the moment. Among these people, Demian was noticeable. He looked happy. It was clear that he had found his place. David is pleased that Margarita helped him. He said that it's time to decide right now. The Lord said that they had many important things to do, and it wouldn't be easy. That evening, at the west end of the crossing, coffins arrived from the forward base. There were a large number of them. Of course, among them was the famous Knight Ken, who gave his life to give precious time to Lord and Damien. The soldiers were lined up correctly. The flag of the Empire was placed on each coffin. Of course, a choir was also formed to sing songs for the glorious warriors who gave their lives for the Empire. In a city where death is so common and cheap, dignified funerals like these were a rare occurrence. Most importantly, the families of the deceased were paid monetary compensation, and people around them were shocked when they heard about the amount of the payments. Very quickly, these rumors spread among all the inhabitants of the city, but there is nothing surprising in this. David is not going to embellish anything. Here on the front lines, their struggle should be known as a noble mission for the sake of humanity. He is the third prince and newly appointed lord, and is ready to change the situation and lead the empire forward. Some people have only just met the new lord. Some even said that he looks like a mentally retarded man. David decided to say something bold. He said that on the front lines, people would die all the time. Every week here in the cemetery, new graves will appear, and the songs will be played again and again. But he is ready to clarify, death costs much more than survival. Paying compensation and organizing the funeral took a lot from him, almost half of the money he received for selling precious crystals. But he recognizes that death should not come cheap, which is why he will try to save all the lives of his people. He will try to do everything to keep them alive and continue working on the front line. Therefore, he asks them to fight hard and not die prematurely. He is ready for them to live and take a large amount of money from him. There is no problem with that. He just doesn't want them to die because it's hard for him to watch all these funerals. He said whatever he wanted and was interested in how citizens would perceive his words, perhaps thinking that he was a fool throwing money away. Perhaps they will think that the incompetent lord is justifying his bad actions. In any case, he doesn't pay attention to this, but on the contrary wants to show them with results that the cost of standing here is greater than anyone else's. And in order to demonstrate the results, it's time to clear the first location. After the funeral, most people went home, so we moved to the backyard of the estate. David was configuring the system and decided to activate the teleportation gate. The process was immediately launched, although Lucas did not understand what was happening. Soon the teleportation gate was fully opened, a real portal opening before them. David smiled and explained that this gate would lead them to the enemy base. Empire defense combines two genres, tower defense and dungeon crawling. It's even written on the game's cover. Locations with monsters that constantly attack the intersection are considered tower defense. In between passing through the location, when monsters are not attacking, you can explore the dungeon under the lake. This will help you learn about the origins of these monsters. It is also called an open world. As expected, you can activate it before completing one location. It's a difficult game, but it's logical. Yes, David admits that he suffered a lot while he was training, but now he has a pretty good start. He has a cheater character, Demian, as well as a very strong SR rank attacking player, Jupiter. In addition, he has enough money from selling crystals, so he is optimistic about the future. David very quickly explained the rules of the game to Lucas and said that they were going to scout the enemy base before the next location. Lucas understood everything very quickly and assured the Lord that he was ready for any test. Of course, this is strange because Lucas should be the person with the most questions. The prince he had served his entire life suddenly changed and didn't even explain anything. David knew about the layout and structure of the city, despite the fact that it was his first time in the city, enough to arouse suspicion. That's why it's strange that Lucas doesn't ask a million questions. Is it really that he doesn't notice all these changes? David tries to understand what game Lucas is playing. Does he really see all this, but chooses to remain silent? Lucas calmly replied that he was only trying to do everything the Lord ordered, and he had no unnecessary questions. He is ready to be a sword and shield for the Lord, as well as to kill and protect at his command. David can't believe that he really doesn't have any questions, but Luke says he trusts him, and it seems his loyalty is much stronger than his doubts. Soon, David will surely reward this warrior for his contribution to the common cause. Now the two of them must enter real hell together, and Lucas is ready to do it without any hesitation. It's always nice to hear that there is a person in the world who is ready to go with you, even to the ends of the earth. David activated the teleportation gate and chose the lake as his destination. The system advised strengthening characters with equipment, which can be obtained in dungeons or crafted by hand. Soon the teleportation process was completed, and they found themselves near the lake. It was quiet all around. The Black Lake is a source of monsters, a hell that creates horrors, and a dungeon located in the southern part of the world. Looking more closely, the guys saw how the water in the lake began to disperse in different directions, as if Poseidon had decided to come out. After that, it became noticeable that some terrible hands were emerging from the ground. So these are the monsters that so many people talk about. These monsters are similar to knights who died in past battles but did not go to the world of the dead. Seeing this, David began to panic. Probably when he was going to this lake, he expected to see something different. He realized that he was facing living armor, but these knights were too serious enemies even for him. He didn't care who he met in the first location, goblins, mermaids, or even wyverns. There are too many low-level monsters, but why did he get the only monsters he wanted to avoid? This can hardly be called luck. It seems that luck has completely turned away from him. Lucas, on the contrary, remained calm. When he saw the monster, he prepared to destroy them, just like the spiders. He noticed that the Lord began to get nervous and his skin color changed. David must be feeling unwell. The Lord tried to stay calm, but he had to admit that he had made a mistake, and now they were in serious trouble. Previously, David had started this game from the very beginning 741 times, for various reasons. But if living armor was waiting for him at the very beginning, he would turn off the game without hesitation, because living armor fully corresponds to its name. A ghost hides under the armor, which means that this type of monster feels very good against physical attacks. They become much easier to fight in the second half of the game when you have a large amount of different equipment that helps during battle. And so far, everything is very, very bad, because this is just the beginning of the game, and there is no additional equipment. It feels like someone is mocking him, as if someone is deliberately interfering in the game and causing these problems. There are 3 days until the opening of the first location, but it seems like these 3 days will last forever for David. The Lord turned to his defender and said that they had no choice but to do everything in their power to protect him. Soon the portal was opened and they returned to the estate. David immediately began searching for Ader. He wants to know about the state of the city's military strength. The director explained that they have 526 soldiers who are capable of fighting on the front lines. David was very angry because he had expected a much larger number of soldiers. We need to hire even more mercenaries to help, but the problem is that the city has run out of mercenaries. David ordered the director to tell all the other cities that they needed mercenaries and were willing to pay double the price for their work. He also gave the order to tell this information even in the imperial estate. The monsters began to wake up, so they needed reinforcements. It was noticeable that the Ader was not entirely sure of the correctness of this decision. If they request reinforcements from the Empire now, a devastating event could occur later in the game. He is confident in his decision. He has nothing left but this because he must survive. He also ordered the gathering of all the carpenters, masons, blacksmiths, and alchemists of the city. They must work in the interests of the Empire. Ader reminded his boss that if he did this, the production of magic stones would stop. David immediately approached this fool and said that he should forget about the stones, otherwise this city would be completely destroyed. The current level of difficulty of this game is even hard to describe. Everything should have been much easier. David has thought about this a lot, but now he has no time to procrastinate. The more complex the game, the more variables you need to consider when analyzing future actions. He finally decided to choose a class and became a novice commander. You could say he took a risk. The system congratulated the player on choosing a rank, but he did not share its optimism. Everything seemed normal, but suddenly David felt an incredible pain in his heart. He didn't understand what had happened and immediately broke out in a sweat. His condition noticeably worsened, and he began to feel dizzy. Soon the system explained what was happening. 50% had been deducted from all key characteristics. He started screaming because he couldn't understand what was happening. Maybe it was some kind of system error. Soon, the system reported that he had gained the attack skill, Master Order, Team Synergy, and Super Buffer. It turns out that even when he just stands on the field, everyone's attack and defense increase. Now it's clear what the system is doing. Team Synergy gives the commander class an advantage. Depending on the combination of team members' classes, they receive different bonuses. You could call it a class interconnection system. For a gamer like him, this class is perfect. So as a result, David was happy with this update, so he went to bed peacefully and woke up with the first ray of sunshine the next day. From the very morning, he already knew that a somewhat unpleasant situation had occurred. He started talking to Ader, and the servant said that no one was responding to David's orders. He was in a big hurry, so he only brought union leaders with him. That's all he could do. It turned out that they didn't come here entirely of their own free will. We must admit that the Ader brazenly kidnapped them. The leader of the blacksmiths' union was the most angry. He said that something terrible was happening in broad daylight. They don't understand how they could have been so brazenly kidnapped and brought here against their will. The leader of the alchemist union also believes that this is wrong. Even if the Lord is a very influential person, you still need to be able to negotiate with words. Now they are all angry and treating him badly, which doesn't make the situation any better. At first, David thought about apologizing to them, but then he realized that such tactics wouldn't work, so he had to attack. He started yelling at them and said that they would all die if they didn't remember that they were talking to the Lord of the city. He said that as soon as the Lord calls them, they should immediately abandon all their affairs and run here to get ahead of them. If they continue to try to hurt his feelings, everyone will lose their heads today. After that, the union leaders apologized, and the negotiations went much better. David offered them 20% of all the magic stones the army collected, at a price below market value. He does this because he understands perfectly well that the opportunity to directly purchase stones will be very profitable for them. So it would be right to establish trade relations. Instead, whenever he orders, military equipment must be produced first. Of course, he will pay fairly depending on production. And therefore, I think this is a great deal for both parties. Using money and power, he managed to persuade these respectable people. At the moment, negotiations are the only thing he can do, but does that make him a materialist? Soon, the union leaders agreed to these conditions and began to jump for joy. They are now ready to get to work. David has long understood how to act in order for negotiations to be successful. There is nothing more reliable in this world than money. Don't forget that the first location will begin soon. 1,000 living armors are already moving towards the city walls. It will be difficult to stop them because they are very powerful and durable, but it is possible, and David will find a way to do it. They will be here in about 2 days, so there is still time to prepare and form a strategy. Of course, not everyone is optimistic about the upcoming battle, and on some faces you can see an understanding of the coming catastrophe. Lucas decided to speak to the Lord first. He wanted to understand what they should do and get clear instructions. David replied that they would have to give all their strength to save the city, and for this they all had to listen to him carefully. He soon shared his vision of the upcoming battle and emphasized that if they acted as a true team, they could win. Lucas promised to give everything he had for the sake of victory. Namely, he would lead the army forward because he was the new commander of the crossing. Of course, everyone understands that Lily can no longer fight on equal terms, but David explained to her that right now they need her more than ever. Of course, she won't be on the front lines fighting enemies, so there's no need to worry. At first, she didn't understand what he was hinting at, but then she guessed that she would be responsible for the water artifact. David apologized to her and explained that he could not fire her. She would work for the state her whole life. Then he started talking to Jupiter. This woman hopes to get a raise if she shows excellent results. This grandmother always thinks only about money. Her character has a gold rush characteristic, and this nuance cannot be turned off. David said that of course her salary could increase depending on her efforts and results. This is normal practice in any army. There is no other mercenary in the world who works so hard to earn money, so now she is the captain of a special squad. It's time to talk to Damien. He received a special item that the Lord had prepared specifically for him. This is a crossbow. It has no bonuses, but it is very durable and has strong attack stats. Now Damien will be a long-range shooter. He is happy and ready to carry out any order of the Lord. It turned out that Damien doesn't wear glasses because his vision is perfect. He used to wear them to make his vision worse. It seemed very strange, but now it's the other way around. Because the boy knows that the Empire needs his eyes, and he will no longer wear glasses. The best warriors received clear instructions from the Lord. David was pleased that he was able to find a common language with them. Ider also looked happy. All this time he was worried that someone else would be here with glasses. David immediately asked him to shut up and not talk nonsense, just like usual. After discussing future strategy, the Lord went to the southern part of the city wall. Letters from trade unions came to the Lord and said that there were many problems with the wall because they had not been doing any restoration work for a long time. Of course, this is the fault of the director who ran this city during the absence of the Lord. Repairing the city walls is essential, but the aider explained that he did not have the money to undertake the restoration. The fewer monsters appeared, the fewer stones could be obtained. The previous lord limited the city's budget. This fort was built primarily to deter monsters, but now the fort's function has been reduced due to a decrease in income. David said that he didn't care how much money or materials were spent. The main thing was to strengthen the wall. He asked to start this process quickly, because the monsters will not wait. They will come and destroy everything around if the walls are weak. After that, the lord and his assistant went to the workshop. Over the next 2 days, these people must make the walls. These walls must be very high and strong. David began to explain that this work was very important. He was told that he didn't understand that monsters would easily break through these pitiful wooden walls. But the Lord replied that he did not need super walls of incredible strength to deter the enemy. He only needs ordinary wooden walls. He has a plan for how to use them properly. The main thing is that they are very wide and tall. This is the only important criterion for him. Over the next 2 days, they made the necessary preparations, the time passing almost instantly. When the preparations were complete, David announced that there were 30 minutes left until the battle began. Looking closer, you can see that legions of demons are already approaching the city walls. These guys aren't coming here to joke or chat, they're going to kill, slash, and torture. There are a very large number of monsters. This is probably the key problem of fighting them. The city walls have been strengthened and the troops are on alert, so everyone is ready for a fierce confrontation. David told his soldiers that there was nothing to fear because a small flock of slugs was approaching them. Of course, he lies to boost the army's morale. Living armor is the worst monsters you can face in the first half of the game. He continued to talk about how they were the strongest army in the southern part of the empire and motivated the soldiers. This is also a complete lie, because in reality they are just a group of mercenaries consisting of retirees and rookies. Despite how much money they spent on training, it's still not enough to completely solve all the problems. He tries his best to convince the military that they will succeed. David assures his men that in the evening, they will be raising glasses of delicious wine and celebrating the victory. The weather started to change very quickly. Everything was almost ready for an epic battle. David has high hopes for Jupiter. Half of the army's power currently depends on this woman and her squad. The Sorcerer of Light, to whom he paid incredible money, has launched a counterattack. So far, everything is going according to plan. All the monsters had only one common goal: to kill people who came across their path. If they don't have any obstacles, they will always try to approach people as if they were closer. To put it another way, you can easily predict which direction they will move. That's why David used mercenaries to lure monsters into traps. Of course, they didn't have time to make these traps deep enough, but it's much better than nothing. Everyone who considered this grandmother an ordinary fraud should take their words back, because today she is showing her true greatness. Although she sold her soul for money, when it comes to war, she is one of the best in the world. Her first technique is called the lighting zone. Today, the living armors will feel this power on themselves. The lighting zone will really brown them, and now they will look more like fried chicken. After such a lighting zone, it is difficult to continue fighting, but of course it is not enough to stop the entire army. This Iron Lady continued to smoke her cigarette and told the monsters that they should respect the old school. She always enjoys her power. Tonight there will be fried armor for dinner. At such moments when she is motivated by big earnings, she turns into a real devil. After several minutes of attacks, she used her second skill, relighting. The warriors of the fortress watched this and rejoiced. It seemed to them that with the help of this woman they would not even have to fight. The first technique places marks on enemies that have taken damage, and the second technique extracts the marked targets, ideally. David was very pleased with Jupiter's work. She really turned out to be a very skilled female warrior. Of course, the traps that were prepared in advance helped her in this, but she still did most of the work herself. Nevertheless, we must not forget that there were still thousands of enemies. She was only able to destroy a small part. Now it was time for Jupiter and her band of mercenaries to retreat to the city walls. They were able to contribute to the future victory, but now their strength is needed within the fortress. Now these monsters have become even more angry. They are ready to kill and feel no pity for women or children. Jupiter asked her assistants to immediately speed up, not look back, and keep moving forward. They really need to hurry, because if they stop for even a second, there won't even be a wet spot left of them. David asked all the warriors to prepare and act according to the plan. Everything must be clear. The mercenaries were approaching the wooden walls, and now it was time to see what the Lord had planned. Judging by his reaction, it was clear that so far everything was going according to his plan. The wooden walls were raised up, everything ready for a successful maneuver. David looked pleased. He welcomed the monsters to the world of walls. They had probably never seen anything like it before. The living armor must make their next move. Everything seems pretty obvious to them. David probably wants to take advantage of their mental retardation. Because of this, it is easy to predict their future actions. If they had completely enclosed the city limits with wooden walls, these walls would soon have been completely destroyed. But now they have to advance through a small space. Their army is shrinking and they are losing mobility. David had expected this, as it was the perfect moment to start attacking them and forget about saving shells. He ordered open fire and to shoot without stopping. Now the living armor became easy prey. When the monsters realized they had been trapped, it was too late to react. Panic gripped them, and within seconds they found themselves in the center of real chaos. This can be called the basis among strategy games in which you have to worry about defending territory. With the help of his experience, David found the perfect plan for a successful battle with a strong opponent. This can also be called a death zone. He predicted the enemy's future actions and was able to find the right solution. Monsters are not even able to overcome this point. They remain an easy target. If this continues, will this not be enough for the final victory? David is sure that this will not be enough. He said that although they were able to take advantage of the opportunities, the monsters will not stop there. There are too many of them, and very quickly they begin to adapt to the conditions of battle. There's no way this will end that easily, because these spirits are very strong. David expected this continuation of the battle and prepared for it. Now he needs Lily's help. He asked the girl to activate the gravitational field artifact. The process was launched very quickly, the artifact is activated, and soon everyone will see its effect. With the help of this artifact, you can slow down your opponent's actions, which gives you more chances to win. As soon as the movements of the living armor slowed down, David ordered the army's chief knight Lucas to act. Lucas, always ready to carry out his lord's orders, asked the ballistae to prepare. Soon, a large number of weapons on the upper floor of the fortress were ready for use. Now they will show that today's battle will be won by the people. He ordered to aim straight at the soul core and soon allowed to open fire without warning. Thousands of arrows were simultaneously fired towards the monsters. Within seconds, the living armor lost hundreds of its warriors, although this was only the beginning. Empire warriors can also increase their attacking potential by using crossfire. After that, you can take out the enemy using the artifact and arrows, so everything is going according to plan. Soon the first problems finally began. The Lord was informed that the monster was trying to bypass the wooden walls. They guessed that they needed to look for alternative routes to the fortress and began to act more wisely. Although David was unhappy, he knew that this could happen, but more monsters guessed to act wisely than the Lord expected. He called Jupiter and her squad of professional mercenaries and said that the living armor attacking from the right flank was now her problem. He ordered them to be driven away from the fortress using hit-and-run tactics. For an experienced warrior, this should not be a problem. So Jupiter and her team are ready to carry out the Lord's order. She prepared to use her formidable weapon again and send these murderers to hell. David is pleased that Jupiter is doing a great job with the block on that side, but there are also monsters on the other side. The time has come to use the secret weapon called Demian. It is his turn to contribute to the future victory. David said that Damian should destroy the monsters attacking on the left flank. With the help of his vision skills, he is able to single-handedly destroy a huge number of opponents. Even Olympic shooting champions would envy his accuracy. This guy really does his job masterfully. His help in this battle is just as important as in past confrontations with monsters. The soldiers had never before seen someone so accurately attack an opponent from a long distance. These eyes are truly priceless. With this guy, you can pierce the core of the soul with an ordinary arrow. Now the death zone is in the center. It is a zone with arena rules where the last surviving player will gain freedom. Jupiter controls the right flank, Demian controls the left flank. At this rate, there shouldn't be any problems until the boss shows himself. It's always nice to see that the preparation is working, but now things have started to happen that David couldn't have predicted. Soul cores began to gather in one place and fly into the sky. There was nothing like it in the game. During this time, they have already been able to defeat a large number of monsters. But now it may not matter at all. David saw this spirit in the sky and began to suspect that it might be the boss. That's exactly what happens. If a regular living armor is at level 5, then the one called the Ghost Knight is at level 25. The Ghost Knight is a real disaster for any fortress because it's not entirely clear how to stop him. It is the boss who gives strength to his legion, although the legion is strong in itself. But even after destroying it, a battle with the boss still awaits you. The legion of living armor was almost completely destroyed, but it turned out that this was only half the problem. So far, The monster boss is behaving strangely. He doesn't show resistance, doesn't apply a bad effect, and doesn't attack. He does nothing and only observes from the air, but this is not a game at all, but a real reality. David saw that only because of the appearance of a huge monster in the sky did the soldiers begin to panic, even though this monster didn't even do anything. This is the difference between a war that people are accustomed to and a battle that takes place against monsters. The battle against monsters always awakens the fear of the embodiment of extreme horror. The appearance of the monster boss terrifies the soldiers, as if bringing the remnants of the front line to their knees. But it's not just the humans who begin to tremble with fear. Animals also begin to lose control of reality and behave differently. This creates even more problems, and all of these problems were not included in the overall strategy. Now David was no longer showing signs of satisfaction and control over the situation. Now he was really starting to panic. Sensing their opponent's fear, the living armor immediately ran forward to kill the man right under their noses. A special detachment of mercenaries immediately lined up in front of Jupiter to protect her. The wizard Jupiter is a key element of the first location, but now she is in mortal danger. Lucas proposed a fairly logical idea. He said that they should deploy weapons and artillery to support the Jupiter squad. But David replied that this should not be done under any circumstances. If the kill box disappears, there will be more enemies that will penetrate the walls. A kill box is a closed area that is formed with the aim of driving monsters there and making them easy to kill. The soldiers are in a panic due to the appearance of the boss, the artillery has almost completely stopped firing, and the weak defense has become even weaker. David ordered to focus all attention on restoring the kill box, and also not to allow the soldiers to completely go crazy. David apologizes to Jupiter for not supporting her squad, but there is no other choice. He hopes that she can survive with the help of her powers. Soon Jupiter opened her eyes, although it would be more accurate to say that she opened only one eye. She couldn't understand where she was or what she was doing. At her age, she should be retired, playing with her grandchildren, and growing potatoes. This is what the incredible thirst for money leads to. They urgently need to escape if they want to stay alive. Jupiter quickly recognized that they were in a difficult situation. She didn't even have time to lie on the ground for a while. The rescue team will arrive soon, but you need to stay alive until then. In order to stay alive, you need to successfully defend yourself from attacks by living armor, and this is not an easy task. Of course, Jupiter does not take newcomers and weaklings into its squad. All the fighters in this team are professional killers. Each of them knows how to stand up for themselves, but it's not children at all who are fighting against them, but real demons from hell. After attacking these demons, they still remain standing, even though they should fall to the ground. If you get distracted for even a second, it's enough to lose your life. Even when it seems like you've destroyed everyone around you, there will still be some monster that barely survives. And as soon as you turn your attention to him, other rivals will immediately attack you. It's always hard for a squad leader to watch their men die, but when you go to war, you have to be prepared to face death. Seeing this, Jupiter was not scared at all. On the contrary, she got angry and said that she would fry them in a deep fryer. And it seemed that now she would take revenge for her loved ones, but it turned out that now it was difficult for her to control magic. This is a bad time to lose control of your forces, as other warriors also need help and support. But without using magical power, it is impossible to help anyone, because the number of opponents is too great. Seeing such cruelty, some untrained mercenaries abandoned their weapons and began to flee. But it's hard to escape the spear thrown at you by a professional killer. Thus, in a few minutes, all the members of her squad died before Jupiter's eyes. The small line of defense, consisting of just a few people, was destroyed very quickly. And now Jupiter smells the living armor in front of him, the smell of rusty armor and stagnant water. It could also be called the smell of drowned people. But they would be better off staying at the bottom of the lake rather than coming to fight this woman. It's better not to interfere with her when she's trying to earn money for her retirement. Otherwise, you'll have problems. Her attack was indeed very powerful and destroyed a large number of opponents. But still, she can't use all 100% of her strength. It's even less than a quarter of her maximum level. With each attack, she spends more and more of her energy, although it seems that her opponents are not getting fewer. It turned out that one more guy from the mercenary squad remained alive. She asked him to flee immediately because at least one of them had to survive, and she was willing to buy him extra time. Compared to her, he is just a rookie, and so she wants him to stay alive, but he is not ready to leave the captain. This determined guy remembered the second rule of mercenary survival: always stay close to the sorcerer in the squad. This means that he has a much better chance of survival if he stays close to Jupiter, because running away without a horse is almost the same as dying. This little snotty's strategy was really effective. He turned out to be a pretty smart guy. That's why he decided not to kill the living armor, but only to push them away with his spear. This will help delay the enemies for a while Jupiter can prepare for the next spell. With the help of his vision, Demian saw what was happening, so he provided them with support while staying within the walls of the fortress. They tried their best to hold on and gain extra time, but it wasn't enough to stop all the enemies. By the time Jupiter was able to take away enough energy to create a new bolt of lightning, it was too late. This little boy's body was pierced by enemy spears, and after such injuries there is no chance of salvation. Seeing this with her own eyes, Jupiter completely lost her mind from anger. It always hurts her to watch her comrades die. The power of the heavenly lightning immediately began to take effect. It seemed that anger helped in battle. Soon, all the living armor that tried to stop her was destroyed. Of course, the question arises whether she could have saved his life if she had gathered enough energy a few seconds earlier. Jupiter was too old to take this boy's death to heart. She reminded him of the first rule of survival for a mercenary. Never take on a job that pays a suspiciously large amount of money. All his survival rules were wrong. He would not have been able to succeed as a mercenary. If you really want to be rich and famous, you have to take on a job that is incredibly dangerous and pays incredibly much money. And of course, you should stay as far away from sorcerers as possible because the sorcerer will take all the responsibility. If a person wants to survive, it is better for them to never embark on the path of a mercenary. It is a very bad profession. Jupiter thought life would be much easier when she received a high salary. But it turned out that a big salary equals a big responsibility. Now this woman doesn't even have the strength to light a cigarette. It seemed that everything was over and Jupiter even mentally said goodbye to life. And it was at this moment that salvation came. She was shocked that someone would risk their own life to save her. It turned out that Lucas could not calmly watch as such an important wizard was destroyed by ugly creatures. Let's go back in time for a while and see what was happening within the walls of the fortress. David had just ordered the focus to be on restoring the kill box, and thus decided not to save Jupiter. He hoped that she would be able to save herself on her own, and tried to bring the soldiers back to normal. To do this, he decided to use the technique of the restless general, and it really had an effect on the soldiers. Recall that this technique provides all soldiers within a 10-meter radius with immunity to mental fears. After that, the Lord turned to his personal guard, who said he could calm the soldiers and restore the kill box. At this time, Lucas must lead the rescue team, open the gate, and save the Jupiter squad. Ordering to go to the Valley of Death to save a comrade is an incredibly stupid order, but Lucas was ready to carry it out. He wasn't even worried or doubting the commander's order. There's never any problems with this guy. Meanwhile, David continued to do everything to return the soldiers to normal because they were too scared due to the arrival of the monster boss. Everything that happened next is history. Lucas showed incredible dedication and self-confidence, which is why he saved Jupiter. He took her with him and began to return to the fortress at maximum speed. Hundreds of living armors are chasing them at the same time, all of them eager for the death of Lucas and Jupiter. Dozens of spears were launched into their backs, but even for that, Lucas was ready. Looking at this talented knight, Jupiter invited him to meet her granddaughter. The guy replied that if she had the strength to joke, then she better use it to restore her magic, because there were still a lot of monsters. This made Jupiter laugh, because Lucas was very careful in his statements to his lord. But when he was not around, he became colder than ice. In any case, she should be grateful for the rescue, even though Lucas was only following the Lord's orders. Of course, he could have come sooner, but better late than never. This old woman hadn't been this angry in a long time. Today, she was really out of her mind. Meanwhile, with the help of the skill of the restless general, the kill box was restored in time. This again gave the initiative to the Empire, and also helped Lucas and Jupiter return to the fortress walls. Even this is not enough for David to smile again. He understands that he has lost 4 heroes. This probably happened because he was too confident in his playing experience. In the game, he had to manage the mental health of soldiers. There were similar states, such as fear and panic. But in real life, a soldier's feelings are much more diverse and complex, and he now has to take into account more variables. I would, and very quickly spreads through the use of artillery. Also a result of reality. Killbox fell apart very quickly, and David could not have predicted this. Now they would all have to fight at the fortress walls, although he tried to win only with the help of artillery fire. He was very lucky that there weren't many monsters left, their goals were still real, and the battlefield was still under his control. Lucas wasn't very happy about saving Jupiter. He didn't like the reasons for her release, but he decided to show respect and saved this woman. Now she can help them win this battle. She apologized for her behavior and admitted that she had made many mistakes and that many other mercenaries had died because of her. David calmed her down and reminded her that she could not have known about the monster's appearance, nor did she realize that horses also lose their minds. Jupiter is still sure that it's her fault. She has too much experience, so she should have foreseen all this. That's why she's ready to pay for her mistakes and be the woman who will leave the monster without a head. She's referring to the boss of these living armors, and that's a pretty bold statement. The Lord asked her to regain her strength, as soon all her skills would be needed during the battle. The kill box no longer served its purpose, so David ordered the artillery to stop. There's no point in shooting anymore because all those shots now don't have the desired effect. Although the enemy was approaching, David ordered Damien to rest and regain his strength. A special goal awaits him soon, so he needs to feel 100%. Soon the enemies reached the fortress walls and tried to breach the wall. Very quickly, these hellish monsters realized that this would not work, and so they tried to climb the wall. David ordered all the soldiers in his army to prepare for close combat. Soon everything was ready and the melee team moved forward. A battle without magic, based solely on physical strength, so the chances of victory have become less. If before we saw attacks from a long distance, now we will see something completely different. A battle of truly two different worlds awaits us. A battle of good and evil awaits us. The real war begins. And as soon as the enemy gets as close as possible to the entrance to the city, David orders an immediate attack. The people's strategy was quite simple. When they saw the living armor climbing the walls, they began to throw large stones down. These pieces of rock, steel, and other debris were left over after the equipment was formed. They were assembled on the mountain front in advance and proved very useful in close combat. Many living armors that fell to the ground from a great distance were shattered to death. But some of them were even able to get back up after falling, an incredible thirst for life, even for creatures like them. They continued climbing the mountain, ignoring all the garbage that people were throwing at them. David felt it was the perfect moment to reorganize the team, and said that Jupiter was now the main link. He activated the team's synergy. He has territory defenders with great combat potential, and 2 sorcerers who will attack. If you use these warriors correctly, you can win the battle with the help of their strong characteristics. Of course, this cannot be done without proper troop organization and a smart strategy, but there should be no problems with this. From this point on, the battle ceases to be one-sided, so the logical question arises whether the soldiers will withstand such pressure. Lucas understood how important the moment was and led the soldiers forward. It would be more accurate to say that he began to aggressively attack the monsters and show the soldiers that these opponents were not invincible. He told his men that he would continue to destroy these monsters, and all the other soldiers should be engaged in containment. That's what had to be done. It's not a matter of whether the soldiers will cope or not. They simply have no other choice. In order to survive, all soldiers must be strong. They have no choice but to fall, get up, fall again, fight and win. Soon the time came for Lily to use the Hast artifact, which would give an effect that would increase the speed of the character's movements. Lily knew she would have to use this artifact, so she was ready and acted very quickly. The movement speed of all companions has increased by 5%. This continues for 5 minutes. David also activated his equipment skills technique. They will help the warriors in close combat. They all have to give their all on the battlefield. They have to push down the maximum number of opponents. It's hard for everyone today, but no one said this battle would be won in 5 minutes. Lucas's first skill is the Iron Will Strike. He destroys with the first blow, and this inspires optimism. The more enemies he destroys, the stronger he becomes. So even without the support of his partners, he can destroy the enemy army. But even this was not enough to completely win. It turned out that the Empire was starting to lose. The number of wounded is too high. Lucas does not have time to destroy all his opponents, so the other soldiers begin to suffer seriously. Not only were there those who died, but also a large number suffered injuries that made them unable to continue the battle. This is what distinguishes humans from living armor, because these monsters were not injured and their numbers did not decrease. Damien tried to return to the front line, but the Lord forbade him to do so. This guy, as well as Jupiter, is needed to destroy the boss, so we need to come up with something else. We need to find a way to reduce the number of casualties and get rid of the remaining enemies. David saw the power of fire in front of him. He realized that this was exactly what was needed. It turned out that Lily was going to not only activate the power of the artifact, but also use her magic to defeat the monsters. David was incredibly pleased with the actions. It seemed that he was surprised by her strength. Lily couldn't believe that he had forgotten about her magical abilities. After all, she had always been able to use magic. He promised to definitely promote her in the future. But Lily, on the contrary, wanted to resign from the service. It seems like using fire consumes too much mana, so it won't last long. Soon her spell ended and she said she was dreaming of retirement, but now was not the time for such conversations. He asked to do this one last time because now they need the incredible synergy of their characteristics. With this, fire magic was increased by 25%, which is a pretty powerful advantage. David completely forgot that he was talking to a woman and started calling her a flamethrower. Meanwhile, the enemies continued to advance, but the soldiers held them back with their own forces. Lucas destroyed the living armor with his sword, and at least somehow reduced the number of enemies. And of course, we must not forget about the help of Lily, who, with the help of her fire, roasted a large number of these iron fools. Soon the initiative passed completely into the hands of the people, and they took advantage of these opportunities very well. They even thought they had won, with no one left of the army of living armor, so they began to celebrate. The Lord immediately approached them and told them to be quiet and stop, because this was not the end at all. He asked us not to lose concentration and reminded us that there was only one opponent left. Very quickly, the soldiers guessed that he meant the monster boss. This great spirit was still alive. With the help of living armor, he formed his armor and finally prepared to act actively, not observe. The soldiers around them immediately began to panic. Now it was necessary to spend some time to restore their confidence in their own abilities. This reality can make you lose your sanity. David couldn't believe that the boss Loki was standing in front of him. This titan is indeed extremely large and powerful, and now that he has received weapons and armor, he has become even stronger. Forming a strategy to defeat such a giant will be a big challenge. At first, even David began to tremble with fear, but then he focused and ordered himself to be a real man. Although this is a very strong opponent, it's only from the first stage, so you need to attack it and do it confidently. The Lord of the Fortress ordered his men to fire without a signal and forget about saving shells. They must roast this spirit that came to them with a sword in its hand. We must hurry to stop him in time, because if he reaches the fortress walls, there will be even more problems. Surprisingly, despite the fire that engulfed him, the Ghost Knight continued to take steps forward. This means that it is time to activate the artifact. It is called a multiplier. It gives an effect of rank R. This artifact is capable of increasing the effect of a character's magic spells by 100%, and Jupiter will help with this. After doubling her strength, this old woman becomes incredibly strong. It reminded her of her golden years when her strength was much greater than it was now. David asked this female pirate to attack the enemy for the last time in her life and hit the weak points of the armor. Perhaps now we will see what is truly legendary, because even David decided to step back so as not to be struck by lightning. She warned that she would not pay the Lord compensation if he turned out to be roasted by chickens. Gathering all of her lightning powers together, she directed this incredible energy at the Ghost Knight. This was indeed enough to make his iron armor. Now you can see the soul core. It was at this moment that David realized that it was time to unleash his real weapon. Of course he means Demian. When you need to hit the target clearly, they always call this guy with incredible eyesight. Finally, Demian will be able to contribute to the victory. He has long since regained his strength and prepared for battle. This time he didn't need to show super accuracy. The opponent was nearby, and the soul core was a pretty big target. He hit it clearly inside this core. Now everything should be over with the monster boss. David looked happy. Even though this battle had been very difficult, they had almost won now. It seemed to him that victory was already in his pocket, but for some reason the monster still did not die. Instead, he raised his sword up and swung it to destroy the fortress wall. The bigger the opponent, the slower he is, so you need to take the opportunity and strike again. Raising his sword up right during a thunderstorm, he asks to be attacked with lightning, and Jupiter can arrange it. The lightning strike was indeed very powerful and well-aimed, but is that enough to win? It's not entirely clear how such a strong monster can exist on the first level of the game. He is alive and ready to continue the battle. It seems that everything is fine with him and nothing happened. Now all plans were ruined. David immediately began to order the soldiers to retreat. If they don't escape in time, they will be subjected to a very powerful attack from a huge sword. The Lord was approached by a bowman and ordered him to immediately flee with the others. He had no right to leave the army without him. At this moment, the ghostly knight struck with his sword against the walls of the fortress. The effect was very devastating. Lord hit his back hard but was not seriously injured. All the key players in this game have survived, but they are confused and don't know what to do next. Only a little later did it become clear that the worst was behind him. With a broken soul core, the monster could not stay alive. This was his last blow. He couldn't stand it and shattered into small pieces. Finally, the monster boss was destroyed. Of course, his last blow caused serious damage to the fortress walls, but that doesn't really matter now. Lucas tried to take the Lord to a safe place, but David assured him that everything was fine now. He had seen something like this many times when he played this game. This is what a flash of anger from the realization of imminent death looks like. You could say that this is a demonstration of fear, panic, and madness. This attack cannot cause harm, but it can drive you crazy. David confidently said that this is where the human territory begins. She told the monster to get away. The restless general's skill was activated. It looked very beautiful. Such an end to the battle always enhances the overall memories of this difficult day. The warriors were shocked and didn't even quite understand where this big monster had gone. Only then did they realize that the prince had protected them and destroyed him. So now it was truly the end. The clouds began to disperse, and sunlight returned to the Empire's territory. The victory was won in a very difficult battle. They lost a large number of people but saved even more lives. David felt that this victory could be a turning point in history. He is confident that they will continue to win. The fear that could be seen in the eyes of these soldiers began to retreat like a wounded enemy. Instead of this fear on the faces of the warriors, one could see confidence and joy of victory. It's unclear whether this was all thanks to the Lord's passive technique or his ability to say the right words, but it's still a very nice feeling. He said that they should destroy all the monsters on Earth and continue to live peacefully. All David did at that moment was scream with all his heart, screamed with joy that the first victory had been won. On the first evening after the battle, a festival was organized in the city center. The Lord congratulated all the people on the important victory and suggested raising glasses of delicious beer for those warriors who are not with them today. He allowed himself to party until the morning and drink as much as he wanted. Today, he is ready to pay for all this. Thus began a real celebration, a celebration that this city has long deserved. People enjoyed the pleasant atmosphere, listened to music, danced, and sang, which is how a victory should be celebrated. The soldiers enjoyed the holiday and rested. They finally got what they wanted. Meanwhile, only one person remained calm and hardly celebrated, and that person was the Lord. He sat quietly and watched the festival, a smile on his face, but he still remained serious. Soon, Lucas approached him. He had already said that the Lord had not drunk a single glass of beer today, and had not even eaten anything. He asked the Lord to knock out some beer, because today he had stopped 1,000 living armor without much loss. That was definitely something to celebrate. David decided to relax a bit and take a few sips of cold beer. But everything turned out not to be quite so. He expected a different taste. The impression was as if this was not beer at all. There was at least 20 degrees of alcohol. You probably have to accept that alcohol was a little different in those days. There were no major losses, but that doesn't mean there were no losses at all. If someone dies, it doesn't matter how many people died. Every life is important and every warrior is very valuable. Although, of course, it is clear that losses cannot be avoided. It is too cruel a game. But if he had been a little more careful, he could have reduced the number of people who died in today's battle. David had already had time to analyze today's events and noticed that the battle was different from the battle during training. And yet, Lucas believes that his boss did a great job and did everything right, so he shouldn't be upset. In any case, let them not speak, but their words will not make dead people come back to life. Lucas said that this is a celebration of victory. If the Lord is unhappy, then the soldiers are also sad. Therefore, it is time to smile and celebrate the victory with others. This is also the work of the Lord. After such pleasant words, David could no longer intervene and decided to smile back. At this point, the Lord was scared by the game director. He always comes without warning. Remembering the victims of the battle is certainly important, but he believes they should also find time to celebrate the victory. Since eating only meat is quite unhealthy, the Eider decided to cook and bring some vegetables. He congratulated his lord on clearing the first location, although it wasn't easy. He was able to do it. He asked him to continue in the same spirit, then he would definitely succeed. David decided to obey and eat some vegetables. In any case, it was a useful thing to do. At that moment, soldiers surrounded him and began offering him meat. It seemed to them that they had made him hungry through their greed. According to rumors, the Lord used to eat only meat. So when they saw him eating vegetables, everyone around him began to panic. Soon they finally got him to eat delicious wild boar and drink beer with them. David couldn't understand how this had come to be. He had planned to analyze the battle in a quiet and peaceful place, but everything didn't go according to plan. Lily approached him. It seemed like she had already had a lot of alcohol. The girl began to cry and beg him to release her from service. She could no longer fight. David smiled and said that he would definitely raise her salary if she worked harder. No one will be spared by such difficult times. It is logical that there should be no complaints against the Lord. He didn't ask the assistants to take the girl away and put her to bed. She had spent too much energy today. It turned out that Damien also drank too much beer, although he is quite young for this matter. The pirate's grandmother must have given him this drink. She loves to joke around, despite her age. Jupiter said that he was a full-fledged mercenary, so he had to learn how to drink and smoke properly, and of course, how to spend money. Now she considers him her grandson, so she is engaged in his upbringing. David doesn't understand why she wants to teach her grandson such bad things. She's probably too old, like a real dinosaur. After drinking alcohol, Damien began to feel sad again. The face of his dead friend constantly appears before his eyes. He can't stop thinking about that day. The feeling of guilt makes his heart ache. But when he is near the Lord, he feels better, which is why he is here now. After these words, he fell on the table and fell asleep. He couldn't be allowed to get drunk like that anymore. All this is not because the Lord is anything special. It's probably because he has a passive technique, but he can't tell Damien about it. Jupiter noticed that for some reason her magic was stronger under the Lord's command. She believes it's due to his leadership qualities, but in reality, it's all due to the synergy technique. She helps increase the team's strength by 25%, but she can't know about it either. Lucas decided to continue the conversation and also said that when he is next to the Lord, all his doubts disappear, and his body becomes fast and light. He believes that all this is the noble character of the Lord, his talent for leading people. They all decided to raise their glasses again and drink to their dead comrades, to those who survived, and to the Lord. They were angry because his glass was always full. David said he was feeling unwell. This upset the other soldiers. Now they think they are bad friends and don't know how to cheer them up. Previously, the Lord could drink alcohol for a whole week without stopping. It seems that this character has a very bad reputation. I had to really turn on alcoholic mode and drink a few glasses of beer. Now they all have to drink themselves to death because the Lord is already completely drunk. As long as the moon shone brightly in the night sky, they ate, drank, sang, and talked. The night of victory continued. After the festival was over, David returned home and decided to look in the chest he had received as a reward for cleaning. When he opened one of these chests, he saw something of the highest rank. It was some kind of fantasy. It turns out that clearing monsters and completing missions can be very well paid. He began to tremble with excitement because he really wanted to receive something incredibly valuable. But when I saw the item I received for the first mission, I got really angry. There are many variations of max rank items, but he got a lucky hit. That is, a comfort item. The damage inflicted by these gloves is determined by a tape measure, and sometimes David used them on streams to amuse the audience. But in reality, in real life, these items almost never help the characters. It would be too foolish to throw them away, so he kept them, perhaps giving them to other warriors in the future. If he's lucky, he can always hit the jackpot in roulette, but this happens very rarely. Of course, you have to be optimistic, but there are so many cool items out there that it's really sad to get something like this. Despite receiving a rare golden item, he couldn't sleep all night because of anger. The next day, he woke up very late. It would soon be evening. His head hurt so bad that he couldn't even move properly. He met Lucas and told his assistant that he had to rest today. Apparently, he also drank a lot of beer yesterday, so his condition is not much better than the Lord's. At that moment, Eider came to David and brought him tea. This guy is always full of energy. He said it was tea with honey. It would help you feel better. It turned out that this was indeed the case. As soon as Lord and Lucas drank some tea, they immediately began to feel better. Now is the time to start preparing for the next stage. It will not be easy, but we must not stop and continue to move forward. In their current state, they won't even be able to stop such animals, so there's no point in even talking about monsters. The Lord is interested in how long it will take to repair the fortress. It turns out that it will take more than 2 weeks. With just over 9 days left until the second location, the Lord ordered the soldiers who were not injured to help rebuild the fortress. We need to finish this whole process as quickly as possible and also wait for reinforcements from a neighboring city, which will happen in a few days. We'll have to wait until at least tomorrow to see minimal progress. David can handle everything else, but he's not responsible for the reinforcements, so he can only pray that everything will be okay with them. They have a little time to destroy the monster lair, and David plans to do it together with Lucas. The bodyguard thought that, like last time, their target would be the Black Lake. That's exactly what it is, but this time they'll go under the lake with all the other team members. It's time to change the genre of the game from tower defense to dungeon assault. It will be very interesting. Soon the Lord informed all team members that they would be leaving on an expedition tomorrow morning. It would be easier if they saw everything with their own eyes than if he explained it all in words. The dungeon is designed for 5 people, so he needs all the team members. The Lord also asked the Eider to prepare provisions, canned food, various potions, and the necessary tools. And he also didn't forget to ask to find lanterns and torches, that is, anything that could illuminate the area. The next morning, they all gathered together in the backyard of the Lord's estate. From the very beginning, Jupiter felt that something serious was waiting for them. She wanted to understand where they were headed. In response, David smiled and assured her that she would soon see everything. The magic of teleportation had already been activated. Jupiter could not understand how he used this power, because the power of teleportation disappeared hundreds of years ago. He said that soon everything would become clear to them. They were going to the monster's lair, which was located under the Black Lake. The men were nervous but ready for a fierce confrontation, but Lily was noticeably nervous. David explained that they were going there to investigate and understand why monsters were coming out of that place. This is the only way to stop the invasion, and to do it once and for all. To do this, you need to destroy the source of the appearance of monsters. This is the real goal of the game. David asked everyone to remain calm and activated the teleportation process. Soon they finally arrived at their destination. It was indeed the same lake. It turned out that Jupiter had already been here 20 years ago. When the king's soldiers were at the crossroads, they received orders to fill the lake with earth. David was surprised that 20 years ago they tried to fill this lake with earth. It seems like a fool was running the city back then. The entire magical squad was involved. They tried to use magic to raise the earth and fill the lake. Now, looking back, you can understand that it was impossible. Depending on how many stones and earth went down to the bottom, the lake did not shrink. It endlessly swallowed earth and stones, and then rumors spread among the royal army that the lake was connected to hell. After the first week of attempts, monsters began to appear in legions, and then the army retreated. The plan failed. From that moment on, Jupiter first came so close to the lake, she warned that they should all be careful. David said that they would soon try to go deeper, at which point a real panic began in Lily. The system said they couldn't return until the next stop opened, but David knew about it. He has played this game an infinite number of times, so the system cannot intimidate him. The entrance was opened and he was the first to jump into the water, like a true leader. The system immediately gave several tips. First of all, you need to be attentive and not lose concentration in any situation. There was almost nothing visible around, but you could hear sounds. It seemed as if the darkness was approaching them. The team could not understand where the Lord was. They had a bad feeling about each other. David asked them to remain calm and turn on the lights, and Lucas was the first to do so. Soon, they could see each other and understand what was happening around them. With each passing minute, Lily continued to feel more panicked, although of course they tried to calm her down. They stood in front of the gate. David explained that this was the Kingdom of the Lake, a dungeon that is built underwater, as well as a monster nest that they must clear out today. They can all breathe and move around without any problems. A similar thing in the ancient magic that affects this realm. It's amazing to see with your own eyes how something so big can hide underwater. Lucas was the first to hear the unknown creature approaching and asked everyone to be quiet and get ready. They all understand that a serious battle could begin at any moment, so they must be ready for anything. Lily was already getting ready to return home, but David assured her not to worry, because it wasn't an enemy. This is their first time entering the dungeon, so this is probably an NPC who wants to talk to them. After this creature came closer, it turned out to be a woman. She said that this place did not have what they were looking for. This girl asked them to return to the mountain while they had the opportunity. Surprisingly, David had never seen her before. There are about 100 of them living in hell, which is an underwater dungeon. One random NPC should act as a guide. David started the game 742 times, but this woman never appeared here. He said that they came from the surface to destroy the bee nest. Because of the monsters that come out of here, the outside world is suffering greatly, and so they want to put an end to it. This woman said that the Lake Kingdom had long been plunged into darkness, and no one would ever be able to awaken it. An incredible number of heroes and great warriors tried to lift the curse from this place, but no one succeeded. That is why she advises them not to go into this darkness and to turn back before it is too late. At any moment, darkness could engulf them, and they could also lose their minds due to the smell of evil. David explained that he is the Lord of the Crossroads, a fortress city that exists to stop monsters, so he is responsible for protecting humanity. The dark doesn't scare him at all. If he were afraid of similar missions, he would have returned to the real world long ago. Therefore, they must enter and destroy this demon estate, which is why they have come such a long way. Of course, the door is closed and they can't get inside. If there is another way, they would like to get help. This girl looked intently into the Lord's eyes and after a few minutes agreed to help. She became curious to see if their words were truly filled with courage, or if they were just beautiful phrases. She told them to follow her, and when David asked her name, the girl replied that she didn't remember her name. If it's that important to them, They can call it nameless. David decided to believe her words and force the squad to follow her forward. Lucas was against this idea. He believes that they have no right to go after unknown persons because it could turn out to be a trap. David assured her that everything would be fine. He felt that she could be trusted. Soon she said that if the squad came here, they could get inside. It turned out that she led them to the sewer system. It's slippery there, so you have to be careful. I had to bend over and walk through a narrow tunnel for 5 minutes. Thus, they finally reached the dungeon of the Lake Kingdom. All the sewer drains are connected here. The pipes are dry, you can't hear the water dripping. The first area of the sewers is now open. It's a safe zone. Monsters can't get in here, so next time they can start from here. Seeing the opportunity to return home, Lily immediately said that she urgently needed to return to the city, but of course David was against it. Then, Nameless said that she would not go with them anymore. Now they had to rely only on themselves. David thanked her for her help. Finally, she decided to warn the brave that the Lake Kingdom had already been completely engulfed in horror. The further they advance, the thicker the darkness will become, and the monsters will become stronger. If her words still mean anything, she wants to give advice. Never turn off the lights. After that, Nameless left the squad and went away. Now they will not have an experienced leader. The darkness here has already begun to scare some members of the squad. Even with the help of his eyes, Demian cannot see anything more than a few meters away. It feels as if this darkness is alive and has a soul. It's amazing that this girl can move around this area without a flashlight. This dungeon is full of secrets, and even David, the one who was able to complete this game, does not know the answers to these questions. The only thing he is sure of now is that they will meet Nameless later, but it is unknown whether she will be their friend. Given the level of their team, there shouldn't be a problem with clearing. They decided to move forward full of optimism, although only David and Lucas were optimistic. The main structure of the dungeon is rooms and passages. In the rooms you can find some items, fight enemies, and talk to NPC. In the first room, a test awaited them. They saw huge rats. Of course, they had to be destroyed. These rats are on the 3rd level. It's a small problem, although there are quite a few of them. David immediately recognized the large sewer rats. He already knows that the enemy is not difficult, but you have to be careful. They probably took Lily with them for a reason. This girl is constantly scared and panicking. Now she almost lost consciousness at the sight of a rat. Lucas immediately went forward to attack these monsters. He will keep his distance and destroy those who get too close. Damien is also ready to get down to business. The skulls of these rats are very strong, so the main thing is to aim for the eyes or neck. David also asked the sorcerers not to waste a lot of mana. They should only attack those who broke through the defense of the Lucas. When he had given all his warriors a task, he decided to rest a bit and enjoy the action. There was something to look at, because the other members of the squad were working at their full potential. Each of them has their own strengths, and they are great at using them. Soon, all the rats were destroyed. They could not pose any serious problems for the professional squad. 13 rats were destroyed. Lucas is ready to collect magic crystals, but David believes that this is not necessary because they are of low level. Then he stopped for a while. The system said there were 14 rats in the room, so one was still alive. If they forgot to destroy this nasty creature, it could wait for the perfect moment and sneakily attack. As a result, that's exactly what happened. Oddly enough, the main target of this rat was the Lord. David managed to see the monster approaching and decided to activate his special glove. To do this, you had to play the lottery and win the jackpot. The blow came out really flawless. The team rat had never missed such a powerful right hook. Hitting the wall, his blood flew in different directions. A little more and his insides would have come out through his mouth. It turned out that he was very lucky to land a lucky hit. A number above 100 is a rarity. Lucas immediately made sure that everything was fine with the Lord. He understood that he had to protect him even in this situation. David explained that the prince's attack was caused by the fact that when members of the royal family are in danger, they can activate a superpower. He hopes that they will all believe this lie, and they can continue to move on. Of course, everyone else except Lucas began to doubt, but they continued to move forward nonetheless. There was no one in the next room. David said that there might be something hidden here, so you have to look carefully. Mr. Big Eyes found a chest. There must be some treasure there, but you have to be careful because it could be a trap. Jupiter's gold rush was immediately activated as soon as she heard about the treasures. Now no one can stop her. Even if it turns out to be a trap, this granny is too greedy. Soon the witch apologized. Every time she feels money, she loses control of herself. Now she can calmly give the chest to the Lord. It seems that he doesn't see that she has already put something in her pocket. The system reported that huge sewer rats were approaching them again. It didn't take them long. They easily cleaned the room and continued on their way. The next room is the boss's room, and this is where the fun begins. Once they can destroy it, they will be able to return home, so the squad must make every effort to do so. When they went inside, they smelled an incredible smell of blood and also saw a huge number of rats. Then they saw in front of them the largest rat in history, probably a splinter. He kept repeating that he had to destroy the other rats and return the Lake Kingdom to its best days. Damien has never encountered monsters that speak human language. At that moment, the huge rat heard some voices and thought that some rats were still alive. Before us is the rat boss. He is at level 15 and has incredibly high strength indicators. Oddly enough, he destroys the other rats because he believes he must kill them all. His name is Peleg. It's strange that a rat has a human name. Maybe later the reasons for this will become known. Seeing this, Lily started screaming, but immediately used her fire magic. This girl didn't even wait for orders from the Lord and other team members, but immediately began to act, out of panic. After that, Jupiter took up the matter. She also wants to demonstrate her strengths and stop the monsters herself. I'm not sure her strength will be enough to stop this giant, although she might be able to brown his skin a little. But it turns out that Jupiter shouldn't be underestimated. This grandma is still in great shape. Although Peleg wanted to destroy all the rats in the world, it seems that the time has passed for him to be destroyed. With the help of the two sorcerers working together, it turned out to be quite easy to destroy the boss. His resistance to sorcery was almost zero. If they tried to defeat him using physical properties, many problems would arise. After the rat was roasted, it was time to get its reward. A chest appeared in front of the team as a reward for clearing the boss room. Seeing the chest, David immediately realized that he needed to ask Lucas for help. Of course, it means holding Jupiter. That crazy woman always loses her mind when she sees treasures. In the chest, David found a sword for chopping rats. When you attack a monster with this weapon, your strength increases by 25%. Such a sword could really come in handy in a battle with rats, so David decided to give it to Lucas. Of course, this sword is not good enough to replace Lucas's main weapon, but it can still come in handy. Looking more closely at the chest, David found another interesting item, a scroll of summoning, an automatic turret defense. After all the rewards were collected, there was no point in staying here anymore. The happiest of all was Lily, because she always wanted to go home. The team went down the corridor that connected to the boss room, then the sewer ended. This is where the inner part of the Lake Kingdom begins. This is the second area. David said that they shouldn't be in too much of a hurry to return to their home because they still have work to do. This city became the embodiment of a magical community, a true reflection of a deep realm stuck in darkness. But in this developed city, there is absolutely no light. Just like no living creature, this city is silent and dead. Now they have unlocked the checkpoint in the hidden alley. This is the second area of the Dark Realm. Soon the system reported that they could not go outside this area for now. David was no longer going to fight the monsters. He knew that in that case everything could end very badly. They did a great job and destroyed the rat boss. After opening the second checkpoint, you can return home. Each of the characters received an increase in their current level, which is a great bonus for the achievement. The teleportation bridge was activated and they returned. As soon as the teleportation gate closed, it turned out that there were a lot of different creatures next to them. There was also a man in a mask there. This man was interested because he saw the legendary last player. This situation raises a huge number of questions. In any case, we will be interested to observe this in the future. Meanwhile, the team returned to the crossing town. David thanked them for their help and asked to rest tonight. Jupiter is not sure she will be able to sleep peacefully. It is difficult to accept the fact that a huge city is hidden under a lake. It's even hard to imagine what happened behind this city, especially considering the darkness that engulfed the city's life. This darkness was truly alive. Maybe David knows some answers to common questions. The Lord replied that he had nothing to add, even though he had completely completed the game, but he was not told why the Lake Kingdom became like this. But he has a premonition that he must go to the center of this city and uncover all its secrets. Jupiter is unlikely to be able to fall asleep tonight without a few glasses of delicious wine. Lily said she also wanted to have a drink. Again, circumstances forced them to drink alcohol. These girls can make great friends, but they need to be watched closely because their alcoholism can get out of control. Damien said he wanted to return to church. He still felt awkward after the Lake Kingdom. He is sure that if he prays and asks God for strength, it will become much easier for him. David said goodbye to the boy and ordered Lucas to return home. They also needed to get a good rest. They still have time before the next raid on the Lake Kingdom, so they must use this time to their advantage. Lucas was trying to figure out if they should go scouting and find out which monster would attack next. David replied that everything was already known about it. Next time they would fight against a squad of sewer rats. The Lake Kingdom is completely under the control of these creatures. First, they crawl into all research areas, and then they multiply. Their population reaches a limit, so there are too many of them, and then they crawl out of the dungeon and head to other areas. That is, the monsters they fought will be the Empire's next rivals, but now we need to rest and not think about it. David and Lucas returned to the estate and asked Ader to cook something delicious. But this guy panicked and started saying that they had a disaster. He said that the reinforcements that were supposed to come from a neighboring city would not come to her aid until the next battle. The central and eastern cities of the Empire said they could not send troops. David tried to understand the reason for this situation, and at that moment everyone heard a voice from Lucas's stomach. He immediately began to apologize for his indecent behavior, but everything can be solved with a delicious dinner. David can't solve this problem right now anyway, so there's no point in screaming and panicking. We can talk about it tomorrow. The next morning, after a good rest, David returned to the topic. Eider tried to explain that a war had recently begun on the Western Front, and that the Empire was currently fighting the enemy. They gather all the free soldiers and send them east to support the army. That's why there are no reinforcements they could send to the crossing. But David is sure that something is wrong here. The Empire is constantly waging wars, regardless of the weather, time of year, and season, meaning there is a constant war with neighboring states. But for some reason now, they need all the soldiers of the West, and most importantly, this happened at the moment when David asked for reinforcements. He hoped that the Ader could find mercenaries, but the boy said that they were trying to hire everyone who wanted to, but there were too few of them. Their last battle had only ended a few days ago. It would be foolish to expect the mercenary guild to fill up immediately. Now David has to figure out what to do, because without soldiers he won't be able to win battles. He didn't like that Ader was constantly smiling like a mentally retarded guy. He asked him to think about this problem too. They shouldn't worry about themselves now, only the next mission is important to them. Ader replied that he had one idea, although it was not as easy as it might seem at first glance. He asked the Lord to follow him, but before they set off, Lucas approached them. He tried to understand where David and his secretary were going. Maybe they needed help. It turned out that they were heading to the past Lord. David also found out about this only now. The previous Lord is called the Margrave Cross. First, we need to explain who the Margraves are. In short, they are counts who protect the border. They have great powers compared to ordinary counts, as they are ordered to protect the front from enemies, monsters, and natural disasters. In other words, they are not just nobles, but military commanders who are also responsible for the defense of the region. From the moment people began to cross the crossing, Margrave Cross was always in charge here, and the city was named in his honor. The Cross family laid the road and built a fortress city from the mountain, and so the legendary was formed. This count was born into an influential family and had defended this place for a long time since its creation. But why did he leave this position? The southern front is far from the center, to be honest. Here the Margrave has much more influence than the emperor himself. But Cross resigned from his position as lord and transferred the city to the control of the center, so David took his place. He gave up the land that had been passed down from generation to generation, and that is very strange. Eider said he couldn't tell it briefly, so it's better to hear this story from Cross. Soon they approached his estate. The Margrave lives not far from the intersection. From the very beginning, this place was just a vacation home, but after he left his position, he moved here permanently. Looking around, it seems that no one lives here, but the Eider assured that the Margrave is right here. Soon, an old man with a gray beard noticed the guests and asked them what they wanted. He was very unhappy that unknown people had come here again and ordered them to flee immediately. This is exactly what Margrave Cross is. Eider immediately reminded his old acquaintance of himself and informed him that he had come to visit him with his friends. David couldn't believe that this was really the former lord of the city. He had the impression that he was some old alcoholic. The Margrave was unhappy that guests had come to him again. He asked the Eider not to bring anyone here. The secretary asked to talk to his friends for a little while and introduced Cross to the new lord of the city. David smiled and said that he was very pleased to meet the legendary person. He also said that he was the youngest son of the emperor. Despite the fact that the lord is a tyrant prince, he cannot have bad relations with the count. David said that they had come to talk for a while, and at that moment the Margrave ordered him to get out of here. The lord certainly didn't expect such a conversation. He thought they would immediately find a common language. This old man would not listen to the new lord and continued to order him to get out of his territory. The Everblack Empire is a state with a strict caste system. Almost everyone knows about it. But even if the Margrave was the main one in these lands, he had no right to forget about the formalities in a conversation with the prince. David tried to remind him of the hierarchy, but Cross drew his weapon and prepared for battle. In such a strict empire with its laws, everyone understands what it means to raise a weapon against a member of the imperial family. This means that someone has definitely lost their mind or forgotten to take a pill, and crazy people should be avoided. David is ready to leave, but he will definitely come back and hopes that next time they can have a normal conversation. The Margrave ordered him never to return to this land and to leave him alone. The Margrave's full name is Charles Cross, and he has never appeared in the Empire Defense game before. But the reason David doesn't know him is because he's the father of the best tank in the game, Evangeline Cross. Evangeline has incredible skills and is one of the most popular characters of the highest rank. Surely this old alcoholic has a good side. Maybe in the future they can become friends. The Margrave has his own personal army, an elite detachment of soldiers who remain loyal only to him. If they can convince the Count, it could really help them solve their problems. Ader said that there is one way. Sometimes only an alcoholic can understand another alcoholic. This is hard to accept. David tries to lead a righteous and noble life, but this world does not allow him to be right. In the evening, David decided to return to the territory of this crazy old fool. Charles Cross was incredibly angry and immediately grabbed his weapon and prepared to cruelly punish the young prince. He warned David never to come here again. But it turned out that David did not come empty-handed. He brought with him a huge number of bottles of alcohol. It is unknown where he got so many drinks. The young prince smiled and said that this was what the Margrave loved most of all. The emperor's third son, Mark, in whose body is David, is a real wild boy who loves to drink, seduce women, and fight. A man like him would never have come empty-handed, of course. He brought a large amount of expensive booze with him. He suggested that the Margraves start their acquaintance from the beginning and have a drink together. Of course, the old man immediately agreed to such an offer. He invited the prince to his place and asked him not to forget about the knockout. It's great that old people are very predictable. Now the conversation should be much more productive. Upon entering, David immediately smelled a strong odor of alcohol. But this should not have surprised him. Charles was happy. He hadn't had good company for a long time to drink delicious whiskey or tequila. David was surprised that the glasses were clean. The Margrave said that even if the house was a complete mess, the insects should always be clean. You could say that this is a kind of respect for alcohol, especially for the whiskey of the first year of the Peacemaker. This drink is almost priceless. Peacemaker is the middle name of the current emperor, which means that this drink was made in the year of his coronation. And it also means that this drink is incredibly expensive, so Charles should be happy. David brought this drink so that the elder would treat him much more kindly than during the first meeting. The Margrave was very pleased. It was exactly the wonderful taste he had expected from this expensive drink. They had finished their first bottle of whiskey, and David decided it was time to talk business. It turned out not to be so simple. Charles asked him not to change the subject. Otherwise, he would be forced to expel him again. David asked to give him something to eat, but it seems that this alcoholic always drinks on an empty stomach. Soon, he went to another room and brought something for the guest. It was dried fruit. It turned out that Charles has his own orchard where he grows various fruits. So he not only does alcohol extraction but also does some housework. You could say it's his hobby. It tasted absolutely awful, too sour and tasteless. It's unclear how you could even eat it. Charles said that it was rude to spit out what he had grown so diligently. It was disrespectful to him. But as soon as he tasted these dried fruits, he immediately felt approximately the same emotions as David. He had been diligently growing fruit in his garden for a whole year, and this was the result. After that, he said it was better to keep knocking back the whiskey and forget about food. The crossing is located in the southern part of the continent. The days are long here, and the land is fertile. Rumor has it there is no better place to grow fruit. That's why it's so strange to realize that these fruits taste terrible. But anything you plant on these lands will grow in abundance, even without support. But of course, if they aren't attacked by monsters every day, because that's a real problem. Monsters destroy fields and kill farmers. But even when monsters die, black energy seeps out of them and seeps into the ground. After that, the entire area becomes infected, the land becomes cursed, and all plants wither and die. That is why there are almost no fields left around the fortress city. Markgraf looked at his vocals with a worried look. He looked at the golden alcohol made from fruits and grains that would never grow in these lands. He gardens because everyone has to do at least one stupid thing in life. His foolish act is growing fruit and maintaining a garden. Now he won't be able to get drunk even if he wants to, but he's used to it. David again started trying to talk to him about a serious topic. Charles reminded him that he did not want to change the subject of the conversation. David said that he was ready to be kicked out of this house, but he would still say what he had to. Monsters are trying to enter their territory again. Their numbers have increased and are constantly increasing. The last time they fought 1,000 living armors, this battle took many lives, but they still achieved a positive result. They stopped the enemy, but the fortress walls were badly damaged, and there were incredibly few soldiers left. Now they are in desperate need of military support. They really need the soldiers who are under the command of Charles Cross. The elder calmly replied that there were no soldiers under his command, but David knew everything about the Cross family's personal army. Charles explained that he had friends whom he had trained and shared the battlefield with all his life. But when he renounced his title, laid down his spear and shield, they also abandoned their military affairs. They are all retired now, although David is certainly trying to get them called back to do the hard work. The Margrave showed the sour dried fruit and said that it wouldn't work, because this land wasn't worth defending. Charles asked not to waste innocent lives trying to defend this worthless front line. It is better to evacuate the city before it is too late. This is being said by a man who belongs to an influential family that has made it their duty to protect these lands. After a short pause, Charles Cross asked the prince why he had come south. Everyone is dying here, there is no hope for the future, so the count advises the young prince to leave here immediately before it's too late. For soon it may be too late, for the curse of this land will eat him whole. Lucas hoped that the Lord had managed to convince the old alcoholic to help, but David said that his plan had failed. The Lord said that he only received a bag of dried fruits from the elder, which tasted very sour. Surely this count had to go through some difficult moments in his life. David hopes that Lucas might know something about the man's past that broke him so much. Ader said that David should hear all this from the Margrave personally, but in reality David learned nothing. In any case, beliefs remain beliefs. Now David and his men must do everything in their power to protect the city. They must repair the wall and prepare for battle. No matter what cards he has in his hand, the monsters will come and they will have to be stopped. David must give it his all and kill monsters with all his might, so he must return to the city and get to work. The next stage is approaching. The next morning, David immediately began planning the repair work. Workers had only recently finished breaking open a huge sword left behind by the living armor boss. Today, they will clean up the trash and start repairing the wall. David asked not to throw away the fragments of the sword, but to spread them out in front of the wall. It would make a wonderful partition, perfect for stopping rats. It will take longer than expected to fully repair the wall, as the wall is in worse condition than they anticipated. David was told that it could take about 10 days, although there was still a week until the next fight. There is absolutely no time. Of course, you can't repair the partition wall, which is the embodiment of imperial architecture, in a few minutes. David said that he would take care of the materials and the workers, and they should do their best to finish the renovation within a week. The prince understands that this task is almost impossible to accomplish, but he has no other choice. This is not a mistake or a hallucination. An army of 3,000 level 5 rats is approaching them, so it won't be sweet. The 3,000 dog-sized rats they encountered during their free exploration were too many, so they need the wall of this fortress because without it, it will be almost impossible to defend the city. The leader of the workers said that they would try to do it, but it was noticeable that he was upset because he understood how difficult the task was. David thanked him for his hard work and sacrifice and asked the other workers to work harder. For the past few days, he had been repairing the wall during the day and drinking cross-country with the Margrave at his house at night. There was no conversation between him and the Count, only alcohol and silence around. The line of defense steadily, every day, became stronger. Of course, there were also disadvantages to such a life, as the prince's liver steadily became weaker. He poured alcohol into his stomach for a huge number of hours, and after 4 days of such a life, the Margrave finally began to speak. He asked David if he had the person he loved. It was a strange question. At first, David didn't understand anything, but the player repeated his words. David immediately thought about this question. It seemed to him that there was no one he loved. In his world, even before he became a streamer, he was always alone. No one particularly loved him. And he also didn't love anyone in return, meaning he was a rather lonely person. After that, he began his streaming activities and rapidly gained an audience, and then the guy began to receive love from viewers. But this love was never mutual. In any case, no matter how much he thought, he could not find the person he loved. Margrave Cross said that he must have had a very difficult life, and this angered the boy. It's strange to hear this from someone who constantly drinks alcohol alone. Not deciding to ask him a counter question, Charles replied that he had been in love, but that was before. He loved his wife very much. She was the only one he loved throughout his life, but she died 3 years ago. She was torn apart by monsters in the garden, and they even had to hold a funeral with an empty coffin. There is a curse that is passed down to every lord of these lands, but David has never heard of it. This city, or you, there will come a time when everyone has to choose one thing. There have never been any exceptions. No one could escape this curse. Not the First Lords, not Charles' grandfather, not even his father. As he told this story, His hands began to tremble, even despite the large amount of alcohol he had consumed beforehand. This moment also came for him, when for several decades there was practically no activity observed among the monsters. The city was quiet, but there was no income. And due to financial problems, Charles had no choice but to open his own business. My wife said they needed to get into farming. It was a pretty interesting idea. War had broken out in the northern lands, and so the empty and peaceful lands of the south seemed like an ideal option. Monsters appeared rarely, so the land was almost unpolluted. They thought this land would be ideal for farming. Therefore, the family decided to expand their possessions. Rumors about this land spread around, and people began to flock here from different cities. There were few monsters they could easily defend themselves, so for a while everything went well and their garden flourished. Like a true lady, his wife took the initiative to plant trees and sow the land in the most dangerous places. He still remembers the grapes she fed him with dirty hands. The fruit they grew the first year was terrible, but it was sweeter than anything else in this world. For a moment, Charles even had hope that perhaps he would be able to forget about killing monsters. Instead, he could work in the fields, pick fruit, and earn a living. He wondered if such a life was possible. But of course, as it turned out in the not-too-distant future, such a life turned out to be impossible. Then, in their second year of farming, they received information that 100 huge monsters were approaching the city. Charles hurried back to the intersection. His wife stayed behind to watch the garden and asked him to be careful. Only after arriving in the city did he learn the terrible truth that the monsters decided to split up. A small pack of monsters separated from the main group and decided to attack agriculture. The main group of monsters was already attacking the city, and Charles had to make a choice. He must choose whether to save his wife on the farm or protect tens of thousands of city residents. Everyone probably guessed what this man chose. No additional clues were even needed. He chose the city, just like his ancestors. He chose the city because principles and rules told him so. He defended the fort and fought the monsters. They were able to win after several hours of fighting. But by the time he returned home very quickly, the fields had already been destroyed and all the people had been killed. A small pack of monsters tore hundreds of people apart, including his wife, of course. Margrave Cross was true to his calling, and in return lost what was dear to him. It is not known what the problem was: a reliable line of defense protecting the border, or too large a territory of possessions. He thinks it's 100% his fault, but that's not even what hurts him the most. What kills him from the inside is the fact that at that difficult moment he left his wife and chose the city. His daughter called him crazy. She never understood how he could choose the city over his wife. A few days later, she left the place. That's what he got for protecting the intersection. His wife died, and his daughter left him. Now he is forced to rot in his estate in loneliness. And this is just one example. The curse of this city has existed for more than a decade. David must have heard by now that the intersection is also called the City of Graves. That's right. This city is built on bones. It will also force the young prince to make a choice. In order to protect these lands, there will inevitably come a time when you will have to sacrifice something precious for the sake of it. David listened attentively and didn't answer anything. It seemed like it sounded not like a curse, but like a prediction. As a prediction of the inevitable cause and effect of the future. The Charles family has tried to live with this curse for many years, but they can no longer do so. Charles is not going to pass this curse on to his daughter, and David understands this perfectly. So it turns out that he resigned to protect his daughter from inheriting the position of lord. Charles wants his daughter to leave these cursed lands once and for all and live freely and happily. He's talking about the SSR rank tank, Evangeline Cross, the character that David wanted so badly to get. Charles already understands that the young lord has come to ask for the city's help. He had already defended this territory enough, and because of this he had lost a lot, even more than he should have. That's why he explained to the guy that he no longer wanted to interfere in this process. In Charles's eyes, reflected in his glass of whiskey, there was no pride in the fact that he had dedicated his life to protecting the front line. In his eyes, one could only see regret that he was not there with his wife when she died. He wants to die in this garden, not on the walls of the fortress. This is enough to refuse David's offer. Charles told the young prince the whole truth, a sign of gratitude for staying with him, but now David must go. The elder gave him one last piece of advice. If such a moment ever comes for him in the future, he should think carefully before making a choice. David should not regret his decision, just like Charles. And their conversation ended there, and the Lord returned to the city. It's now the 5th day of wall repairs, 2 days before the next phase begins, and the workers are really doing a great job. He allowed them to take a break and enjoy a delicious lunch. As expected, the Lord was quite generous to the people, so they very quickly improved their attitude towards him. Of course, there were people who were upset because they weren't given some alcohol for dinner, and David immediately asked them to shut up and eat in silence. Since he gave enough workers, they should have time to get everything done before the monster invasion begins. The temporary wall repairs will be completed in 2 days, so far everything is going well. The most difficult aspect is over. Now we need to move on to some more interesting nuances. The Lord will be able to use the magical summoning scroll that was found in the last expedition. It can only be used after studying it in the alchemical workshop. Today, the study by Sugva was completed. David confirmed in the system that he wants to use this item. Expectations are quite high. Now David has gained the summoning magic skill, an automatic defensive turret. Finally, he will be able to use the item obtained from the chest and the mana core, so all the necessary ingredients are collected. Now he has to choose a place where he wants to install the turret. It won't take much time. So far, everything looks pretty promising. It seems like the intersection will be ready for the monster attack in 2 days. The turret was installed very quickly. This weapon really looks very threatening to monsters. Everyone is happy. The alchemist believes that this is a technology of magical architecture lost 100 years ago. David thanked everyone for their help. Thanks to them, the defensive line is getting stronger and stronger. He asked them to continue in the same direction and then they would taste victory again. He sees a wonderful mood in the eyes of all these people and hopes that it will continue to be the same. Now, it's time to move on to the next stop, the Forge. Armor was ordered there to protect against monster attacks. It seems that everything is going according to plan. It was made with the Ghost Knight's mana core as the main ingredient. David doesn't really like that her strength is at a fairly weak level, but in any case, she is more useful than expected. This equipment was ordered personally for Lucas. He almost cried when he found out about it. I guess we should give him gifts more often. David immediately thanked the blacksmith for the wonderful work. The man was also happy because he was able to work with good material for the first time in a long time. If the Lord trusts him again, he will do everything in the best quality, so David can order anything at any time. Creating equipment plays a big role in the game. The young prince must come to the forge very often. After that, David turned to Lucas and said that they should go to the western part of the city. Something important was happening there. On the western field of the fortress city, the sounds of cannon shots could be heard in memory of those who died in battle. It was a burial place for warriors who gave their own lives for the empire. New graves were covered with earth, under carefully placed monuments. This time there were not so many deaths, but it is difficult to look at these statistics with optimism, because these are still people who lost their lives. The Lord has always organized everything at the highest level. There can be no complaints about him in this regard. Today passed like a second. As always happens when you have a large amount of tasks ahead of you. It turned out that David had spent most of the city budget on these burials. He also organized compensation payments to the families of fallen soldiers, a truly royal way to spend money. But this is the front line, a place where lives are washed away like a muddy dam during the rainy season. There will come a time when the Lord can no longer hide what is happening with good deeds. But is the game really here to say just that? Maybe he ran out of alcohol at home because there are never many bottles of whiskey. Sometimes he comes here to have a drink alone, but that's not what he's here for today. He asked his former comrades for their opinions, asked if they would like to defend the city. They all said they wanted to do it, and were ready to return soon to fight again for the fortress city of the Crossing. This is the best news David has heard in a while. He was very happy to hear these words from the Margrave. It is unknown whether these grandfathers will be able to help the city enough, but they are already preparing for the upcoming battle. Now David must take full responsibility for them, treat them well, and respect them. David began to thank the elder for his help and said that he would never forget his deed. The game was very strict, so the young prince could not understand how to get closer to him. That's why he couldn't believe that this man would really help him. Honestly, it was completely unexpected. That's probably all Charles Cross can do for the city, but it's enough. He wished the new lord good luck and asked him to take care of the city and its inhabitants in the future. David thanked the previous lord for his help and promised to do everything possible to ensure success. He also promised to come visit whenever he needed the advice of a wise friend. Charles asked to bring whiskey with him. David said he would also bring some medicinal herbs with him because he was worried about his health. But Charles replied that he didn't need this nonsense. After that, he calmly looked at the boy, turned around, and started walking home. David wanted to stop him even though he was old. He was still the Margrave Cross, who had defended this front all his life. He could have helped a lot in this battle, but he has already lost too much in this place. That is why the young prince did not dare to ask him to take part in the battle and only watched him go. He watched and believed that next time they would talk longer, and he would give him some more wise advice. David looked at this experienced man and did not even realize that their next meeting would never happen. 2 days passed. The day of the great battle arrived. Everything was ready from the very morning. The wall repair was completed on time. Of course, some things weren't done very well, but it had to be done for the sake of speed, so now the wall will do its job. All preparations were completed on time, and there were more than enough materials. The army became stronger by about 300 qualified soldiers. They said that from the very beginning their number was more than 1,000 professional warriors. But in the end, David is still happy because the number is much larger than he expected to see. The weapons are already waiting to destroy the monsters. David is sure that today everything will go according to plan. He decided to reorganize the kill box, which was the key to victory in the first part of the last battle. Everything really started out perfectly. David already wanted to see the monsters on the horizon as soon as possible, which he would soon destroy together with his army. Soon the time came, and the masked man appeared on the stage again. He is already approaching the fortress territory, so everything will begin soon. How many minutes before this did the scout return to the fortress city? This is classic practice for any army. He warned that the monsters were approaching. There were a lot of them, and they all looked very angry. It seems like they were deliberately not fed for several days to make them even hungrier and more cruel. With 10 minutes left until the start of the second stage, David warned the warriors that everything would begin soon, and they should all prepare for battle. The preparations were perfect, everything was done on time, and everyone knew their personal mission in this battle. In all the time he had been playing this game, there had never been a situation like this where everything was fine from the very beginning. Soon, David saw this clown on the horizon. It seemed that he came alone. The Lord was a little confused because he couldn't figure out who it was. He tried to show this character to Lucas, but at that moment he disappeared from his field of vision. In this case, you need to ask for help from a person who sees everything in the world. For example, Demian. It turned out that this guy with incredible eyesight also couldn't see anything. Maybe it was all just a hallucination, but if not, someone was really there. David had never seen this character before, but he forgot about it now, because the ground began to tremble, and he realized that the monsters were approaching. He must remain calm regardless of whether he has hallucinated or not. He should also ignore the number of these nasty rats. The only thing he can do is stop them. The artillery prepared to launch an attack on the monsters. Each one of them was ready and waiting for the signal. Soon David ordered to open fire. The guns began to fire almost without stopping. And now these disgusting creatures will feel the power of empires and will understand that it is better to return to the sewers. They have no armor or any magical protection, so they become easy targets. David watched from a bird's eye view and was very pleased with the start. Almost 100 rats were destroyed from the first attack. They are quite weak opponents. Their strength is numbers. We must admit that their number is really extremely high, which makes it even difficult for them to leave because there are too many of them. In other words, by directing attacks at a single target, you can destroy a large number of enemies at once. Almost 30 minutes had passed since the beginning of the battle, and with the help of the system, David saw that he had already destroyed a third of the rat army. There were so many corpses that the rats could use them to climb through the kill box. No one thought about this before the battle began, but now it's too late to panic. The wooden walls could not withstand such an influx of rats and began to break down. Destroying the kill box was not part of the Lord's plans, but in any case, thanks to this, a third of the rat army was destroyed. David ordered the artillerymen to change their target and prepare the ballistae. The kill box was formed far from the fort walls, the ground behind it littered with obstacles. So far, everything is fine, but David still missed something. It turned out that rats are very fast. It is almost impossible to shoot them accurately. This nuance is obvious, but everyone forgot about it. The running speed of the fourth monster was indeed extraordinary. The Lord should have known about it in advance. If nothing changes, there will be many more rats that manage to reach the wall than he expected. A weapon came to the rescue, which was formed thanks to a gift in the chest. Perhaps it will change the situation. An automatic defense turret should make these hellish creatures roast on the grill. Even David didn't expect it to be this large-scale. It's obvious that automatic turret defense is best suited for defense. But no matter how strong and powerful it is, it will not be able to protect the entire front. In addition, the turret had almost completely used up all its shells and entered a rollback state. The Lord looked at the front and was worried because there were too many opponents. They are approaching the fortress walls very quickly. The remains of the Ghost Knight's great sword help, but it's not enough. It's only a matter of time before these monsters approach the city walls. Close combat is probably inevitable, so there will be casualties among the soldiers. At this moment, an extremely large explosion occurred on the front line. Judging by the Lord's reaction, this didn't exactly go according to plan, because he wasn't expecting it. These hits were almost perfect, immediately sending a huge number of monsters to hell. He couldn't understand who did it until he saw that now legendary warriors were fighting on their side. His army, the result of recruiting old warriors with great experience, turned out to be even stronger than expected. They were constantly with the soldiers and acted as mentors. These people also assured the prince that he didn't need to worry about anything, because they would take care of the soldiers. David was pleased and happily trusted these experienced warriors. They were exactly what was needed. Now the defense continues to do its job. So far everything is going great. With the help of the Margrave's army, the soldiers effectively attacked the sewer rats. Everyone is probably wondering what the members of the Lord's team are doing at this time. Are they really resting and doing nothing? Lucas leads the front line. He is always close to the soldiers and ready to give orders or support the warriors. If David proposes some general plan of action, then Luke always gives commands that correspond to his orders. Even if ignorance of the combat techniques of this world leads to bad orders, Lucas always understands the whole point and gives precise instructions to the soldiers. This main character is very capable, and without him there is almost no chance of defending the Empire. Damien is of course also focused on his tasks. No one can shoot more accurately than this young warrior. Slowly but very confidently, he makes holes in the heads of the rats approaching the wall. Since the Demian's strength lies in long-range shooting, it seems that his ability is less significant in large-scale battles. But this is not true at all because in this case the number of kills does not matter. He still does a great job. Lily is also with the others. She is responsible for managing the artifacts, gives clear orders and constantly monitors the situation using his experience. It's always nice to watch her give strict orders and drive in different directions with a serious expression on her face. It seems like she's doing everything she can to get the Lord to look at her and see how actively she's working. We must apologize to her, because if she didn't want to finish her service, she is all the Empire needs. The next and final member of the team, Jupiter, lies down and does nothing but drink alcohol and smoke tobacco roots. The Lord told her to take a break, but other than that, she would always be ready for battle. But this was too much. Jupiter said that her back hurts too much when she tries to gather a large amount of mana. The Lord can't even yell at her because she's too precious a sorcerer in his army. Overall, thanks to everyone's help, except for Jupiter, of course, everything is going well, despite the fact that the front line is approaching. The power of the automatic turret was incredible. With its help, a large number of rats were destroyed. David constantly walked near this weapon and licked it, in the literal sense of the word. If everything continues at the same pace, the cleanup of this stage will go very smoothly. Will this be the first time they've been able to clear a location with almost no losses? We only have a difficult game like Empire Defense. Not everything is perfect. David should have understood this from the very beginning. Soon, he finally saw the same clown, although before it seemed to him that it was a hallucination. He immediately ordered the system to create a map of the area. With this, he very quickly saw that an enemy NPC was approaching him, and this was only in the second stage of the game. During defense, a large number of different events can occur, as all sorts of variables make the game more interesting. An invasion by a hostile NPC is one such option. Whether it's an NPC from the Lake Kingdom or the Empire, they can all cause big problems. But now the game is only in its second stage, so David didn't expect this at all. It's not yet time for events. There's not even that stupid director next to him to ask why he even developed such a game. Now David was sure that this was not a hallucination, although of course he had to make sure of this with the help of Demian. The guy saw this clown very quickly. He called him a bard. That's what they call singers or poets, lone performers of their own songs. When the Lord heard confirmation of his suspicions, he immediately ordered an immediate attack on him. Damien was against this plan. He said that it was wrong to attack a person who did not look like a monster at all. David assured that this needed to be done. He was sure that this was an NPC from the Lake Kingdom, and his costume was a branded bard bow. Now finally the young prince remembered this character. He said that Damien should shoot him before the bard played his flute. So if he doesn't want to see a huge number of people die, he needs to do it right now. It turned out that it was already too late, because the music of a flute could already be heard from a great distance. David should have immediately trusted his intuition and not believed that it was all a hallucination. He should have destroyed this NPC from the very beginning. Now he has already started playing his musical instrument, so let's see what this will lead to. The soldiers looked carefully behind the front line of battle and tried to understand what was happening. Everyone was surprised because they saw that the huge rats had stopped. After that, after a few minutes of pause, they began to act as a coordinated mechanism and move towards one point. Panic began in the fortress city, and while before everyone was calm and confident, now there is no trace of it left. He tried to understand where the enemy army was heading. Lucas immediately informed the Lord that the rat's target was the center of the wall. It was in the center of the wall that they recently made repairs, so this is the weakest link in the fortress. David immediately ordered all ballistae and cannons to be re-aimed and the entire firepower of the army to be used. The shooting began without warning. The soldiers realized that this was a very urgent matter and did not even wait for the Lord's order. The problem is that from the very beginning it was already noticeable that they did not have time to stop these crazy monsters. The change in their behavior and movements was too unexpected, and the military was unprepared for it. At first, it wasn't entirely clear what these rats were trying to do because they shouldn't have enough strength to break the wall. The young prince watched them as if they were crazy people who had lost their minds. But the rats didn't care what the human lord thought of them. They continued to carry out the bard's orders. These sewers tried to break the wall with their heads, and it was hard to believe even for the soldiers. It seems like they've gone crazy. At first it even seemed like it was for the best, and now victory would be easy. But David began to suspect that these rats knew what they were doing. They were hitting the very spot where the repairs had been completed just a few hours ago. All employees gave their 200%, but it was impossible to do everything perfectly in this limited time. It was decided to focus only on filling the gaps, so the appearance of crevasses was inevitable. Sewer rats are trying to squeeze into the crevices that were created during the renovation, which is why they are banging their heads against the wall. They also try to bend metal with their claws and gnaw through stone with their teeth, and of course, they dig up the fort wall. No other monster in this terrible world has coped with this task better than the sewer rat. Although at first glance it seemed absurd, the helpless lord very quickly realized that this plan was brilliant. It was also clear that they were obeying the bard. Without this character, the battle would have been over long ago. Maybe David thought so, but at that moment it seemed that this singer looked as if he was actually laughing. NPC from the Lake Kingdom, Bart. He controls monsters with the help of a flute. He is also called the Rat Catcher, and if the Lord wants to win this battle, he must kill this character. Of course, in order to do this from a long distance, he needs the help of the one who shoots the most accurately of all the warriors in the world. He looked at Damien and didn't tell him to shoot this character, but the guy was visibly nervous. It is not the first time that it is noticeable that when the moment of truth comes and one has to take responsibility, Damien loses confidence in his own abilities. It seems that this time he aimed too long, so long that even David started screaming. You can't let the bard see the danger because then this guy will immediately disappear from sight. In this stupid way, they lost the opportunity to kill this scoundrel once and for all. Tears immediately appeared in Damien's eyes. He apologized to the Lord and explained that he could not shoot a person, even if he was an enemy. This is quite expected behavior from Demians, but there are still quite a few people among their enemies, so these views need to change. He will have to fight humans in the future anyway, so if he can't change, his fighting ability will be reduced by half. He even said that they would talk about it later because right now they needed to focus on the battle and solve another problem. The prince asked all the soldiers to fire at the center of the enemy army. He also immediately called Jupiter and said that he needed her. It was time to act. After a few glasses of sloppy whiskey, this granny is ready to even fight Zeus and carry out any order of the Lord. David ordered her to grill the rats and make them regret crawling out of their sewers. The power of lightning immediately began to attack the monsters. For them, it turned out to be even more cruel than the punishment of fire. At this point, you need to keep pressing and not relax. So David asked Lily to feed the flamethrower artifacts. We need to do everything very quickly and demonstrate the maximum potential of military power. For Lily, this is not a problem. Soon the artifacts of fire were prepared. Combined with the power of lightning, it would be a hellish cocktail. If it was difficult for rats to avoid cannon attacks before, now it is almost impossible to avoid being roasted. It was a pleasure for the lord of the fortress city to watch this. Although it was difficult for the rats, they began to gather in one place, which made it possible to make a new kill box in that place. David laughed with an expression on his face, as if Satan had possessed him. He said he would play them like children and then destroy them. But soon his smile disappeared. The system displayed information about the boss that had previously been under a question mark. It turned out that they were about to meet an elite rat warrior. This monster is at level 30, and he came not alone, but with his friends. 3 huge giant rats have arrived with a new army of small rats. This combo can destroy the fortress. Their goals are quite clear. They are trying to continue what the first wave of mutant warriors started. David ordered them to be stopped, but looking at these huge titans, it seems that only King Kong and Godzilla can stop them. The soldiers were scared, so I had to shout to bring them back to normal. If the fortress gates are broken and the enemy begins to enter the city, the situation will approach a critical point. These rats look at least twice as big as the rat boss that David and his team took down in the sewers. If such giants start attacking the wall, There will be no chance of stopping them. Now the soldiers are using every available opportunity to kill these mutants. Special weapons, magical tools, and cannon shells, all aimed at the enemy. This turned out to be enough to destroy one of these titans, and that can already be considered an incredible success. David ordered the warriors not to stop and to continue at the same pace. That's not all. Killing the titans is a priority. He asked us to forget about saving shells and to shoot without any pauses. Then he turned to the people who control the mana multiplier. This artifact will help increase Jupiter's power. Now all these magical tricks are extremely necessary. The fate of the confrontation depends on them. The power of lightning began to attack the enemy army again, and again fried 100 rats. This power was incredible. The rats literally melted like cheese, but even that wasn't enough to stop the titans. Given the distribution of this school, even that wasn't enough to completely destroy the main threat. In this case, you should immediately request reinforcements for a lightning attack, making a flamethrower from a lily. The girl replied that there was a problem with this, because the artifact was still on recharge. The Lord said that he was well aware of this, but he still needed her to turn on the artifact. She knew she needed to retire because these worries were weighing her down too much, but she didn't expect to be involved in such brutal battles. Her fire was indeed incredibly hot and was able to ignite the skin of a titan rat. This proved to be enough to destroy him, leaving the last titan standing. It must be destroyed, and it seems that Lucas is ready to enter the scene and complete this main task. He has been waiting for his moment of glory for a long time, and it seems that now it has come. The perfect time to use the sword. This blow was well aimed and was able to wound the titan but not enough to kill the rat. We'll have to be a little more accurate and land one more shot. That should be enough for victory. If you need accuracy, you immediately know that you need to turn to Damien, which is exactly what David did. The aiming arrow flew towards the huge rat. There is no doubt that it will be a well-aimed shot. That's exactly what happened. Damien was able to hit the monster right in the eye. It seemed that victory was now guaranteed, but it turned out that this huge rat was not ready to die so quickly. He still has the strength to move forward. It seems like he was born in hell. These are probably his last remaining strength, but he is ready to sacrifice himself in order to break the fortress wall. We must admit that his plan worked. Even though these were the last seconds of his life, he did what was necessary. He was a commander who had fought monsters his whole life, and he could immediately understand that something was wrong. There was something very strange about this invasion, but only an experienced warrior could sense it. The attack was different from those that came before, not only in the number of monsters but also in their combination. Instead of groups of different types of monsters, a single army has arrived, and that's what looks strange. Now Charles understood why the Lord, the youngest of the princes, had asked him so much for help. It was hard to believe that things could not go according to plan for such a person. But now the old man had different thoughts in his head. He saw how dangerously close the monsters had gotten, and he thought about helping people. At that moment, an episode immediately emerged in his memory from the moment he returned home and saw that his wife had been killed. It was hard for him to remember it, and he decided that he would not help the army. He was retired, so there was no need to go into battle. He returned to his garden and thought that this was the place where he would always want to die. It was at this moment that something happened that made him think again. He heard a very loud bang. It was not difficult to guess that a huge rat had broken through the walls of the fortress. No, he doesn't want to fight anymore. He wants to return to his garden and think about the past. To think about how good it was for him to live here with his wife. To remember those glorious times when he was lord of the city. This time he would return to his wife. He asked her to wait, because this time he would definitely protect her. Meanwhile, a real panic began in the fortress city. David issued a difficult but correct order. He gave permission for an urgent evacuation. This must happen very quickly because as soon as the fortress walls could not stand it, the rat army immediately began to approach the city. With the exception of a minimal number of archers and artillery, everyone else who is ready to fight is ordered to go down. Lucas accepted the order from the commander and led the army to engage in close combat. The cannons did not stop and continued to fire. They must destroy the maximum number of monsters before the fighting begins in the city. David looked at Jupiter and said that he was giving her complete freedom of action. The main thing was to kill the maximum number of enemies. Once she accumulates enough mana, she can wreak real chaos here. Lily reported that only speed artifacts are ready for battle right now. In order to attack monsters with something more powerful, you need to wait 10 minutes for a full recharge. David said that there was no time to wait and that they had to act right now. If they were destined to die, they would take these damned monsters with them to hell. After that, David immediately went to Damien. He saw that the guy was scared and didn't know what to do next. Probably, remembering past events, You can guess that the guy thinks that this whole situation is his fault. That's why the Lord decided to bring him back to normal a little and reminded him that Damien was doing great in this fight. He is not going to blame his warrior for a small number of mistakes, so there is no need to lose confidence. The archer who never misses is a hidden cheating character. For David, the mere fact that such a warrior fights on his side is already a huge advantage over the enemy. That is why Damien must trust himself as much as the Lord trusts him. There shouldn't be any problems. So after that, David ordered him to control the last line of the barrier. Destroy the rats that break through the soldiers' defenses, and Damien is ready to do it flawlessly. Now all that remains is to hope that all the soldiers will do their job perfectly. The Lord announced that the enemy army was approaching, so the fighting army must prepare. The warriors were worried, but they looked quite confident. Probably after the last battle, they were no longer afraid of anything. They sought out a strong defense and waited for the enemy to approach. Close combat would soon begin. It's hard to feel incredible fear when such a legendary figure as Lucas fights on your side. This knight took the beacon, which the Lord had given him, in order to arrange a real massacre. He said that today he would make Bavarian sausages out of rats, and in the evening he would fry them and wash them down with delicious beer. He reported that the passage was very narrow, so the warriors must remain calm and destroy the monsters one by one. Soon, problems began to arise, as the number of rats simultaneously passing through the wall began to increase. There is nothing secret about this. The rats decided to widen the passage in order to attack in larger numbers. Surprisingly, David thought they were fighting sewer rats, not intelligent moles. Fortunately, during this period, the fire artifact's recharge was complete, and it was ready for use. Lily was ready to turn it on, but the rats even got to her and started attacking her assistants. Her psyche was already severely damaged after past confrontations, so now it's too hard for this woman. She is very lucky that the new lord of this city feels such moments and is always ready to come to her aid. His magic gloves helped him deliver powerful blows to the rats. He realized that they were no longer just crossing the gorge but were also climbing over the walls. This army of rats must have watched too many Spider-Man movies. Lily could no longer bear such tension. With tears in her eyes, she said that now she would fry them all and turn them into ashes. David knows that the artifact cannot be activated due to injuries or deaths of the alchemists. Meanwhile, on the lower floors of the fortress, a fierce battle continued between the soldiers and the sewer rats. There are also wounded in the combat units. The artillerymen are trying to help them, but both sides are losing people. If nothing changes, the fortress will soon not be able to withstand this pressure and will be completely destroyed. The Lord has no right to lose control of the situation, so his brain must come up with a strategy for victory. Experienced warriors also fought, but their strength was no longer as great as in their youth. At this moment, David saw something strange. He thought he was hallucinating again. At first, nothing was clear. He saw a bright glow and hoped that it wasn't monster reinforcements. Only a little later did he see a knight holding a familiar weapon in his hands. David had seen this spear before, as well as this shield. So this was not a hallucination. The legendary Margrave Charles Cross came to their aid. So now, regardless of who wins this battle, it's going to be an incredibly fun party. This old alcoholic came to give the rats a real test. David couldn't believe that this grandfather would really fight on their side, and that he had decided to die so early. This young guy probably doesn't understand that if old school decides to fight, no one will stop him. All his life, Charles Cross did nothing but kill. The city in which he was born was a fortress that kept enemies at bay. Even when his father died and he became the new Margrave, and even when he became a lord, he still killed monsters every day. The world was quite simple and understandable for him. You have to kill whoever wants to kill you until this girl appeared in the city. Young Charles had no chance. He immediately fell in love with her when he saw her on the streets of the city. The girl said that she was trying to set up a small business and was selling flowers. She asked the Lord for permission to open her own flower shop. Charles was surprised. He explained that they were at the front, so all they needed here were swords, arrows, spears, and shells. He doesn't understand the benefit of flowers, but the girl assured him that everyone needs flowers precisely because they give hope. This ephemerality is the reason why flowers are so beautiful. Young Charles Cross did not understand her at all, and even began to treat her with suspicion. Perhaps she was an enemy spy. He came to her flower shop every day to find evidence for his theory. During this time, she taught him to distinguish the colors and scents of flowers, and as a result, he memorized all the types of these plants. But still, he could not understand why these flowers were considered so beautiful. A year passed, Charles Cross made her an offer of marriage, and the girl agreed. Many years have passed since that moment, and he is still a cruel warrior to the core. He doesn't care about the number of enemies or the circumstances. If he sees monsters in front of him, he will fight until he destroys them all. Although it has become a little rusty in recent years, the experience cannot be forgotten. We will return. Let's go back many years and continue to learn the story of young Charles and his wife. Then there was another day when monsters attacked them. And in the city, such days were already treated quite calmly and casually. He came and saw that his wife had given birth to a daughter, probably the happiest moment in his life. He immediately ran to his child, not even thinking about washing away the blood and dust from the battlefield. This ruthless killer carefully hugged his little daughter, and then he realized that he wanted to name her Evangeline. He thought their daughter was as beautiful as her new name. Charles even lost the ability to speak when he saw the child. He couldn't understand again how she, so small and fragile, could make his heart clench. Just a moment ago, when he was killing monsters on the front lines, there was nothing he couldn't understand. And now, he didn't understand anything. David ordered the immediate reorganization of the defensive line, the cessation of cannon and ballista fire. He asked to use crossbows and bows to shoot only the rats on the other side of the barricades. He then called his personal guard and asked him to gather all the soldiers who could fight in close combat. They all have to go outside and try to save the Margrave. They'll need this grandfather again. But after these words, something so unusual happened that it's even hard to describe. Probably for the first time in his life, Lucas disagreed with the Lord. He said that they had a chance to get to the rats from behind and finally destroy them. That is why he will lead the soldiers to kill the monsters, and only then will he return for Charles Cross. He gathered all his soldiers and led them in a brutal attack on the enemy. David hoped they wouldn't be late. He allowed Lucas to proceed with his plan but asked them to move faster. Meanwhile, Charles continued to fight, his entire face already covered in rat blood. Oddly enough, after all these years of alcoholism, he has not yet lost his fighting talent. This is still the same cruel and uncompromising general who could previously destroy half of the enemy army. It is not immediately possible to understand his motivation. It even seems that the Margrave did not understand why he was doing this. I didn't understand why he chose the city again when he should have calmed down next to his wife. Why is he fighting again over this hated intersection, because of which he lost everything he had? It is almost impossible to understand his actions, at least David cannot do so. But Charles also does not understand his actions. All his life he tried to understand the reasons, but he never could. But one thing he understood 100%. The flowers, the daughter, so weak and fragile, he had to protect from monsters. The only thing he was at the level of gods at was killing monsters. Charles Cross knows that his daughter lives outside the walls of this fortress. That's where her home is, so no one will pass here as long as he's alive. His daughter is all he has left. He is ready to give his own life for her, and he will do it without any hesitation. He knew that no matter how many gardens he planted, how many monsters he killed, those glorious days of the past could never be brought back. He will never be as young as he was before, and he will never hug and kiss his wife again. But life goes on, and now a person who sees the meaning of his life in battles raises the axe above his head again. At such moments he feels young again, as if the clock has turned back and given him back his strength and determination. Charles Cross gritted his teeth and prepared to take the life of the last monster, but suddenly realized that it was quiet around him. Why doesn't this ruthless, smelly, and horrible animal attack him? Maybe Charles is already dead and all this is just an illusion that he sees in the last seconds of his life. At this moment, Lucas approached him, a warrior who in a sense took his place in the Empire. Lucas said that all the monsters were dead. The battle is finally over. There are no more rivals. There is no need to raise the sword anymore. They had won and defended the crossing, just as in times past, and now it was time to rest. The legendary warrior's sword fell to the ground. He did it again, defended this city again, and again he didn't understand why. Soon David approached the soldiers. He saw a rather upset Lucas, but did not understand the reason for his emotions. The warriors said that they didn't have time. Although the legendary count destroyed all the monsters, this battle took away too much health from him. Dimian was next to him. He tried to help in the last minutes. If he had come a little earlier, if someone had been nearby during the moments of this battle, then perhaps the legendary warrior's heart would still be beating. It was hard to watch. Although any war takes lives, sometimes it takes the best ones. David was not used to giving up. He remembered the potion he had gotten from the chest and thought that maybe it would help. At this point, Charles looked at him and said that this was not the kind of wound that a potion could heal, so it would only prolong his suffering. He asked to come up and said he couldn't remember anything. David said the battle was over and Charles had helped the army a lot. The fortress wall is breached, but no monster has been able to get inside, so the residents are safe. These were probably the most important words that Charles wanted to hear. Residents of the security. He looked at the warriors, at his friends with whom he had fought in hundreds of similar battles, and asked them not to be so sad. Charles reminded them that they were at the front. Death here had to be accepted as commonplace, so now it was just his turn, that was all. We should always rejoice in victory. We should not pity the dead, we should pity the living. The City of the Dead. This name can be morally devastating. It means that many people died in the battles for this territory. But this name also means that people continue to live on the land where all these graves are located. If the city is sad, it will have nothing to oppose the enemy. The young lord must remember this. Taking care of funerals is good, but don't forget to make people happy, and David will never forget this advice. Only hope makes people live, and they live in order to enjoy life. Sometimes this simple meaning is completely forgotten. If anyone should die, it's Charles Cross because he has no more hope. In the last seconds of his life, the legendary warrior asked the Count to fulfill his last wish. If his daughter ever comes here, David should tell her that her father is sorry. Tell her to live freely and always do what she wants. Tell her that her father is sorry for everything and that he will always love her. The Margrave is upset because he believes he has not done what he promised, but David has a different opinion. He reminded Charles that he had always fought for his family and for his people, protecting them all on this front. This world is indebted to Charles Cross, and he must pay for all these donations. David tried to say a few more words, but it seemed as if the legendary warrior had not heard him at all. At this moment, the young prince remembered the bag of dried fruit that Charles had given him, which was in his pocket. He had never understood before why he had kept those dried fruits with him, because they tasted incredibly awful. But perhaps all this was done just for the sake of such a moment. As soon as the Count tasted these grapes, memories of his wife immediately appeared before his eyes. Now, in the last seconds of his life, these grapes seemed to him the sweetest in this world. Soon the legendary warrior's heart stopped, at which moment a bell began to ring in the center of the city. This marked the end of the great battle for the city of the Crossing, as well as the lifting of the order to evacuate the population. Thus died the legendary Margrave Charles Cross, who was a great warrior, lord, father, and husband. David could never understand why the man who had lost everything defending this city had returned at the last moment. He hated the intersection, wanted to end his illustrious family, but he returned and died for this city anyway. Probably, the front will always force someone to sacrifice their own life for it. Now David fully admits that it is very difficult to carry the burden of the lord of the city on his shoulders. But if the strongest of people don't do this, then there will be no hope. And if there is no hope, there will be no life. This day took many strong people, but most will live on and will continue to fight to defend their home. The second stage of the game was completed. David received a reward for completing the second stage, and Lucas became the MVP of the battle. Soon the sun set over the horizon. Only then did the young lord return home. He was immediately met by the Eider, who began to look at the lord and check if everything was okay with him. He tried to praise David for his wonderful successes, but it seemed to be in vain. David grabbed the boy and said that he didn't need to act like a fool anymore. David wanted to hear an explanation about all this. He doesn't understand why the difficulty of the game is so high. Everything is clear with the learning process. This process was so difficult before, so there is nothing surprising in this. But then a lot of questions begin. At the first stage, living armor appeared, although this is incredibly strange. In the second stage, an enemy NPC was waiting for him, commanding monsters. Now David wants to understand why the game is so difficult. Maybe it's all because of Eider. At first, this guy pretended to help and then hid all the conditions. After a short pause, the game director replied that David might not believe him, but he was helping the Lord in his own way. Then, he said something about the choker that David received for completing the training. If the Lord passes the third stage, this feature will be unlocked. When that happens, David will understand all the strange things that are happening now. We just need to go through one more stage, and we will finally be able to hear the answers to our questions. The game director asked David to believe his words and said that he prayed that David would complete the game. He sincerely hopes that David can continue to fight as he has before, even when he learns the truth about this crazy world. He also said that David would not be able to escape, but from whom should the Lord flee? He probably means to escape from this world because this game always haunts David. Not far from the Lord's estate, a young lady could be seen, with a charming face, large green eyes, and blonde hair. Soon, 3 days had passed since the last battle of the second stage, and victory flags could be seen everywhere in the city. Not everyone was very happy, so you could feel a heavy atmosphere in the air. David paid no attention to this and ordered everyone to begin preparations for the next battle. After a hard day of preparation, they returned to the estate. It was already dark outside. There are 12 days left until the start of the third stage, which means there are a little over 2 weeks between stages. taking into account the 3 days that have already passed. This is enough to prepare for the next battle. There should be no problems with repairing the fortress. But completely different problems may arise. David called Lucas and said he saw someone at the door. It was the same girl we saw earlier, and she seemed to be in a bad mood towards the Lord. David immediately started screaming. He realized that he was being attacked, most likely to be killed. Judging by this girl's reaction, it seems like she's not going to kill anyone at all. She said she wanted to break the wheel, but it turned out a little worse. After Lucas was convinced that everything was fine with the Lord, he started yelling at this girl and even got ready to fight her. He doesn't understand how she dared to attack the Emperor's third prince, for which she faces arrest. David immediately realized that he was attacked by a teenage girl. It was obvious from her height. Lucas asked the Lord not to jump to conclusions and not to underestimate his opponent. He believed she was a trained soldier. Analyzing her clothes, you can immediately understand that this is the uniform of the Imperial Academy. The symbol that can be seen on her heart also confirms this fact. Lucas asked what she was doing here, but the girl said she was interested in it too. She called these two men grandfathers. They could not bear such an insult. The girl said that she lives in this house. She returned some time ago and saw soldiers that she had never seen before. She thought that these might be the same bandits who were always coming and causing trouble in this town. She was trying to understand what was happening, and then she saw them arrive, so she had to stop the carriage. David was angry. He said that generally, educated people first ask questions and only then take out their weapons. She smiled and said that she was taught this in school, that you should immediately declare your dominance and take control of the situation. Of course, breaking the carriage wasn't part of her plans, so she's willing to apologize a little. Now she wants to hear who they are and what they are doing in someone else's house. Depending on their answer, they might be a little hurt, so they better think carefully and watch their tongue. Lucas got angry and told her to stop and not talk any more nonsense. He pointed at David and said that this was the Lord's house and all of this belonged to him. The girl said that she didn't understand anything because the real lord of this city was her father. It was probably at this moment that Lucas and David truly understood what was happening. They very quickly guessed that in front of them was probably the daughter of Margrave Charles Cross. So she's Evangeline Cross, the same girl who was offended by her father but decided to return home. The moment their eyes met, he realized that she was definitely Charles's daughter. She has his eyes, so David understood everything very quickly. Now there should be no problems. But something doesn't add up. The highest-ranked tank in the game, Evangeline Cross, was a tall and beautiful girl. The girl in front of him is not only too young but also too short. It's unclear why she's so different, because all the other characters in this game match their in-game models. Lucas approached him and said that David was behaving too uncontrollably. It was unethical to talk to dwarves like that. David immediately realized he was wrong and began to apologize to the evangelist. Of course she didn't like it. It seemed to her that he was mocking her, looking her straight in the eye. If David believes he has a few spare lives, he can continue and feel her anger. She changed her mind. If she wanted to talk before, now she will start acting. So this is definitely Charles's daughter. They are indeed very similar, not only in appearance but also in their behavior. Evangeline began to attack. Lucas immediately took a step forward and protected the Lord with his sword. He ordered the girl to immediately stop and lower her spear, and reminded her that she was attacking the third prince of the empire. Evangelina was sure that she was doing the right thing. First, they illegally entered her house, and now they were pretending to be the emperor's sons. This angered the girl even more, and she continued to fight fiercely for the truth. She doesn't believe that this is the infamous prince of the emperor. He wouldn't have come to a place like an intersection. Lucas understood that it would be difficult to restrain her with ordinary words, so he had to show her strength. He reported that he was also a graduate of the academy and said that he received a gold medal for his achievements. Lucas McGregor is no joke. He is a real warrior who can destroy anyone. After that, Luke said that the city lord was also a graduate of the academy. Then he said that the lord was a true legend because of his outstanding achievements in the academy. Lucas said that learning was always just a game for the lord, but he played this game incredibly well. David didn't know all these stories, but it was nice to hear that at least he had succeeded in something, because before he had only heard about how to break a barrel of wine. Evangelina laughed. It was funny to her to hear that her enemies were graduates of her academy. It seemed as if they thought she was stupid. The guys were sure that their story would calm her down, but it turns out that everything turned out the other way around. Now, Evangelina Krut, one of the best students at the academy, wants to show her strength. If before she fought at half her potential, now she will demonstrate her full potential. Surely even a strong knight like Lucas will have a hard time stopping her. These two really deserve each other. Maybe Evangeline should be invited to join the Imperial Army. David watched this battle with pleasure. He was already planning to make this girl part of his team. They are both considered geniuses, but if they are not stopped, someone could get hurt, so David asked them to calm down. Enough battles for today. There must have been a misunderstanding, so we need to clarify the situation. Navid was sure that these ships would be enough to stop the battle. Perhaps he overestimated his oratorical abilities. Although he is the lord of this city, when two geniuses clash with each other, this battle becomes too principled. In this case, a third party must intervene in the situation, and it doesn't matter whether the blow is weak or strong, because they must be stopped. He tried to strike the prince, but it seemed as if the child had decided to fight with the adults. Now all hopes are on the magic glove. David is really lucky, because he has a real jackpot. Such a number occurs once in a million. It's even hard to imagine what kind of blow the Lord will deal now. It was his best blow in history. Unfortunately, it didn't happen in a battle with a monster boss, but at a moment when he just needed to calm others down. David was incredibly unlucky, but he himself was to blame for this situation. One can only be glad that this was enough to stop this crazy lady. Lucas could not believe that his lord had been so cruel to a child. He wasn't trying to tell him that he did it unintentionally, but the broken shield and spear said it all for him. Now we can only hope that this child is alive, because otherwise it will be a very bad story. When Evangeline was a child, every time monsters attacked the city, her mother would come to her room. She said she did it to make sure her child was okay, but Evangeline always knew the real reason for it. In fact, her mother always came to her daughter because she was also very scared. Evangeline tried to calm her down and assure her that her father would protect them both. Only later did the daughter learn the truth that her mother was not afraid of monsters at all. She was afraid of losing her beloved husband. And she was also afraid that her daughter would suffer the same fate, the fate of wars and battles against monsters. When Evangeline woke up, she saw familiar walls and furniture around her. She also smelled a familiar smell, of course, because she had spent her entire childhood here. This is her room, the one she grew up in, and one she hasn't been to in a very long time. As soon as the door to the room opened, the girl immediately tried to hide under the blanket. David didn't understand why they were behaving like that, but calmly approached her. She probably thinks her father has entered the room, which is why she has turned away and doesn't want to look him in the eye. 3 years had passed since their last meeting. Evangeline asked how he was doing, but then said that everything was obvious. She's sure he enjoys hunting monsters every day, although she didn't want to say it. David decided not to remain silent any longer. He apologized to her and said that he was her father. She immediately got up and looked at him, then saw the wounds on her hands. He must have hit her too hard yesterday, and now she's having memory problems. After these words, Evangeline finally remembered what was happening and understood why she was traumatized. She said that David is the same man who looks like a weakling but fights like a bull. David got angry and said that he didn't look like a weakling. And besides, he was a young guy, so you shouldn't talk to him like an old man. Soon, David told about himself. He said that he was the third prince of the empire and the current lord of the city of Intersection. It seemed to her that he was continuing to talk nonsense, so she didn't really listen to him. She said that if he was really a lord, then she was a glorious duchess. David decided to confirm his words and showed her the ever-black imperial family badge. Now she felt ashamed that she hadn't believed him all this time, but it didn't matter. After that, the girl approached David and said that she was his real fan and asked for an autograph. It turned out that she became his fan because he's the worst person in the world. Probably all girls like guys like that. She said that she created a rebellion against her father, wanted to cause problems, and disgrace the family name. After that, she ran away from home and was accepted into the academy that her father hated so much. Even the teachers were shocked that she trained every day, because Evangelina was determined to become the best student. David remembered this. Evangeline not only became the best student, she graduated from the Imperial Academy in just 3 years. Usually, for ordinary people, this path takes at least 6 years. She is a genius and deserves a place in the history of this academy. Now she admits that nothing worked out for her. The most terrible thing she could do was not communicate with her father for 3 years. Then she heard the story of a prince, a man whose father was an emperor, and who still continued to do bad things. He made a fountain of gold and a carpet of precious stones, and he also made the greatest man in the empire faint with anger. That's why she became his fan and thinks the prince is incredibly cool and a role model. It's strange to become a role model because of your bad behavior. A prince like that lived his life for a reason. Now that she had told the whole truth, she would like to see her father. She wants to continue practicing the terrible daughter method, which she learned by watching the prince. Evangelina believes that her father knew about this and deliberately hid. He even quickly guessed that she didn't know anything about Charles Cross, so he would have to tell her all about it. Seeing his reaction, Evangeline immediately began to get nervous and guessed something had happened. David admitted that it was very difficult for him to talk about this, but he had to tell the truth. The legendary Margrave Cross had recently died during the battle for the city. A few days ago, he sacrificed his life to save innocent people. He didn't even forget to tell his daughter that her father fought like a true hero. All his achievements were recorded. They had already been told to the emperor. For all this, Charles Cross will be posthumously awarded the Imperial Medal for the defense of the empire. The funeral will take place in 3 days, and the Lord is ready to conduct it with the highest quality. Surprisingly, Evangelina didn't start crying. On the contrary, she smiled nervously and said that as soon as she wanted to be a bad daughter, her father left. He always said he would die fighting monsters, and he really did and kept his word. Now, this young lady must do something about her resentment and anger towards him. David admitted that he was the acting Lord Commander at the front, so her father's death was his fault, and she might hate him. Evangeline had heard stories about the prince being too self-confident and arrogant in his dealings with ordinary people. He is a narcissistic fool who only wants to destroy others. These are just rumors, and so she will have to figure out if this is really the case. She thanked him for his care and honesty. David said that there would be a servant standing outside the door if you needed anything. You just had to ask. After that, he was about to leave and had already opened the door, but Evangeline stopped him. She wanted to apologize one last time. The girl was ashamed of her behavior yesterday. She didn't want to break his carriage. It's always nice to hear a young rebel admit her mistakes. Probably this is the way to grow up. After that, David met with Ader. The game director said that Evangeline would soon turn 16. She is very young, 2 years younger than Damien. In the game, she should appear at the end of the 2nd year and the beginning of the 3rd. But in this game, some events overlapped, which is why it appeared much earlier than expected. That's probably why Evangeline looks completely different than in the game, because she was supposed to appear 2 years later. During this time, she would have had time to grow up. Now children grow much faster than before. Despite her role as a tank, her agility is incredibly high. She is at level 35, and she has quite high strength and endurance. David didn't expect anything else from the best Persian in his role. The characteristics are truly incredible. It turned out that she has the clumsiness of a little lady, which is why she has a high chance of making mistakes on the battlefield while she is young. Of course, it's good that it appeared earlier than it should have, but the attribute that appeared because of it is not entirely good. She is still too young. A 16-year-old girl is not yet ready to fight monsters on equal terms, and it is better to spend time with friends and train. Ider began to suspect that the Lord was planning to take Evangeline into his team. He supports this idea. Even though Evangeline is very young, she is still a powerful addition to the team. Of course, it's hard to give up on this. Having 2 characters of the highest rank in the 3rd stage is kind of fantastic. At that moment, David remembered her father's words. He always said that he wanted his daughter to leave these cursed lands. He wanted her to live freely and happily, and David promised that she would. These were the last requests of the legendary warrior. It would be disrespectful to him to dare break this promise. He always wanted to restrict his daughter from fulfilling her family duty. That's why David really wants to keep his promise. Let her mind her own business. The team will be able to be successful even without her. Of course, if you look closely, you can see that the Lord is completely upset about this. The game director wants the Lord to think carefully about this idea and perhaps change his mind. If you let such a character in, you may seriously regret it in the future. Of course it is, but David doesn't want to sacrifice his morals for the sake of clearing the stage. Perhaps because he didn't pay attention to morality, he was able to get through the hellish difficulty of the Iron Man regime. But if we repeat this path again, there may be no progress, and David wants to become stronger every day. He doesn't try to be a saint, but he doesn't want to become a monster either. In a world where life doesn't matter, he still wants to remain human. The decision was made. David asked his assistant to watch Evangeline more closely so that she wouldn't do anything bad. Now it's time to talk about yesterday's incident, especially about that girl's shield and spear. All of these items turned out to be top-tier equipment, and now they're completely broken, so we need to make up for it. As soon as David heard that these items belonged to the highest rank, he immediately realized that they were incredibly expensive. They can't craft new weapons for her right now, but they do have a few high-quality mana cores left from the last raid. That's what the game director thought, but it turns out the Lord spent all those mana cores to create more cannons. We need to figure out what to do, and to do that we need to call the Lord's entire team. Only together with them can you go to dangerous places and find new mana cores. In any case, it's time to go down to the dungeon, and it will help you craft a new weapon for Evangeline. A few hours later, they all met in the backyard of the estate, feeling as if they hadn't seen each other in 1,000 years. David hopes that they all had time to rest during this period, but it doesn't look like it at all. Lily can't understand why she's being called on assignment again. She's been dreaming of retiring on the coast of Majorca for a long time. She asked to hire other mercenaries and allow her to spend more time at home. I even actually recruited a few people from the mercenary guild, but the problem is that they are quite low level. Of course, if they are trained, they can become good warriors. But all this will not be enough to include them in the main team. If David could have found someone to replace Lily, he would have done so long ago. It was at this moment, as soon as he thought about it, that Evangeline approached them and asked where they were gathered. Lily was very surprised when she saw this girl. It was obvious that they didn't know each other yet. David realized that they all needed to be introduced, so he said that in front of them was Charles Cross's only daughter, Evangeline Cross. Everyone around immediately made a sad expression on their face, perhaps out of respect for the girl, perhaps because they were truly sad. Jupiter asked the girl to accept her condolences. They all had great respect and esteem for her father. Evangelina thanked them for their support and assured them that she was fine. Her strength of character would help her get through this tragedy. Now she wants to understand where they are going. David explained that a dungeon awaits them. Evangeline didn't know that there were dungeons in this city, but then she guessed that they were going to the dungeon under the lake. The story that there is a dungeon under the lake is considered a fairy tale, and it is said that foolish adventurers are always looking for this lake and its treasures. Also in these stories, it is said that these adventurers never return. David smiled and said that this story was only partly true, because some people managed to return from there. It's amazing that the dungeon, which the Cross family, who have lived here for several generations, didn't know about, still exists. David started laughing and said that he was sure that Charles and everyone else knew about this dungeon, but they didn't tell Evangeline. She did not receive the education necessary to follow the family business. So even if the secret of the dungeon hidden under the lake had been passed down in the family from generation to generation, she hadn't been told about it. Despite her appearance, she is still the best graduate of the academy and is confident that her fighting skills will be useful to their team. If there really is a dungeon under the lake, then she wants to see it with her own eyes. Evangeline is the only heiress of the Cross family. Both of her parents died from monsters from under this lake, so she believes she has the right to leave David. That's why he wanted to keep her away from all this, and now it would be very difficult to do so. Her father asked not to involve his daughter in all these matters, although her desire to avenge her parents is quite logical. The girl said that when she sits without assignments, bad thoughts come into her head, so she would like to distract herself. She really wants David to take her on his team and go with them to the Lake Kingdom. David no longer has any excuses for refusing, and Lily is very insistent on this. Soon, David decided to agree and replace one girl with another. Lily was happy. Now the team's synergy has been reorganized. Evangeline has taken the place of the witch and is now a full member of the team. Of course, her weapon is broken, so she'll have to get a cheap replacement, but it's still enough for her to be of great use. After that, David smiled and said that he was glad to see the renewed team. It was time to act. They all look very motivated. It seems like everyone is already missing the adventures. David said that he would introduce Evangeline to the other team members on the way. There was no time for pauses now. The Lord will show her a hidden attraction in the city. He is sure that she will really like it. The teleportation loading began. The system informed them that the NPCs they would encounter in the dungeon could become both allies and enemies. You need to employ strategies that use NPCs to your own advantage. The first area is the sewers. The team has been here before, so almost everyone is ready for this. Lucas couldn't understand why they had already explored this area and why we had to come back here again and again. Lord explained that there were new people on their team, so it was better to test teamwork in a familiar place. The monsters had to come back because after each defensive phase, the dungeon monster regenerates, thanks to which you can continue to find new items and increase the level of your characters. Monsters in the initial areas are easy to defeat, so leveling up your team here will be very beneficial. There is a main squad, an assault group that explores the dungeon, going deeper and deeper, defeating bosses in parallel, and there is a support squad. It is used for farming items. Its members go to an already explored area where they increase their level and receive items. The distribution of roles in the dungeon is a basic research strategy, and although they are the main squad, they still return to the easy area. All this is done so that Evangeline can get used to this place, but it seems they are having problems with this. Nevertheless, the girl said that there was no need to talk behind her back because everything was fine with her. This little worm is very funny and it's clearly very bad, but she still pretends like everything's fine. It seemed like they should become friends because they were from the same academy, but They started competing for the best spot. Evangeline sees the dungeon for the first time. She doesn't understand how she could find out about this place, because even a member of the Cross family didn't know about it. David just smiled. Of course, he couldn't tell her the whole truth. He only said that the Emperor could not have ordered to come here without a reason, so everything has a logical explanation. It seems that the whole team believed in these tales, although in reality David is completely indifferent to the Emperor. Although in an empire the Emperor has great weight, and in any situation it is better to mention his name, then there will be no unnecessary questions. David has never seen the Emperor's face, but he is grateful to him because in this game he is considered his third son, which gives him an advantage. He even asked the team members to turn on the lights and continue forward. It was very dark around. The smell was also not like a normal sewer. It smells too much like blood here. Of course, this is hard to get used to, but it's necessary because the entire dungeon is covered in darkness. Of course, if your knees shake too much, it won't be too late to come home, especially if you're a little girl. Evangelina assured that she was not afraid of anything, so the team continued forward. Soon they saw something shining on the mountain. At first it seemed like a lantern. A little later they realized that in front of them was not a lantern at all, but a 6th-level stone golem. There are 4 such monsters in this room. They won't be easy to deal with, but they aren't very serious opponents. Usually these monsters attack in teams. This can be a great training for an upgraded team. Evangeline is probably a little nervous. She doesn't have enough life experience to stay calm. It is in such situations that this experience usually plays an important role, but her skills must do the trick. The team should work as a single mechanism, but each individual wants to show their strengths. The battle began, and Evangeline said that she wanted to attack the monster first. Probably she wanted to make a good impression on the others. She immediately felt the power of the stone golem. Although this monster is of low level, it still has strong physical characteristics. Soon the girl demonstrated her first technique, taking damage without losing health. Sometimes it seems like she's not 15 years old at all, because she fights like a grown warrior. Her attacks are very sharp and timely, and it is also noticeable that she has a perfect sense of distance. It's always a pleasure to watch a great combination of attacking and defensive skills. She doesn't care if it's a team job, she's ready to do all the dirty work herself. Evangeline takes damage with the first skill, then returns it all to the enemy with the second technique. Of course, there is obviously a limit to the harm that can be accepted, but Evangeline doesn't pay attention to it. It seems we forgot about her new feature. The little lady's clumsiness technique is activated again, so she's in trouble. She doesn't have enough experience yet, so this girl may make mistakes during the battle. She is very lucky that today she is acting together with a team, and not with a team of fools, but with a team of professional warriors. Guys like Lucas are always ready to step in and help and support little girls. Overall, the dungeon sweep was a success. Although Evangeline is a little ashamed of her fall, the system notified David of the successful clearing of monsters. This room no longer poses a threat. It didn't even take much time to do this. The first location turned out to be too easy. It couldn't even be called a full-fledged workout. Now that everyone has warmed up, it's time to continue the journey and arrive at the second location of the Dark City. Today, they are going to explore this area. David has not forgotten that he needs to find the mana core. It's finally time to truly explore the hell under the lake. But first, we need to take a little rest. Although the first area was fairly easy, clearing it still took a toll on the team's energy. Lucas kept trying to compete with this kid, so he asked him to calm down. Then the Lord made sure that everything was fine with Damien and that he was not tired. He decided to give him something as a gift, a fairly high-level mana rifle. It would be a perfect addition to this guy's equipment. David received this weapon from the last chest obtained during the second battle. We can say that it is a miniature version of the mana cannon. This weapon can deal a lot of damage to opponents, but it is difficult to aim with, and its durability and ammo capacity are quite low. Given the many shortcomings, this weapon was not very popular with players who played this game, but if you give it to a Demian, the shortcomings will not be felt. The Lord asked him to use this weapon as an auxiliary tool. A rifle takes some getting used to, as it is heavier than a crossbow. Damien will now have to become stronger. In the future, he will have to constantly carry 5 or even 6 such guns with him. This will need to be done in order to compensate for the low content of cartridges, which are probably already in the process of being manufactured. In the game, a character couldn't use several different weapons at once, but now it's a reality, so no one will forbid him from using cheating. Now you cannot limit yourself to the rules of the game. Demian is happy, and that is the most important thing. David hoped that everyone had already rested and could continue their journey, although some people love to eat too much. In the second area, new adventures await them, which will certainly be more interesting than a trip to the sewers. Their detachment cautiously moved forward through the streets of the Lake Kingdom. Not a single light was visible there. Playing this game on the computer, David couldn't feel it, but now, when he walks down the road, he feels with his whole body how terrible the atmosphere here is. Of course, this is understandable. There are a large number of monsters around. At any moment, they can appear and start attacking. Just thinking about it makes me shudder. Although the real horror is just ahead. When a huge monster appears without warning in the darkness, even the bravest warriors are frightened like small children. The system reported that they had to destroy a new enemy. It was an elite level 15 steam golem. He came not alone, but with a companion. This monster is even bigger than the stone golem they fought in the sewers. Now it's time for Lucas to show his strengths. He took a step forward and said that he would destroy this Terminator. David asked him to be careful, because although these monsters are not of high level, they have incredible physical properties. It turns out that the competition between these two warriors is taking it to a new level. Evangeline can't stand to watch Lucas take all the glory. She said she would also fight and demonstrate her incredible talent. The girl immediately felt that these opponents were much stronger than those they had met in the sewers. While these two warriors were stalling, David could come up with a plan, which is generally his main task in the team. He called Jupiter and Damien to him and ordered them to attack the golem that Lucas was fighting. Evangeline and Lucas are both very resilient and strong knights, but if we compare their roles, Lucas is something between a damage dealer and a tank. Evangeline, on the other hand, is a 100% tank, and when it comes to stamina, she is much stronger. Large monsters, such as golems, are strong individually to maintain the balance of their small numbers. Also, don't forget that they have the title of Elite Monster, so it's quite difficult to compete with them in one-on-one combat. That's why a team is needed. Evangelina was ordered to take a defensive position, and Lucas, on the contrary, must attack. When this guy is given the opportunity to attack, he can finally demonstrate his full potential. His sword attacks are incredibly sharp and fast. It feels like Zeus has descended from the sky. It's time to use Jupiter. She must destroy the protection on the monster's chest and open its mana core. With the power of lightning, it's easy enough to do, but not today. It turned out that the monster's armor was quite serious, so its strength was not enough, and Damien needed help. Even a small gap in the armor is enough for this guy because he is incredibly accurate. It's also a great opportunity to test out the rifle he received from the Lord. The shot was fired. The force of the impact almost knocked Damien to the ground, but David caught him. It was a very accurate hit, although it seemed that the damage to the monster would be much less. Even Lucas admitted that it was a difficult opponent. We had to act like a real team to win. It was an elite monster, stronger than the others. Compared to the first area, everything became much more difficult. Probably the pattern for all the rooms in the second area is small groups of elite monsters, meaning every fight will be like a boss fight. It turned out that the battle was not over yet. Evangeline saw that they had taken a break, but reported that she was still fighting. This battle was too quiet, so everyone else had already had time to calm down and plan their next steps. Now we need to reorganize as a real team and help the girl. There were no problems with further exploration. Every time the street widened, it was a sign of new monsters appearing. Having understood how to defeat them, fighting them became much easier, although problems still arose in the future. David encountered a mimic disguised as a chest inside the path, and was lucky to be rescued very quickly by his friends. He said he intentionally fell into the trap in order to test them. Of course, no one believed the Lord. The journey and exploration of the Lake Kingdom continued. Lucas decided to climb onto the house to look around. He said it didn't look like they would be able to get outside this street. He suggested continuing down the street, because you couldn't get into the building either. All the doors are boarded up, the windows are boarded up, someone did it on purpose. Jupiter moved even closer and felt the magical influence, unable to open these doors and windows with physical force. It's strange, it's unclear why this was done, what or who the locals were protecting themselves from. When David got closer, he explained to everyone else that the door was locked from the outside. This was done to prevent anyone inside from getting out. It is unknown what is in these buildings. It is better not to think about it now and continue on your way. Soon the team reached the central square. It was very spacious around. David asked everyone to be focused and attentive. They didn't know where the next golem would appear. Evangelina saw a fountain. There was no water in it, but a statue was visible nearby. This man has a crown on his head, so he may be the local king. It's strange because the statues near it are destroyed. Maybe it happened by accident, but I have the impression that it's not a coincidence. Soon, Damien saw the approach of some kind of object. From the very beginning, it seemed like some kind of light. Looking more closely, you still can't understand anything. But David has experience in such situations. Light that is not from torches or lanterns can only mean that one should be careful and prepare weapons. In a city completely filled with monsters, there is only one thing scarier than monsters. Oddly enough, this is a person because none of the people who live in such a place can be normal. Lucas immediately prepared his sword and began to defend the Lord, all of them ready for battle. It could be an NPC. The logical question is whether it will be their friend or enemy. One wrong move and the game will be over in a second. They have no right to lose concentration. Soon, the team members noticed that something was happening to the parts of the destroyed monsters. It feels like this person defeated these elite monsters without support. It was a woman. She saw that people had gone too far, so they were serious in their intentions. David had no problem recognizing her. She was a nameless girl. She had helped them last time. He immediately started asking her what she was doing here and why she had come to them. Although they have met before, the Lord is still worried. In front of him is an NPC whom he has never seen before, although he has played this game for a very long time. You can't be 100% sure whether it's an enemy or an ally, so you have to be careful. The girl said that she had been resting all this time. Life in the Lake Kingdom was taking too much energy. They've come a long way, so she's ready to acknowledge them and show them something, even though they don't trust her. Soon, the Nameless One obtained a large number of various treasures and began to demonstrate them to the guests of the Lake Kingdom. If they are already here, they can buy these goods from her. She sells quality items at low prices. It is strange to meet an NPC merchant in the Lake Kingdom. Although David is not sure that she is an NPC, he is only sure that she is a merchant. The girl said that there was a 1+1 promotion going on right now, as well as a 30% discount on the first purchase. She said that these conditions will not be valid forever, so they should take advantage of the favorable offers. Such artifacts are difficult to find on your own, which is why they are very valuable. All of this was collected during a journey through the Lake Kingdom, rare items that cannot be found in the human world. Merchants usually sell high-quality goods, but these items are incredibly high quality. Nameless can probably be really useful to an NPC, but she doesn't need money from the human world, so she has to pay with slightly different items. And they are interested in either magic stones or mana cores, because magic stones are also a type of payment method. They can be converted into currency, or used to buy something in the dungeon. This is a problem because every time David received magic stones, he exchanged them for money, and now he doesn't have any stones. The priceless objects lying before him will soon say goodbye and disappear forever. He took out everything he had and offered it as payment for the goods. First, we need to analyze these stones. Since this is their first purchase, especially considering they are serious about it, Nameless will allow them to choose one item as a sign of respect. David is happy. He hopes that she will not change her mind and keep her word. There are really very serious artifacts in front of him. Taking at least one item with you will be an incredible success. Jupiter didn't want to hint at anything, but if she ate this 100-year-old ginseng, she would become 10 years younger. David asked this old woman to choose equipment, not food, or to buy this ginseng with her own money. After that, David started talking. He suggested buying winged shoes. They can increase the character's speed. Lucas is not buying them for himself, but instead wants to give them to the Lord so that he can save himself in emergency situations. This is probably the only knight in the world who sincerely cares about David. In moments like these, it's hard not to cry. David does not participate in battles directly, so he refused this offer, but Damien approached him. He saw an item that creates potions every single time period. It can help heal soldiers. This young guy is indeed right. Constant production of potions can help a large number of wounded. But potions can be obtained even in the normal world, so using this opportunity to buy a generator seems like the wrong decision. After that, the Lord looked at Evangeline. He didn't understand why she wasn't trying to choose an object. The girl said that she considers herself a temporary member of their squad and that she is not interested in this equipment. After her graduation from the academy, the director gave her a spear and shield of high quality. If they were repaired, that would be enough. Lucas and David had completely forgotten about it. They hadn't yet told the girl that the repairs could cause problems. David completely forgot about the real purpose of returning to the dungeon. He approached Nameless and asked if she had any other weapons. Nameless said that she recently received a new set, the Devil's Spear and the Giant's Shield, both of the highest rank items. This is very high-quality equipment, cool design, and incredible durability. This is a set where when both items are used at the same time, the effect of their passive skills is increased by 50%. If you use them separately, you won't get the maximum parameters, so he can't take one. She reminded him that there was a 1-for-1 promotion going on right now, so he could take both items without paying extra. In return, she doesn't need anything. She just asked the team to continue exploring the place and constantly come and buy something from her. Nameless is a very strange woman. It seems that she not only looks like a saint, but also partly is a saint. After David thanked the seller of goods for his help, he called Evangeline to him. Now he can finally tell her about what happened yesterday. Her equipment was destroyed beyond repair. It was because of him that this happened, so now he is ready to solve this problem and give her a new set. Evangelina said that she was the one who caused the fight, and David was only trying to stop her, so the responsibility lies with her. Then, in this case, David is ready to make an exception to the rules, meaning it's not a replacement, but a gift. He asked her to take this set before he changed his mind, because there wouldn't be another chance like this. The prince personally gave her a gift for her successful graduation from the academy. Gifts from the imperial family cannot be refused. And also, this is a gift for Margrave Cross, who gave his own life. Saving the city is not the Lord's merit. If he leaves his daughter's weapon broken, he will feel like the ultimate bastard. Although she was a little saddened when she remembered her father, she thanked him for this gift and said that she would use it wisely. After that, the grandmother went crazy and started screaming. She also wants a gift. Probably Jupiter forgot that she would get paid for her work. Lucas also wants to get something. David reminded him that he recently gave him new armor. Strange, because Damien smiled and said that he was fine with everything, of course, because he had recently received a mana rifle and it was a very expensive item. Jupiter decided not to miss the opportunity, took the gemstone out of her pocket, and decided to buy ginseng. It seems like it still wants to return to a younger body, but where did it get these stones from? Before Nameless left, David decided to take the opportunity to ask her if she knew the bard. He told about a guy who plays the flute and controls rats, although he probably can control not only rats but all monsters. There are many different people walking along the bottom of the lake, but this one is especially famous, so she knows him. Surprisingly, David remembers that in the game this character was not a prominent NPC, but now, in the real world, he is really famous. If they continue to move forward, there will be a large safe zone between the 3rd and 4th areas. This zone is often visited by intelligent people who have remained in this realm. This place is also called the base camp. David knows about this safe zone. It opens after clearing the 3rd area. NPCs gather there, and there's also a lot of different equipment and, of course, merchants. There is a high probability that you will meet a bard there, but even if he is not there, you can gather information about him. Although they still have a long road ahead of them, Nameless is confident that they will reach their destination. She said goodbye to them and said that they would meet again. This woman is very mysterious. Lucas said he doesn't trust her. He feels she's too strong, and that's always dangerous. Her relaxed attitude towards everything is very unusual, especially considering that she easily defeats large monsters on her own. After David works on them for a few years, gets full gear sets, levels up, and unlocks all their talents, they will be able to do the same. So it's understandable why they don't see a monster now, but David qualifies her as a friendly NPC. It's unlikely that a bad person would give him the highest ranking equipment. They decided to continue their journey. Soon a boss room awaits them, so they need to destroy him and get a new reward. It felt like something very large had broken the seal and come out. The young team members immediately began to worry and suggested they return before it was too late. The Lord ordered the children to be quiet. They can't go back without even looking at the boss, especially considering their long journey. This place looks like a warehouse. It's very spacious, and that means there might be monsters around. Maybe there was a lot of water here because there is too much moss around, although that is not surprising since they are underwater. A little later, Damien started to tremble and said that he saw something strange and pointed his finger forward. It looks like a monster lying unconscious, maybe dead. It seems like this isn't just a pile of trash. It could be the boss of this room. The system reported that they must destroy a giant steam golem. It is at level 20. After destroying the sewer boss named Palig, there is another monster with a name. Maybe there is a reason for this. This monster is called a bull, and as soon as he woke up, he saw guests in front of him. His job is to clean up everything around him, and when he sees people, he immediately prepares to destroy them. The squad was ready for decisive action. They immediately began to defend themselves, although the boss's attack turned out to be quick. The magic of light is considered rare in our time, and Jupiter immediately notices such nuances. The size of this boss turned out to be larger than the Lord's expectations, which made him doubt the correctness of his strategy for a while. In fact, he understands perfectly well how to defeat this boar. There is no one in this game whom he would not know how to defeat. David asked his team members not to be intimidated by the opponent's large size. The strategy is the same. to destroy the mana core. But I must say right away that because he's a big boy, he doesn't have just one mana core. There are 10 of them in total. They are spread all over his body, palms, shoulders, legs, feet, chest, and head. We must destroy all these mana cores, otherwise he will continue to resist. After the core is destroyed, the area it was in ceases to function, so it's best to start with its hands. Crazy Grandma is ready to start first. She has long wanted to show these kids what old school is capable of. Damien asked her to calm down, because the youth also wants to prove themselves. He promised to destroy the monster's right hand. Thus, the bullock immediately felt the powerful force of several opponents at once. Problems with his hands started very quickly. Now he will not be able to use his right hand. After that, it's time to switch to legs. We need to deprive the bullock of the right to move. For this task, David used Lucas and Evangeline. Their duo must destroy the monster's legs in a few minutes. Bullock said that his back has been hurting lately, probably because he's been sleeping his whole life. He prepared to attack, and if you're not careful, this monster could crush you like a pancake. The attacking squad demonstrated excellent reaction, although the opponent is very strong, but its movements are too predictable. Evangelina said that no one was going to listen to a bunch of rubbish, and after these words, she began her attack. She activated the damage payback technique. It always works, even if the opponent is very strong. Lucas is also not going to keep up with her. He told the monster that today is not his day. The Lord's squad came here to clear the room, and this task will be completed. With these powerful attacks, they were able to deprive the monster of its ability to move. He remains calm and continues to talk to him. The bullock said that he always wanted to learn magic, and he was tired of cleaning here. It seems like he's been trying to talk to them all this time, but they're not listening to him at all and continue to destroy. Bullock wanted to invent a cleaning technique using magic. It would make his life, and the lives of other cleaners, easier. He will probably never be able to achieve this goal again. Today, he faced two strong opponents. Even a strong and large robot could not stand against a well-organized team of mercenaries. All that remains is to deliver the final blow, which Lucas is happy to do. Now the mana core in the monster's chest has been destroyed, but Lucas has completely forgotten about the core in his head. The monster continued talking. He said he was surprised because he thought he had finished cleaning. He's a real madman. There's almost nothing left of him, and he continues to talk all sorts of nonsense. The final blow was decided by the Lord, who was forced to work with his fists instead of his head. Let's remind you that he constantly uses his special glove for punching power. The blow came out strong enough to show the monster its true power. David was very lucky to get high numbers. If luck wasn't on his side, there could have been problems. Thus, the monster that was waiting for them in the third room was almost completely destroyed. Killing such a strong opponent gives a large number of points. At the moment, David has the lowest level in the team, so he should take this chance. It was a complete rout. All the mana cores were destroyed, so the street was completely cleared. Now you can calm down and relax. The main objective of this raid has been accomplished. David received a bonus for destroying all mana cores, as well as experience for the last strike. This should speed up his progress and increase his rating, and of course, don't forget that there is a chest with a gift here. As soon as David remembered this, he immediately asked Lucas to detain his grandmother, because he couldn't show her the treasures. In the chest, the Lord found a level 30th blatant layer. With its help, you can increase the power of your attacks with each victory. The effect lasts no more than 30 seconds. David was not happy with this item. It is usually used by sorcerers. He decided to give it as a gift for Jupiter because this item really suits her. This is one part of the set. When the full set is assembled, each defeated opponent activates a state of fear that covers a large area. It's completely unclear how to find the other parts of the set, but that doesn't matter, because there were still 2 higher quality mana cores in the chest. The boss's chest has been obtained and the room has been cleared. Now you need to open the checkpoint and you can return home. Soon they moved forward and saw stairs leading to the castle walls. So far, all of this matches the information David has about this city, so they are on the right track and need to move up. This climb can take a lot of time as well as a lot of effort. We must not forget that they are walking with an old person, whose knees may not be able to withstand such a load. David probably overestimated the capabilities of his team and his own capabilities. This road really turned out to be difficult. Their endurance was completely exhausted, and soon they fell to the ground and begged to be taken home. Grandma said she would die of cardiac arrest, and all she had to do was smoke a little more before she died happily. David noticed that Lucas and Evangeline were becoming true friends, although it was hard to believe a few days ago. After a short pause, they regained their strength and reached the right room. There is a teleporter nearby, so they can open the checkpoint and return home. As soon as Jupiter heard about this, she immediately ran forward. She said that she didn't need knee problems in her old age. She wants to go home, take a hot bath, take a cigarette and a cold whiskey with her, and experience true relaxation. But her desire disappeared after a while. She stopped and started trembling. At first, I couldn't understand what was happening. They came closer, and then the Lord explained that from here you can see what the Lake Kingdom really looks like. This is an incredibly large area. When you see this darkness against the background of the city, it feels like someone is sucking your soul out of you, like a dementor. The strangest thing is that you can see light ahead. This light is all over the city. Someone installed world stones and lanterns in city buildings and streets. Thanks to this, a small number of survivors can navigate in space. But that's not all. Ahead you can see something that looks like a lighthouse, which is located on top of the Lake Kingdom estate. This is the last area to explore that they will ever enter, and the place where the final boss battle will take place, but that is still a long way off. They have now passed through the sewers and reached the North Gate. So that's enough for today. We can think about further steps next time. Now it's time to go home and get some well-deserved rest. My legs can't take this load anymore. Once the research was completed, each player received their progress and rewards. They returned to the Lord's estate. It was already dawn outside, but they still wanted to sleep. David thanked everyone for their good work and asked them to rest. They went to the dungeon yesterday afternoon and returned only in the evening. All this work took more than 24 hours, so everyone wants to sleep. David returned home and decided to sleep until lunch. But it turned out that he woke up in the middle of the night, classic. After that, he didn't feel like continuing to sleep again. So he decided to look at the rewards he had received. For clearing the second area, he received a torch, a blue fire that would never go out, no matter what. Dungeon exploration is an eternal battle with darkness, so this is a fairly important item, but apart from lighting it provides nothing. The Lord was happy when he found out that he had received a summoning scroll for destroying all the mana cores. This scroll summons the boss. This item can only be used once, but the benefits will be incredible. The huge golem boss they encountered during their exploration will be able to become his servant with the help of this scroll. After David analyzed all his achievements and won items, he felt like he really wanted to eat. It's the middle of the night, so all the servants should be asleep, but that's only in theory. As soon as he came to the kitchen, he saw that some rats had crept into the room at night. As he got closer, he realized that they weren't rats at all, but stealing pigs. They had sneaked into the food and were trying to steal as many provisions as possible. It turns out they want to hide all their food in their stomachs, which is a pretty interesting strategy. He didn't smile and say that he was hungry too. If there was any food, he wanted to taste it too. It turned out that these pig kidnappers had already eaten almost everything in this room. Some ingredients remained, but there was no more ready-made food. It turned out that they were still very hungry, so David asked them to wait at the table while he prepared something delicious. It turned out that the Lord not only knows how to lead a large army and devise victory strategies, but also how to cook food. It was believed that members of the imperial family did not know how to cook with their own hands, but David said that this was not prohibited by law. Even if that were the case, he is the emperor's son. So he has the right to break this law, so there was no problem with preparing the delicacy. The selection of ingredients is quite large. David immediately found butter, milk, eggs, spices, and smoked veal. He very quickly guessed what he had to prepare and began the process. Soon the meal was ready. He wished his friends a delicious meal and said that after that they should return to their rooms. This is the classic strategy of pig kidnappers. Eat well and then sleep, especially if you can eat the Prince of the Empire sandwich. Smoked veal and vegetables are placed between slices of bread toasted in a mixture of milk, eggs, and honey. There is no ketchup, mustard, or mayonnaise, but still this dish turned out quite tasty. Lucas said that the Lord could replace the imperial chef. He couldn't believe that the food the prince prepared was so delicious. He promised to tell his children about it, and then his grandchildren, Evangeline, said the same thing. She really hadn't eaten anything tastier, at least not at the academy. I reassured her and said that this is one of the key street food dishes, so there is nothing strange about it. A little later, the girl became upset. This food reminded her of the times when she was younger. One day, hearing sounds from the kitchen, she ran to look and saw her father greedily devouring a delicious meal that he had prepared himself. The monsters didn't care what time they attacked the city, so he would return late at night after a victory and eat simple food to satisfy his hunger. Then he came back covered in dust and blood, found everything in the kitchen and fried it in a frying pan. When their eyes met, he stared into her eyes for a while, then asked if she wanted to eat too. Of course, she joined her father. He constantly fed her, which is why her cheeks are so plump even today. It turned out that while they were eating at night, the mother woke up and yelled at the father for feeding her daughter so late. Evangeline becomes very funny when she remembers her father's excited expression that night. Tonight's dinner reminded her of that moment. Unfortunately, those times can never be returned. David decided to remind the girl that the Margrave's funeral would be tomorrow. There is no burial culture in the city of Intersection, so David is temporarily taking care of all this. But if she wants, she can hold this event. The girl, after a short pause, replied that she wouldn't want that. On the contrary, she believes that David would do it better than anyone else. She respects her father and believes he is an incredible person who has protected the people here his entire life. Of course she understands this, but even now, after so many years, she still can't forgive him. Evangeline asked the Lord if her father had told him how her mother had died. He protected the city and left her to die, and Evangeline will never be able to forgive him for his choice. Oddly enough, despite the pain in her heart, she still understands why he did this, because protecting the city is the Lord's main task. My father always treated his duties responsibly, but on the day my mother was buried, he didn't even come. Instead, he decided to strengthen the southern military base because he had to prepare for the next attack. That is the job of the Lord of the Crossing City, and it has always been the most important thing to him. She realized this when she was burying an empty grave in the rain instead of her mother. She understood what a boss in a Cross family should be like, and promised herself that she would never become such a person in her life. Now it is clear why she decided to leave. Now her motivation is also becoming known to others. She thanked the Lord for his understanding, and for taking care of her father's funeral instead of her. Although she believes that Margrave Charles Cross deserves respect, she will never forgive him as her father. Soon the girl thanked him for the night's meal and said that it was a great honor for her to dine with the prince. It's hard to have a family when you learn about stories like this. Only then do you realize that there are always two sides to the coin. It was time to return to our rooms and continue our rest. Lucas knows that the Lord has a bad relationship with his family, which is probably why David is helping Miss Cross. Up until this point, David didn't even know that his character had family problems. It seems he not only liked to drink, but also enjoyed conflict. Maybe all this is a reflection of the prince's past, or maybe it's just Lucas's thoughts. David doesn't understand whether the guard is asking this because he is genuinely worried, or because he is checking to see if the prince is real. At that moment, David seemed frozen in place under the influence of hypnosis. He had never felt such a strange sensation before. Lucas is behaving very strangely. What is his goal when he asks such questions, and how should David react? Of course, his character is the son of an emperor, and his life is probably not as sweet as it seems. But David knows nothing about his family, so it's hard to find the right words to answer. Lucas immediately began to apologize to the Lord for asking a question on such a difficult topic. He admitted his guilt. He hopes that as a result, the Lord, his father, and Miss Evangeline will sort out their problems concerning their families. This guy's smile always makes David smile back. Probably in vain he was looking for some subtext in his words. This guy is probably just worried about the Lord. It's time to rest, so there's no need to suspect his closest friends. Returning to his room, he began to think that his character might have some family drama. The conversation with Lucas reminded him that the body he was in did not belong to him at all. Living in another's body was not an easy task. The next morning, the Lord immediately set to work, and the city, without a single pause, began preparing for the next battle. The system was informed about the enemies of the third stage, which will be stone and steam golems, as well as 5 unknown monsters of the 7th level. This time the opponents will already be familiar. Although there will be few of these monsters, they are of elite quality. We will have to think about strategy and defense mechanisms, with just over a week left before the battle begins. The preparation must be almost perfect. Last time, in the event of an unforeseen situation, they reacted very well. Although now we will have to look even further, not only to defend against attack, but also to eliminate the unexpected enemy if he comes again. David repeatedly gave orders directing the unions on the right path and forced them to prepare for defense very seriously. In the evening of the same day, in the western field of the city, where the cemetery is now located, preparations began for the Count's burial. In the second stage, there were a lot of wounded, but thanks to the right strategy, only one warrior died. Lucas greeted the Lord and said that the Margrave's body was already on its way here. The morning procession began from the doors of the temple. The Count's body was carried along the main street, accompanied by ordinary people. The crossing is known for its calm attitude towards death, but the death of a past lord who had protected these lands for decades is a different matter entirely. It forced people to leave their homes and truly feel the pain in their hearts. The cemetery was the final destination, but only the farewell process will take place here, as the hero's body will be buried in the family garden. Of course, He always wanted to be buried next to his wife, in the territory where his ancestors lived. Soon the ceremony began. Last time, David said that the deaths of warriors cost the empire dearly. This was not a metaphor. It is really very expensive from an economic point of view. But the death of Margrave Charles Cross turned out to be more expensive than any monetary costs. It makes the heart of every citizen of the city very painful. Charles said that his death should provide happiness to people, so that they should move forward and not waste time on sadness. Because this is a fortress city, a city that has a faithful friend named Death, and the city must be governed with hope and happiness, not with sadness and bitterness. Today, David decided not to listen to the last will of the legendary warrior, because today he would be sad. This front is held at the expense of people who give their lives for it. This applies not only to the Margrave. Each death makes the heart ache. That is why the Lord wants everyone to remember that their sacrifice is worth the pain it causes. Through hard work and sacrifice, the country and its people will be able to survive. This should never be forgotten. David will repeat more than once, people will always die, and their deaths will be worth it. After that, he asked people to observe a moment of silence for those who helped protect peace. Of course, no one could refuse him such an offer. The city held its breath for a moment. David hopes that one day, instead of endless burials, this city will only have festivals. Margrave. Charles Cross has always wanted this, and in the future this day will certainly come. Soon the sounds of fireworks could be heard in the sky, signifying the end of the funeral process. Now it's time to take the body of the legendary warrior home to his beloved wife. As we got closer, we could see that Miss Evangeline was also here. 3 years have passed since she was last on this earth, and the Count's friends expressed their condolences over the loss. She asked to take one last look at him, as if to make sure he was really dead. He always fought on the front lines without language. Death was something impossible for him. Now, all this is of no great importance. She asked to close the coffin. Soon the soldiers, who had always been close friends to the Count, covered his body with earth. One of them approached her and said he had to give her the equipment that Charles had been using. This equipment was passed down in the family from generation to generation, and from the very beginning, it was planned to bury this equipment with the Count. Later, someone decided to consult with Charles Cross's daughter first, and this was the right decision. Of course, the equipment is a little out of shape after the last battle, but after repairs it can be used. Evangelina ordered him to be buried with the body. This equipment should be with his father. The farewell ceremony ended with the priest's final prayer. Walls built of snow and ice. This is the path of earthly suffering. These are words from his favorite poem. David prepared it because the poem was a perfect fit for the Count, but it turned out that it didn't quite fit into the funeral program. Remembering conversations with this warrior, one cannot help but recall the words when the Count said that for the sake of this city, he would have to sacrifice something important. David wondered what he had to sacrifice so that the city of the intersection could live happily and without problems. Will he be able to remain himself after this sacrifice? All these questions remain unanswered. David wanted to make sure that everything was fine with the Count's daughter. After all, today was a very difficult day for everyone. The girl assured that she felt fine. She understood that one day this had to happen. If she were hired as a knight on another front, she would never be able to return to this city. So if her father had died, she wouldn't have been able to make it to the farewell ceremony, so the fact that she's standing here is a real miracle. She doesn't intend to stay here for long. After all the nuances of the will are resolved, she will sell everything and leave. Evangeline was very determined from the very beginning, which is why she buried the family equipment that had been passed down from past generations. David said that he could help resolve all inheritance issues. It's a difficult task for a teenager, so it's better to leave it to adults. She was surprised that David wasn't even going to stop her and ask her to stay here. She refuses to inherit the family home and runs away to live in comfort. It's selfish, and she knows it. The Cross family has already given everything to this city. David doesn't know if he will make it or not, but he will do everything in his power to protect the front. Therefore, Evangeline can leave all her experiences behind and move forward with her head held high. He will do everything to ensure that the hard work her family has done over the years does not go to waste. David turned out to be not as bad as they say. She had previously thought that he would immediately want to return to the imperial estate. The girl is very surprised at how seriously he approaches the duties of a lord. It's always nice to hear. The game director set him a condition. If he brings this world to a true end, he will fulfill any wish of David. He doesn't do all this because he's a saint or anything like that. For him, it's an opportunity to get what he wants. That's why he tries to be a good lord and fulfill his duties. Everything in the world has its own explanations. A little later, Evangeline said that she was hungry again. This girl wants to eat 24 hours a day. She looked at this older man and asked him to give her something to eat. She wanted something more delicious like last night. This made the Lord laugh. Of course, young people have to eat a lot to grow up. It was time to return to the estate for a delicious meal. Those who died will find peace in the land, and those who remain alive must move forward. From that day on, the Lord had two tasks on his shoulders. Performing his usual work was the main task. He had to prepare for the next stage. Also now he has another important issue. He must resolve all the nuances of the cross-family inheritance. Evangelina refused the position of Margrave. She wanted to go to another city. This means that David must sell everything that belongs to her family so that she will have no reason to return. And this upsets the director. David ordered the aider to deal with these important issues and to monitor the legal processes. Of course, this would speed up all this work. But the director immediately announced that it would not be possible to sell everything in a week. Real estate makes up a large part of the family's inheritance, so finding a buyer in such a short period of time will not be easy, especially in this city. David said that for now, the aider can buy a house in the name of the Lord, of course, at an adequate price. He wants to resolve this issue within a week and completely let the girl go by the time it's time to defend the city. All members of the Cross family died here. Evangeline was their last descendant, in other words, the last surviving member of the family. She needs to be taken out of here as quickly as possible so that she doesn't get caught up in the battle. This was the last wish of the legendary warrior Charles Cross, and David is going to fulfill this wish. Aider was pleased with these words and said that everything would be done as quickly as possible. It turned out that he was a pretty good secretary. There are a little over 8 days left until the start of the third stage. Time is running out very quickly, so we need to prepare properly. David must do this, complete the game without using people's lives as material for victory, and without losing his own morale. The next week went by very quickly. It felt like someone had sped up time. David decided to come to the forge, where unpleasant news awaited him, because the blacksmith said that this was his first experience making weapons from mana. This caused many difficulties, and he and the alchemist did not have enough time to make the required number of weapons. The mana gun was made 100 years ago, but disappeared from the market due to its high price and impracticality. To create one such weapon, an alchemist and a blacksmith must work together, and bringing them together is very difficult. They were supposed to make 5 guns, but only managed to make 2. In fact, this is a normal result. David understood that they would not be able to complete his task 100%, so he promised not to get angry. He was pleased with the way it looked. This weapon was created using a special mana core that the Lord had given them. The training was an impossible stage to pass, but they were able to kill the queen and obtain her mana core. In theory, the army of black spiders only appears in the second year of the game's plot. But in reality, things didn't work out that way. David expected that the weapon from this core would be of incredibly high quality, and that is exactly what happened. If we consider that the user of this weapon is Demian, a cheat character who guarantees accurate hits, then it turns out to be a hellish symbiosis. David can't wait to see how it works in real combat conditions. Experienced professionals in their field were happy that the Lord was pleased. While they were making this weapon, they were in a trance, so they managed to create this masterpiece. David said that they both did a great job, so he wouldn't forget about the reward and would come to them again next time. Soon David returned to Lucas and showed him these rifles. The warrior could not even believe that these were really such important weapons. He always believed that there was nothing better than a sword, but David assured him that this rifle would change the course of the battle. There are 20 hours left before the monster invasion begins, which should be enough for Damien to get used to the weapon. When they returned to the estate, the Lord saw Evangeline Cross standing in the yard. He came out to say hello to her. It seemed like she was getting ready to leave town. Today, the secretary handed her the documents and money, all of it carefully packaged. Once the sale of all the Cross family's assets was completed, it turned out that there was quite a large sum. With this money, this girl will have no problems with where and how to live. She thanked for the help. Without support, she would not have been able to do this. After that, she told me what the aider had told her. He hinted that after receiving the money in this city, she had nothing more to do. So she can pack her things and get out of here. Evangeline was happy, but she doesn't like that it turned out to be the Lord's order. She herself wanted to leave here, but she doesn't understand why David is trying to get rid of her so quickly, because she hasn't even said goodbye to anyone. David said that if she was really going to leave, she should do it right now. He explained that a very big battle would start here tomorrow, and he wouldn't want to drag her into all of it. She must leave the city immediately because now there is nothing to keep her here. The girl said she wanted to help in the battle because the Lord had also helped her, but David asked her to forget about it. She reminded him that David had already seen her fight, so she was confident that she could defeat the enemy army alone. The Lord could no longer hold back and began to scream like a madman. Perhaps she only understood the raised voice. At that moment, she was very scared. Now, on the contrary, she wants to punish David for this. Laura reminded her that she wanted to leave the city and start a new life. And that was why she gave up her family inheritance. If she really made such a decision, she should not hesitate, but rather do everything according to plan. Here, at the front, there is nothing but death and dirt. If she stays here, she will never be able to get out. And it's better to forget about battles with monsters altogether. Leave here forever, and find yourself another interesting hobby. He asked Evangeline to live freely and enjoy life, because that was what her father wanted. Those were his posthumous words. She said she wanted to be a bad daughter and did everything to make her father angry. But it was time to at least fulfill his last wish. Now she is a stranger in this city, and this house no longer belongs to her family. She asked him to stop, but David said he had an important meeting before tomorrow's fight, so she had to leave town quickly. Don't think he's a heartless egoist. We all understand why he behaved the way he did with her. Finally, she said she wanted to go down and visit the family cemetery and then leave the intersection. She hopes that in the future only victories and success await David. He didn't say this, but he sincerely wishes that luck would also never turn away from this little girl who loves to eat at night. This conversation took a lot of strength from him. Although Lucas said that he should have been softer than Evangeline. If David hadn't done this, she would have still had feelings for this city, so it was a forced measure. Not all goodbyes require tears. Sometimes just saying goodbye and shaking hands is enough. We need to forget about Evangeline Cross and move on. Serious challenges await them, so David hopes his team is rested. He immediately greeted the team. Lily was probably very unhappy that she now had to go back to work, but those are the rules. She screamed and asked for extra rest. The Great Fire Witch was already used to home life. She enjoyed a bit of freedom, so now it was time to get back to work. She began to beg to be sent back to the workshop, where she was sure she could be useful. Of course, David didn't let her do this. With less than a day left before the big battle, they needed to discuss the team's strategy one last time. For Damien, the Lord has another gift. There are never enough such guns. He hoped the guy would like the design, but their conversation was interrupted by a soldier who ran into the room. He was very nervous and said that information had come from intelligence officers. Soon he reported that the monsters had finally appeared. A whole army, numbering more than 200 robots. Now they are approaching the city at great speed, but it seemed that this could not happen because there are still many hours to go. The system updated and reported that there were 30 minutes left until the start. This is called a scam. The scouts also reported that the enemies were divided into two groups. This is strange behavior of the monsters. Usually they attack with an entire army. 80% of the monsters are moving in the direction of the city. The other 20% have separated from the group. This 20% goes to the garden that used to belong to the Cross family. So history repeats itself, over and over again. David and Lucas looked as if they had learned some terrible truth. Of course, the reason for their surprise is understandable. They know that Evangeline went to the garden to see her parents for the last time. David ordered the army to be immediately assembled and prepared for a fierce confrontation. They were informed that an army of robots was approaching, so the invasion would begin soon. As soon as David went outside, he immediately tried to find out the current location of the monsters from the scout. The scout reported that they were now visible to the naked eye. They were ahead. Even though David and his team fought them in the dungeon, it's still incredibly scary to see hundreds of robots at once. It feels like a huge wall is closing in on them, but this wall will have to be completely demolished. The soldier informed the comrade that if the robots continued to move at the same pace, they would be here in 15 minutes. By that time, we need to resolve all issues and prepare for battle. Lucas hopes that David won't leave Evangeline, but it seems that the Lord hasn't decided what to do with him yet. The time has come when he will have to make the choice that the Margrave has spoken about so many times. History always repeats itself. David was angry and didn't understand why the monsters had split into two groups. Why right now? It couldn't be a simple coincidence. Someone is doing this on purpose, and they definitely don't have good intentions because they are trying to change the situation to their advantage. Anyone who interferes in the game is determined to make things difficult. The warriors have already heard stories from the scouts. The current defense line is strong, so without the old warriors, nothing will happen here. They want to go to the garden. You can understand the old warriors. They want to save the Count's daughter while there is still a chance. David must make the hardest choice of his life, and he must do it very quickly because every minute counts. He believes that the warriors are mistaken in several respects. Firstly, their line of defense is not strong enough. Due to an unexpected attack, you can forget about the artifacts. Even the cannons are still not ready for battle. Of course, you can imagine that everything will be fine with weapons, but then you should not forget that most of the warriors are beginners. It is unlikely that without experienced warriors, David will be able to restrain the enemy and prevent the destruction of the fortress. The soldiers are also mistaken about the possibility of saving Evangeline. There are no defensive fortifications in the Markgraf's garden. It is a flat road. There are no mountains in the garden. 50 huge elite robots are headed there. And even if there were a wall there, it wouldn't stop them. These monsters will destroy everyone they meet on their way. There's no point in even talking about it. Under such circumstances, it is unclear how these experienced soldiers are trying to save the Count's daughter. There's a reason this game combines the defense genre, and that's because it has walls, which gives it a huge advantage. Trying to fight monsters in the open field without all sorts of defensive setups would be a senseless waste of human lives. Experienced soldiers are still confident in the correctness of their plans. Even if they all die, they are ready to save Evangeline at any cost. It seems they don't even realize how horribly their plan is designed. David tried to explain that he needed a plan for victory, not a large number of corpses after the battle. We need to come up with a strategy immediately, because if no one tries to protect her, the last representative of the Cross family will soon die. The soldiers are indeed right. Without the support of Evangeline, he will not be able to hold out for long. In order to save her, an elite squad of warriors, that is, all members of the main team, must be called to help. In the meantime, they will destroy monsters to deter enemies, and the help of ordinary soldiers will be needed, but big problems will arise. The defensive phase in this case will not succeed. Even if they save Evangeline, they will still lose the front. So the dilemma that the Margrave spoke about arises. He also warned that the lord of this city would have to make a very difficult choice. Now the young prince can finally understand the pain this seasoned warrior felt. Soon David asked to listen to his order. None of them would take part in saving Evangeline. It was his decision. Everything was decided from the very beginning. He understood that it would be difficult, but I know that there is only one right option. They cannot waste human resources, so they must focus all their forces on the battlefield. One life against 1,000 others. From the very beginning, there was no need to even think about it. The difference in weight is obvious, even without scales. If the wall falls, tens of thousands of civilians will die, and then all of humanity will be in danger. This front must be maintained no matter what. So they must continue to fight to prevent this from happening. Such are the principles of the game. If the game ends, there will be no point in saving or losing the character. David repeated his order loudly and clearly. None of them would go to her aid. Instead, they must complete preparations to defend the city. To the southeast of the intersection stands Charles Cross's summer home, where he lived his entire life. In contrast, the garden looks as if it was cared for until recently. After the sun rises and the warm days arrive, even on land drenched in the blood of monsters, trees bloom and bear fruit. Evangelina realized that she would never see this again in her life, because she would leave this place forever. After her mother died and she left home, her father took care of the garden on his own. A few days ago, he was standing here tending the trees and grapes, hoping to see a good harvest this year. He hoped, even though he knew it would never happen, and maybe it sounds absurd, but that's the irony of fate. Ruin's father and mother died, and now their only daughter will leave the city forever. As a result, the end of the Cross family, which had protected this city for hundreds of years, turned out to be nothing more than a pitiful spectacle. There is nothing left but death and monuments. This is the harsh reality. Having sold the remnants of his family's pride and pocketed the gold coins, the last surviving soldier flees without a fight. She went to her parents and said goodbye to them forever. She would go far away and they would never see her again. Deep down, she expected to hear a harsh answer, but of course there was none. She wanted to say so much when she saw her parents for the last time, but now I can't even remember anything. Unexpectedly, Evangeline felt weakness in her legs and dizziness. Her head started to hurt, and it began to seem as if the earth was shaking. She was probably too nervous, so it's better to leave before the tears fall from her eyes because she wants to leave with a smile on her face. She said goodbye to her parents as the sun set over the horizon. After that, the girl smiled and thought that now adventures and a fun life await her. It almost should have happened if a huge robot hadn't appeared in front of her face at that moment. Is this the end of the legendary family, or just a new test for a person with the surname Cross? Only time will tell. As a child, she loved to ask her mother where she would go when she grew up. Her father told her that she would become the heir to the Cross family, so she would have to fight at the front. Of course, her mother didn't really like such conversations. She always hoped that her daughter would take a completely different path. Although it doesn't matter if she likes it or not, their last name is Cross, so this fate is written on their hearts. Evangeline understood that her mother, when she married Charles, did not think that everything would turn out exactly like this. Every time the monsters attacked, she didn't know she would be so worried about her husband. She also didn't know that soon Evangeline would also fight at the front when she became an adult. But her mother replied that it was the opposite, that when she agreed to become his wife, she knew she would not be able to sleep at night. She also guessed that when the child was born, she would also have to take up arms in the future. Little Evangeline didn't understand. If her mother knew about all this, why she married her father and why she gave birth to her. In response, her mother just smiled and said that her daughter would find out about it later. 3 years have passed since her mother's death, but Evangelina still doesn't understand why her mother chose a future filled with fear and sadness. She probably won't be able to find the answer to this question until the end of her life, although the end of her life could come now. It turned out to be too unpredictable. Evangeline opened her eyes and tried to understand how long she had been here, unconscious. Looking around, she saw a monster in front of her. So everything happened very quickly. She didn't know why the monsters had come so early, and in this garden too, but her body began to react faster than her mind. She didn't even have time to understand how exactly she started fighting the monster, but it turned out to be too strong. This girl was the best student at the academy, but when you're 15 years old, even great talent can't help in a battle with such a demon. And it seemed like it was all some kind of joke. As soon as she decided to leave here forever, someone was trying to drag her back into the abyss again. Soon she realized that she was surrounded by a whole gang of robots, so now he wasn't even alone. If before that she remained calm and self-confident, now there is not even a trace of this left. Of course, she is the daughter of a legendary warrior, so she will fight fiercely as long as her heart beats. There is no doubt that she will give her all in this battle, but it is obvious from the very beginning that it is too difficult. Although these robots are large and not very fast, when you get distracted by several opponents at the same time, you lose control of the situation. These are serious problems, and if nothing changes, she won't be able to hold on like this for long. Of course, Evangeline is young and everyone knows that her endurance skills are at the highest level. She will fight for a long time, but will it be enough to win? An army of robots set up an ambush a day earlier than the planned crossing in the city. Realizing this, Evangeline thought that she needed to return to the city and warn the others. There is nothing surprising in this. She, like her father, always thinks about ordinary people. When she went outside, she saw an even larger army approaching her. So those 3 robots she was fighting a few minutes ago were just scouts. This is a truly trained army that knows how to use strategy on the battlefield. You don't have to be a genius to guess that you need to get out of here immediately, while there's still a chance. There are no horses left in the garden. They were sold along with the house, so all that remains is to run, and run fast. Evangeline has a problem with her leg. She injured it during the battle, so it is unknown if she will be able to run fast. There will never be any problems with the character of this Iron Lady, which is probably why she was the best in the academy. She must run as fast as possible. The plan seemed pretty realistic until she felt something very large and dangerous flying behind her. Very quickly, the impression was formed that this was the boss of the robot army, although it was hard to believe because he looked like the devil. She tried to protect herself with a shield, and it was at this moment, when concentration should be at its highest level, that disaster struck. You might recall that this girl has a problem with clumsiness, and this problem manifested itself again at the most inopportune moment. Now, not only is her leg injured, her entire body is covered in blood and dirt, and she now looks just like her father. Evangelina found the strength to get up and look back, but she would have been better off not doing so. She quickly understood what was going on. This girl is very smart, so she understands that everything is over. Death approached her too quickly and unexpectedly. Death is always imperceptible. She hasn't yet had time to do what she so often dreamed of as a child. She is too young and has never even been on a date. Although she has always dreamed of a prince on a white horse, she also hadn't tasted alcohol yet, and hadn't tried smoking when other academy students were doing so. She hasn't even grown up yet, and hasn't even thought about what she really wants to do in this life. Oddly enough, there was no anger or aggression in her heart, only regret. That was all the little girl felt in the last moment of her life. She would have liked to do more, and at this difficult moment for her, she heard a familiar voice. Everything she didn't have time to do, she will be able to implement in the future. Life is short, so she must live it to avoid regrets before death. He came to save her life. When it seemed that everything was over, he made his choice, the choice that Charles talked about so much. It was time to see what had happened 30 minutes earlier in the fortress. David said that no one would leave the city and everyone would defend the fortress except him. He would go alone to save Evangeline. There will be only one warrior in the rescue squad. He will try to save her without the support of others. Lucas couldn't believe what he was hearing. He started screaming at the Lord so much that David almost lost his hearing. Now his ears are not a problem. At first he said that they were useless in a rescue operation. and now he says that he will go alone. This is absurd. David asked his guard to calm down. He was not going to die, but was going because he knew he would win. David is probably the most unpredictable character in this game, so he should be the one to make the future hit. If he brings support in the form of other warriors, he will only increase his losses. He prepared several strategies in advance in case of unforeseen situations. And while some parts of the strategy are unrealistic to execute, it's not his fault, because the game continues to behave as if there is no choice but to take risks. If they are all under his command, they must know that he is very knowledgeable about monsters. His plans have been successful even in situations that seemed catastrophic. He has a plan even for this time. He asked to trust his intuition and let him go alone to save Evangeline. Now is not the time for idle talk. He passes the title of Army Commander to Lucas. This valiant knight tried to refuse such a position and asked the Lord to stay because they needed him. David knows that he should be with the army, but asks to trust his decision. He promised to return safe and sound and explained that he could not give up Evangeline because it would mean giving up his morals. He must save everyone who can be saved. And this plan is the only way to save Evangeline and protect the front. The wizards know their capabilities even without his advice, so he is confident that everything will be fine. They promise to defend the city's territory and give all their strength to protect ordinary people. After that, he approached Demian and said that he had one last request for him. Soon the gates of the fortress were opened so that the prince could go to the aid of Evangeline Cross. Lucas watched as the Lord left the city on his horse, watching and hoping that the Lord would return. Finally, David smiled and asked him to protect the house, because he would definitely return. He rode and thought about the Margrave. David had no right to upset this man, even if he was already dead. After all the sacrifices he and his family have made to protect this city, David will save his daughter at any cost. First, she needs to restore her strength, so she needs to drink a potion. She asked him to run away immediately and reminded him that he couldn't die. Perhaps he didn't see that there was an army of monsters ahead. The girl pushed him and asked him to return to the city and also said that she could buy him time. It's too late to run away. The monsters in the air will soon start shooting magic. Magical stone robots. 2 of the 5 available have already passed here, so these are not bosses, but just improved versions of the robots. They have not only a high level but also an elite status. In fact, they are the strongest rivals at this stage. Evangelina reminded her that she is an orphan, so she has nothing to lose, so she is ready to sacrifice her own life for the sake of others. The girl tried to convince the Lord to return to the city, but he forced her to shut up and drink the potion. This will help restore the body's water balance and energy. If she is a child, she should behave like a child and rely on the help of adults. David had been waiting for this moment for a very long time, always wanting to scream loudly during use. Now it's finally time to use the summoning scroll and call upon the giant robot to help you. So far, everything looks very nice, as if the Lord has retrained as a sorcerer. Soon, a huge robot arrived to protect the Lord of the City intersection. He really looks very big. I wonder how he will fight with a large number of opponents. If Evangeline had known from the very beginning what David was capable of, she would not have convinced him to return to the city. Now David has full control over the robot, with a large number of functions available. David didn't know what would happen next. He was only sure that it would be fun. The first task was to block the opponent's shot. We had to check the defense. So far, there have been no problems with this, and the protective barrier was quickly created. David didn't expect that he would have to use the magic to summon the boss monster. Despite the fact that the opportunity to use this function is only once, there is a full arsenal of functions here. Opponents are unable to successfully attack from a distance, so they come closer. Their strategy is quite simple. They are smaller, but there are many more of them, and they try to take advantage of that. Soon, a real close combat will begin. Only robots will fight instead of humans. David directed his monster forward. He decided that it was enough to defend, because it was time to attack. His actions were indeed very powerful. One attack was enough to destroy 10 monsters at once. Monsters in this game are divided into 3 categories: normal monsters, elite monsters, and boss monsters. Regardless of rank, monsters themselves are already a big problem for people, not to mention bosses. Bosses are very different from the other 2 groups of monsters. These creatures have high intelligence. They also know how to correctly give orders to their subordinates. And of course, they have incredible strength. When they lead their legion, they become even more dangerous. That's why summoning a boss monster using magic can be called cheating. Although if the lion wasn't angry, the hyenas wouldn't run away anyway, so the fight would be long. Killing people has always been a first-class task for monsters. It's always been that way, but of course they hate traitors, which is why they want to destroy this robot so badly now. No matter how strong the boss is, he cannot defeat 50 giant monsters alone. This fight looks like a praying mantis eating a huge number of ants. Although David was angry, he did not expect his warrior to be able to defeat all the others. He decided to escape from here immediately while they still had the chance. He was only able to summon the boss monster once. As long as he bought them time, they could safely escape. David knows that Evangeline has a leg injury, and so he takes another dose of the potion to restore her vitality. This time he didn't force her to drink the potion, but instead poured the potion on her wound to stop the bleeding. After that, they both started running away at top speed because otherwise there would be no chance of escape. The elite robots were not going to let them go so easily. They were going to destroy all life in this territory. David and Evangeline were no exception. Soon, other monsters turned their attention to these two people. The Lord realized that they would not be released so easily, so the escape plan turned out to be quite a risky undertaking. The robots began to attack. At the last moment, Evangeline was able to protect the Lord and herself with a shield. David realized that something had to be done, which is why he logged in and ordered his monster to attack the elite robots. They should be a priority target because they are the ones who command the other army. The huge blue robot began to attack the flying opponents. He is still ready to fight and not ready to give up. With his active actions, the Lord can be free from magical attacks for a while. Evangelina also decided to make every effort to save their lives. She was ready to fight even with a wounded leg. This girl never gives up. Although her height is quite short and her age is still very young, she can already easily destroy opponents who are several times larger than her. It was truly amazing. At such moments you realize that the blood of a legendary warrior flows in her. Soon they finally found the horse on which David had arrived here. This should facilitate the escape plan. The approach of huge monsters, he immediately tried to escape, without even waiting for his master. The robots have begun to surround their rivals. They act in a very disciplined and logical manner. Now these huge monsters are on different sides. It will be almost impossible to escape. Evangeline and David have serious problems. They don't quite understand what to do next. David proposed to destroy all the monsters. It is not entirely clear how he is going to do it. Perhaps he has lost his mind. The Lord said that they no longer had a chance to escape, so they must accept the battle and fight to the last drop of blood. At first, Evangeline disagreed, but then she realized that they had no other choice and went on the attack. David used his magic glove and helped the girl in this difficult battle. When he received this artifact, he considered it unnecessary, but now the glove saves his life. With this item, you can easily destroy stone robots. They will crumble into a huge pile of stones. Evangelina also kept up with her partner. She fought fiercely and felt no fear. David remembers that in games you can't rely only on luck, because sooner or later you will face failure. He prepared to deliver a powerful blow, but this time he was unlucky. Instead of a big number and a powerful blow, he got 3 zeros, which means he's in trouble. Such a moment had to happen sooner or later. Although, of course, it would be better if it didn't happen today. A person trying to achieve their dream victory should not rely solely on luck. A person must be confident in his every attack. But even knowing this, David continued to believe in luck. Using different means at every opportunity became his main principle. And here is the result: a complete failure. He guessed that this would happen one day, but hoped that at this moment he would not risk his own life. Due to failure, he can get a lot of damage. Now he has problems with his left hand. David knew that this could cause him serious problems, so he took an extra portion of the potion with him. His wound heals, the blood stops flowing, and the broken bones begin to heal. The potion really worked, but he won't be able to use his left hand for a while, so Evangeline has to buy him time. He understands that there is no time to rest, so he asks to gain at least a minute. Evangeline is always ready to do everything in her power to help others, but she has too many rivals. If you rely only on luck, your plans will sooner or later fail. David understood this. And yet, no matter what, he continued to use his lucky shot. The Lord of the City of the Crossing turned out to be a wise one. He still insured himself in case luck turned away from him. One shot, triple kill. That's exactly what Evangeline saw with her own eyes when he activated his new weapon. You could say this was his second lottery ticket. David always kept it close by. This is a mana firing gun, a weapon of the highest rank, made from the mana core of the Black Spider Queen. It was a gift for Damien, but David took it with him, feeling that something bad might happen. Now he must use all the cards he has, or he risks total destruction. He must fight with his left hand until it stops functioning, and then destroy monsters with this weapon. This was his plan from the very beginning. This rifle is not a very comfortable weapon, but at this distance even a beginner will be able to shoot successfully. If he doesn't learn to defend himself without relying on his friends and team, he will die, even considering he's a prince. This weapon is very uncomfortable. Remembering Demian, you understand that this guy was not very lucky. Evangelina continued to fight fiercely. She did not stop and constantly moved forward and used the damage payback technique. Soon they finally destroyed all the robots that tried to catch up with them. Evangeline had a million questions, but she decided to ask just one, what they would do now. David reminded them that the plan was unchanged. They had to destroy all the monsters. At the beginning, you need to return to the summer house. There are several interesting items hidden there. They don't have time to rest and wait. As soon as new monsters arrive, it can all end very quickly. So if they want to return alive, they must destroy the monsters from hiding. Now it's time for the feature that has interested David the most since the boss called. This function is very simple and straightforward. It is called self-destruct. With this feature, a boss monster that can no longer fight is ready to give its own life in order to destroy its opponents. David was pleased. This monster really helped them a lot, and now they have a better chance of success. Of course, he didn't destroy all his opponents on the battlefield, but he took a large number of robots with him to the other world. Before the rivals unite, David and Evangeline must escape and hide. This will not be very easy to do, because as soon as they started running away, their opponents immediately started attacking them. The elite robots are still alive. David explained that this always happens. The strongest rivals turn out to be the most resilient. They should be happy that they were able to kill one elite warrior, but that's not enough to win the war. These two ran so fast that if they had competed in the Olympics, they would have won any distance race. They were already near the house, and at that moment the elite robot started moving again. It was very lucky that Evangeline has incredible reflexes. In a second, she managed to turn around and protect everything with a shield. But now she will no longer have the opportunity to defend herself in this way. This girl's new attack had to be repelled with her spear, a very unusual but interesting technique. The spear was not designed for protection, so David had to intervene to save the young lady's life. After a short pause, they finally returned to the house, the first minimal task completed. Evangeline hopes that the Lord's plan can turn this situation around, although it will be difficult to do so, given the number of enemies. Of course, David is not a knight in shining armor, but he has a regular high-quality mana core. He threw this core forward and said that it automatically called up a defensive turret. The materials required for the summon are a high-ranking mana core and building materials, wood or stone. Our heroes are very lucky that there are enough of these materials around. So, a few seconds after the activation of the core, a super powerful weapon was created. Now, we can say with confidence that David and Evangeline have a good chance of success. They hid in a safe place, and the only entrance to this house was blocked by a huge cannon. They use everything possible to save their lives, the only way to achieve success. The remaining robots stopped attacking and retreated. They guessed that if they continued the attack, they would die. David had often wondered why these dungeon robots were so intelligent. Usually all monsters mindlessly attack people. This is the maximum intelligence of monsters in this game, but these robots are completely different. Now we need to talk about the next step. David thinks it would be right to wait until the sun sets. Then he can use another of his secret weapons, and that should be enough. Evangeline has serious shoulder problems. She knocked out another potion, but even that didn't help. Her shoulder was the most damaged in the last attack. Perhaps there is a limit to how much potion can be used. David said he would go look for material to bandage the wound and asked the girl to wait at this place. Soon he bandaged your shoulder and stopped the bleeding. Evangeline thanked her savior. There were a lot of glasses and bottles of alcohol around. The girl didn't understand where it all came from. The Lord explained that Margrave Cross drank a lot in the last years of his life. Although Evangeline found it hard to believe, David said that her father was drunk almost all the time. It was really hard for her to listen to this because the Charles she knew had never drunk alcohol in his life. Charles said that monsters could come at any moment, so he always had to be prepared, and he couldn't drink alcohol. She probably doesn't understand how much the loss of the woman she loves has affected him. A lot had changed during Evangeline's absence. He had a tortured look and couldn't live a day without whiskey. It's strange because Evangeline still continues to hate her father. Maybe this will change over time. Maybe she needs to grow up. I wonder if 3 years ago, her father had chosen to save his wife instead of fighting for the fortress. Would she have forgiven him? The girl said that everything would have been different, but at that moment she was in the fortress. If he really went to save his wife, Evangeline would risk losing her life. He didn't leave his wife, he protected his daughter, and she knows it. It's hard to accept this, but his actions are really extremely logical. Now she understands that her father did everything he could. She finally truly understood him. It seems like she needs to hate someone, because otherwise she doesn't know how to live. Monsters tore her mother apart, so sadness and grief make her suffer and cry at night. Yes, of course she was told that there was no point in hating monsters. She was told that it was just an accident. But if that's really the case, then who should she blame for these problems? She understands that it is very selfish to look for someone to blame instead of the monster who killed her mother. But if there is no one to be offended by, her feelings will eat her up from the inside. Instead of blaming the monsters who were actually to blame for what happened, she decided to blame the one who took responsibility. This is quite logical behavior. It is always easier to hate than to accept loss. The father accepted her hatred, agreed that it was his fault, that he didn't save his mother, that all responsibility lay with him. That's why the girl hated him without a doubt. But now David asks her to forgive her father. She doesn't understand what she has to do. If it's not her father's fault, then whose fault is it? David tried to explain that it's no one's fault. They're all trying to live, so it's not selfish at all. Everyone just wants to survive. Monsters come and make people die, make family members, friends, and comrades die. This is unavoidable because humans are extremely weak, and in order to live, we need someone to blame for it. Not because we want to hate, but because we want to survive. That's the simple truth. There must always be someone to blame for problems. There must always be someone who will be responsible for the chaos around. David put his hand on the little lady's head and said that she might hate him. She can blame the current lord of the intersection city because he is now responsible for this place. If there is any burden that the Cross family has carried, it is obvious that David, as the new lord, must take it on. David is ready to be made the object of insults. He hopes that Evangeline will at least try to understand her father. He always only wanted happiness for his daughter. This goal always made him act one way or another. That's why now David is doing everything in his power to save her. This girl will need to think carefully about all these situations and rethink her perspective on them. Of course, this shouldn't be done right now. The monsters are nearby, so they need to stay focused and be ready. A serious battle could break out at any moment, and it seems to be approaching at this moment. If a defensive turret is surrounded, it will become helpless due to the need to attack blindly. The robots realize this very quickly. You have to admit that they are really very smart. If they enter this house, Lord and Evangeline will not survive. So we need to act. The girl started to panic. She's not afraid to fight, but she has problems with weapons. David reminded her that she had a spare gun that she and her father had buried a few days ago. She replied that she would never do that. Let's see what she would say when the robots tried to tear off her arms and legs. This moment is getting closer with every second. These monsters are smart and very determined. Of course, the turret isn't going to launch them into the house without a fierce fight, but will it be enough for so many opponents? In this battle, a large number of monsters will be destroyed, but if even a few can get close to the weapon, then everything will be over quickly. No matter how good this defensive turret is, it still can't attack 100 monsters at the same time. So soon they finally came within its range and were able to stop this infernal machine. With her last shot, she was able to destroy a few more monsters, but she is incapable of anything else. In any case, this was enough to delay and distract the enemies, providing an ideal opportunity for escape. Evangeline didn't even have time to understand anything when she found herself in the backyard of her garden. It is there that her father and mother are hidden, as well as weapons and protection passed down from generations past. Huge monsters are coming up behind her, and if they are not stopped, they will tear her and the Lord to pieces. There was no time to be distracted by unnecessary emotions, so Evangeline began to dig up her father's grave with her own hands. Soon she saw a wooden box in the ground, inside which lay a spear and a shield. This weapon was carried by the legendary warrior Margrave Cross for many years. This weapon saw a huge number of battles and enemies. It was at her request that this equipment was buried with her father. With her dirty hands, she tightly gripped her spear and shield and prepared for a fierce confrontation with the hellish monsters. Her father had long told her to take this equipment because it could save her life in the future. Evangelina refused this offer, saying that she was not going to repeat her father's life path. At first, she wasn't going to throw away this equipment, and she just wanted to see if her father would yell at her. Charles didn't say anything to her. He just said that it was very cold in the north, so she should dress warmly and not get sick. Finally, he said that she could come back anytime she wanted. When he said these words, it was audible that his voice trembled, which was very unlike the illustrious Margrave. She closed the door loudly behind her and didn't say a word. When Evangeline left, Charles Cross didn't even move. He continued to stand still even after the carriage with his daughter was already very far away. The spear and shield were not in the best condition, as was Charles, who immediately turned into an old man after the death of his wife. When Evangeline was still a child, his surroundings looked incredible. There was nothing better than the back of a legendary warrior as he took up his weapon and went to fight a monster. David said that his last resort and backup was always Evangeline. That's what he meant 5 minutes ago. Now he hopes that she will protect them with her father's weapons and shield. She must fight just as he taught her. The girl wanted to say something back, but there was no time for conversation. The monsters had come too close, so Evangeline gripped her shield and spear tightly. The weapon lay perfectly in her hands, as if it had found its long-lost owner, and at that moment, she once again remembered her childhood memories of her father. When she was very young, he first taught her how to use a weapon. Now she is in a critical situation and a huge monster is approaching her with incredible speed. But for a second, the girl thought that at that moment her father was nearby. He was again showing her how to hold a spear and shield, and again believed in her talent. At such moments, no additional motivation is needed. At such moments, even a little girl can defeat a whole world of enemies. Now the number of rivals doesn't matter to her at all. Feeling her parents' support, she is ready to go against the whole world. It didn't matter if it was a hallucination or if her father's spirit was really there. Either way, it worked. She perfectly understood where to move and at what pace to fight. It was all at the level of reflexes. It was as if someone had paved the way for her, and she was confidently moving forward. If she were in the real world, not in a game, she would be perfect for the role of Wonder Woman in the DC cinematic universe. Evangeline couldn't even understand how she had destroyed this huge number of monsters. It was as if she saw the path ahead of her, probably because of her signature weapon. The talent works even without improvements, hence the effect. The girl couldn't understand what David was hinting at. She had never heard of a signature enhancement before. She had no idea what he was talking about, but she was sure that the prince knew the truth about this strange feeling. It turned out that this was not all. There was one last rival left, an elite flying robot. He approaches at high speed, but is too high to attack. She had no long-range weapons, her rifle was out of ammunition, so all she could do was throw a spear. If Evangeline misses, the game will be over, but David has an idea how to find a way out of this situation. The sun had almost set, and night was beginning to take its toll. The Lord gave Evangeline her last order for today. He asked her to quickly approach the monster, and he would help lower it to ground level. This talented girl didn't ask a single question about how David was going to do it. The Lord only gave the order, and Evangeline, without any hesitation, began to carry it out, probably because it was the smartest decision and gave a high chance of success. Approaching her opponent, the girl felt strange emotions. This was the first time she had experienced this during a battle. David took out his hidden artifact and prepared to checkmate his opponent. In order to defeat an elite flying robot, you need to act almost perfectly. As we will see later, David had serious problems implementing his ideal plan. His unsuccessful throw of the artifact surprised not only him, but also everyone around him. Evangeline couldn't believe that this fool really ruled a huge city. Then something strange happened. Someone did shoot this elite monster and made a huge hole in its body. The most interesting thing about this situation is that it was not a shot from David at all. It seems as if the bullet came from a fortress city. It turned out that this shot was planned. That is, the sniper fired on a signal. It's not hard to guess who can shoot from such a long distance and not lose accuracy. At first, it seems that a person is not capable of this, but there are special characters who can do the impossible. David said they would think about it later. The plan worked, so Evangeline got her chance. She must finish what she started while she still has the opportunity. The elite monster has been seriously injured, but still needs to be dealt the last final blow. The young and talented daughter of Charles Cross coped with this task perfectly. David thanked her for this work. She did everything perfectly and finished the battle with the monsters in this area. It seems like they did the impossible. Together, they were able to defeat a huge number of large robots. 50 monsters were destroyed. If someone had told them about it a day ago, they would hardly have believed it. Of course, the enemy army is still not completely destroyed. The battle for the fortress is probably continuing at this very moment. Evangeline was almost left without strength. He asked her to sleep and not to worry, because if necessary, the Lord would carry her in his arms. David organized a signal of the successful completion of the battle, and it seemed that everything was fine in the fortress as well. Today they showed a phenomenal result. Now everyone deserves a rest. At the decisive moment of the battle, David had two backup options. One of them is Damien's shot from a long distance. It's almost impossible to shoot accurately from such a distance, but Damien is a guy on a completely different level. He only needed one shot. He was obviously very nervous, so he should be thanked when he gets back. David made his last bet on this little child, or to be more precise, on her signature weapon. This weapon really turned out to be extremely powerful and played a decisive role in this battle. Each highest-ranking character has their own personal equipment. This is why top-ranked characters are so successful. Signature gear makes all the difference. Evangeline Cross's personal trait, intersectionality, is a condensed experience of all the past members of her family. Evangelina said she saw a path it's hard to explain, but it's something like a buff. When she enters this state, her combat effectiveness doubles, but she cannot fight like this constantly due to the limited amount of mana. In the game, this set is given for reaching the maximum loyalty level of the character, which is why David was scared when they buried this set. He allowed this to happen because the desire to send the evangelist away from that city was stronger. Desperate times call for desperate measures. This was done to save Evangeline, so Charles shouldn't be angry. Although David suffered several injuries, he is now thinking about the city and hopes that everything is fine there. Perhaps the fortress is currently extracting the last living robots and clearing the perimeter. He is sure that everything is fine with the people in the city, so he can relax a bit. When he fell asleep, he had a dream. It is unknown whether it was the past or just a hallucination. David was standing in the hospital next to a little boy who was in critical condition. As soon as he saw this dream, he immediately woke up and felt himself sweating, his heart beating twice as fast as usual. Evangelina had also woken up. She saw David and went up to him. They sat around the fire to warm themselves and make sure I was feeling well. David said they would stay here for the night and return to the city only when everything was over. He hopes that everything is fine in the fortress. The situation there is much better, so there is nothing to worry about. Soon he heard some strange sounds. David immediately prepared to defend himself and Evangeline. He started shouting and said that the enemies should come out and show themselves. Everything turned out to be much simpler. It's Evangeline's stomach that needs something tasty for dinner. David went to the house that used to belong to the Cross family in order to find something tasty there. He returned carrying a bag of dried fruit and a bottle of whiskey. We should be grateful that at least something remained after the battle, although whiskey is certainly not the best drink for a 15-year-old girl. She decided to taste the dried fruit, and her reaction was about the same as David's. He told the girl that her father picked these fruits and then ate them every day. It tastes terrible, but there's nothing left to do but make do with what's there. David, in turn, poured himself a whiskey. Evangeline also asked to drink, but the Lord was against it. She believes that even though she is 15 years old, today she was like a new one in the grave. Her father's last wish was for this girl to do whatever she wanted in her life, so now she won't hold back her desires. This is how young teenagers start on the path of alcoholism, and it was difficult for David to defend himself from her attacks. He allowed her to take one sip of this burning drink, the main thing being that she not repeat her father's path. After a few seconds, she lost her enthusiasm and said that the dried fruits were much tastier than the whiskey. It's amazing that her father drank and ate this every day and then defended the city. It is unlikely that you will meet anyone like this hero now. Perhaps he is the last of such knights. Eating dirt, drinking dust, even if you want to run away without stopping, and then doing your job, that's what it means to be an adult in David's opinion. Hearing these terrible words, Evangeline replied that she didn't want to be an adult, which was very sweet. She knew that her father secretly went out every night and stayed with his wife until the morning. She knew that he never showed tears, even though deep down his soul was breaking into a million pieces. Even though she still hates him, she wishes he was alive and close to her, so she could always tell him about it. She dreams of him giving her a chance to be a bad daughter, of yelling at her and getting angry because she misbehaves. She hates being alone with her sadness and memories. This monologue turned into Evangeline's sobs. You can understand her. She misses her parents incredibly. 15 years old is not the age at which a child should remain an orphan. They are very much lacking parental support. Without even trying to calm her down, he decided to leave her alone with her tears. Surely his decision can be understood, because in this cold and cruel world, she is now alone. This young lady must learn to live and do all her own things without the support of her parents. She no longer has people who are willing to risk their lives for her, and it's hard to accept that. A few hours later, she fell asleep again in front of the fire. Maybe she would feel better in the morning. As the sun began to rise above the horizon, one could see the remains of Charles Cross and his wife. The Lord said nothing. He just placed a bottle of whiskey next to him and drank it in silence. The sky from the east gradually began to paint everything around in bright colors. A new day had begun. A few minutes later, far ahead, David saw his soldiers rapidly approaching him. He smiled and raised his hand up, as if showing what had been waiting for them for a long time. All these soldiers were tense and nervous because they were not sure that the Lord was still alive. When Lucas saw his prince, it became much easier for him to breathe. Another defensive stage has come to an end, which means it's time to rest, draw conclusions from past failures, and prepare for a new challenge. David and his soldiers returned to the fortress, with a lot of work ahead of them. He went to church and met with Saint Margaret. She saw his injury to his left hand and said that everything was very serious. He will no longer be able to use that arm as he did before, he will have less strength in it, and he will also have other problems. This is a pretty big price for failure. David was very lucky that he wasn't one of the soldiers. Margarita explained that in any case the Lord should rest, and also come to church every 2 days for treatment. After that, he asked about Evangeline's current condition. The girl was still worried about her shoulder injury. Saint Margaret said that if Evangeline did not interfere, her condition would soon improve significantly. After the initial treatment, David approached Lucas to listen to the story of the battle. The warrior said that in the first 15 minutes, Demian destroyed all 3 elite-level magic robots. After that, the battle continued for 6 hours. There were no critical situations, and the army calmly destroyed the enemies in close combat. As soon as they were finished off, Lucas immediately gathered a detachment of soldiers and went to the Margrave's summer house. Everything turned out really easy. It feels like this stage was blessed by heaven. Lucas explained that he was delayed here because he had to keep an eye on everyone around him. He apologized for coming late. David doesn't understand what there is to apologize for here. Lucas did everything perfectly. Now it's time to talk about the casualties. 128 people with minor injuries and 14 seriously injured. It turned out that none of the soldiers died in this battle. Is this really true? David began to smile. For the first time, the defensive phase had passed completely without losses. He immediately felt relieved and thanked Lucas for his excellent work and perfect command of the army. Nevertheless, Lucas was still dissatisfied. He said that without the Lord, everyone was very excited. No one understood what to do or how to do it. A similar skill of a restless commander has the opposite effect. David had not thought about it before. He believed that this technique gave immunity and increased mental stamina during combat. But it wasn't that simple. People around him not only feel no fear, but also become incredibly mentally stable. Being near the Lord seems to calm them down, but will they become dependent on him? David thought that he should think about this issue a little later. In any case, everything turned out well, so Lucas should not be upset. He promised that he would never leave the night alone, and Lucas replied that the Lord should not forget that he was his personal guard. It cannot be left alone, especially if the Lord is going to go to a dangerous place. After the situation was resolved, David decided to ask about the other team members. Lucas said that everyone was fine. Only Damien had blood coming out of his eyes at the end of the battle. He said it was nothing serious, and he was currently undergoing treatment at the church, so I should visit him. It seems that all issues have been resolved, so David decided to return to the inner garden of the estate. Spring is already in the air. This day turned out to be too warm for the season. Soon Evangeline approached him and said that David should go home and rest. It seems like she thinks he's too old, because she said that at his age one should take care of one's health. And it's still unbelievable that they were able to survive and see the morning, even though the situation was truly catastrophic. She thought she would never see sunlight again, but now everything is fine. David is sorry she had to go through all this, but she made her decision to leave town, so she needs to recover and leave. Evangelina replied that she had thought all night and decided to stay and receive the position of Margrave. David reminded her that Charles wanted her to go and live safely, wanted her to live freely. She knows this, but she still hasn't fully forgiven him. So going against his will is the only thing she can do. Evangelina admits that she is a bad daughter. Now she wants to try to understand her father. Understand what he felt and thought about and why he made that particular choice. If she were to put herself in his shoes, she would be much better able to understand his motivations. That's why she made this choice. Maybe the last battle changed her forever. She apologized and took back her words. The girl wants to become a count and receive an inheritance in the family. David smiled and said that he was ready to share the people's surprise and the responsibility for this act with her. She showed her biceps and reminded him that she was the best student at the academy, and it was better not to forget that. In the future, she is sure that she will become taller and stronger. And of course, in a few years, the future of a strong knight awaits her. She will really be able to do this. With her characteristics and talents, she has become the best tank in this game. She asked the Lord to promise her that they would stand side by side and defend this city together. The strongest tank of the highest rank, Evangeline Cross, asks to join her first team. No player in this world would be stupid enough to give that up. He laughed at the wind and said that now this city belongs to him, so he will not give it to anyone. But if she is really serious and wants to reclaim her right to the title, she can become a knight under his command and defend the front. This is necessary until she is old enough to rule the city. So all this time she will work hard and help David, and if she doesn't change her mind, he will return her title of Margrave and place as Lord. She is confident that she will be able to grow up in 2 years and make David respect and recognize her during this time. She is confident that she can become strong enough to take back the title, the city, and everything else. This girl always has enough confidence. David smiled and said that he would look forward to this moment, so he has 3 years to complete the game. After that, he won't care whether she takes the city or not. He'll write her a bunch of blank checks. Her mother once said that she knew that if she lived in this city, if she married her father and gave birth to Evangeline, it would be very difficult for her. Despite all of this, she still made this choice to pursue something she never said she would. Evangelina still can't understand what her mother meant, why she decided to stay here, knowing how it would end. The mother was sure that Evangeline would understand her when she grew up, but her daughter is still not sure. After listening to all this, the Lord decided to bring her back to a serious state a little in a rather interesting way. He explained that the path her parents tried to take was in Evangeline's head. He welcomed the new knight to the front and reminded him that she was now at his disposal. He is in a great mood, the sun is bright and the weather is wonderful, which means that spring has returned to make everything around him bloom. Only now, very remotely, did Evangeline begin to understand her mother's wishes and choices. Her mother was determined. She knew how painful it was to lose loved ones. She knew she could die a horrible death and still decided to get married and have a daughter. She gave all her love to build roads between people, to pass on what should be continued to the next generation. If asked to name one single reason why people fight monsters, this is it. All the people in this city live with the same beliefs. Sprouts push their way through frozen ground when they sense the arrival of spring. The flowers will eventually wither and the leaves will rot under a pile of snow, but spring will return, and new life will rise again no matter what. We will all die someday, but each of us will leave behind our own personal path. Likewise, the Cross family has never left anything but death behind, and now, it seems, Evangeline has finally understood this. Her whole body groaned from the wound, but finally, for the first time in a long time, her heart was at peace. Spring. Spring has finally arrived, not only literally but figuratively. The third stage has been successfully cleared. The reward will be awarded later. The third stage MVP is recognized as the third prince of the Emperor. David returned to his room and decided to check the results. Ader said that after the third stage, something would happen to his choker, and it looks like that time has come. The unlocking feature was enabled. This is the choker of a player who rebelled against his fate. David now has access to a special store where achievement points are used as currency. At the moment, David has made 1,000,000 achievement points. You can buy a lot of things with this virtual money. There was something written there about dark events. These are random events that occur while completing stages, when unknown characters intervene in the game. These unknown characters negatively affect the player's strategy, and Ader said that all of this is very important. David clicked on the purchase of the Dark Events tracker, after which the system began loading. It seems as if all of these stages were defined by dark events, such as the first stage and the appearance of living armor. These were the worst monsters that could drop at the beginning of the game, and in the second stage an enemy NPC appeared. And of course the third stage, the unstable behavior of the group of monsters, or to be more precise, sabotage during an early attack. At the moment, this dark event was the most terrifying. Now David understands that he was not mistaken, that someone is preventing him from completing this game. It's not yet clear why someone would do this, but it's obvious that someone really doesn't like the transferred city lord. This mysterious thief is trying to stop David from moving forward. Far to the north of the intersection, in the center of the continent, and at the same time in the center of the world, you can see the capital of the Ever-Black Empire. The city, with a large port on the Mediterranean Sea, is a center of world trade and logistics. This city attracts many people all year round, at any time of the day or night. The heart of one of the most vibrant and largest cities in the world is the Imperial Estate, also known as the Thorn Estate. Let's move to the Ever-Black Empire, and specifically to the administrative office of the main building. An assistant entered the central hall and said that Brother David had asked for support. He was addressing Fernandez Emberkeeper Everblack, who serves as the Emperor, David's brother in the game. He was told that David had asked for reinforcements to be organized immediately, saying that the monster attack on the front was intensifying every day. This is the third time David has asked for immediate help. Fernandez has asked to ignore this request again. The assistant informed him that the situation on the southern front was indeed very difficult. Something like this had never happened in the last 10 years. Nevertheless, Fernandez continued to repeat that this request should be ignored. They are finishing the war against the Duchy of Bringer on the Western Front, so they have no troops to send to the Southern Front. Taking over the duchy is a priority, so the Southern Front can be dealt with later if it really becomes a problem. According to intelligence reports, the First Legion is currently attacking the capital of the duchy, and there will probably be information about victory within a week. Their third brother is now on the front lines, even though he was asked to give up the habit. This is the first prince of the Empire, Lark Everlanche Everblack. He is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of the Empire. All knights and soldiers are under his control, because Lark is a born warrior and loves to be at the front, although his place is not there at all. Fernandez always believed that the younger and older brothers were completely unfit for the role of emperor, that there was no hope for them. Then he asked about his father's condition and was told that the emperor hardly left his room. The sole emperor has been leading a reclusive lifestyle for many years. He has closed himself off in the imperial estate and only occasionally writes letters there or calls someone to quietly give instructions. As a result, the first prince manages affairs outside the country and the second son manages affairs inside the country. Over time, rumors began to spread that something had happened to the emperor and that his absence was affecting the war with the Duchy of Bringer. The assistant also asked Fernandez to sign something. This is a death sentence for criminals. They betrayed their country and are currently being held in prison. Of course, Fernandez is ready to sign this. But then he stopped and remembered that David had asked for support so these criminals could be sent to him. This way, they will help their younger brother and also will not be involved in the execution of prisoners. The second prince of the empire was informed that these were unusual criminals, and if they were sent south, they could cause serious problems there. Fernandez replied that his younger brother would solve all these problems, otherwise death awaited him. He signed another order. The execution of the 5 bandits will take place on the southern front. All this will be done by the third prince. Fernandez smiled and said that his brother was having a hard time right now, so he needed helpers. Meanwhile, David did not even suspect all these evil intentions of his brother. He was calmly enjoying the spring weather and came to visit Demian and make sure that everything was fine with him. He apologized for making the boy work so hard. Damian replied that he didn't think the Lord was to blame for anything. There were just too many enemies. This guy always remains humble, despite having incredible talent and potential. After a few days of rest, his vision will return, so there's nothing to worry about. He didn't promise that in the future he wouldn't put too much pressure on the guy and give him a lot of work. Demian smiled and said that one day they would finally be able to rid this world of monsters. For the sake of such a goal, he is ready to pull the trigger, even if he loses his eyes because of this shot. Of course, David is also glad that he has such a character. Damian will have to go through more than one battle for the sake of a common goal. David decided to remember the promise that he should die at his hand. This happened when this boy with special eyes lost his best friend and completely lost the will to live. David then decided to use Damian's self-hatred as fuel to push him forward. The Lord wondered what this talented young man was thinking about this situation now. Does he hate the Lord for letting his friend die? Damian replied that since then he had not thought about this promise. Someday when the monsters were defeated and peace reigned in the world, we should return to this conversation. Then he will think about it again and understand whether he hates David or not. David is sure that this decision will be made sooner or later, perhaps in 3 years, when they complete their journey. Whatever decision Demian makes, David is ready to accept it with joy. Loyalty or hatred, kindness or resentment, the player and the cheater character, their relationship will always be special. In any case, David wants this boy who helps him to become happy someday. Whatever the ending of this story, he hopes he won't change his wish. At night, the day after completing the 3rd stage, David felt incredible pain throughout his body and could not rest peacefully. He needed to know the exact outcome of the battle for the fortress, in which he did not participate. So he had just returned from inspecting the city walls, artifact warehouses, various industries, and soldiers in the temple. Today, a celebration was organized in honor of the victory. But I did not go home immediately after congratulating the residents of the city. He is sure that everyone else will have a great time without him. There will be plenty of food, drinks, and music. He hopes that Jupiter will control the situation and will also do everything to make sure everyone has fun. Part of him wants to fall asleep right now, but he still has important things to do. David opened the system settings and decided to check his team's progress. He was surprised to see that Lucas had been promoted twice and was now a senior knight. This means that the second skill has been unlocked. It takes a lot of mana, but increases mobility and gives Lucas wings. After Lucas unlocks other talents and receives signature gear, he will become a true god on the battlefield. Of course, there is still a long way to go until that point, but the result will be truly fantastic. Now David began to analyze his characteristics. He used to be a first-level slug, but he had already reached 20. He has a hard time holding back his emotions. His stealth commander class is really progressing. He also saw that he had gained the command gaze cheat skill, which allows him to control the target's mind by looking into their eyes. In general, it is a technique that spreads control magic over an area. It's hard to use this technique for a long time, but now David will be able to control monsters just by looking into their eyes. Of course, he was hoping for something more active, but he's still satisfied. And he also received 4 chests after completing the 3rd stage. 3 chests turned out to be silver and 1 was gold, which is rare, because you can get no more than 10 gold chests in the entire game. He hopes to get some kind of weapon, something active that doesn't depend on luck. He hoped to get a weapon that would suit him perfectly and would be able to help in critical situations. He was surprised when he opened the box and received a wand. It looks very similar to Harry Potter's wand. This item gives a very serious advantage in strength and power, creates magical swords, and allows you to control them in the air. The highest ranked weapon already has all sorts of unique stats and abilities, but this wand is one of the strangest items in the game. She creates several magical swords and allows you to attack opponents with them. As long as the amount of mana allows you to use it, the weapon is really very necessary. It helps to attack powerfully at medium distance. The wand can be used even without being a wizard, and this wand can also directly give a powerful effect when attacking. During the game, David each time forced the character who had this weapon to beat his team members to death in order to give them strength. This will of course be difficult to do, and even more difficult to explain the reason, but it will be worth it. He hopes to be able to explain everything to the team members in simple language. I decided to rest and woke up with the first rays of the sun. Without any pause, he began preparing for the next battle. First, he needed to establish a forward base. The forward base is a fortress built in front of the Black Lake in the south, where they fought the Black Spiders during training. Due to the damage received, this base is now abandoned, but the time has come to start the process of its restoration. The front base requires a lot of money, but if David can organize its work properly, it can help stop the monsters. You also need to produce a large number of anti-aircraft artifacts in order to prepare for the appearance of enemies from the air. In this game, there are several rules for the appearance of monsters. At least once every 5 stages, flying monsters will appear. So, at least in one of the remaining stages next month, they will have to fight flying monsters. Lily listened carefully to all the orders and promised to carry out this assignment immediately. She can't worry, David is going to take her to more dangerous places, at least for now. Preparations in the city of the crossing continued for the next few days, almost without pause. Everyone received a new assignment from the Lord. Sometimes it was something logical, and sometimes something very strange. In any case, David hardly rested and constantly led an active lifestyle. 3 days later, a portal appeared in the backyard of the estate. There are 7 days left until the next stage begins, so David wants to get information about the monsters. He hopes that they have all had time to rest by now, but if not, it is still time to start work. We all remember that between defensive stages, the team goes on dungeon raids. Probably the same thing awaits us now. Evangeline began to behave quite strangely, as if she was ashamed of something. David doesn't quite understand her behavior. Maybe it's because they're on the same team, or because they fought for their lives against monsters together. Maybe because she shared her personal experiences with him. That is, there could be many reasons. These children in transition are very difficult to understand. David decided not to pay special attention to it. This is difficult to do because something similar is happening to Damien. Maybe it's because David came to see him in the hospital, or there's some other reason. David couldn't understand anything, but he guessed that Jupiter knew the real reason. She started laughing and said that it was hard for her to be old among young people. Lucas is probably the only adequate character in this team. Maybe he will explain all this. It turned out that Lucas didn't understand anything, just like the Lord, so they decided to forget about it. This time they must go explore the 3rd area of the dungeon. They will go to the northern wall of the Lake Kingdom. They are not going to turn anywhere. There is one long corridor waiting for them, and of course monsters that will attack them from time to time. Force against force, all they need to do is move forward, defeating the monsters that appear on the road. Of all the possible zones, the 3rd area has the simplest configuration, so the exploration shouldn't take long. It's not likely they'll be back by evening. The team members said they had no questions and were ready to act right away. The portal was activated, and a team of professional warriors entered the Lake Kingdom. It is always dark in this kingdom. It seems like there is no other environment here. They've been here before, but every time they come here, they still get scared. As soon as they descended to the outer wall, information about the research area immediately appeared in the system window. Compared to other dungeons, everything here is quite simple, but that doesn't make it any easier. The difficulty depends on the appearance of monsters, but it still requires great physical effort and a willingness to fight to the end. Soon they finally felt the monsters approaching, and when they saw their first opponent, they almost died of fear. Everything that came before seemed like kindergarten compared to these horrible creatures. These monsters are called gargoyles, and as expected, they can fly. The monsters are at level 12th. There are 8 of them, and they want to taste blood. David asked the team to immediately prepare and act at full speed in order to break through the monsters' attacking power. When you watch the battles where this team participates, it seems like they are the updated Avengers. At the very beginning of the game, 2 types of flying monsters appear. Wyverns, which are also often called dragons, are the first type. They are not related to real dragons, but rather their degraded form. They are not very intelligent and do not have any unique abilities, but because they are descendants of dragons, they know how to resist magic. They release fiery layers from their mouths, as if imitating dragons, and thus are able to attack from a distance. They also have their weaknesses, such as physical defenses that can be overcome with cannons and crossbows. The second species are gargoyles, which David and his team have now encountered, creatures that are the opposite of wyverns. They are excellent at defending themselves instead of resisting magic. They lack the ability to make long-range attacks, so they only attack during close combat. So while the advanced troops are holding them back, the sorcerers can attack. This requires using artifacts and working very hard, but sorcerers are a weak spot for the gargoyle. The flying monsters immediately start squealing like slaughtered pigs and trying to escape. So when you go for walks with these flying guys, you should definitely take a wizard with you. Jupiter is demonstrating its best qualities today, which is why you should recruit wizards to your team. David watched this and realized that he was paying her a high salary for a reason. Damien wanted to help in some way, but the Lord assured him that they were not participating in this battle. He still hasn't fully recovered his eyesight, and David has an injury to his left hand, so they're hoping they won't have to intervene. The team currently has 2 knights of the highest rank and a very powerful sorcerer fighting. This should be enough to stop these huge and ugly monsters. Each of them has completed the 2nd level, so this is enough to explore the 3rd area of the dungeon. This means that David and Damien can watch the battle in peace and enjoy popcorn. Thanks to the witchcraft work, they cleaned the room very easily and quickly. This grandma is really crazy, but she knows how to use her strengths. So soon, after a long journey, they finally reach the boss's room. Behind this door is a hidden passage down, but he hopes they can finish the job quickly today. The boss is at level 30th. It is the Golden Gargoyle Centurion Malin. It's unlikely they'll be able to defeat him very quickly because this creature crawled out of hell. According to the game's story, this monster was an ornament to the Lake Kingdom's estate. Although compared to other bosses, this guy's abilities are pretty average. David said that everything would go well and asked them to prepare for battle. It seems like Grandma has completely lost her mind, probably because of the gold rush. She saw that the monster boss was wearing golden equipment and forgot about everything in the world. David asked her to stop and wait for the other team members. It could be dangerous. This is what happens when you take your grandma to work with you, but forget to take her medicine. The monster prepared to severely punish this old woman for her misbehavior. It was at this moment that the Lord ordered to attack immediately and not to stop until complete victory. They can't let Jupiter die. She will still be needed when clearing the 4th location. Her skills will also be needed here because if you don't use magic, it will be impossible to defeat the boss with force. Grandma didn't care about his strengths and weaknesses. She was only interested in the gold he would wear. In this situation, even Damien will have to participate. Otherwise, the team will not be able to win. He must shoot accurately and attack the monster so that it forgets about his grandmother. Jupiter was completely blinded by gold, and because of this did not see the troubles ahead. She missed a powerful blow from the monster and almost ended her life. After that, Lucas ran up to her and immediately took her back. Evangeline decided to distract the monster and called this Golden Beetle. She uses the passive skill of Battle Cry, a common technique for all shield knights. It will not be easy for her to stop the powerful blows of this giant, but we must not forget that this lady is the best student at the academy. She had hoped that the other team members would help her all this time, but it seemed that they had completely forgotten about her. David hadn't been this angry in a long time. He was looking at Jupiter as if he wanted to kill her right there. Jupiter apologized, but that wasn't enough. She had to learn to control herself and remember that she was a high-level sorcerer. Her experience should help with these problems. She can no longer make mistakes and risk her life and the lives of other team members. In the game, this problem only works on chests, but in reality, things are much worse. David must figure out how to solve the gold rush problem, which can be done while Lucas distracts the monster. After a few minutes of motivational speeches, Jupiter's condition improved. She was ready to fight again for a common victory. It turned out that she had spent a huge amount of mana in the previous battle, and now she was in trouble. She is ashamed of today, this happens, but David is ready to support her. Damien wanted to replace the sorcerer, but the Lord ordered him to stay away. This guy has already shot 3 times using his special eyes. Considering the nuance of whether he has not yet fully recovered, he must be in a lot of pain right now, so David must intervene in this battle himself. The prince decided that now was the perfect opportunity to test his wand. I mean his magic wand. He used half of his health and only managed to create 3 swords. The magic leaving his body made him feel pain. If you analyze all this, it's the first time he's used magic since he came into this world. Now much depends on his new strength. It is unlikely that the knights will be able to defeat the monster alone. Every time Jupiter sees the prince, he constantly comes up with something new. This man is full of surprises. After a little training, he was ready for battle and activated his full power. The gargoyle immediately sensed what witchcraft meant. As we know, these monsters have problems with magic. The magic sword shattered into pieces after 5 hits, so its durability is at a weak level. In any case, it at least caused some damage to the boss, although on the other hand, it only angered him. Evangeline is still in the game. She used the first technique, damage save. After that, it was time to apply the second technique, damage payback, and it was very effective. His golden protection began to crumble into 1,000,000 pieces. That's what the knight's technique means. After that, Lucas came on stage. He loves being the main character of the story. When this team works together, everyone supports each other and does their job. It is difficult for the enemies to avoid a crushing defeat. The monster was left without a head, and the knightly force, together with the help of the Lord, won. They ordered Jupiter to report back upon her return and also to pay the amount of a week's salary to the city's development fund for her bad deeds. Although she was against it, David showed with his whole appearance that it was better to silence her. David knows about her desire to take everything that shines into her pocket, but he reminded her about how she became a mercenary who lived for money. She was a noble soldier of the ever-black empire. He hopes that next time she will remember her pride, which she has not yet completely lost. Gold rush is a problem that cannot be controlled. Even the Lord's passive skill will not help influence it. One can only hope that Jupiter will be able to deal with this problem on its own. Despite a minor incident, they managed to successfully clear the 3rd area. They received a huge amount of gold, and in a chest that was in the boss room, they found part of a flashy set. The level 30 Mantle of Scream provides pretty good protection, and each opponent you defeat grants you health, thanks to this item. The Scream set has 3 items. Last time they got a cloak, so now, for a complete set, all that's left to find are the gloves. Everyone tried to make every effort for this result, and Jupiter received the main reward. In any case, they cleared all the chests and finished exploring the 3rd area. Now it was time to go down and find the next checkpoint, the same base camp they had talked about last time. Although a small number of people live here, they often come there. There are shops and much more. David said that their main goal is to find a new team member. If someone is interested in this, they should take them with them. This was the reason to quickly start research. Find a friendly and talented NPC and lure him to your side. Later, as the city develops, the mercenary guild will be overcrowded. But now, at this early stage of the game, there is a catastrophic shortage of characters. That's why you need to develop the city in this game. It's just as careful as fighting monsters. David asked to look carefully and look for someone talented, although Evangeline believes that talents cannot live in such a place. David said that it didn't matter to them whether they found a person or some other creature, the main thing was the result. As long as this team member destroys monsters, it doesn't matter to him who he is. The Lord even agrees to take a zombie or demon to the team. After a short rest, they continued their journey. They had to go down, so they were tired, but not as tired as last time. After walking some more distance, they finally touched the ground. Soon they reached the northern gate of the Lake Kingdom. This is the exact gate they saw as soon as they got here. Then they were looking from the outside, and now they see this gate from the inside. They came a long way because the gates were closed. Even now it is unknown how to open them. Maybe it's somehow connected with magic. David said that this gate only opens in one case. They will be opened when the great battle begins, when the army goes to war with the world of people. It seems that the children were not ready for such information, but now they know about it. David asked them to continue their journey and reminded them that the checkpoint was very close. Soon they will return home and continue to rest until a new battle forces them to fight again. They turned from the north gate onto the main road that would lead them into the city. Soon, a vast area opened before their eyes, even larger than they had seen before. There were a large number of stone monsters here. They were preparing to attack in the next battle. They gather here, and then, when the right time comes, they will head to the city intersection. A logical idea arose in Lucas's head to destroy these monsters right now. They soon noticed that even at this time, monsters from different parts of the city were flying here to join the army. This places their heart, and there are only 5 warriors. If you hit them now, nothing will happen. It would be much more important to do what they came here for. So David asked them not to stop. Soon they turned off the main road and went deeper into another street. 5 minutes later, they reached their destination. The road was quite fast. This is the base camp. It will become a springboard for future research. After a long stay in the dark, it's always nice to go out where there is light. Not only were there lanterns around, but also a large bonfire. Near him, the soldiers could finally feel warmth and moral reassurance. Nevertheless, Lucas still did not lose concentration. He remembered that people should live here. Surprisingly, because there was no one around, he asked all the other team members not to relax. There really is no one around. David expected to see various NPCs, but so far it's empty. When he came here during the game, he saw at least 4, or even 5, NPCs. This could be a bad sign, and the team soon received confirmation of this. They were very quickly surrounded by an unknown gang of masked people, all of them armed and ready to attack. Damien immediately raised his hands up and showed that it seemed that David was not going to do this yet. He looked at these people and tried to understand who they were. Perhaps they had met before. Judging by their clothing, the level of these warriors is quite high. They even brought a cannon with them, so they were carefully preparing for this meeting. David saw no way out, so they were completely surrounded, and it was his fault. He lost his focus and hoped for the safety of the checkpoint. Now the system reported that they could not use weapons in the safe zone. In the game, monsters cannot enter the camp, and it is also impossible to start a fight here. But this is not a game, but reality. There are no restrictions here, and battles can occur between people, but why were there no warnings? Easter in the safe zone is always strange. David tries to understand what is happening and who all these people are. Although he was panicking, he didn't show it and stood straight. After that, he smiled and thanked them for the warm welcome. He appreciated the enthusiasm, but he would like someone to clarify the situation for him. He said they were exploring the dungeons, just regular newbies who needed help. It seemed that his joking words had no effect on these people at all. They looked at them with cold eyes and held their weapons at the ready. David thought it might be a ritual for experienced players to discipline newcomers. He thinks it's a stupid practice, but some people didn't like his words. David immediately tensed up when that beautiful, low male voice began. Intimidation of newcomers is a custom that has existed for many centuries. It leads to respect for elders. The warriors believe they must preserve this wonderful culture and develop it for the future. But David cannot understand who is speaking to him. David said he didn't consider this delusional culture, so the senior researcher has a pretty old-fashioned view of life. This man has been hearing similar statements for a long time, but he doesn't pay any attention to them. This is the same bard. He said that living a long life makes him miss things from the past. David recognized him immediately. Of course, they had already fought during the war in the second location. David called him the Rat King, a rather funny name, but the bard didn't really like it. He is a criminal who betrayed the state and now has to live in the Great Lake Kingdom. The only wizard left, a great musician and joker. His name is Crown, and he is very pleased to meet the last player. David couldn't believe he had actually heard that. How did this guy know he was the last player? This Rat King has a name. His name is Crown, but he was not a respected person in the game. Even when he appeared on the battlefield, David never fought him, because the Crown only directed monsters and weakened players. Surprisingly, David still remembered one specific episode at the final stage of the game. Crown appeared in the first room of the final dungeon leading to the boss, but even then he had no combat skills. He was a weak opponent and lost after a few blows, while David had an incredibly strong team. Then, all these guys in masks and cloaks were with him too, and they didn't really help him. It's strange that Crown called David the last player. How could he know all this? Does this really mean that this musician understands the system of this world? David has an incredible number of questions, but for now, he needs to avoid a dangerous situation. He tried to continue the conversation and understand why the crowd was hostile towards him and his team. The Rat King replied that they constantly roam this city and try to uncover the secret of the monsters. This is certainly not bad, but David and his team have no idea how many terrible creatures lurk in the darkness. He wants to stop this because they are the last defenders on the territory of the kingdom, meaning they are one of the few who were able to survive. Crown said they call themselves the Night Watchmen, and this is their territory. The night guards are ready to destroy anyone who tries to touch the darkness of this city. David and his team can go to hell right now if the crown wants them to. As soon as this thief's hand drops, his men will attack. And David understands this perfectly well. The situation has become incredibly tense. They are surrounded, and their opponents have a high level of training and a lot of equipment. If they all start shooting at the same time, someone from the team will die, so a difficult decision must be made. In this case, David must show his maximum, and for this, you need to activate the general's gaze technique. He needs to make eye contact with the target, and then his new technique can help. At that moment, the whole world seemed to slow down. David saw 12 goals in front of him and was ready to activate his power. He understood what the order had to do. Difficult orders had a high risk of failure, so he needed a simple but effective order. That's why, after a short pause, he raised his hand and ordered the night guards to return. The severity of this order is very low. It was enough for 7 night guards to carry out the order. Barda could not understand what was happening. He believed that these warriors obeyed only him. Lucas noticed that the Lord had a nosebleed, probably due to the loss of health to activate the skill. He said there was no problem with that and asked the team to flee immediately. If Lucas can clear the way for them, they will have the opportunity to return home through the teleportation gate. Crown guessed that David was using mind control. He really liked this interesting turn of events. He ordered his warriors to attack immediately and not let these rats escape. Evangeline was very lucky to have a protective shield with her. Otherwise, everything would have ended badly for her. The problem is that there is only one shield, but there are hundreds of arrows fired by the night guards. The girl asked to rely on her. She knows how to protect herself and her comrades and will do everything at the highest level. That's exactly what happened. Now, David definitely doesn't regret letting her become a member of his team. Of course, deflecting arrows is not a very difficult task, but defending against a cannon shot will be much more difficult. This case requires Damien's help. David ordered him to prepare and act. This guy always hits the target, and if you fire a gun and hit a cannonball, you can see a wonderful fireworks display in the sky. The escape continued. The team was almost at the teleportation port. They could safely retreat and prepare for the next battle, but the crown will not give them that opportunity. It seems that not only David has sorcerers, but also this guy in the mask. Fire and air together have a much more destructive effect than you might even think. This cannot even be compared to a cannonball strike, for such an attack could destroy a lord's team. Seeing this, David held his breath. He understood that he would hardly be able to stop this attack. This guy must have completely forgotten that he had a top-level wizard on his team. Jupiter took a step forward and activated the protective barrier. The old guard is never wrong at the right moment. Of course, in order to contain such a powerful attack from 2 sorcerers at the same time, Jupiter spent a huge amount of her health. At her advanced age, this could end very badly, but given the current conditions, she had to take a risk. David knows she won't be able to maintain this protective barrier for long, so they need to hurry. Only the incredible will help them avoid death and make it home alive. As soon as the prince approached the stones, he immediately activated the teleportation portal. Damien took Jupiter with him and helped her get to these gates, growing up a true gentleman. David noticed that the night guards stopped attacking as soon as they realized that they would not stop their opponents. They just stood there watching, and from the face hidden behind the mask, it was completely unclear what he was thinking about right now. The enemy's terrifying smile makes one afraid, but David is sure that he has lost only the battle, not the war. David promised he would return and beat the crap out of his new enemy. The research was completed, some characters received level increases. It was also reported that the character Jupiter was seriously injured. A few hours have passed since we returned from the expedition. Let's move to the city center, or more precisely, to the temple. David tried to analyze the situation and understand his mistakes, as well as what he needed to do next. It was hard for him to believe that in the future he would have to fight people. It was some kind of delusion. Do they really have to kill other people to protect the city's residents? Of course, during the game, he destroyed enemy NPCs, but now reality and everything looks completely different. In reality, you can't ignore the characters. They also live and breathe. Can he fight them the same way he fights monsters? Now he has the same dilemma as Damien. To survive, to pass a stage, to actually fight other people is normal. He must find answers to all these questions, and besides, he has very little time. Soon he saw Saint Margaret approaching him. David hopes that the treatment is over. She reported that no life-threatening injuries were found. Although this is good news, Ms. Jupiter is experiencing magical overload due to too much use of magic. When David first heard about magical overload, he thought it wasn't life-threatening. Of course, this is not entirely true. In this state, the magic gets out of control and begins to eat the user's body. She may never be able to use her abilities again in her life, so for now it's best to rest. Jupiter was the main force at this stage. It's hard to even believe that such an unfortunate situation happened to her. David tried to see Jupiter, but Margarita replied that the sorcerer was in critical condition, so he couldn't see her. Perhaps David was too cruel to her. Due to the activation of the gold rush, now his conscience is tormenting him. Everyone else has already left. They're probably out there trying to get some rest. David thanked Margarita, paid her generously, and left the temple to join the other team members. He made sure that everything was fine with them and said that Jupiter was in critical condition. She would not be able to return to the front for some time. It was hard to believe that everything was serious with her. But such was the reality. They really almost died in the dungeon. Even the fact that they were able to survive didn't make them very happy. Mysterious enemies from the dungeon and a comrade's injury are always bad, but David will try to cheer them up. He is confident that they will be able to take revenge on their enemies and show them what the power of a team is. If the Night Guards decide to attack the Prince of the Empire and his friends, then they are forced to make them pay for it. Although destroying enemies will be another challenge, they cannot forget what happened. In order to take revenge, you will need to be perfectly prepared. First, you need to go through the defensive phase and complete preparations for the next location, and only then take revenge in the dungeon. Revenge is a dish that is usually served cold, so revenge must be approached with wisdom and caution, sharpening knives and preparing bullets. David ordered his companions to rest today and not to burden their heads. After that, he returned home. This place had already become his home. Now he needs to think about strategy for the next defensive phase. Maybe he needs to replace Jupiter with Lily. He remembered how this girl begged to be left alone and said that she was no longer capable of attacking a large area with magic. At that moment, he heard something very strange approaching, and turning his head back, he saw an eider. I had to teach this prodigal son a lesson because he had already been told repeatedly not to run around the corridors. This horrible director hasn't left his room for the last few days, even though he's hardly been working. Eider replied that the city takes a lot of time, although it doesn't matter right now, and he didn't come for that. He explained that a problem more serious than the intersection had arisen, and this stage could be the worst. It's strange what could be worse than the absence of the main wizard from the team. Probably only the escape of the bandits from prison. David didn't quite understand what the Eider was talking about. He needed additional explanations. Eider asked for reinforcements in the capital and was refused. Then he learned that 5 suicide bombers were being sent to them instead of soldiers. While they were trying to get them to cross the city, these thieves were able to escape. All this happened about a few hours ago, and not a single bandit has been caught yet. David was very angry and said that the director should have foreseen this. A potential escape is always possible. You need to be aware of it. Ida replied that he has absolutely no power or influence in this world. He cannot predict the future. It seems his passive skill is incompetence. It would be nice to strangle this scoundrel. Ida said that he could provide information about the criminals. He had already put it into the system. The director also said that these criminals can really be useful, if of course they manage this gift properly. Even need to find their current location, and he will do it in his power to drag them to his side. Even despite their bad deeds, they used to lead soldiers for the Empire, so it's much better than ghosts or zombies. Their skills are very strong, but so far almost nothing is known about them. Mr. Incompetent Director must find out where the criminals have fled. He has a theory and rumors, so he said that the criminals must be somewhere in the mountains outside the city. It's not far, but the road there will be problematic, although the prince is very determined. He was also expelled from the capital just like them, so he is confident that he will find common ground with them. All the surrounding land has long been cleared for the inhabitants of the villages. The land here is not very fertile, but it is enough to survive. The territory of the mountains has not yet been cultivated, so there are almost no roads there. From the very beginning, David already experienced difficulties with endurance. It is really difficult to walk in the mountains. Lucas offered his help. He said he could carry the prince on his back. This offer immediately interested David. He must have lost his conscience again. He would have agreed immediately if he hadn't seen the way Evangeline was looking at him. She's probably jealous and wants someone to carry her in their arms too. It turned out that this is quite a feasible strategy, although Lucas's legs will be angry with their owner. They soon met the captain of the prisoner escort squad from the Ever-Black Empires. He apologized for his negligent behavior and inattention. David assured that everything was fine. Sport was life. And thanks to the captain's inattention, David now had additional training in the mountains. The captain continued to bow to the prince and apologize. He begged him not to be imprisoned and not hanged in the center of the city. It seems that such punishments are the norm for the capital, of course. At the intersection, everything is completely different. The prince's life was never a joke for David, although even then it was difficult for him to understand such actions. Soon the captain said that these suicide bombers had fled to the very mountain in front of them. You can find their traces there. Now all that remains is to find their motivation to flee to this particular mountain. Evangelina said that bandits live in this area and have been causing problems for a very long time. These are bad people. They attack traders and refugees in order to rob. Considering that there are cartwheels and a broken gun lying around, we can conclude that people were here very recently. Lucas believes that the suicide bombers went to the robbers to unite. They can join a gang. It's a good way to start a new life. David wants to make sure that the captain told him the whole truth, and it seems that's exactly what happened. After that, they continued up the mountain for the next 10 minutes, during which time the prince almost died of fatigue. Soon they finally came across a settlement, probably where these robbers lived. You can guess what Lucas's attitude towards bandits is. He hates them with all his heart. He said he wanted to survey the situation and took out his sword. David asked him to be careful. It turned out that Evangeline decided to go with Lucas. Is it friendship or competition? Soon David came out with other soldiers, all tense and expecting an attack by robbers. It was strange because there was no activity, not even any hint of danger. The only thing the third prince of the empire felt was the smell of blood, because this smell cannot be confused with anything. Soon, they opened the gates and prepared for a fierce confrontation. It turned out that there was no one to fight, because all the robbers were already dead. Now it's clear where this smell of blood came from. There's real chaos around. Is this really an internal conflict? Lucas informed the Lord that there was only one man left who could survive. He was in bad shape and begged to be let go even though no one had hurt him yet. It was a young robber. David asked him to calm down and told him that they were part of the Empire's troops. For bad deeds, they can put this guy in prison or sentence him to death. The guy began to tremble with fear and assured that he had done nothing. They had only kidnapped the crew. They knew that the capital had sent a crew to the city and decided to make some extra money from it. They probably hoped to see gold, but they only met traitors to the Empire. As soon as they opened this Pandora's box, they realized they were better off staying home and enjoying life. The captain said that the criminals escaped on their own, although this small-time robber tells a completely different story. Now it becomes clear that the noble escort detachment was ashamed to say that they had been robbed by robbers. The captain immediately fell to his knees and began to beg for forgiveness for him and his assistants. David replied that he was willing to forgive accidents, but not mistakes, so he would punish all those guilty according to the law. There was no need to lie so obviously. They probably thought the young principal was too stupid to understand the situation. Now the situation has become a little clearer, but the question arises as to where the 5 suicide bombers went. Evangeline called her lord and pointed to something interesting. It seemed like someone had visited them. Looking more closely, David saw a girl with green hair. She greeted the lord and other people of the city of Intersection. After that, she said that she was waiting for them. 5 of them. So most likely they were suicide bombers. David immediately saw that the criminals were handcuffed. They had a chance to escape, but they didn't take advantage of it. This woman explained that they had no plans to escape. They wanted the court's verdict to be implemented as soon as possible, and they told the emperor about this. First, all of this was incredibly strange to hear, and second, David saw her green hair, and only one race in this game has that hair color. Elves are born with green hair. Are all these 5 suicide bombers elves? They asked to immediately carry out their sentence, that is, to kill them. They are ready for the Lord to do it right now. All this is strange to hear. They could have escaped, and even tried to do so, but now they have put handcuffs on themselves and are begging for death. Of course, David can't understand anything. He thought that he wasn't going to kill anyone. He had other plans for these criminals. He had long ago decided that they would all become members of his team, so there was no need to rush. David learned that the head elf's name was John. These elves are the 8th detachment of the Aegis Counterintelligence Corps. David ordered all the soldiers to go for a walk for a while. He didn't want anyone else to overhear this conversation, so he left only Lucas and Evangeline. Something is known about Aegis Counterintelligence. It is a covert unit that does all the dirty work. You could say they are a special task force of the imperial family, which is engaged in mysterious operations. They are also called the Shadow and Hunting Dogs of the Emperor. That's what the Aegis Counterintelligence Corps stands for. David said that he had already heard the story that these 5 elves had betrayed their state. John admitted that 3 months ago they were tried in the capital, and a verdict was passed. David tried to understand whether they were pleading guilty, but John avoided answering this question in every possible way. She said she didn't understand his motives and reminded him that he should execute them. But David didn't want to do it. He always wanted to make them work for him. So if they wanted to die, why not answer some of his questions? He reminded me that he was the third principal of the Emperor, and if he wanted to know something, he would find out. He knows that the last place John and his team were sent to was the Duchy of Bringer. He explained that just because he was stuck in the southern lands, it didn't mean he didn't know what was going on in the world. Perhaps because John is a member of a secret intelligence service, her profile contains only official information. But even this information is enough to understand the whole picture. A year ago, they were sent to the Bringer, and 3 months later, the ambassador of the Empire Everblack was killed. After that, relations between the two countries deteriorated, and 6 months ago a war began, which continues to this day. The Aegis Intelligence Unit specializes in infiltrating enemy territory and assassinating key figures. David said that now he has a theory. He roughly understands what really happened to these elves. Someone close to the Emperor wanted to start a war with the Bringers, but there was no reason for war, so a plan was hatched to assassinate the ambassador. After that, the Empire blamed the Bringer Duchy for this, which was enough to start a war. 3 months ago, after successfully completing a mission, the Aegis team was arrested and given a death sentence without explanation. This is typical behavior from secret services, getting rid of a special unit with the aim of silencing them forever. It was clear from John's face that David fully understood the situation. You are no less, she is not ready to confirm this, and said that if it were true, they would not want death. Although now everything is the opposite. David said that even this was easy to explain. Probably the enemies of the Aegis squad had hostages. Seeing how John and other members of the squad's hands began to tremble, David realized that he was absolutely right. In this world, humanoid races such as elves and dwarves almost always become slaves. 100 years ago, their states lost in wars against humanity, and those who survived began to follow the orders of people. The Ever-Black Empire led the people to victory in that battle, and thereby established control. In any case, there aren't many slaves left. Most of them are locked up in the Elven area and live very poorly. It's strange that the elves worked in the secret service of the Empire. Does anyone really want David to believe that these people are patiently waiting for their death? It's obvious that all this is just to save their race. The Elf Queen will appear in about 3 years. She will have the same goals. This way of using other races by the Empire, one of the most common, is called sacrifice for the sake of one's own people. This really sounds very noble, but at the same time quite foolish. At least that's what the Lord of the City of the Intersection thinks. John replied that even if the Lord was indeed right, it wasn't enough to change anything. The sentence was pronounced officially, so the prince received an official statement that he must execute these criminals. John cannot understand what David wants from him. Is this really how members of the imperial family have fun? He smiled and said that the official letter said that he must comply with the court's verdict. But there was no clarification on how exactly this should be done. He can hang them or burn them at the stake. That is, do whatever he wants with them. He reminded them that they were now on the front line. The monsters here were like natural disasters, attacking at any opportunity. That is why it is much more profitable for David to send the elves to the battlefield and tell the Emperor that the sentence has been carried out in this way. He asked for reinforcements and they sent him 5 skilled warriors, so he thinks he can do whatever he wants with them. Before they return to the city of Crossroads, David wants to understand if the elves want to live. If nothing happens to their people, are they prepared to continue their existence? The prince reminded her that as long as they were alive, they could do anything they wanted, but John asked her not to give her too much hope. She allowed them to be chopped into pieces and their bodies given to dogs. They didn't care how they died. The only thing she wants is for David not to make her and the other members of the squad feel a terrible feeling called hope. Surely for every person in a similar situation, hope would be the worst sentence of fate. Some people get used to living in despair because as soon as you start expecting something or dreaming about the future, you can be betrayed. But if you give up, at least it won't hurt, which is why some people give up hope. He didn't answer that he had no plans to make them believe in a bright future. That's not what he could offer at all. He is willing to give these elves just a chance to live, even though they don't understand why he wants to do this. David finds it quite obvious that this place needs warriors as skilled as the elves. His words may sound strange, but he had to tell them why they were really here. He explained that they were constantly short of soldiers, and if they helped, it would be much easier to defend the city, growing stronger and stronger every day. If this front falls, the Elven region will suffer no less. That is, by defending this front, they are also defending their brothers and sisters. David has said enough. Now they must make a choice. His official request is quite simple. He wants them to continue living and asks for help not only for humans but also for elves. John realized that there was no point in hiding the obvious anymore. She admitted that the Lord was completely right. In the Counterintelligence Corps, they really made a deal. After completing the task, they would be quietly destroyed, but their people would receive a year's supply of food and water. In fact, this could be called a sacrifice. This is the fate these 5 warriors chose. Of course, none of them want to die, but the situation is so bad that they easily agreed to voluntary death. Although John apologizes for the lack of respect, I believe that if David cannot take responsibility, he should kill them right now. But if he accepts them, no matter what, he must be prepared to be responsible for them until the very end. David resolutely declared that he was ready to take on this responsibility. He was the third prince of the empire and swore by his name and blood. In this case, from this moment on, the 8th detachment of the Aegis Counterintelligence Corps swears allegiance to the third prince of the empire. Within a few seconds, they all broke the chains with their own hands, which shows their incredible strength. John said they can be thought of as a bullet or an arrow. They are also called a lone gust of wind. They ask to be used mercilessly, and if they become unnecessary, to be thrown away without any hesitation. David smiled. He thought that he was not going to throw anyone away, but on the contrary, he would use them very sparingly until the very end. After this conversation, they calmly returned to the fortress. After the punishment, David forced the detachment accompanying the criminals to immediately leave the city. The captain asked for the elves to be executed by order, but David explained that he was not going to talk to liars. The 8th Aegis Counterintelligence Detachment was allowed to temporarily occupy vacant rooms in the estate. According to the official version, these people are so dangerous that they are now being held in a prison inside a house. Of course, with his power, he could turn a blind eye to this and give them permanent housing, but his eyes are not the only ones here. So many problems could arise. Humans have been at war with humanoid races for centuries, so the conflict between them runs much deeper than one might even imagine. David thought a lot about where to settle them, as well as how to take them to the battlefield. Actively thinking about it, he didn't even notice how he approached the right room. When the Lord entered, he saw that the elves were surprised that they were given the opportunity to sleep on a bed. They had not had such an opportunity for many years. They were also incredibly happy to receive delicious food, probably because before that they had only eaten something very simple. As soon as they saw the Lord enter the room, they immediately knelt down and greeted him. David explained that there was no point in behaving like that with him. It was too late for them to pretend to be serious because he had seen how cheerful they were a moment ago. John replied that he didn't understand what he was talking about and reminded her that they were a special forces unit of Aegis, cold and emotionless killing machines. Private laughed and said he didn't want to hear all this, but explained that he had come to give them something tasty before bed. It was at this moment that these girls forgot about being cold killing machines and remembered that they were hungry again. David said that they can adopt more comfortable eating positions. There is no need to be afraid of this. Before returning to the intersection, John gave full details of their abilities. John is the leader of the squad, also called the Divine Hand. He is a sorcerer and specializes in iron. If the metal is made of iron, she can change its shape. A young elf with a childish expression, her name is Dorothy. Her main specialization is telekinesis abilities. She can freely lift heavy objects, carry allies across the field, or even throw weapons. The other 3 girls are archers. The close-range shooting specialist is Nancy. Judging by her appearance, she is the youngest. She is the best at fighting against large numbers of opponents and uses dual crossbows, and she also has experience hunting monsters. The only character of rank N is Thomas. It is not known in which battles he participated, but scars are already visible on his face. He is a long-range marksman using a longbow, is adept at remaining silent, and is adept at tricks and strategies. The last member of the team remains. She is responsible for the firepower of the team. Her name is Helen. Unlike her other comrades, she continues to walk with a gag in her mouth. Her weapon is a ballistics of her own production. David learned that she still can't control her abilities, but everything will change when she grows up. He shouldn't expect too much from them. After all, they are just a team of kids. Their decision to sacrifice their own lives for the sake of others was not made because of a good life. John said he understood that the Lord had treated them incredibly well, so they would keep their love for him deep in their hearts. The meal was soon over. David had wanted to give them something sweet from the start and then ask a few questions. He soon saw their mannerisms in fear of getting close, and then he realized that honest answers would be difficult to get. To begin with, he decided to find out how long they had been operating as a real team, and it turned out that it had been going on for no more than a year and a half. Even when they were candidates for special forces, they trained together, so they've known each other from the very beginning. They lost their kingdom and lands, and so the only thing left for the elves was themselves. This gave rise to many ways to sell their labor power. Children who knew how to fight went to be trained in special units at an early age. The most talented are taken and combined into special teams. They train to carry out a single mission. It's not hard to guess that after completing this mission, they're trying to get rid of them. From the point of view of the human empire, such a strategy is very effective, which is why it is used. Even during dangerous missions, they do not sacrifice any human life, and they do not risk anything at all. If the elves succeed, it's good. If they fail, there are no complaints against humans. From a political and practical perspective, the risk is almost zero, but the potential benefit is always great. It is indeed very practical, profitably sensible, but incredibly cruel. Only a heartless person can use other races as lifeless weapons. Soon, David heard that for many generations, the general of the Aegis Counterintelligence Corps had been members of the imperial family. Now it was Fernandez. Fernandez is Emberkeeper Everblack, the Minister of Internal Affairs, and also David's older brother, who sent him these elves. It was he who forced them to carry out these treacherous orders and then put chains on them. Even during the first meeting, after they agreed to cooperate, John gave something to David. This button activates the choker explosion. If they are captured by enemies, David will be able to destroy them. As soon as John mentioned Fernandez's name, it became noticeable that they all immediately began to worry. They are a special squad that is not afraid to sacrifice their own lives, but one name inspires fear in them. David must understand who this person really is. He will have to be very careful with him. In any case, David shouldn't have asked these questions because the atmosphere immediately deteriorated. He was hoping to change the subject of conversation a bit and talk about the living conditions. They really like this room. They had been locked up in a death row prison for the last few months, and then they had been riding in a terrible carriage for several days. That's why this room now seems to them like a real paradise on Earth. It's so good here that they would like to stay here forever. Yes, he explained that this could be difficult, after which he decided to talk about food. Elves can eat meat, but behind the scenes most of them are vegetarians, so I had to give the chef a special order. John replied that after what they had eaten in prison, this food seemed to them the most delicious in the world. Some of them are still actively growing, so they need to eat well to have the strength to fight. They thanked the Lord for his help and said they were ready to do whatever David said. Now he feels quite uncomfortable. He is an average guy of the 20th century, so he cannot treat a person like an animal. After that, they talked a little more about their future lives, clothes, and direction of their activities. After that, David thanked them for the wonderful conversation and wished them good night. As soon as he left the room, he heard the elves start talking about him and saying how good a person he was. It's always nice to hear such nice information about yourself, but it's better for them to find a room from which they can't be heard. As a result, David never asked them what he really wanted to know, whether they had really caused the war. The war between the Everblack Empire and the Bringer Duchy was a major event even in the game. As soon as the duchy falls, a series of large-scale events will begin. Refugees, along with mercenaries, will begin to arrive in the city of the Fortress of the Crossroads. A large group of enemy NPCs will form. If David manages to lure them to his side, they will become a powerful help on the front. If he fails to do this, he will have to fight not only monsters, but also humans. In the game, everything was great for him in this regard, but now everything could change and go in a completely different direction. David left the elves and was pleased that the team was formed, at which point Lucas scared him. He was nearby and took out his sword. It seemed as if he was following the Lord. Lucas explained that he was very worried about his prince. David went there all alone, so Lucas was there to protect David if necessary. The Lord reminded him that he could destroy all the elves with a single touch of his finger, so there was no need to worry about him. Of course, anything is possible. He shouldn't be watching each of the elves closely for Lucas's peace of mind. Early the next morning, he went to the forge. The head blacksmith was already waiting for him. He carried out his last order and prepared to show the result. The next stage is approaching, with 5 days left, so it's time to increase the pace of defense preparations. It was for this reason that he decided to go to the blacksmith in the morning. David immediately saw that this professional was very satisfied. He's probably so happy that he was able to get a special, top-level mana core. David was surprised and excited. This item could help him a lot in the future. The equipment that David asked to be disassembled was Evangeline's spear and shield, the same set that was destroyed when they met. At first glance, it may seem that destroying all these items for the sake of obtaining one core is wrong, but it's not that simple. The more severely an item is destroyed, the lower the chance of getting a mana core, which is why David is so pleased. To obtain the pistols, David gave the mana core of a giant rat, and the result also exceeded all expectations. The gun is called Cerberus. The last shot of each magazine will have a 100% chance of a critical hit. David called this weapon Cerberus because that was the name of the three-headed dog that guarded the kingdom of the dead, Hades. Thus, David already has 6 different weapon elements that use mana. As soon as the blacksmith heard that all 3 of us pistols would be used by one person, he immediately reduced the load they put on the owner's body. He also reduced their size. Now they are ideal for close combat. David thanked him for his help and said that there was one more task. From his pocket, he took out the mana core of the golden gargoyle and the remains of its golden armor. This is the boss's equipment, and you can also make something interesting out of it. The blacksmith was very surprised. Although he is interested in working with such elements, it is always very difficult work. The Black Spider Queen's mana core was obtained after defeating the boss. At such moments, there is always a high chance of obtaining a personal mana core. The mana core can be used to create equipment or artifacts, depending on your current needs. To create the gear that the boss wore, i.e., boss gear, you must have a personal core and materials. Such equipment has high characteristics. It's great to start creating it while there is such an opportunity. Up until this point, David had not yet taken up crafting due to class mismatch. The first boss was a ghost knight. His weapon is a great sword, but none of the characters in David use such a sword, so there was no point in creating one. In the later stages, elite monsters replaced boss monsters, so David did not receive any mana cores. As a result, it was only recently that he finally obtained the mana core and the golden gargoyle equipment fragments. Now he can create golden armor and his signature gear. David asked a professional blacksmith to make all this equipment as light and thin as possible, and it should also be comfortable to move around in. The blacksmith explained that this would reduce the strength of the equipment. David replied that it didn't matter. The main thing was comfort. He may have called it armor, but it's actually closer to a sorcerer's full regalia. After his visit to the blacksmith, David decided to visit the alchemist. He saw that the anti-aircraft artifact had been successfully cleared, which lifted his spirits again. Of course, he didn't come here for that. A little later, he saw Lily and greeted her. The girl guessed that she would have to take part in the battle with the monsters again, so her mood worsened. He had never let her sit on the sidelines and not participate in battles. Lily should be used to that by now. It's probably her own fault that she was born a sorcerer. Their abilities are overvalued in the modern world. David couldn't believe that this girl was crying again. It seemed like every time she mentioned the battles, she lost her good mood. Soon Lily calmed down a bit and said that she had a request for the Lord. Once the young wizards join them, it's up to him to make sure they all come to greet Lily. Although she is a professional sorcerer, she is not talented at all. In the ivory tower, she could not train under the guidance of a good teacher. She knows that in the future, a large number of prominent wizards will join them at the front, and she will be able to get a quiet job. She doesn't want these prodigies to look down on her, and she thinks about it almost constantly. She asks the Lord to do everything possible to make sure they treat her with respect. That is to say that Lily is an older sorcerer. David assured that he would do everything in his power to ensure that this woman did not feel offended. Anyone who thinks they can look down on lilies will have to deal with the Lord. He will do everything he can to help her. Although, of course, if it doesn't involve her retirement. In the near future, David should bring the sorcerers from the Aegis to her. They will greet her and bow down. Having completed all his affairs preparing for the defense of the city, David returned to the estate. At this point, he remembered that his main damage dealer, Jupiter, would not be able to fight at this stage. This is of course bad, but on the other hand he had a sabbatical, and his main team also made significant progress. Soon he felt that the tracker of dark events was calling him. Perhaps it was some kind of signal again. A stupid nuisance that is constantly thrown at him by someone trying to make this game worse. The system reported that a boss monster had been added, meaning one more boss monster would appear on the battlefield. David tried to think positively and realized that he would be able to get twice as many items and twice as much experience. As for the battle with 2 bosses, for the second half of the game this is a normal situation. If you know how to behave, then there should be no difficulties. As the legendary philosopher Nietzsche said, "Whatever does not kill us makes us stronger." Now David even wants to be given difficult events and tough enemies, because he understands that there is another side to these problems, a more positive one. He will destroy all his enemies and level up like crazy. These are his plans for the future. He will make his enemy regret that for all these trials he did not kill David, but only made him stronger. With the smell of rain, the 4th stage is approaching, and you need to get a good rest before the upcoming battles begin. From the very morning, David continued to work. He again decided to visit the alchemist. It seemed like the preparations were going great, if not for Lily's constant screams. While preparing for a defensive battle, They encountered an unexpected problem. Lily asked to take the sorcerer with her so that he could greet her, but now Lily is crying again. This woman is always difficult to understand. A similar reason for her bad reaction is that John does not belong to the human race, but to the elven race. When she heard confirmation of her suspicions, she decided to tell the story of how she obtained the fireskin technique. David had already heard this story. Goblins came to her village, and in order not to die, this technique was awakened in Lily. The witch explained that the goblins who came to their village were brought by her servant, who was an elf. Out of pity, they took in a family of elves who were constantly being hunted by slave hunters. These elves were given a separate house, and during the year they worked for people, they received everything they needed. After some time, the elves said that they could not forgive the humans and opened the gates of the village to allow the goblins to enter. Within a few hours, the village was completely burned down and almost no one managed to survive. Lily lost her parents, they were slaughtered like pigs, and she was left all alone. Even if they didn't treat elves well, they would still hate humans, that's their nature. That's why she's sure that elves will always betray people, she just wants David to know about it. No matter what he tried to hire these creatures for, they couldn't be trusted, because they could destroy this front just like the Lily village. Now it's clear that this witch hates elves as much as she fears the blade of a sword. She can't hate them because they are too different. Most likely, elves think the same way. This is the reality, and this long chain of hatred stretches from the beginning of this country's history. It turned out that John was standing right next to me and listening to this conversation the whole time. And it didn't turn out very well. She decided to speak her mind and asked to be understood. She used to be an undercover agent, so eavesdropping is a bad habit of hers. She's terrified to say it, but she heard the whole conversation with all the details. As soon as John approached, Lily's face turned incredibly white. It was now obvious that she really didn't like elves. John approached the witch and said he wanted to tell her something. For starters, she's not going to apologize because her apology won't help heal Lily's internal wounds at all. She understands that no amount of words will make this girl with big eyes love elves. Before her country fell, humans and elves worked together to fend off monster attacks. Now they also stand side by side in the face of war. Now they have a common enemy. John is convinced that they must put aside all personal feelings and fight together under the Lord's command. These words can be called the embodiment of logic. But Lily cannot be changed. She has lost her parents and no longer trusts elves. She is sure that John is just like her. He also hates people for destroying their country and using them as slaves. They have been at war for thousands of years, and the elves have not had a voice in centuries, so it is clear that both races hate each other. Nothing will change until the elves, or humans, disappear. And it's not just Lily who will be upset by the presence of elves on the front lines. She said that hiring such warriors was a bad decision on the part of the Lord, and she asks David to change his decision. The Lord said that then it would mean that she would continue to participate in the defense. Lily doesn't mind this. Instead of fighting an elf, she agrees to go to the battlefield every day. Lucas was also excited that the Lord had hired elves, a sentiment shared by most of the soldiers. David must decide what to do. Maybe John will find the right words. She admitted that she also does not feel positive emotions towards humans, but now it does not matter because their state has fallen and the elves are slaves to humans. The lives of her team, as well as the entire race, are in the hands of the Empire. Without it, they are creatures that could die at any moment. Even if they have bad thoughts in their heads, the Lord's foot is still on their neck. John dreams that their people will live another day, and her teammates will be a little happier, that's all. She is sure that deep down Lily understands her and her desires. Lily works here despite her physical health. She does it to protect people. Elves and humans cannot be on good terms, but we must remember that they have one common enemy. They fight this enemy in order to protect what is most precious to them. No more reasons are needed to fight together. And she believes that one day they will be able to stand against monsters side by side, but even so, she will never be able to forgive the elves. Lily said that she was ready to fight in this battle alongside the elves, but only this time. If they stay here, after the battle is over, she will leave this front. After that, she said she needed to rest, said goodbye, and went to her room. Lily is a very kind person. She is attentive and knows how to take care of those around her. And she is also ready to make personal sacrifices for the sake of overall success. It's hard to believe that she could show her hatred so clearly. These feelings sit deep in her heart, much deeper than it seems. They are closely connected to the history of this world. David brought John here to introduce him, and as a result, he got into a conflict. The Lord was mistaken when he thought that the presence of the elves would not be a problem for others. Even in the eyes of people who treat elves, you can clearly see the distrust. It cannot be hidden. Oddly enough, in David's eyes, John doesn't see this at all, so he is surprised and grateful. Probably all this is because David is from a completely different world. Although on Earth he is a fairly simple person. John is sure that they will do great in the battle with monsters, and will show all other people that they can also be useful. David would be happy if his core team and support team found common ground. Sparks fly even before the battle begins, so he can't help but worry. The responsibility for resolving any conflicts lies squarely with him. Be that as it may, the elves will participate in the battle as a support team, because without them it will be difficult to stop the monsters. With 3 days left before the city was to be defended, David came to speak with the elves again. From now on, they will all wear uniforms. The elves were immediately happy about this news. They are happy that they will be provided with everything they need, even uniforms. David explained that this was a prototype of special military clothing that was created for soldiers at the crossing. There are many ways to strengthen people's sense of belonging to a community. The easiest way is to wear the same uniform. This game has a feature for creating branded clothing. Of course, it costs a lot of money because the entire army needs such a uniform, but it's worth it. David does not regret at all that he gave the order to sew a special uniform for soldiers at the front. He believes that military uniforms should look really cool and fit all members of the military perfectly. It should be fashionable and technological. The military should be proud of this uniform in any situation. Other people should look at it and want to become a member of the army. Ader said it was a great idea. Even Evangeline liked the design. David told the elves that for now, it was better for them to hide their features, which is why this uniform has a hood sewn into it. This will help avoid various conflicts before the battle. The Lord hopes that after the battle, no one will have a problem fighting the elves. From this point on, they no longer have any connection to the 8th command of the Aegis Counterintelligence Corps. All of its members died in the mountains. So now they are the Special Forces unit of the 3rd Prince of Empires. Now it is the Shadow unit. They are all suicide bombers and must die on this front, so each of them will receive a new identity. Continuing to treat them as an Aegis would be problematic, so he decided to change only the name, even though it was just a drop in the ocean. David is happy with his support team. It's time for the Shadow Squad to start hunting. 3 days passed after this conversation, and finally, the day of the defensive battle for the fortress city arrived. A huge number of flying monsters have appeared high in the sky. Now the sky looks black as pitch. Before that, of course, he gathered his 2 teams together to talk about strategy. All of them must be perfectly prepared not only physically, but also strategically for the next battle. So when the moment of truth came, everyone knew what to do and were perfectly prepared. In the 4th stage, everything is pretty clear. They are waiting for 242 ordinary monsters, 360 stone monsters, and 2 bosses. David has been waiting for them, so now he radiates confidence and thirsts for battle. Lucas noticed that it was about to start raining. Perhaps this would affect the course of the further battle. It seems that the rain may not be in people's favor, although David doesn't care. Whether it rains or snows, we still have to stick to the plan. Their task is quite simple, to kill all the monsters and protect the people. David decided to turn to his soldiers. They needed to be given additional motivation. He said he wouldn't talk for long. Now they had to destroy all the monsters and have a party. If everything works out, they will sleep peacefully, and that's what everyone around them wants. He asked the soldiers to bring their weapons to combat readiness. The enemies were approaching. Everything would begin soon. As soon as the weapons were ready, the Lord of the City of the Intersection ordered an immediate attack. We must not forget that experienced warriors, friends of Margrave Cross, are also fighting on their side. The gargoyles had no time to fly to the city when they were met with a harsh welcome from the people. This first attack destroyed a large number of opponents, a remarkable technique performed by the soldiers. But after a few seconds, they realized that this strategy wasn't working very well. At least, not as well as they would have liked. The attacks were slow, and the enemies were approaching close. So people didn't have time to attack multiple times to destroy a large number of monsters. And this is exactly what was expected. But it's too late to think about it now. We need to adapt to the new conditions. The Lord ordered to continue attacking without stopping. Now it is very important to destroy the enemy as much as possible in the first minutes of the battle. During the formation of the strategy, David said something about the corridor of death. Lucas was surprised, because their opponents know how to fly. Of course, the knight is right. Neither walls nor barricades will be effective against them, so the kill box should not be made on the ground at all. If you make this zone in the sky, it could really work. David said that they would fire cannons and ballistae non-stop and form walls of fire and arrows in the air. Of course, gargoyles are magical creatures made of stone and steel, and they have incredibly high resistance to physical attacks. Regardless of how strong the walls are, Destroying them with conventional weapons will not be easy, but you can force the opponent to change course, lead them to the center of the defensive line, where an obvious weakness has been created, and turn this area into a kill box. That is why now the Lord orders the soldiers to focus only on maintaining the wall. From the very beginning, the soldiers were frightened by the tenacity of their new enemies, but later they calmed down. They had a very clear and understandable question before them, and it did not allow them to lose their common sense. They had to shoot and shoot again, the gunpowder and metal forming an endless tornado in the air. This really helped. Although the monsters were in no hurry to die, they could not advance further, which was exactly what the Lord was trying to achieve. It didn't matter to him whether they got injured or not. The main thing was that this resistance forced them to keep the right distance. As a result, physical attacks still yielded results because the monster's excellent defense does not mean that they cannot be killed. The damage, of course, decreased, but continued to accumulate. It's not much, but at least this strategy is giving some result. His approach to this battle is undoubtedly working. They are managing to push the enemy back, so we need to keep doing it. The gargoyle squad, approaching from the left and right, changed their formation. They began to move deliberately along the open path. The monsters flew towards the center and met no resistance. Although they are very strong, they are completely stupid, and people are ready to take advantage of this. Of course, luring them into the death zone is a fairly simple task, but I'll kill them afterwards. Jupiter can't take part in the battle, so we have to come up with something new and interesting. David has a plan. Although it's not perfect, it should work. Of course, everyone knows that gargoyles fly using their wings, but it's difficult to lift such large bodies using wings alone. So it makes sense that they also use magic, with wind magic applied to their wings. Another question arises. What will happen if two magical forces of the same element collide? Every sorcerer knows about this. Higher-level magic absorbs lower-level magic. This is a classic. And now, David wants the sorcerers to tell him what will happen if he starts shooting high-level wind magic at such monsters. The answer is pretty obvious, so when the right moment came during the battle, Lily immediately activated the wind artifact. Magic against magic, strength against strength. Today, we are faced with a very serious and interesting confrontation. In our eyes, it's an R-rank wind artifact. It doesn't do anything extraordinary, it just shoots wind magic at the target. If you shoot these monsters with higher-level wind magic, it will absorb the magic on their wings and they will lose the ability to fly. Gargoyles are made of stone and steel. They are very heavy guys. It is obvious that once they fall to the ground from a great distance, they will be immediately destroyed. If they continue to attack the flanks, they will be crushed by artillery. If they try to penetrate the center, they will be met with wind magic. David also thought that everyone should get their own personal task. He knows that monsters act according to the same scheme. They always use the shortest route to reach a person and kill them. Before they lose the wind magic on their wings, they will use the power of acceleration to reach their goal. The first artifact will be deactivated in 20 seconds. David ordered the second artifact to be activated immediately. They cannot afford to interfere for even 1 second, so they act as quickly as possible. The second artifact, combined with the effect of the first, immediately causes a powerful gust of wind, which will be enough to destroy most of the monsters. Of course, some of them continued their journey to the walls of the fort. It would be strange if they all died at the same moment. Evangelina and Lucas were waiting for their prime time to showcase their talents. For them, destroying large and strong monsters is a pleasure. Lucas always demonstrates an incredible level of preparation. This guy is always among the best. Evangeline is sure that she would be able to destroy the monsters without the support of an old knight named Lucas. This girl needs to be taught good manners. Right now, all the soldiers of the fortress city are participating in creating a wall of fire. This means that it is time for David to engage the most accurate warrior in history in battle. Damien is ready to do whatever is required of him. His goals are to destroy monsters in close combat. David will not rest either. He has already collected a large number of various magical items that can help during the battle. The first line of defense is formed from his personal team, and they must clear the walls of the remaining monsters. The battle of their squad began right now. Everyone knew what to do, and no one even had any doubts. Damien finally got his mana-powered pistols, and the result was much more powerful than expected. He fights at close range, so he doesn't even need to be too precise here. David fights with magic, and Lucas destroys opponents with his legendary sword. Thus, they were able to repel the first attack. We must not lose concentration because this is just the beginning. The gargoyle army is divided into 6 large groups. The part that David's team had just defeated was the first 100. Now the second wave is approaching them. Everyone must prepare to continue defending the walls. David also didn't forget to drop monsters from great heights. Today, this is the easiest way to destroy gargoyles. The Lord has been training for the past few days. This is probably the first battle in which he takes a direct part in the defense of the city from the very first minutes. Due to the Class D buff, I had to work hard and spend a lot of time. With this, regular practice has paid off. Now he can easily handle swords and help the team. It would be great if this could continue forever, but the second artifact will expire soon. David said that everything was happening too fast, after which he gave the order to activate the third artifact. In total, they decided to place 3 wind artifacts on the wall, but there is one problem. Lily said that each artifact works for 5 minutes, and the time for a full recharge is 15 minutes. This is what part of the plan is based on. The first artifact will block monsters for 5 minutes, and then it takes 15 minutes to recover. The other 2 artifacts, activated without delay, will take 10 minutes together. This means that there will be another 5 minutes left until the first artifact's recharge is complete. A lot will happen in these 5 minutes. The sky will turn black and all the monsters will start attacking the city. This moment is steadily approaching, as the third artifact will be deactivated in a minute. 5 minutes until the artifacts can be turned on again. Those 5 minutes can turn into an eternity. To prevent this from happening, the soldiers must hold back the monsters for all this time, but will they be able to do it? It seems that these huge gargoyles feel that now is their time to strike back. David understands that now is a very important moment in this battle. We cannot allow the monsters to seize the initiative. He must be collected and give clear orders. They have no choice but to win. Lukash understands that as soon as the artifact's effect ends, the monsters will immediately begin attacking the center. He has a suggestion to move the firearms closer to the center, but David disagrees. He believes that the fire attack will become less powerful and enemies will easily break through it. So it is better to draw the monsters' attention to the main team. He warned that everyone must prepare, or the real war would begin now. They have already become stronger in past battles, and he believes that they will demonstrate this now. In real life, there are too many changing teams, so anything can happen. So before starting the battle, David wants to hit them on the hands. Of course, at first, everyone around thought they heard it, or that the Lord had lost his mind. Nevertheless, David repeated his phrase, Kuma, saying that he wanted to whip their hands like little puppies. It is necessary to explain what he means by his special ability called Maestro, which was discussed earlier. Now it's time to use this power. He must hit his team members to apply the buff. He thought for a long time about how to explain this strange mechanism to them, and in the end decided not to explain anything. Lucas believed this was punishment for his bad actions. David immediately ordered him to shut up and explained that everything would soon become clear. Within a few seconds, Lucas received a high-level buff. His mana consumption was halved for 3 minutes. Now this knight will understand that the Lord always wants the best for him. He started smiling and said that in the future he hoped David would hit him with that stick more often. Evangelina didn't want to interfere in this pleasant conversation, but she also wanted to gain additional opportunities. She soon felt this magic on herself and, although strangely enough, received a mid-level buff. She felt the effect immediately, but asked to hit in a different place next time, because if her hands were hurt, it would have an impact during the battle. Now he needs to think about which part of her body to hit next. The options are pretty obvious. It was a rather strange dialogue. Evangeline asked the Lord to think about the battle. When it was Demian's turn, he was shaking with fear, but it was unknown why. Thinking about it, David remembered that this boy grew up in an orphanage, rumored to be a terrible place. He probably has very bad memories related to punishments. Maybe now everything will change. The guy received the highest level buff. Now he will feel an incredible effect during the battle. He feels stronger than ever, although the effect will wear off in 3 minutes, so they need to show the results in time. In any case, everything went great. The main defenders got extra strength. Maybe Lily wants it too. It is unknown whether she is shy or afraid, but David did not hear the answer. The artifact's expiration date has expired, so now the monsters are attacking and you need to prepare for a fierce confrontation. This is the third wave of their attack. The defenders of the fortress have already gotten tired, but it's too early to rest. Half of the monsters managed to die falling down due to magic, so there were about 50 of them left. This means that 50 monsters will fight against the 5 main defenders of the fortress. These 5 minutes could change the world. The Lord's left arm is still injured, but now at least he can feel it. It doesn't matter what hurts you right now, or what injuries you've had in the past. Now you have to give it your all. David understands this perfectly well, so he is ready to have fun with his warriors. There are more monsters in this group than in the previous one, and it may turn out that David is not yet ready to compete with them. Nevertheless, he remained calm and unworried, knowing that all team members had received a buff. If necessary, they can do the same as in the third stage, that is, use their strengths. It turned out that this was not necessary. Lucas was so powerful that he alone could do all the team's work. It seems like he has become a real monster, although he was very strong even without additional magic. He soon saw that a gargoyle had broken through the wall of fire on the left, and decided to deal with the problem himself. He activated the persistence technique. It takes a very large amount of mana, but under the influence of the buff, it is almost not felt. David has only seen Lucas destroy opponents in the east and west. He moves as easily as during the game. Internal competition is always present. Evangeline doesn't like it when she's not in the spotlight, so she's ready to fight harder. She doesn't care about the number of rivals or their size. Now she is ready to destroy everyone around her. It's hard to even imagine the potential hidden in this girl. Let's not forget that she only recently turned 16. She is a fairly resilient knight without additional powers, but with the enhancement of her characteristics, she has turned into a real tank. While these two are gathering the gargoyles into a pile, the magic balls continue to destroy these monsters indiscriminately. Mana pistols deal a lot of damage, but because you have to physically absorb the power with each shot, continuous firing becomes a difficult task. For this reason, Demian finds it difficult to deal with a large number of enemies, despite his accuracy. In these 3 minutes, even taking into account all the minuses, he will be able to shoot a large number of times without much effort. The buff neutralizes Damian's low stamina and makes him an unstoppable monster. David thought that he needed to develop this guy's endurance. It would make him a completely different character. In the game, even if a normal boost was dropped, it was random and only worked for 1 turn, so you can't even call it cheating. In reality, David considered the Maestro's technique only a weak additional force for 3 minutes. But these 3 minutes could change the course of history. The effect turned out to be much greater than David imagined. To understand the true value of things, you just need to use them in the right situation. Once all the other monsters are destroyed, the third wave will end, at which point Lucas will have to lead the opponents to the desired point. David asked Lily to return to her previous role. She was waiting for this to happen. She finally began to understand, and before she caused the fire, he could help her. The Lord tried to improve her abilities and characteristics, but she was not thrilled with the idea. Within a few minutes, Lucas had led the monsters to the right point. Now it's time for Lily to demonstrate her talents. Don't forget that she is also a very powerful sorcerer. She is angry because she is not being allowed to retire. At such moments, she is even more dangerous. This girl used the first fire weapon technique. She probably got her buff too. Gargoyles have no chance against such firepower. They are too weak to magic. As expected of a fire sorcerer, she spent all her strength on the first skill, but her power was incredible. After that, the remnants of the monsters were gathered together by Evangeline's provocation skill. She asked these miserable slugs to fly to her and have some fun. This is exactly what Mr. Precision was waiting for. He was already ready to send the monsters to hell. They used the technique. Damian shot non-stop at Evangeline's protective shield, and the bullets bounced off the shield and killed the monsters. David was shocked. He had never seen anything like this and had not planned for it before the battle. Demian is so accurate that he was able to predict the future movement of bullets after meeting with the shield. Given the skills he has demonstrated up to this point, his progress is steadily increasing, as is Evangeline's progress. This is how they were able to defeat the last gargoyle of the third wave. That was really cool. The young characters should repeat that in the future. They were able to destroy the third wave with much less effort than expected. It is now clear that they are truly an elite unit. The Lord thanked them for their excellent work. It is always nice to hear words of gratitude from a prince. They bought time, and that was enough for the first artifact to be recharged to 100%. Lily looks very tired. Probably activating the fire attack and recharging the artifact takes too much energy. The artifact has been reactivated and is ready to continue defending the city. They did destroy the third wave easily, but even these monsters were able to leave their mark on the walls and warriors. The rifle Black Queen and the Hunter's Revenge are now empty, all bullets are gone. The little gun called the Woodpecker is also on the verge. Lucas's sword is no longer as sharp as it was, and Evangeline's shield is covered in scratches. If we analyze the state of the Lily, it is even difficult to comment on it. Oddly enough, the team leader still had a few ideas left. The main team had done their best, so it was time to rest. Finally, we will see the elite squad of shadows at work, ready and waiting for the Lord's command. He announced that now it was their turn to defend the city. They must block the enemies, as the main detachment did. John said that they would do everything perfectly and asked the Lord to rest. They did not want David to completely exhaust all his strength. Finally, everyone around will be able to see with their own eyes the power of the elite Shadow Squad. Lucas wasn't very friendly towards elves, and there's no point in even talking about lilies. Demian felt this tense atmosphere in the air. He realized that the relationship between the two sides was very tense. Nevertheless, the guy immediately realized that he didn't even need to understand all the nuances. He just needed to get used to it. David is not going to give up supporting the Shadow Squad in the future. He understands that tension between old team members and new ones is inevitable. It would be much more surprising if these warriors immediately found a common language. I looked at them and hoped that now they would finally show everyone around why they should be members of the Crossing Army. John ordered everyone to take position to fight against the large monsters. He also prepared to use magic. The composition of the Shadow Squad is quite extreme. 2 sorcerers and 3 archers. David has never tried such a combination in the game. A squad built solely around firepower, and without a tank or healer, can be easily destroyed. Sorcerers in the team play a completely different role. They are more focused on supporting archers. They protect their allies and help. So this combination has a much higher chance of success. If this team works together, it will be easy to defeat the enemy using firepower alone. The battle began. The elves began to attack the monster with sharp spears. It turned out that spears and arrows would not be enough to destroy him quickly. John gave permission to use the technique, and he also ordered to combine distance, operate from medium and close range. As soon as permission to use the equipment was obtained, it became clear that something interesting was about to happen. From the first seconds of the battle, it was obvious that the elves knew how to fight and make war. The first magic shot ended with a headshot. It was really impressive and very fast. The accuracy of the shots was at a high level. A direct hit to the head from a long distance is always considered confirmation of the level. They all supported each other wonderfully and acted as a real team. The archers skillfully used the support of the sorcerers. This created a perfect balance. The most interesting thing was that there was almost no conversation among the team members. Everyone intuitively understood what they had to do. It was very difficult for the monsters to find the right strategy to confront the elves. Soon everyone saw Helen's passive skill. It was truly a legendary explosion magic. David immediately knew that this technique would be very useful in battles. If you use this power correctly, you can defeat anyone. The sorcerers maintained a perfect balance, sometimes allowing the archers to do their thing, and sometimes intervening and playing the leading roles. Sometimes it seems that for the leader of this detachment, the gargoyles are nothing more than a pile of stones. The 4th wave was destroyed in just a few minutes, so this is how real elves fight. Damian was impressed by the accuracy of these archers. David assured him that in the future, he would be much better than them. In any case, he will not be able to fully master the techniques of archers. He would be better off thinking about how to use his talents more effectively. The Shadow Squad, by the way, turned out to be much stronger than David could have imagined. And as a result, by the time the 3rd wind artifact was activated, the 5th wave of gargoyles was finished. So far, everything has been very good, almost perfect, but that's it for now. Soon David saw that the information about the boss had been updated. It was a level 35th monster, and he had the same companion, that is, there were 2 of them. For the information to be fully updated, the boss must appear on the battlefield, but not because he still doesn't see anyone. This didn't last long. Within a few minutes, he realized that the boss of these monsters was indeed a very terrible creature. He appeared out of nowhere and immediately showed off his large muscles, his landing causing extensive damage to the wall. Many soldiers and even elves were injured, and the boss fight hadn't even begun yet. This is her general of the Gargoyle army. He came with a weapon in his hands not to dance, but to destroy the intersection. If up until this point the elves seemed like real fearless warriors, then against the background of this monster they look like ordinary children. To defeat him, you will need to use the full power of both teams, as well as get support from the soldiers. Lucas immediately noticed that the elves had serious problems. He forgot about his attitude towards them and immediately prepared to help. Due to a dark event, there must be 2 of these bosses. David immediately warned everyone else about it. This means that the second boss is somewhere nearby and now he will finally show himself. Soon, the motto guessed that the second boss was not aiming at the fortress walls at all, but at the wind artifact. There is a lily next to these objects. She must get out of there immediately if you want to live. At such moments, everything always happens very quickly. It was loud around, so Lily didn't hear the monster approaching. Her chair turned into trash in just a few seconds. It is unclear whether the witch was able to survive. It soon became apparent that she was able to survive with the help of the fireskin skill. The fact that she just escaped doesn't mean she'll be alive in 5 minutes. The battle has only just begun. David saw that the boss was trying to activate a magical attack. He asked the elves to save Lily. Their magical power helped in this situation. If it weren't for them, Lily would have turned into dinner for a monster? It's a strange situation. A few days ago, she refused to fight them on the battlefield, and now they saved her life. That's the irony of life. John tried to make sure she was okay, but it was obvious that even rescue wasn't enough to change her attitude towards elves. Dorothy used her magic to save the bodies of other team members who had lost consciousness after the boss's attack. Boss monsters behave completely differently compared to regular monsters. They are smarter and more aggressive. To start, they try to destroy the strongest pieces on the field. That's why they attacked archers and artifacts first. Even within the walls of the fort, their main target will always be damagers, not tanks. And of course, the city lord. They will try to kill him since his level is quite low, and he is a commander, but he has his own personal bodyguard. Two bosses are a big problem for the city, but even the bosses can't be focused on because the sixth wave is already here. The sixth wave of monsters will be the last, but even they will be difficult to stop without the wind artifacts that have been destroyed. Now the small gargoyles will be able to enter the city, unless of course David can stop them. David said he would do all the dirty work. Lucas immediately accepted his order like a true knight. David wants to understand if Lily can activate other artifacts. They were placed in other cities, so they were not affected. Just in case he had the other artifacts moved away. The alchemists control them remotely, and now it worked in their favor. David asked Lily to activate them immediately and to target the magic amplifier at him. This can be a problem because Lily can't walk, so in that case John has to carry her in his arms. Of course, she is completely against this idea. But now is not the time for talk. Now is the time to achieve a result. They are at war, and the left must pull itself together. She finally realized that soon. The girl was incredibly ashamed of what was happening, but such is the price of victory. Meanwhile, David summoned two of the best knights of the South and ordered them to buy time before activating the artifact. Defeating the boss will be very difficult. He is different from the representatives of his species that they have fought before. David asked them not to lose their vigilance and to be smart. A lot depends on their future actions. Soon, the Lord had a conversation with Damien. Each pistol had only 6 bullets left, making a total of 18. David said that the guy should use these bullets to hurt the boss. The main problem is the armor and helmet. They seem to have high-level protection magic applied to them. The Gargoyle General is dressed in armor with high magic resistance, and his body is completely immune to physical attacks. It's the same as living armor, only the other way around. So the external protection will have to be removed with physical damage. Also, don't forget that the Cerberus is a pistol, and its firing range is quite limited. David has no right to allow this young man to fight in close combat, so it's best to resolve the issue with the support squad first. The elves are in trouble. 3 of them are seriously injured. Their weapons are also damaged. David asked Damien to do everything possible to improve the well-being of the elves. As soon as he heard that he would now be engaged in treatment, his face immediately became happier. But he told Dorothy to find herself a weapon. Their support would be needed soon. The rain has intensified. Even the sky is not helping the inhabitants of the fortress. It is very cruel. Both gargoyle bosses began attacking almost simultaneously, and a kinetic connection was immediately noticeable between them. Their every step terrifies ordinary soldiers, but Evangeline and Lucas have forgotten what fear is. All of them must act selflessly and diligently. Only in this way can a positive result be achieved. David ordered his best knights to fight at maximum power. They must restrain the bosses, otherwise everything will fail. From the very first encounter, it was already obvious that this was a very difficult task. But even if the boss monsters didn't hit the knights hard, they would still continue to move forward and attack. Obviously, it won't be easy to contain them. This boss is really very strong, and at this stage he has received his own copy. David is confident that despite all this, Lucas and Evangeline will be able to survive this fierce battle. They are the best tanks in the game, so they just need to hold out until the wizard's help arrives. The moment they had been waiting for so long had finally arrived. The artifact was ready for use. The target character's magic effect has increased by 100%, and that character is David. He immediately felt these incredible feelings in his body, the impression that he could do anything. Now David plans to activate the use of the commander's gaze skill. For this, he needs to establish contact with the target. His internal system immediately saw target number 1. Now it was time to give the command. David decided to use a brilliant command. He ordered the monster boss to kill his copy. As soon as he said this, the energy almost instantly left his body. He even started spitting blood. This happened because the difficulty level of this team is very high, and the peculiarity of gargoyles is their low resistance to magic. This means that they are very weak to all types of magic, including the mind control that the prince has just used. If he really puts in enough effort, Then together with the magical enhancement, he will be able to double his effectiveness. The comparison of all characteristics has been completed, and it seems that everything is going well so far. David was happy that his difficult order had worked. That's how this game should be played. Now these monsters have started fighting each other. If they destroy each other, then it will be perfect. Lucas and Evangeline couldn't understand what was happening at all. They thought it was their job to destroy the monsters. Now you can understand their surprise when they saw that the monsters were attacking each other and completely forgot about the knights. Monsters do not forgive betrayal. We have already seen this in past missions. They began to attack each other with huge weapons. The effect of such blows was no less than that of magical attacks. Despite the fact that they are copies of each other, only one of them will be the winner in this battle. One of the bosses landed on the 6th wave of monsters. This is called a perfect fall. Now there are rivals, and in the future the situation may improve even more, because an internal conflict has been provoked. Now the monsters threw all their strength into killing each other. The boss, whose mind was not clouded by David's magic, tries to stop his warriors. This is the perfect moment for the knights to intervene and seize the opportunity. While the monster, controlled by David, will destroy other gargoyles, the knights will be able to kill his twin, who was betrayed. This development of events made the task twice as easy and also made it 4 times more fun. Once the knights faced only one opponent instead of 2, it became much easier to defend themselves. Soon a problem arose. They easily defend themselves but cannot destroy him. To do this, you need to break the armor. The knights try to do this. They go on the offensive, but they are counterattacked. If you don't break out of this circle, problems will arise, so you need to come up with something interesting. Soon David saw that the Shadow Squad was ready to return to battle, so they could be the solution to the problem. John said that Damien had cast a healing spell and helped restore their strength. Now they were ready to return to battle. The broken equipment has been temporarily repaired and right now they want to act. Soon David ordered them to attack and assist in the fight for the fortress. Finally, the core team has joined forces with the support team. Together they are ready to turn all the rules of this world upside down. From the first minutes, it became noticeable that the boss's armor was beginning to collapse. The knights force the boss to stay put by destroying his armor with their physical attacks. Later, they will switch to magical attacks and will not cause him significant damage. The main thing is to act according to the plan. Usually, this is where the problems begin, because in theory, everything is perfect. But in reality, everything always goes wrong. As soon as the young lady tried to attack the monster, her clumsiness skill was activated again. At the most crucial moment, she started to fall. David couldn't believe that it had happened just now. She was very lucky to get an incredible reaction from her father, which helped her to have time to protect herself with a shield. Of course, this saved her life, but it turned out that she was still falling into the abyss. So not everything is as good as it seems. Only at the last moment was she saved by the knight Lucas. The boy grabbed her by the mantle and prevented her from falling down. Many words were said about their enmity, but at the most crucial moment he saved this young lady. David was able to breathe a sigh of relief. He would hardly have been able to survive the death of another person with the last name Cross. Although they were able to save Evangeline, it is still too early to relax. The battle continues. The Shadow team is working together, but so far they are also having a hard time keeping this giant in place. Using magical techniques, John was able to melt the monster's leg to the ground. We must not forget that he knows how to control metal. But no matter how versatile his technique is, even it is nothing compared to the power of hell. John tries his best to buy the allies more time, but he is too weak for the Gargoyle General. This monster is completely focused solely on killing David. He understands that it is the prince who leads this army. Neither the arrows of the Shadow team nor the bullets of the Damien could knock the monster off its target. If they can't stop him right now, they'll become dinner, so they have to think, and think fast. At the last moment, Lily came to help. She regained her strength and reactivated the fire technique. This girl knows when to act. She said that on this battlefield she is the senior sorceress, and she will not allow anyone to destroy her friends. After this attack, it was not clear what happened to the boss. He didn't look dead, but something was wrong with him. He lost a huge amount of his health and changed his target to whoever hit him the most. He feels the power of the lily and wants to destroy it. She has attracted his attention. If the girl wants to stay alive, she needs to escape immediately, but there's one problem. Her legs don't work. Not only can she not run away, but she has used up all her mana to activate her fire skin. Now she can only look at the monster approaching her at full speed. Lily started screaming and felt that she could not escape this tragedy. It was at this moment, when it seemed that everything had been decided long ago, that John came to her aid and asked the girl not to rush to say goodbye to life. She couldn't believe that he had really come to cover her body with himself. She looked at it all with total incomprehension. Soon there was too much blood in front of her. John tried to do everything in his power to destroy the boss. He demonstrated incredible talent and skill as a sorcerer, which helped open the gargoyle's mana core. Now he turned his head to the lily and asked her to strike another blow with fire. The girl found the remnants of mana in her body and activated her final attack. After that, the boss finally stopped moving. He is a living creature, and no living creature can survive such an attack. After he died, it became apparent that Elf John was seriously injured. Lily was nearby and tried to help him. She didn't understand why he saved her, so John replied that it was the best decision. Only Lily had enough strength to deliver the final blow to the enemy. It seems like this decision is the most practical, but it seems like John wanted to show her that elves are different. The knights began to apologize for their mistakes. They believed that all this happened because of them. Of course, David is not going to punish them. He does not understand at all why the knights always try to give their own lives because of mistakes. They could not avoid losses, but finally the bosses were destroyed. And all thanks to the general who was under the control of David. Only 40 small gargoyles remain, which is nothing to professional killers. They must make a final push and completely clear the fortress. This will not be as easy as it was at the beginning. They have already lost a lot of strength. Evangelina and Lucas fought for several hours without rest. Damien used up all his bullets, and the lilies, as well as the Shadow Squad, were left without mana. In this case, it will be difficult to continue the fight. The forces are really unequal. David probably forgot that he still had an army of soldiers, experienced warriors who were ready to come to the rescue at a critical moment. They managed to load their cannons and began attacking the monsters. The soldiers attacked at the perfect moment. They surrounded the gargoyles and destroyed them. There will be no more monsters, so there is no point in maintaining a wall of fire. David thanked them for their great work and said that they did an excellent job today. Soon the rain ended, and finally this battle with the flying monsters ended in success. David admitted that he underestimated the enemy, but in any case, the strategy worked and they won. The sun is shining again on the Empire's flag, so they have time to prepare for the next battles. All the soldiers at the front looked at the Lord with anticipation. He really didn't want to spoil the moment, but he had to say that all the wounded needed to be taken to the temple and report on the condition of the fortress. If someone made a mistake today, they should do their own analysis and correct themselves in the future. That's the only way to become better. After each defense, David thought about the mistakes he had made. He always tried to analyze what could have been avoided, and he recorded all these moments in his own memory. Only in this way will he be able to improve his analysis of the situation and become a better strategist. Only in this way will no one die. The stronger the soldiers, the stronger the front. Over time, the front will become larger, so the commander must not stand still either. Each of them compliments the Lord, for which he sincerely thanks his entire army. After that, the time for conversations was over. David said that everyone could prepare for the festival in honor of the victory. He would pay for it all. Among the people who rejoiced at the dreamed victory, David watched as John was carried to the temple. He also couldn't help but see how Livy was sitting on the ground and looking in front of her, trying to understand the reasons for what had happened. The next defense of the city is over, the fourth stage is completely cleared, and Lily is recognized as the MVP. John is in serious trouble. He has suffered serious injuries and is trying to fight for his life. Everything below his elbow was completely broken, so healing magic couldn't help. David could not understand what this meant. St. Margaret explained that amputation was necessary. She also said that the patient had consented, so now they were ready to remove the forearm. Outside, 4 people from the Shadow Squad waited for their leader's operation to be completed. David came to them and told them about John's current condition. What he heard in response surprised him greatly. They said that the boss lost both hands 2 years ago, and it was after switching to prosthetics that they began calling him the Divine Hand. That's why John will be able to fight as before. But even if the broken part is replaced and functionality restored, there will still be consequences. Lord explained that not everything is as simple as it seems at first glance. Deep traumas inflict wounds on the soul. They can never be healed. David explained this to all 4 members of the Shadow Squad, and it made them think. If they have any suggestions, they should tell St. Margaret. We must not forget that the war has been won, so now it's time to rest. And we can't worry about John. Everything will be fine with him. David invited all members of the Elven gang to celebrate the victory, but they assured him that they wanted to wait until the end of Operation John. Soon the Lord brought them food and drink. They won't be able to celebrate the victory together, but that doesn't mean they can't celebrate the victory separately. David thanked the elves. He acknowledged that they had made an incredible contribution to the overall victory. He said goodbye and went to celebrate the victory. And finally the elves asked to bring them 3 barrels of juice. They probably love juice very much. In the evening, the whole city, as has become a tradition, celebrated the victory over the monsters. David was unhappy that everyone else had dared to start dancing before the Lord arrived. As soon as the warriors saw their prince, they immediately became even more happy. He congratulated them on their well-deserved victory and said that today they were celebrating and thinking about nothing else. On such days, the fortress city really looks incredibly happy. All disagreements and sorrows are immediately forgotten. David still can't get used to the strength of the local alcohol. An eater approached him and offered him meat and vegetables. He said that he could also sing if needed. David asked him to take the juice and food to the temple. For the elves, they also deserved to enjoy. Ader wasn't very happy with this task, so I had to show him who was boss. A little later, they met Lily. All this time, she was nearby and watching the Lord. The girl said that she wanted to take the food and drinks to the elves. David was not against it. Then he went to the soldiers. Everyone around him constantly says that he is a champion in drinking beer. Lord decided today to confirm all these rumors and show them their true level. As the Margrave said, if the city only mourns, it will have nothing to oppose the enemy. Of course, it's good to think about funerals, but we shouldn't forget to make people happy. Celebrating with the survivors is also part of the Lord's job. David tried to celebrate with everyone and maintain a good atmosphere. It was a really enjoyable night. Meanwhile, in the temple, after the operation, the leader of the Black Shadows squad, John, woke up. He saw that he was left without arms and also heard a familiar voice in the room. He was surprised when he saw Lily. The girl told him that the operation was successful. She explained that his whole body would still be sore for a while, along with a high fever. But that was normal. There will be another examination tomorrow. His joints are normal, so it will be easy to wear the prostheses. The little elves have already had time to eat and drink, so now it's time for them to sleep. Lily said that she left some food and drink for John. He had lost a lot of blood, so he needed to eat well. John tries to understand why she is sitting next to him, unless she still hates elves. It turned out that Lily also had questions for him, which is why she was waiting for him to wake up. She still can't understand why he saved her, and wants to know the real reason. The monster boss attacked this poor girl, but John took the blow and sacrificed himself. John already answered this question. In this situation, he decided to save her because it was the most optimal solution. The girl feels with all her heart that this is a lie. There is no need to pretend to be a rational elf. It is better to tell the truth. The Shadow Squad had only recently joined the intersection. It was too early to show such devotion. Sacrificing one's arms and life for strategic purposes is too foolish an act for a new member of the army. Even if he didn't speak beautifully, the more you think about it, the more strange this act becomes. So there must be something else hidden behind it. She felt it, and decided to ask John directly, not even considering the fact that he lost his arms protecting her. After a long pause, John decided to say something. He explained that there was no particular reason. At the moment when the monster boss began to attack Lily, John remembered his mother. She also couldn't walk. Her Achilles tendons had been severed by a slave hunter, and she spent her entire life sitting down. She couldn't stand, but every time the owner tried to beat John, she tried to cover her son with her body. For some reason, John thought of his mother. At that very moment, he looked at the lilies and saw nothing of her. The girl couldn't believe that this was the only reason why John voluntarily left without his hands. From a rational point of view, he did it for strategic reasons. From an emotional point of view, he did it because of thoughts of his mother. He thinks this is enough to explain his decision. They are probably very different. John is rational, Lily is emotional. The stranger risked his life for her. It's hard to even believe that she doubts his motives. Lily turned out to be much more sensible than expected. They don't understand each other. The emotional wounds they have are too deep. But even so, they can still celebrate being alive. The festival in honor of the victory continued. Everyone around was celebrating. Demian could barely stand on his feet. Lily said she hates John. It seems too cruel towards the one who saved her life. She decided that they needed to eat something. They couldn't starve alone while everyone else was celebrating. She prepared a meal but poured water for John. It would be wrong to drink alcohol after losing both hands. He thinks it's the other way around. He lost both arms, so he deserves to drink some wine. Lily thought it would be nice to bang glasses together. She must have forgotten that John had no hands now. The girl laughed and said she would do all this for him. A human woman who can't use her legs and an elven man who can't use his arms is a really interesting situation. Instead of joining the festival, they are sitting together in this chamber. At least it will be remembered for a long time. An ordinary holiday will be quickly forgotten, but this evening will stay with them for a long time. It may be silly to say this, but John thinks they can find common ground with each other. Lily looked into his eyes in surprise. She didn't know how to respond to that. Soon she resumed feeding him and asked him to focus on regaining his strength and health. When he is healthy, she will be able to hate him, so it is better for him to continue lying in the temple. After that, the two of them didn't talk about anything else. Lily fed him cold vegetables, but he ate without any complaints. So they sat, listening to the war songs of the already drunken soldiers from the festival. The night of victory continued. In the morning, David immediately realized that he had drunk too much yesterday. His head was splitting, and he also realized that he was not alone in bed. He opened his eyes and saw an unfamiliar woman sleeping next to him. A classic situation. At first, David couldn't understand who it was. He only saw long blonde hair. Then everything became clear. David started trying to wake up because he thought it was just a nightmare. He looked around and saw a large number of almost completely naked men. I don't know about you, but I didn't expect such a turn of events at all. Soon the soldiers asked him to calm down and explained that he had drunk too much yesterday. David could not understand why they were all undressed, but they explained to him that it was his order. He said at the festival that we should forget about the old rules and drink like real men. This is what happens when you drink too much hard alcohol. Margrave Cross would be pleased. The soldiers admitted that this night was incredible. They had never been so drunk before, and they would remember it for the rest of their lives. Soon, Lucas approached them. Maybe at least he would take his prince out of this hell. Lucas was only in his underwear. David had to forget about it, otherwise he would never be able to sleep again. Lucas explained that he did everything on David's orders. Everyone stripped down to their underwear. It seems that while drunk, David decided to realize all his fantasies. If you look closely, you can see that Demian is also among them. He was very cold that night. Last night's party turned into utter chaos, and the more you think about it, the worse it gets. Even decided to forget about these memories, men should only see other men naked in a sauna. Lucas said that's where they were planning to go this morning. The sauna is in a neighboring building. They agreed to go there during the festival. Soldiers get dirty with monster blood every day. Of course, there has to be a place where they can wash it all off. From the very beginning, the sauna was created only for them. But as the city grew, residents began to use it. It's strange that it's so large, probably so that all the soldiers can fit in there. Lucas and Damien had already moved forward, but then they saw that David was standing still. They tried to understand why he stopped. David explained that usually events with female characters appear in saunas. It turned out he was wrong. There was nothing like it, at least not in this life. The city has always had problems with water, so they had to come up with a new way to supply and use it. Lucas is not in a hurry to swim yet. His duty is to always protect the Lord. Yes, he said he was tired of hearing this every day, so he let us forget about all these rules today. Now David finally saw the huge number of scars on this warrior's body. It was immediately clear that he had been in a large number of battles. Damien also enjoyed the comfort. He said that he didn't remember anything about yesterday. Lucas replied that the past should stay in the past. It felt like he had done something terrible. After a few minutes, David saw a huge line of men. It turned out that the Golden Age group also came to swim. These old boars come here almost after every party. You could say this is their place. Soon they saw that the Lord was here and decided to greet him, although it would be better if they did not do it in this place. After that, they went to the lounge to catch their breath. David was satisfied with his trip to the sauna. He felt that for the first time in a long time he had truly relaxed. It's hard to believe that all this time it was such a progressive place. Now it's clear that you shouldn't underestimate the world of fantasy. It turned out that Evangelina also vacations here. She is local, so she comes here almost every week. It's the same story with Lily. The girls were very surprised when they saw the Lord in the sauna. It turned out that they had already become friends. It's natural for people to get closer to each other after going through difficult times together. Of their team, Evangeline is closest in age to Lily, so her desire to find a girlfriend is understandable. But it's noticeable that Lily doesn't really want to make friends. She's been dreaming of leaving the squad and retiring for a long time. Besides, it's hard to behave relaxed when you're surrounded by the daughter of a legendary Margrave. Soon, the girls said goodbye to the Lord and returned to the ladies' room. A little later, he saw Saint Margaret here. She was also surprised because she did not expect imperial persons to come to such places. From the first seconds of meeting, David didn't immediately recognize her. He was used to seeing her in different clothes, so that's understandable. After a difficult operation on John's body, Margarita also deserves a rest. She said that John was fine, that she had treated his wounds this morning, and then came here. Of course, she didn't expect so many people to gather here, probably because of yesterday's victory in the festival. David understands that Margarita is getting very tired from constantly treating the soldiers. War is terrible and cruel, but on this front, it is tantamount to a holy act, because this war is for the survival of humanity. Margarita believes that she must give all her strength for the sake of a common victory, and she is pleased that she can bring benefit. Soon she said that other priestesses were waiting for her. So she said goodbye to the Lord and left. David thought such people were strange, but it turned out that they were quite normal. Lucas and Damien said they would go get water, but they haven't been there for an hour. Relaxing in the sauna made him remember an incredible drink called sika. Right now, it would be ideal to eat a boiled egg and drink a glass of siki with ice. At such moments, David begins to miss his past life. Soon the boys finally returned. I had to yell at them a little. Lucas said that they didn't come empty-handed. They bought boiled eggs from a black trader. Damien also said that they brought chilled honey water with them. It seems that David doesn't need anyone else in this life except them. Evangelina immediately smelled something delicious. She said that people should share food and drinks with each other like true friends. Within minutes, they were fighting over food and honey water like real animals. They were very lucky that everyone was able to taste all of this and lift their spirits. David should definitely add this place to any tourist guide around the city. Everyone should know about this paradise on Earth. After a divine dinner, it was not long before I opened the system menu to begin preparations for the next defensive phase. The fifth stage is approaching with every second, the biggest nuisance in the game's radio stage, the boss stage. Every fifth stage has its own specifics. It is particularly brutal, and it is difficult to compare it with past locations. There are 28 days left until the start of the fifth stage, which is why they are giving more time to prepare. David must anticipate everything and create the perfect strategy. It won't be easy, but there is no other choice. A guy approached David and said hello. He said his name was Dion. David remembered this guy. He is one of the N-rank characters that the Lord hired for service. Such characters are only slightly stronger than ordinary soldiers. Their characteristics are quite mediocre. Even during the game, David did not pay much attention to them. Although this guy's team is considered a support team, in reality he is nothing more than a backup option. Dion said he had a claim, and as soon as Lucas heard about it, he was ready to cut off his head. It's been a month since they were united into a team, but apart from protecting women and children, they haven't received any normal assignments. They didn't even fight monsters, although they are professional mercenaries, so their task is to use skills during combat. This is a pretty bold statement. The words of a real mercenary are felt. They want to get a normal task and show their strength. David smiled and thought a little. He understood that they didn't want to sit idle, so maybe we could come up with something interesting for these guys. Their stats are quite weak and their characteristics are average, but you can see determination in their eyes, especially in Dion. This guy is very ambitious and wants to be paired against the Emperor's main squad. That will be enough. These are really incredibly serious words. Lucas and Evangeline said they would destroy them in a matter of seconds. David likes this guy's self-confidence. He is ready to choose the place and time for sparring. It's better not to postpone this matter for later. We need to resolve everything right now, at the nearest sports ground. Rumors spread quickly throughout the city. Everyone already knew that there would be a fight between the newcomers and the prince's personal squad. When something like this happens, people all flock from different areas to see it with their own eyes. This sparring will take place in an arena for training fights, a place that somewhat resembles a coliseum. Damien and Lily will not participate in this because their team can do without them. The young lady and the experienced knight will fight together. They are sure that this will be enough. Their opponents understand that the situation is not in their favor, and yet they must stick to the plan. David saw that they were ready. It would be a very interesting confrontation. Lucas doesn't understand what these guys have imagined in their heads, but now he will introduce them to the cruel reality. The conditions for victory are quite simple. A complete knockdown of one of the teams. The inability to hold a weapon will be considered a knockdown. You also cannot go outside the boundaries of the arena and refuse to continue the battle. Since safety is paramount, attacks that could cause serious injury should not be used. Soon the battle was started. These brazen mercenaries decided to attack first. They have all heard of a warrior like Lucascom, so each of them wants to experience his true power. At first, it seemed that fighting him wasn't as difficult as they say. It was easy to defend against the first blow. But it's better not to anger this guy, because if he's in a bad mood, he'll forget all the rules and kill the entire mercenary team. Evangelina always enjoys such battles. She smiles because she is attacked by 4 opponents at the same time. They probably think she's 4 times more dangerous than Lucas. Now she wants to show them why she is called the best graduate of the academy. Despite their numerical superiority, the mercenaries could do nothing against her strength. Although they were incredibly motivated, this girl seemed to be made of steel. No one understood where she got so much strength from, so the mercenaries decided to activate Plan B. The plan would be quite simple. You need to attack from the left flank and force the opponent to lose balance. Everything worked out, and Evangeline fell to the ground, so everything is not as simple as she thought. The girl said it was a scam, But the Lord noticed that she was outside the court, so it was a knockdown. Even if there are 5 of them against 2, the difference in levels is still extraordinary, but they succeeded thanks to the right strategy. It should be noted that they really acted as a real team. David is still satisfied with their actions. The mercenaries wanted to help their leader Dion, but it turned out that Lucas had already defeated him. The legendary knight saw that these snotty people had defeated Evangeline. Now he would show them what the prince's main squad meant. As expected, the sparring was won by the Lord's main squad. Lucas proved to be too powerful for these warriors. In ranks and in conditions, the difference was incredibly large, so everything was quite obvious. Now the bow is at level 37. His opponents have half the characteristics. Dion must admit that all this is a natural outcome. They didn't even have a chance. David approached him and said that things weren't as bad as they seemed. They came up with tactics taking into account the opponent's weaknesses and were determined to put these tactics into practice. The most important thing is that there is absolutely no fear in their eyes. These are important qualities for those who deal with monsters. To kill a giant, you need to be able to fight an opponent who is much bigger than you, and not everyone is ready to do that. David apologized to these warriors for not noticing them. Now they made him respect himself. After they have shown that they can really be given difficult tasks, they can forget about the Lord's pity. David himself did not expect that members of the team, whom he had never noticed, would now be important in potential battles. This is exactly what they wanted. So now they shouldn't complain if he forces them to fight against a legion of monsters. Each of them has a pretty average time, as in the game, they are the weakest of his entire team. But it seems that they are destined to become more important persons for the Lord. The next day, David continued to work. He sent the Dion team to farm resources. The ability to send a support team to a cleared area in the game is called automatic exploration. In the process, the characters can independently increase their level, and also with a high probability of obtaining some items, Evangeline went with them. This was the team's first experience in such conditions, so David was pleased to have an experienced warrior by their side. Lucas is constantly worried about these guys. He thinks the dungeon is too dangerous. Yes, there are really a lot of enemies, and these enemies are not necessarily monsters. Lucas is most concerned about a group of hostile NPCs, also known as the Night Watchmen. If the support unit encounters the Night Guards, it is unlikely they will be able to return alive and well. David said that he would not let Lucas go there. He was sure that the Bard and his men would not appear in the already cleared areas. Soon Damien entered the Lord's room. David had ordered him to rest since yesterday. He was very confused and immediately announced that Lady Jupiter had finally woken up. David immediately went to the central temple to personally speak with this grandmother. Meanwhile, important events were also taking place at the northern gate of the crossing. A rather interesting character with a large hat approached these gates. It seems this woman is looking for Jupiter, but it is not clear whether they are friends or enemies. David came to Jupiter to say hello to her and make sure she was okay. They really hadn't seen each other in a long time. Jupiter was in a constant sleep for 10 days, so everyone is pleased that everything is fine with her now. Almost half of the meridians through which her mana circulates have burned out, and it is recovering very slowly. This can be restored 100%, but it takes time, although of course Jupiter is not sure that everything will be the same as before. She found herself in this state after fending off only a few blows, but it was clear that her years were taking their toll. He wasn't the one who asked her to rest more and regain her health. During the last battle, they almost died, and all because she wasn't there. Attacking the sorcerer is very important to the team. Of course she wants to come back because they pay crazy money for it. She can't retire yet because she believes she hasn't yet done everything she dreamed of. David decided to talk to Jupiter for a bit. He was interested in this woman's plans, whether she really wanted to make money and build an estate for herself. Hearing about the large estate, she smiled. It seemed like she really liked the idea. David is unsure about a large estate, but he plans to build a high-quality hotel in the city. Jupiter is a member of the core team, so he will let her live there at cheap prices. It was the first time they had talked so actively without whiskey and cigarettes. Almost the entire time they talked about the hotel and the suites, which didn't even exist yet. Perhaps the life of mercenaries is constant days chasing mirage-like dreams, or perhaps it is the life of all people. With a lot of time before the next battle, David asked Jupiter to try to regain his strength as quickly as possible. He was about to leave and managed to say goodbye, but at the last moment Jupiter decided to tell him something. It turned out that she was waiting for some kind of gift. You can't come to sick people empty-handed. After that, David went to John, and after talking with Saint Margaret, he left the temple. Jupiter's internal damage is serious, and she will not be able to recover for 4 weeks. It is very difficult to be left without such a powerful and strong sorcerer. Now Jupiter cannot participate in battles. Of course, if she returns to more or less normal form, he will find tasks for her in the future, but right now she is inactive. She will miss the mission to capture the base level, but David is not sure they can succeed without her. Just thinking about it won't solve anything. There's no choice. You have to find someone to replace Jupiter. All that remains for David is to hope that he will be lucky enough to find someone in the guild. David entered and immediately saw a golden glow. Was this really a high-level character? He forgot all about those rules about first impressions. There's no time to save face now. He approached this girl and asked her if she was a mercenary. She apologized but said that she was not a mercenary, although for some reason she was in the guild. The girl said that she was looking for someone. She came because she heard stories that her grandmother was in this city. The grandmother of the guild. Only one person could fit that description perfectly. This girl's name is Jupiter Jr., but her friends call her Yuma. She inherited her name from her grandmother. She is a fairly strong level 30 character. She is an elemental sorceress. David had never seen her in the game before, and analyzing her characteristics, he realized that she was indeed Jupiter's granddaughter, because she also had gold fever. Elemental sorcerers are subject to all elements, although not all of them are equally strong. Such sorcerers can be used in almost any situation, and they are always at the top of the character rankings. He decided to hire her by any means necessary, and to begin with, he said that her grandmother had never talked about her granddaughter. After thinking a little, he remembered that Jupiter had mentioned his granddaughter's name several times, but had not said that Yuma was such a powerful sorcerer. It's a bit sad because you could be proud of such a granddaughter. The girl immediately noticed that her interlocutor held a high position in the city's hierarchy, and she became curious about who he was. Thus, they met very quickly, without revealing that he was the third prince of the Emperor of the Ever-Black Empire. Yuma immediately realized that he was the current commander of this front. She apologized for not recognizing him right away. Yes. He assured her that she had nothing to apologize for. She just didn't recognize him. It wasn't a problem. He decided to get straight to the point and invited her to become part of his team. He explained that this front needed such a talented sorcerer, so if she was already here, why not try to do something useful? David immediately said that he had the best terms of all the agreements that could be concluded in the Empire. She told him that the only reason she came to this city was to meet her grandmother. She wants to think about this proposal after she sees Jupiter. David said that her grandmother was receiving treatment at the Central Temple because she had recently suffered a serious injury. They agreed to meet later and said goodbye. David hopes that Yuma will accept his proposal. It's quite interesting. Outwardly, Yuma doesn't look much like her grandmother, but their energy is almost the same. Indeed, they are very different from the outside, but you can feel the same aura. It's called the smell of coolness, or the smell of money. Lucas was surprised that Jupiter had children at all. To be honest, David was surprised too. When Jupiter first spoke about her granddaughter, it seemed like she was joking. It was hard to imagine such an iron lady in the role of a mother. From whatever angle you look at it, Jupiter looks like a person who has spent his entire life in solitude. Lucas was immediately interested, and who could be this woman's husband? It's really interesting, but it's not polite to ask. In any case, David hopes that the conversation between the grandmother and granddaughter will go well, and Yuma will agree to become a member of his team. At that moment, Jupiter looked at the sun's rays and felt that her end was approaching. She feels that her career as a soldier, mercenary, and sorcerer is almost over. She fought dirty and dishonestly for the opportunity to earn a little more money and missed her time to retire. She would take on any job just to get extra gold coins, and because of this, she was dismissed from the military forces to which she had dedicated her life. She was kicked out of the guild, where she had initially been welcomed with great desire, but was betrayed again and again, so she lived the last years of her life as an outcast. Jupiter was never delayed on any front for more than 3 months. It could not find its place. Her days as a soldier are coming to an end. Can she really rest now? But does she have the right to do so? At that moment, the door to her room opened and Yuma entered. She had been looking for a meeting with her grandmother for a long time. Jupiter couldn't believe she was seeing her granddaughter. It all came out too unexpectedly. Yuma started laughing because the grandmother's face didn't look very pleasant. It seemed like this battle had been really hard. Jupiter was visibly excited. It felt as if the girl who bore her name was about to eat her whole. It turned out that Yuma came here not to make sure everything was okay, but to get money. Now it's clear that their love of money is a family affair, even though this one is terrible. Jupiter gave her a money certificate, but it turned out that it wasn't a very large amount. She apologized to her granddaughter and explained that she had been unconscious for several days. Yuma doesn't really trust her. She knows that her grandmother served in the Imperial Army and constantly earned money dishonestly. She knows that Grandma is a master at this dirty game, and she also wants to make some money. It was noticeable that Jupiter was very unpleasant to listen to all these words. She had already forgotten the last time she did something bad. Grandma asked us not to underestimate this front line just because it is far from the capital. Everything is serious here. There are many eyes around and little opportunity for fraud. And of course, the commander is the third principal of the empire. In reality, he doesn't even come close to the rumors that are made about him. It seems like he can see the future. Jupiter said that it was better not to underestimate this lord. It was better to receive an honest salary and not get into any trouble. In addition, the lord pays his warriors very well, so Yuma will have to work for him for a while. She told her grandmother that she had already spoken to David while she was looking for her, and he had immediately offered her a job. Jupiter immediately started screaming and told Yuma not to even think about it. She had already promised that she would never use magic. To these words, the girl replied that she should have worried about her much earlier and reminded her of the scars on her face. Jupiter was very painful to watch. We witnessed a family tragedy again. The granddaughter told Jupiter to rest, turned around, and walked toward the exit. Jupiter had always worked hard, doing the dirty work to earn more, so now it was her turn. Jupiter was very angry and blamed herself for everything. She believes it is her fault, her karma. After the workday was over, Lucas and the Lord returned to the estate. 8 hours have passed. The support team has finished exploring the dungeon. There are no injuries, so everything went smoothly. Nev was very surprised and started screaming when he saw that the team had found special flowers. He immediately guessed that in the 5th stage they would have to face the Blood Clan. In other words, these are vampires. Along with their army of undead, they are high-ranking monsters that only appear in the second half of the game. He couldn't believe that these vampires would appear in the 5th stage. Was this really a bug in the system? If they have to actually face the Blood Clan, they will have a hard time defeating them with their current team composition. David understands that now he needs to take a much more serious approach to strengthening his army. We need more soldiers, more leveled characters, more good items. He met Yuma and told her that she had 2 options. Either she would join him voluntarily, or he would force her to do so. The girl started laughing and said she wanted to go with him, and the Lord immediately invited her into the carriage. The closer they got to the estate, the more clearly he understood what awaited them ahead, because real hell awaited them. It's hard to even call it the hellish difficulty of the game. It's something much worse, and it sneaks up quietly and imperceptibly behind your back. Crown opened his eyes. He must have fallen asleep and dreamed of the Lord of the City crossing. He doesn't even remember the last time he slept properly. It was a long time ago. Crown even forgot how long he's been wearing this strange costume and makes everyone laugh at him. David called him the Lord of the Rats. A similar tale was also told in the Lake Kingdom. Once, a village was overrun by an army of rats, and the locals hired a bard to save their lives. The bard began to sing and made the rats follow him. They walked to the lake until all the rats drowned, so the bard saved the village. It's strange because the locals didn't pay him. So he decided to take revenge and forced the people to go to the lake until they drowned. An assistant approached Crown and said that the Demon King was calling all the commanders of the Legion. It seems there would be a meeting today. Crown was not expecting to meet the king at all, but today he must take part in it. We must not forget that he is a representative of the Lake Kingdom, even if this kingdom has been reduced to a colony of demons. The assistant asked him to be careful, but the Crown knows that if he is not careful, he will die. Soon he came to a meeting of demons. There were very scary creatures around. He entered the room where all the representatives of this creepy and cruel world were already sitting. One of the demons was unhappy that Crown was late again. He believed that this miserable man had no right to do so. This creature is really very scary. I wouldn't want to meet him in a dark and deserted place. Crown remained calm. He reminded himself that the king was also born from the horrors of these same miserable people. The werewolf was asked to calm down. They reminded him that Crown was a clown, so he shouldn't expect any different behavior from him. The king said this personally. He is also here and sits on his throne. Joking and mocking is his main job, so there's nothing surprising in that. Moreover, the words of this joker are not without truth because everyone around is created from fragments of human horrors. The one who gave people the opportunity to see eternal dreams and then made them a reality was the Demon King. The people of the Lake Kingdom are nothing more than ordinary cattle to him, night terrors that demons need so much. These creatures are no different from the cows and pigs they keep themselves. There was nothing wrong with bowing to the king's authority. Moreover, over all these years of life, the crown has repeatedly experienced much greater humiliations. The king gathered all his generals because the time of the great flood had come. They must all invade the human world. And since this is just the beginning, The werewolves, the weakest clan, must go first. At this moment, Silentian, the commander of the 5th rank Legion of Horrors, the king of the undead, and also better known as Dracula, intervened in the conversation. The king was surprised by his desire to go into battle, as Dracula always hated interference. The people from the surface have already killed the Orlop, so now Dracula wants revenge for her. That is why he decided to speak his mind and ask the king to give him this opportunity. The Black Spider Queen Orlop was the 6th commander, but was killed by a conventional cannon shot. This happened during the initial mission, also called the game walkthrough, and the death was so unexpected and strange that even the king could not have predicted it. The king assured his generals that they need not worry, because the Orlop would still have to return. Of course, they don't understand how it all works, but the king is happy or will be happy. He soon gave permission for Silentian to enter the battlefield, to be started in 4 weeks. With this matter concluded, the king wanted to move on to a problem of a different nature, but his servant intervened, saying that Nameless had arrived. She came alone and greatly surprised others, although something in this world remains unchanged. Perhaps it would be better to end the meeting and close the gates for today, the king's servant had suggested. He didn't have time to finish because he was left without a head. That's what happens when you talk too much. Everyone was angry and could not understand who had given her permission to come to the royal gathering. She paid no attention to this and went inside, Nameless greeting the lords as if nothing had happened. The king sees that she still can't stop this senseless fight, which brings a smile to his face. Nameless replied that this robot was cleaning up the mess behind him, and today she went to kill them all again. It's hard to calculate how long she's been swinging her sword. It could be 100 years or maybe even several millennia. She even forgot about the time she spent in this kingdom. It seems she will never be able to save this place. Her fate is eternal stay in this hell, so the Demon King believes. If this is true, then her struggle will always continue. If it is her duty, then she accepts it. At that moment, Crown passed her by. It's hard to look at him in the mask because you can't see his true emotions. A rebellious woman and a boy who has given up, the two of them make wonderful nightmares, and it makes the king laugh. Crown said there was no point in resisting. These nightmares would never end. Maybe deep down, Nameless understands this, but still, someone has to keep the fire going, and she's ready for it. For a moment, she thought about the vast number of people who had died trying to bring light back to the Lake Kingdom. She also remembered the face of the Lord who was trying to do this even now. One day, someone will come to this weak light, and who will be able to ignite it stronger, she is sure of it. And it doesn't matter whether she can do it or someone else does it, she won't stop her fight in any case. The battle that had been repeated millions of times under the lake was repeated again. Let's move on to the Lord's estate. For now, it's enough to look at these hellish creatures. After returning to the estate, Evangeline and the Dion squad were waiting for David. David thanked them for their help, but very aggressively began asking about the monsters they had encountered during their research. Evangelina replied that it was the first time she had seen anything like this. It looked like vampires, so David was not mistaken. Evangeline's words confirmed his suspicions that in the 5th stage they would encounter an army of vampires. Dion also started talking about how everyone was scared, but Evangeline fought like a true hero. If it weren't for her, they would all probably have died or turned into vampires. It's scary to even think about it. The Dion squad began to say that Evangeline was a real hero. The girl was very pleased to hear this. Under normal circumstances, David would joke with them, but today he doesn't find it funny at all. Soon they will meet a blood clan, just like in ancient vampire legends. Among all the monsters in the game, these creatures are some of the rarest and most dangerous. David explained to everyone in this room that the upcoming battle would be very difficult. He also said that the vampires would be led by a lord, the supreme vampire Silentian. Lucas was as surprised as everyone else. He said that the lord had only appeared once in history, and vampires hadn't been seen for 100 years. And although the vampires were indeed spotted by the research team, perhaps they simply got lost in the Lake Kingdom. Lucas is sure that it is too early to draw conclusions, but he does not know everything that David knows. That would be the right thing to think. But this is a boss stage, so don't forget about another side of evil that is trying to make this game as difficult as possible. A powerful enemy will appear. This is not just a premonition, it is a fact. When David played this game sitting at the computer, he managed to fight each of the strongest representatives of the Blood Clan. Each of their raids was very brutal and ruthless, and the worst-case scenario was the appearance of the King of the Undead, Silentian. The personal appearance of the clan leader only at the 5th stage seems impossible, but the difficulty of this game is already maximum. This means that hoping for the best option makes no sense. It's also absurd that it's even funny. David is not sure if they will be able to survive, but now is not the time for doubts. He must find a way out. That is why he is here. Evangelina saw a woman in this room. It's the first time she's seen her, so she wants to understand who she is. David completely forgot to introduce the new member of the squad, Jupiter's granddaughter, a girl named Yuma. She joined them as an attacking sorcerer, and now everyone should get to know her better. It seems that Evangeline is very happy about the appearance of another member of the team, who can be called an older sister. As soon as the introduction was over, David sent the research group to rest. Although the beginning of their relationship was ambiguous, they quickly became close, which is probably a good thing. There are too many people around with wide smiles. Rumors say this front is a terrible place, but it turned out that this is not the case at all. Even if the war against monsters feels like hell, life is better lived in joy. Huma often had to see such young and happy people gradually darken. War takes not only life and everything that was earned during it, it takes joy with it. And that is terrible. David immediately imagined in his head how with each stage people were losing more and more vital energy from monster attacks. He imagined how the faces of those who were constantly laughing now became more gloomy and sad. Now it's time for the younger Jupiter to tell about her sorcerer skills. Jupiter Jr. never appeared in the game, and although David understood her characteristics through the system, it was better to listen to what she had to say about herself. The girl said that she is an elementalist. More elements obey her, but best of all, she controls 3 of them: water, wind, and lightning. It's immediately apparent that she can control lightning through family ties, and it's embarrassing to admit. But her skill level is quite low. All she can do is shoot magic. So she means her first skill is Elemental Blast, meaning she can strike with the element. Yuma is also confident that if she trains properly, she will be able to find another way to use her power. That is, she doesn't possess anything outstanding, so she is uncomfortable demonstrating her strength, but David is still pleased. When you meet an elementalist with 3 elements, there can be no talk of this sorcerer being weak. Now it's time to talk about salary. Yuma had already heard that Grandma received a salary for a year as soon as she became a member of the team. The girl also wants to count on the same conditions, but the Lord said that there are financial problems now. Besides, he can't pay enough money if Yuma decides not to say something. He knows that she didn't tell him all the information. One of her features allows her to downplay the statistics or hide them altogether. This is called a foxhole, and similar skills cause a lot of problems, as there is no way to know the true characteristics of the character. Now he wants to hear from her everything she tried so hard to hide. After that, they will talk about salary. She was shocked that the Lord had found out about her tricks. Even her grandmother didn't notice, although she had a wonderful type. It turned out that there was at least some benefit from the system, but of course David wouldn't talk about it. He asks her to reveal all her cards, and only then will he be forced to pay her a sufficient amount for the work. He understands that she really needs money, and he also understands that she loves money incredibly. As it turned out, the true characteristics of this girl look completely different than what was initially stated. She reached level 35, passed her second promotion, and unlocked her second skill, but why was she hiding all this? She was probably keeping quiet about something even now, but it was better not to touch her. Maybe in the future everything would become clear without her words. The Lord and the Sorceress have agreed on cooperation and salary, and she is satisfied with the negotiations. She looks a lot like her grandmother now. As soon as the conversation starts about money, both of their eyes start to light up. With each sorcerer in the team, the Lord's money becomes less and less, but such is the price for results on the battlefield. Now he wondered if the Yuma had ever used magic against humans. He's not going to delve into her past, he's only asking because even though this is a front of monsters, they'll also have to fight against humans. Very soon they will encounter a detachment of night guards who have captured the base camp in the Lake Kingdom. David is worried that she might feel uncomfortable fighting against people, so he decided to ask this question. He was very surprised to hear that Yuma believed that magic was created for this very purpose. Swords, spears, bows and arrows, most of humanity's weapons were invented to fight against their own kind, so her words make sense. Of course she used magic against people just like her. That's what witchcraft spells were written for. It's even ironic that her first task will be to destroy people, but she has no doubts about herself at all. Only at this moment did David fully understand how different their world was from his own. Cruel, filled with warriors and death, it is completely unlike the land to which David is so accustomed. Memories of the frightened boy who couldn't dare shoot a person were still in his mind. And that's why he believes that even here, not everyone likes murder, but they still have to kill. This is necessary to protect people in order to reach the true end of this game. When there is no other way out, the only thing left to do is to give in to one's own principles, because murder is a necessity. There is no reason to hesitate when this decision is justified by the protection of people. So David told the girl about their future enemies. He also said that one of their sorcerers had injured her grandmother, so there is indeed serious opposition there. Yuma said that if she had been there, this wouldn't have happened, so the Lord can't worry, because she will avenge her grandmother 100%. These words instilled optimism in him. He believes in her, and there are many reasons for this. He digs not even because she is a sorceress of the highest level, but because her grandmother is Jupiter. The next day, they returned to the Lake Kingdom, namely to the third outer northern wall. Re-exploration of the already cleared area was carried out for several reasons, one of which was to test the abilities of the Yuma. We must admit that she has proven herself to be an incredibly powerful sorceress. She smiled because she knew perfectly well that she had demonstrated her skills sufficiently. The answer is also satisfactory. She is ideally suited to the role of the attacking sorcerer of the main squad. In terms of destructive power, she is slightly inferior to her grandmother, but the adjustable attack range and the ability to use multiple elements improve the situation. This achieved the first goal of their arrival here. Now we need to understand the type of these vampires. Their characteristics depend greatly on who controls them. These monsters were apparently endowed with the power of ice. Among all the vampire lords, only one possessed the power of ice, Silentian, so the last doubts were immediately dispelled. The undead king would participate in the battle. This is much better than complete lack of information, so they know what to prepare for. The Shadow Squad has almost completely finished exploring the area, as they were instructed to do by David. All 3 tasks have been completed, which makes it possible to plan for the future. Since the next area is unreachable, you will have to return to the teleport at the beginning of the 3rd area. Somewhere out there, behind these dark streets, lies a base camp, captured by enemies. Yes, he immediately remembered the Night Guard squad and Crown, who is the leader of this bandit group. I'm not sure they'll get there soon and take back the base camp. Revenge will be very sweet. Soon the portal home was opened and they all returned to the estate. Yuma was supposed to be the last to enter the portal. She lingered a bit and saw blood on her hand. It seems she didn't tell the Lord everything, and she's unlikely to tell him about these health problems. In any case, the research was completed, and all team members received level increases. 5 days after that, David came to the alchemist's workshop. It turned out that John received new prostheses. They are much lighter and more comfortable to use than what was before. These prostheses were made of the most valuable metal the master had. John immediately thanked Lily. He wanted to pay her, but she replied that he had almost given his life for her, so she would never accept money from him. John is fully recovered and ready to return to the team. David was happy to hear that. By putting on gloves, John hid the last reminder of what had happened. But it was important to forget that he had lost 2 hands. David would like to give him more time to rest, but his schedule is tight right now, so it could be expensive. The Lord decided to gather all the members of the Shadow Squad at his estate in the evening. But to do so, they must sleep at noon. After bowing to the Lord, John took one more look at the alchemist's workshop and headed back to the temple. After that, the Lord entered the building. He did not forget about Lily's promise that the new wizard should fly with her. Lily said that if the Lord was going to make the Yuma suffer, they could strike against it together. Wizards should help wizards. At this rate, they can even create their own guild and refuse to serve the Empire. Lily said that if she was needed on the battlefield, she was ready for it and could be called upon. No one expected such words. David had already said that from next time on they would fight the Blood Clan, so it was unlikely that he would allow anyone to retire. After that, they agreed to leave in order to continue preparing for the battle. The other team members have also received orders to come to the Lord's estate, meaning it's time to return to base camp. Everyone gathered and decided to discuss the nuances, and suddenly they saw that Jupiter was coming to meet them. She still hasn't regained her health, but for some reason she decided to forget about rest. Grandma said she heard they were going to the Lake Kingdom and wanted to take her with them. Of course, the Lord would be against it. Jupiter said she wanted to go instead of her granddaughter. It seems like the family conflict will become too obvious now. Grandma asks to be given a chance to take revenge on the one who made her like this. She is ready to beg the Lord for this. She also asked not to allow her granddaughter to participate in the war, which is strange to hear from a person who can barely stand on her feet. Then Jupiter turned to her granddaughter and said that she must stop before it was too late. She tried her best to protect her, and always did everything to keep her from sinking into this swamp. Yuma must understand perfectly well what kind of life her grandmother lived all these years. The granddaughter approached her and explained in a calm voice that she had already signed a contract with the Lord. Today was the day to fulfill her obligations. Yuma doesn't understand why the grandmother is behaving like this. She's putting everyone in an uncomfortable position. It's better to go back to the temple and rest. The grandmother asked if her condition wasn't a problem, and she turned out to be stronger than her granddaughter. Would that be enough to take their dungeon? At first, David couldn't understand what Jupiter was hinting at, but then she clearly said that she wanted a duel. David had no right to refuse, so the duel was soon officially scheduled. Lucas tried to intervene. David also understood that it was wrong, but it would be difficult to stop such powerful sorcerers. Yuma couldn't believe they really had to go this far. But Jupiter replied that she couldn't back down. If she is really weaker than her grandmother, then she has no right to risk her own life. In the world of mercenaries, strength is respected. That's all that matters. Yuma accepted the challenge, so it was time to show off the skills she had learned behind her grandmother's back. Don't be too overconfident, especially when you're faced with a legendary warrior witch. Yuma is very talented, but her abilities may not match what her grandmother has been through in her entire life. The battle had begun, lightning bolts had appeared out of nowhere, and if anyone wanted to intervene, they could quickly be roasted like a pig on a barbecue. Yuma said that Grandma was too old for such things, and her strength was easier to contain. David wasn't worried about their health. He was worried about his garden, which had been damaged by lightning. He wanted to offer to shoot with force in other places, but the fight ended almost immediately. Is it always not enough for the younger one? Is it not enough just to take revenge? Yuma replied that this would always be insufficient for her and asked her grandmother to return to the temple. The Lord was the first to approach the experienced warrior and help her to her feet. Jupiter asked her to look after Yuma. No matter how much they quarrel, the grandmother will always think about her granddaughter and protect her. Jupiter wasn't in the best shape, but she still tried her best to stop her granddaughter and go on the mission. I couldn't even understand what had happened between these two. There was no time to figure out the situation either. The mission had to be completed according to plan. Despite a small conflict, all three squads stood in the hall, as expected. There were 15 people in total, the main squad, the shadow squad, and the second Dion support squad. This is a record number of people ever entering the dungeons under the lake at the same time. They discussed all the nuances, strategy, and prepared to set off on an adventure. David ordered the knights to go in first, and the Yuma to follow immediately after them and prepare the spell. After that, David and Demian will come in. By that time, the perimeter should already be cleared. The guy said that he would shoot if the Lord gave him such an order. But David did not want to pressure him and destroy his beliefs. Demian explained that he was afraid to shoot with a gun pointed at a person. It seemed to him that at that moment something in his heart would change forever. The Lord explained that it was not necessary to kill. You could just make the opponent unable to move for a while. It is not known what kind of sniper Demian will become in the future, but in any case, he is a special member of this team. These words encouraged the boy and gave him some motivation, and now his condition has improved. David made sure everyone was ready and said that the journey to the Lake Kingdom was beginning. The system gave a hint. The NPCs in the dungeon have different relationships with each other. You need to use this correctly to achieve success. The first team immediately entered the dungeon, all of them ready for anything. There was not a single living soul in sight, and it seemed as if an ambush was waiting for them. David can't believe that these night guards and their boss, Crown, left the safe camp. On the contrary, the theory of an ambush was soon confirmed, so they were expected. And this is a pretty familiar picture. Everything was the same last time, but now David and his friends are prepared. Crown said hello and said that he didn't expect David to come again, but here they were again. He tries to understand why David got extra courage. He constantly calls the Lord a player, although he doesn't like it. The Lord said that he had a name and reminded him that he was the third son of the Emperor of the Ever-Black Empire. This means that when he meets people, they must kneel before him. Crown remembered this small settlement in the north of the country. He can't believe that this part of the land is already called an empire. At such moments, he feels truly old, even though 100 years have passed since the empire seized power on the continent. Now Ever-Black is a superpower that rules half the world, but he called it a small village, so his knowledge is so outdated. Soon the conversation was over. If people from the outside world came to this area, then they were ready to die. Crown ordered his men to prepare their weapons and be ready to kill these impudent scumbags. They probably think that David is not ready to meet them at all, but this time everything will be completely different. Damian took action almost without hesitation. He took out his weapon and destroyed the cannon on the distant house. As if the Dion squad had appeared out of nowhere, these guys had long been waiting for the opportunity to show their strengths. Now it's time for David to smile. He's sure that Crown didn't expect such an attack at all. They came not only with additional forces, but also with various artifacts that will help win this battle. This can truly be called professional training. When we talk about strategy, David is the best at it. The night guards have no choice but to turn and flee, hoping to save their own lives. The protective artifact allows you to activate a barrier. It is one of the best protective artifacts. Crown admitted that his opponents had really prepared well for the final battle. He said he respects good preparation, but he also has something to say about it. Millions of arrows began to fly at the opponents. The barrier forced them to slow down, but it was still dangerous. Evangeline started laughing and said that she expected more from these guards. Now she is confident that she can defeat them even without support. Soon something strange happened. A flash of bright light blurred everything around. This means that Crown called for the help of his sorcerers, the same ones who seriously injured Jupiter. So we will soon see if Yuma can avenge his grandmother. She has been waiting for the Lord's order for a long time, and now she is ready to demonstrate all her talents. The battle of the elements has officially begun. Water will always defeat fire. The wizards were probably expecting a battle against lightning, so they were surprised to see an elementalist wizard. They didn't book tickets to the water park, but today they have to get used to the unexpected. Damien decided to support the new team member with his accurate shots. When necessary, this guy is ready to do anything for his team members. After an exchange of terrifying blows, there was a silent pause between the two sides. Not much time has passed, but David was able to prepare perfectly for the battle. Crown said that the player surprised him. He deliberately calls David a player because he knows he doesn't like it. It's mental games. At the bottom of this hell, Crown has repeatedly met incredibly talented people like David. Every such encounter makes him sad, and of course the Lord wants to understand the reason. Crown believes that meeting such a character under different circumstances would be much better. Having a drink, talking about the outside world, sharing old stories. They could do a lot. And if the Crown now abandoned his weapons, then David was ready to accept his offer. In response, he heard only loud laughter. The Crown replied that unfortunately, this was impossible. He could not retreat from his goal. He cannot let adventurers like them uncover the secret of this city. David tried to make contact, but he couldn't. So now he's ready to join the battle as well. Once David disappears, this hell will finally completely plunge into eternal darkness. After these words, Crown took out his flute. David replied that this would never happen. He was going to light an eternal flame here. A little later, it turned out that he was completely serious. He wanted to set everything around on fire in the literal sense. The Crown had no choice but to order his men to retreat to cover and raise their shields. Everything happened very quickly. Of course, most of his people didn't have time to do it. Yes, it wasn't hard to guess that this was done with the help of the Shadow Squad. They had been waiting for their chance for a long time. These warriors turned out to be very stealthy and clever. They waited for the perfect moment to attack and did so. Crown couldn't believe that a sabotage group had broken through the third sector and reached here on foot. The Shadow Squad got its name for a reason. They are perfect at carrying out mysterious operations. Now, the enemy is completely surrounded, there is nowhere to run, and the number of soldiers is at a minimum, so there is no point in continuing to fight. David said that he was ready to listen to Crown's last words, because he was sure that he would not beg for salvation. Barda really admitted that he was cornered. He admits his defeat but is sure that they will not be able to kill him. As soon as he said these words, David immediately gave permission to begin the attack. Powerful spears and arrows killed all that remained of the Night Watch clan and their commander. David approached him and said that now he was definitely dead, but Crown still believed that this would not happen. He asked the prince to look around and finally understand what was happening. All these bodies turned to ash. It seemed as if Thanos had gathered the Infinity Stones and snapped his fingers. The darkness of the Lake Kingdom is much deeper than it seems at first glance. People here are not even allowed to die. David couldn't believe what he was hearing. He thought it was just a joke. Barda explained that they really can't die. Now the last player knows about it. Such is the fate of a foolish people who took a curse for a gift. Although these words are still difficult to understand. Crown said that he was now ready to admit that David had a chance to go all the way. The prince was incredibly angry. He ordered to stop speaking in riddles and explain the whole situation normally. The crane began to disappear. Finally, he said that they would have something to talk about when they saw each other again. Within seconds, it had completely turned to ash, making this whole story even more mysterious. David stood as if hypnotized and could not understand what other secrets the dungeon held. He didn't see it, but behind him, in the darkness, someone was watching him. The enemies of the teams that had to make maximum efforts to defeat simply disappeared into thin air. Finally, a man emerged from the darkness. It seems he had been waiting for a long time for David to come and destroy these night guards. He explained that they could not possibly expel them from this territory, but they could finally live like ordinary people. It turned out that the night guards had completely extinguished the fire in his forge, so he was a local blacksmith. Senior Dwarf Blacksmith Colaby, an NPC who is always available in the base camp. 50 years ago, he went down into the dungeons in search of liquid ore, but never return to the surface. He is a friendly man. That is, he is one of those characters who, no matter what the player does, will be on his side until the very end. Lucas immediately intervened and said he could silence this dwarf forever. David explained that even though this man looked strange, it was best to follow his instructions. Now this camp is their base. They need to build a fire and repair everything that the night guards destroyed. David met the dwarf, but out of politeness he asked his name. Of course the Lord knows everything, but these are the rules. Usually the warbler only shows it to trusted friends, but David looks promising, so he's ready to talk about it. He gave his name and said that he was the best blacksmith in the world. Probably anyone who calls himself the best would be called too self-confident. That's true, but not in this case, because this old man is the only one who can create exclusive, highest-ranking equipment for a character. He's also the only one who can make a special type of magical weapon. So David immediately started pretending they were best friends. The dwarf very quickly guessed that David wanted to get something from him. David decided not to lie and told the truth. He is not going to play games. From this moment, the dialogue between the blacksmith and the client has officially begun. He even said that he needed a star silver weapon. This unexpected reminder of the highest level weaponry made the dwarf surprised. David said he wanted 15 copies, but if there was a possibility to make more, he was also willing to pay extra. Star silver is a first-class weapon for exorcising demons, and even making one copy requires an incredible amount of effort. They barely know each other, but David decides to tell them that Silention is preparing to strike, and he must be stopped. As soon as the collie heard about the undead king, his appearance immediately changed. Of all the ways to defeat a vampire, the simplest is to use weapons made of silver. In a battle against higher vampires, the effect of such weapons is halved, which is why Star Silver was invented. It increases the damage dealt by the vampire and bypasses any defenses. And this weapon can only be crafted here, in this magical forge. This usually only happens mid-game, but the Vampire King will appear in the 5th stage, so you need to hurry. When the Lark first entered the dungeon, 2 brothers were with him, and they found rare minerals that they had never seen before. Trying to find even wilder materials, they went further and completely forgot about fear. It was because of this that they soon encountered the Vampire Lords, and of course, the Silention in person. They are to blame for going so far in their search for useful minerals. When they realized that deep underground they were weaker than everyone else, it was already too late. As a result, only the Warbler was able to escape, but he was forced to leave his brothers to die. And since then, he has not ventured too far. He asked the Lord if he understood why the brothers had decided to give their lives for him. Probably because he's the best blacksmith in the world, because he's better than anyone at making weapons to destroy these monsters. He showed the Lord a piece of sacred metal that he found in the depths of the dungeon, thanks to the sacrifice of his brothers. This is the star silver that fell from the sky. David asks the dwarf to turn his brothers' lives into weapons, but will David be able to pay for it? The young lord replied that he was ready to pay with the vampire lord's head. Now the dwarf realized that he was faced with a real madman, although the proposal was really interesting. To begin with, he wants to know this guy's full name. David introduced himself without any problems. Hearing that a member of the emperor's family had understood a lot of things in front of him, he agreed to all these conditions, but said that there would not be enough material for 15 copies. He's ready to make 3 weapons of the highest grade star silver, at least something. Thus, they agreed and signed a contract, and the quest to make equipment was launched. Kalabe said that the next time he meets the local people again, they will definitely come back. There is no better place in the dungeon than this, and David destroyed their masked enemies. David immediately remembered the crown. The guy is not at all sure that he destroyed this rat lord. Soon the Lord told the lullabies about what had happened to the night guards. He said that despite the fact that they were supposed to kill them, the guards turned into mist and disappeared. Of course, this dwarf has lived here for many decades, so he knows that the reason is the curse. David quickly realized that he knew absolutely nothing about the 3 curses that had been placed on the Lake Kingdom. Almost nothing is known about 2 of these 3 curses, but the 3rd touched all the local residents, all the survivors. The locals are forever walking around the lake like ghosts. Of course, this can only mean a curse of immortality. Soon David returned from the dungeon and immediately went to his estate. It's time to gather your 3 teams again. Everyone is tired after the night's battle, but we need to discuss what happened in order to move forward. According to Koli Bay, after death, the inhabitants of the Lake Kingdom are reborn in certain places that are assigned to each individual person. It takes some time before they can move again, but they return, regardless of the number of their deaths. They do not age or die at all, as if fixed on a single timeline. So, such a curse must lie on all the inhabitants of the Lake Kingdom. although there are few of them there. Considering that the kingdom's population is only a couple 100,000 people, there are only a few dozen NPCs from the Lake Kingdom in the game. In the dungeon, you can meet about 100 non-player characters, half of them adventurers. There are a maximum of 50 real citizens of the Lake Kingdom. But the question arises, where are all the others? Evangelina, who had already eaten 3 burgers and was starting a 4th, said it was hard to believe, as if it were all a fairy tale. Everyone tries to live a day longer. If the opportunity to live forever arises, it can be considered a blessing. Damien said that he would not want such a gift. He does not want to die. But he also considers living forever a curse. Everyone had their own perspective on life and death. Everyone sees this situation in their own way. The Shadow Squad and Dion's mercenaries also began to talk about this topic, and soon the room became very noisy. David smiled when he heard all these conversations. No one offered them to live forever, and they had already fantasized about eternal life. As the discussion began to drag on, David ordered everyone to disperse and rest. They had been fighting all night, so it was time to relax. He was about to go to bed at home, but he saw that one of the core team members still hadn't gone home. She threw her hat away and hugged the Lord, a truly unexpected act from this girl. She started crying, and David tried to understand what was happening. At some point, quite different thoughts arose in her head. Maybe she needed money, or she wanted to make the Lord fall in love with her. Soon she apologized to David and said that she felt dizzy. Of course, these are strange words because if you're dizzy, why hug your general? Lucas believes that it is wrong to violate the Lord's personal space, but Damien was scared and tried to help Yuma. He can cast a healing spell, but the girl assured him that everything was fine and that everything was not that serious. After that, she immediately picked up her hat and ran out of the room. It was all very strange. He couldn't understand why the knights behaved like that with a sick person. He said that Lucas would change his attitude towards Yuma. Evangeline felt that the magic in this girl's body was boiling, as if it was ready to burst out at any moment. From the moment they first met, Lucas felt that she was hiding something, that magic was always on a different level. Lucas didn't say this because Yuma always acted prudently, but if she was a threat to the Lord, then he would have to intervene. Damien also admitted that the witch looked sick every time she took a smoking pipe into her mouth when using magic. The problem is that there's no tobacco in her pipe at all. There's a herb with an analgesic effect. Tobacco smells completely different, so Damien personally saw Yuma filling the pipe with grass. David can't understand why all the wizards always end up sick in one way or another. David said that instead of reading books about spells, it's better to do sports. At this point, Lucas added in a quiet voice that this also applies to Lord. Everyone needs sports. Evangeline completely agreed with his words. The Lord really looks pale because he constantly sits in his office. From that moment on, she is sure that they should train together, the only way to strengthen their bodies and spirits. Lucas said he was ready to take responsibility for the Lord's health, but David assured him that this was not necessary. And the next morning, David came to his office again. He could barely walk. It seemed like his legs were about to burst. This duo of knights found him in the morning and forced him to do exercises. Do they really train like this every day? At that moment, an Eider entered his room and told him that their envoy had returned from the capital. The news is not very encouraging. There will be no reinforcements. These capital pigs are never ready to help. As soon as it became known that their next opponent was the Blood Clan, David sent another request for reinforcements. David wrote this request personally. It was very long and dramatic, so the Lord expected to see reinforcements. Imperial troops have already captured the capital of the Duchy of Bringer. Now they are gradually conquering the remaining territories. So until the situation in the west is completely stabilized, they cannot help David. They don't understand at all that if they lose the southern front, the entire human world will be destroyed. The refusal was personally signed by the second son of the Emperor, Fernandez Emberkeeper Everblack. This made David very angry. He tore up the letter and began to speak very cruel words about his brother. He ordered the Eider to send another request, but this time to issue an ultimatum. If they don't send them help, the Emperor's youngest prince will show what he's capable of. Eider got excited and suggested not to do this, but David was not going to back down. Soon they set off again to the safe camp of the Lake Kingdom. The atmosphere there was much better. There were no enemies visible around, but you still can't lose concentration. Kalabe asked to forget about these masked freaks. They will never come here again. Of course, David and his friends promised to come often, but the dwarf still wants to understand the purpose of their visit. He is definitely happy to see them, even if he doesn't want to show it. At such moments, he is like a grandfather waiting for his grandchildren to return home. David doesn't understand why the night guards can't enter here anymore. Their squad is very strong and powerful. It's illogical. It was at this moment during their conversation that the female cocoa cutter returned to the safe zone. This is an old grandmother. David recognized her immediately. He had already met her when he played this game on the computer. She saw that new meat had arrived in the safe zone. In reality, this granny is much bigger than in the game. She would be very happy to meet new people in this area. She is here to help adventurers. She doesn't understand why they are so thin, so she immediately gets out some food and offers them something to eat. She made this delicious marmalade personally for little children like them. Although the woman seemed quite kind, what she offered looked very bad. Coco the Cutter cuts everything in two. She got her terrible name for a reason. This grandmother is a sorceress who can cut space. In other words, she is an NPC teleporter. All the teleportation gates in this dungeon were installed using Coco. Now she said that she cut off the night guards from here and now we can't wait for them to appear. If her words didn't sound scary, she only meant that she had set up a barrier that was trying to get closer to the safe zone. Apparently, the stone slabs it had previously formed were made for this very purpose. So now the safe zone is protected from a squad of night guards. And while there's always a chance that another enemy will appear, now that Coco, a strong and friendly character, is back, you can relax a bit. David carried with him the metals for making weapons that the Lark requested. The dwarf was very surprised that this lord had obtained all these materials in just one day. He bought most of it at the blacksmith in the city of Intersection. No wonder he had leveled it up before that. It seems like David brought too much material, but more is better than nothing. There are only 2 types of materials left. These are 3 high-level mana cores and the same number of darkness crystals. Today, David wants to bring mana cores, although the dwarf is not sure that such items can be obtained so quickly. In general, David was going to use the coma cores he already had, but thanks to the appearance of Coco, plans changed. He approached her and said hello. She thought he also wanted to taste the marmalade. David refused and said that he had a key and he thought she could help him open the door. He obtained the key to the golden room by defeating the golden gargoyle. Coco replied that she could help and took the key into her own hands. Soon she opened the door. All the rooms that open with keys are disposable dungeons. Among them is the golden room, a dungeon where high-ranking items are found in abundance. Damien wasn't sure they should go there alone, without the help of Yuma. David didn't take this witch because her gold rush could cause problems. And besides, a witch isn't needed in this dungeon. David immediately gave the knights the sacks, although at first they didn't quite understand what they needed them for. He said that when they returned, these bags would already be full, and the weapons would only add unnecessary weight. He assured them that they would see everything for themselves, so they wouldn't need weapons. Thus, they set off on an adventure and ended up in a golden room. David immediately began to explain that the rules in this golden room are quite simple. If you catch monsters, you can get items. There is a limited time for this, 59 seconds. There are 3 goblins in the room, so the task is quite real. These goblins came here to find jewels and gold. These guys are very fast and strong. Usually it's quite difficult to catch all 3, but in this case, Damien can help. His bullets always hit the target, just like in the game. But instead of blood, the goblins have gold coins. Evangeline is always surprised when she looks at Mr. Sniper in her sleep. She doesn't understand how he does it all. Lucas said that Damien, the Lord, and he have been friends with each other since the battle at first base. That's when their relationship began, although they weren't that close before that. It is not surprising that for Evangeline, some points concerning their detachment are incomprehensible. David asked this knightly duo to be quiet and not to be distracted from their main work. They were very lucky that Jupiter or her granddaughter wasn't around because serious problems would have started right now. The dungeon of the Golden Room has been cleared. There are a little less than 5 minutes left until closing, so we have to hurry. During this time, they must find everything they need, and David very quickly found a special mana core of the highest level. The 5 minutes ended sooner than expected, but they managed to complete their task. Of course, this is not enough to take every last cent with you, but the Lord already has enough money, so it's no big deal. At the last moment, some unknown creature appeared from the portal, something resembling a demon made of gold. They had to hurry, because this is probably how they force people to leave the Golden Room. David now has the mana core of 2 gargoyle leaders and a special mana core. All that remains is to find the Crystal of Darkness. Kolibe hopes that David knows where to look for this item. Of course, the Lord knows what needs to be decided in the neighboring area of the Lake Kingdom, but like a Crystal of Darkness in the stomach of a boss monster. It's time to leave the safe zone and head to another area, but first you need to return to the estate. The prince decided to reward the team members. They were surprised, but for all their work they received a decent payment. As for the other soldiers, I decided not to give them a bonus along with their weekly pay. The bonuses were over, now we need to get to the other team members. David went to the only hotel in town, where he was immediately met by the administrator. David came to find a girl named Yuma. He was immediately told that the witch lives on the third floor, in a far room. She didn't go out anywhere today, not just today, but all the days before that. David began to worry that the girl might still be feeling unwell. Perhaps she was hiding her illness. The Lord asked his guard to wait on the first floor. Lucas was against it, but David explained that he needed to talk to Yuma alone. Lucas accepted this order, but warned that if anything happened, the Lord should call him immediately. After that, David went up to the third floor and found a room at the end of the corridor. He immediately heard a cough, which meant the witch was still sick, which was very bad. He tried to hear at least a word, and soon she said that she would come out to him soon. David did not wait for this moment and kicked the door open. He realized that the situation was critical. When he went inside, he couldn't believe his eyes. So her health was really in terrible condition. To this day, for the first time, he saw the burns on her face. Now it was clear that she was hiding them behind her hair. The girl immediately covered the burns with her hair and continued to cough up blood. Yuma tried to smile and talk about how the Lord was doing, which looked terrible because there were obvious problems with her health. 20 minutes later, they went down to the first floor to have dinner. She is very ashamed that she made the Lord see this whole unpleasant scene. Now the girl admits that she is sick. David replied that it was an unusual illness because it seemed as if she would die soon. Yuma hid it for a long time, but is now ready to admit that she really only has 3 years left to live. This information shocked the prince. When he came here, he couldn't believe he would hear something like this. Then the witch continued to cough up blood and smile. It was even hard to watch. David couldn't understand why she had been silent all this time and hadn't told him anything. Maybe they would have found a solution to this problem. She explained that she didn't speak because she was afraid that David would refuse her services, a useless sorcerer who would die at any moment. These words really surprised the Lord. He probably would have hired her anyway. There were not many wizards around. But of course, after that, he would hardly have made her a member of the main team. Core team members must have the ability to lead the game in the long term. Yuma said she needed money. After her grandmother got sick, the whole family expects her to earn money so she can't die now. She asked the Lord not to worry, and assured him that even in such a difficult condition she would not be a problem during the battle. She is absolutely confident in her talent and abilities, so she will soon be able to demonstrate her skills in defending the city. This is her probationary period. If her health really affects the battle, the Lord can release her, but she is sure that this will not happen. Yuma also thanked the prince for the award, and it was especially nice to receive some gold. She thanked David for coming to visit her, and also asked him not to tell his grandmother about this blood. This strange conversation soon ended, and David went to the mercenary guild. He decided to have a drink of whiskey with his grandmother, who was still unable to do her job. She had done so much for him that he didn't mind spending money to thank her, and today luck smiled on him again. Although Jupiter sometimes creates problems, she is still proud of her contribution to the front line of defense. David admitted that this was true, and without her help they really would not have been able to avoid being destroyed by the monsters. I would like to tell someone a little about myself, if the Lord doesn't mind, of course. And Pity herself. She lived her life in such a way that in her old age there is no one with whom she could talk frankly. She truly lived an interesting and fulfilling life, although she doesn't have many close people around her, not including the team. David said that he was ready to listen to the whole story. He was in no hurry. The Lord must have already guessed that this would be a story about her granddaughter. 15 years have passed, but she remembers that day like it was yesterday. It's time to go back in time and see what was happening on the northern front of the Ever-Black Empire. These events began at the military base of the 1st Magic Corps of the Imperial Army. Jupiter was still quite young. She was the commander of the 2nd Division. She loved lighting her cigarette with lightning. Just for that, she had to learn magic. The commander of the 1st Division approached her. This woman's name was Reina, and she forbade the use of magic on the territory of the military camp. Peter replied that she was a captain of the 2nd Division of the Imperial Corps and could do anything she wanted. Reina approached her and asked for a cigarette. She does this every time they see each other. Cigarette deliveries have stopped for a month now, but Jupiter always has quality products. Jupiter replied that she knew how to prolong her pleasure and was not going to share it with anyone. At this time, ordinary soldiers approached them and greeted their commanders. Talking casually, these two women resembled two bandits, but in the eyes of the soldiers who looked at them, one could see respect. These are the two strongest wizards of the Magic Corps, Stormy Reina and Lightning Jupiter. They were the only reasons why their corps was able to occupy them. Over the past 20 years, since its founding, the Imperial Army has not lost a single battle in which they have participated. Somehow they started talking about the fact that the faces of the commanders and other units were covered in scars. They probably reached their ranks after going through an incredible number of battles on their way. The sorcerer's skin is clean. They are so pale as if they have never seen the sun. Such is their role in today's war. They must shoot magic from afar. It is a simple but comfortable job that Jupiter likes. She decided to get a tattoo on her face so that she would no longer be ignored by her managers. Probably the reason she is ignored at meetings is that she constantly sleeps at these meetings. This happened once a year ago, but the emperor was present at this meeting. Suddenly, an officer approached them and said that there was a message from the command post. A building was found at the foot of the northern mountain range, which is the base of enemy forces. The war had reached its final stages, but the resistance had not yet stopped. So the Magic Corps was given the dirty and uninteresting mission of clearing out partisans across the country. It seems like there are millions of these partisans. No matter how much you destroy them, they still appear. Tomorrow, at 5 in the morning, the sorcerers must simultaneously strike at their opponent. Jupiter suggested to his friend that they go to the southern lands together after the war was over. Reina replied that the two old women should not travel, even though they are very rich and talented. Jupiter said that maybe they would be lucky enough to find hot guys, if of course they were blind. Because they work in this cold and damp region, Rhine's thoughts become too pessimistic. The south is the perfect option for her. When Jupiter retires, he wants to live there to enjoy the warmth of the resort next to the pool. Regardless of Jupiter's goals, her friend Reina agreed to go with her at least once. That conversation was as far from the south as it was from reality. The two wizards talked for a while about old age, retirement, and just laughed. From the very morning of the next day, they were ready to act and were observing the enemy partisan base. It all looked like an ordinary village, but they had received an order, so they had to act. Reina said she didn't see any weapons or soldiers, so it all looks very strange. Jupiter suggested contacting the command post. We need to get confirmation that this is indeed an enemy camp. They were soon informed that confirmation had been received, so everyone was expecting an attack. The tactics of the Camila guerrillas have become more brutal. Now they are disguised as ordinary people, so this village has been captured. There is confirmation from the leadership. In this case, they have no choice but to attack and carry out the order. Reina remembers the words about the south. They can decide there after they solve this problem. The command unit has never been wrong in its decisions before. Besides, Jupiter had been doing this all her life. She always followed orders like any other soldier. A few seconds later, the attack was carried out. It was a cutting strike of lightning. The highest-level sorcerers leave no chance of survival if they decide to kill someone. The operation is complete. The commanders are thanked for their work. The knights will clear out the remnants of the partisans and conduct an investigation. They were allowed to return to base and get some well-deserved rest. It's strange because Jupiter said she wanted to come down to make sure everything was okay. Reina reminded that the Magic Corps is forbidden from approaching theaters. They specialize in introducing combat from a long distance. If she goes there and gets ambushed, the combat power of their corps will immediately decrease. Jupiter heard all these words from her friend, but decided to pay no attention to them. The officer should have stopped her, but who would dare block the way of a high-level sorcerer? Jupiter descended and entered the same village that she had shot lightning at a few minutes ago. She saw ordinary people, old women, children, and civilians. There were no armed forces here. She couldn't believe that those bastards from the command post had actually ordered her to do this. Reina asked her to calm down, but how can you calm down when you see something like that? The order was given without confirming the information, which should not happen at the highest level. Reina explained that partisans could be hiding in any village, so there was no time to check every settlement. 6 months have passed since the war with the Camille Kingdom began, and winter will soon begin. Only frontline support has pressure on the command post, so we need to finish this quickly. Reina believes this is an effective strategy, although it's hard to agree with it when you see the dead body of a child baked by fire. From the point of view of killing civilians, it is very effective, but it cannot be done like that. Jupiter knows how many states they destroyed while serving in the Magical Corps, and also guesses how many ordinary people were killed during that time. Of all the military bases they destroyed over 20 years, it is unknown how many were real. Jupiter has only now finally realized the truth about what she has been doing all these years. Jupiter was doing a great job, so she shouldn't throw a tantrum and complicate things. Reina tried to calm her down, but Jupiter wasn't listening to her at all at that moment. Throughout Jupiter's life, it never occurred to her to doubt. She attacked with magic on orders and received money for killing people. She was proud of her work, proud of each new medal that adorned her uniform. Jupiter was always happy to help her empire grow. Everything she had believed in for so many years turned out to be a delusion. and shattered into a million pieces. She herself previously said that she understood how war is organized in the modern world. No scars, just need to shoot magic from a distance. Simple and calm work. If you look closely, you can see that all these years she just didn't want to notice it. At that moment, she saw that someone had managed to survive this attack. She approached the house that continued to be demolished and saw a child who was constantly crying. She was soon able to save this child, but her face was left scarred. Jupiter began to apologize and admitted that it was all her fault. A man came up to her and asked if she was part of the rescue squad. He didn't come out alone. There were a large number of children standing behind him, all of whom also had some kind of injuries. He thanked her for coming to his aid and said that suddenly lightning began to attack them. He thought they would all die. Jupiter started screaming and asked them not to go outside under any circumstances. Nevertheless, the officer saw that there were people left here who survived. It's strange. After such magical blows, there is almost no chance of staying alive, especially if you are a child. Reina believes that luck is on the side of these people, but everything can change very quickly. Jupiter began to sense what was about to happen. She asked her friend to stop immediately. Nevertheless, an order was given to remove these people from the village. They gathered all the survivors, checked all the buildings, and realized that there were no more escapees. The priest begged to be given the opportunity to continue their lives in peace. These children are not guilty of anything. They cannot be destroyed. They lost their parents just an hour ago, and they don't deserve to die. Reina asked the priest where he was hiding members of the camel guerrilla unit. Of course, he replied that there were no soldiers in the village. All the young people had long ago been taken into the army. None of them had returned. He swore by God that he was telling the truth and said that he had nothing to hide. As soon as Reina heard these words, she immediately shot him in the head from behind. The priest had no chance of surviving. Even Batman wouldn't survive after such shots. She apologized to him and said that she didn't believe his oaths at all. Everblack and Camilla believed in different gods. After that, she activated her magic and prepared to destroy the remaining children. At the last moment, Jupiter managed to protect these children with her body. She activated magic for this, and it was then that she lost her left eye. This battle took a large amount of her health. You can forget that they burned this village, but you can't kill these children of the circle because they are not guilty of anything. She doesn't understand why Reina is trying so hard to kill them. Maybe she's destroyed so many people that she's completely lost her mind. Reina replied that everyone knows perfectly well who is running this war. The command decided that this village is an enemy base. Does Jupiter really want to call and tell them that there were ordinary people there and they were destroyed? This would mean that she would tarnish the Emperor's reputation because this is an incredible mistake. Reina asked her friend to forget about all this and calmly step aside. She explained that she does all this not because she wants to, but because it is a necessity to kill children. At this point, Jupiter said that she had decided to leave a bad mark on the Emperor's reputation. She is ready to file a complaint with management and report that the decision of the command unit was erroneous. She will tell you that the village they burned was inhabited only by civilians, and she is also willing to testify that the order was illegal. Does Jupiter really want to kill his girlfriend now? In which case she will also have to destroy the Magic Corps soldiers. It must not be forgotten that this incident was also witnessed by mid-ranking knights, so she will have to destroy them all. More than anything in the world, Jupiter believed that Reina, her close friend, would never shoot her. She wasn't wrong about that at all. Heaven didn't let her do whatever she wanted, and she said she didn't care. She is ready to turn a blind eye to all this, but Jupiter must take off the form and leave behind what she has built her own life on. She can pretend she's right and act like a hypocrite all she wants, but nothing will change. She correctly said that she had a terrible time working with Jupiter, and she hopes they never see each other again in their lives. Jupiter calmly watched her friend, who had shared her joys and sorrows for 20 years, leave. Turning around, she saw the children who had survived, new lives for which she now had to be responsible. Jupiter soon officially filed a complaint with the authorities, saying that it was the first official mass killing of civilians. This was the first major mistake of the Imperial Army during the operation to capture the Kingdom of Camille, and also ruined the reputation of the Empire. From that moment on, the Magic Corps was never again involved in operations to clear out partisans, which is why the war ended much later. It took several more years to destroy Camilla's guerrilla forces after the capture of the kingdom. It didn't take long to kick Jupiter out of the Magic Corps and move her to the countryside. A month after the operation, Jupiter's new place of work was a small guards unit in a village on the Eastern Front. Considering that she served in a security unit with less than 5 people under her leadership, the demotion in the hierarchy occurred. She was also demoted, but to be honest, she didn't care at all. All the money she earned over the years, she spent to build a house. She took all these children with her and told them that now they would all live together. She got to know them better and said that now they could call her grandmother. Up until this point, David was sure that Jupiter and Yuma were close relatives, that the two of them had a lot in common. Jupiter is pleased to hear that they are similar, but she is not sure that she played the role of grandmother well. She raised these children and took responsibility for them, but she remained an enemy in their eyes. She tried to apologize properly, but it seems like she couldn't do anything, and it worries her. Yuma is a very talented child. In many ways, she is better than her grandmother. This girl has already reached the highest rank, like a true genius. But because she was struck by lightning when she was a child, it weakened her body. Every use of magic takes her life. If it weren't for Jupiter, Yuma could have become a great sorcerer and gone down in world history. She could also have lived a normal, happy life in a small village. 15 years ago, Jupiter burned both opportunities for Yuma. What has been done cannot be undone, nor is there any way to compensate for her mistakes. Now Jupiter is even afraid of Yuma. One day she might come for revenge. Every time she looks into her eyes, Jupiter becomes scared. David listened to this whole story in silence, finding it difficult to find any words to respond. This issue is too complex for other people to intervene in. David was afraid to even offer a solution to the problem. Jupiter is proud of having served the Empire, but at the same time she hates everything she did. She was like a drunken soldier. He was also the captain of the 2nd Division of the Magic Corps. She was too stupid, and she hated herself because of it. She noted that David should not allow himself to be absorbed, neither by the role of the third prince, nor by the role of commander, nor by the role of lord. One should not succumb to these roles. All this is not real, David. You should always remain yourself and live your own life. Although this is quite old-fashioned advice, it is all that an old grandmother can give to someone who is still very young. Jupiter's advice burned David like a strong drink flowing down his throat. Probably for the first time in his life, he wondered who he really was, the third prince, a lord, or a computer game player. Jupiter thanked the Lord for listening to her. Now she feels much better. She promised to also talk to Yuma, because she is her granddaughter anyway. If they talk to each other, the problem will be solved. Jupiter wanted to believe it. After this conversation, she really became more open to life. David smiled back at her. It was always nice to see friends with a smile on their faces. Whatever the ending for these two wizards, he hopes they don't regret it. A few days passed after that conversation, and the first samples of silver weapons were delivered from the forge. The sword was quite well balanced. David was satisfied and looked forward to the next game. Lucas was pleased with the weapon. Evangeline also said that the sword looked quite expensive. She loves to train and show off her skills even on normal days when there are no battles. Although she asked the guys not to react too actively to this, they are still amazed by her skill. The silver spear also turned out wonderful. Evangeline said that with its help she would destroy demons. Then she said that she could fight with a sword no worse than old Lucas, but he had a completely different opinion on the matter. After how many seconds did these two kill each other, David was already tired of looking at all this. He asked to be more careful with weapons and reminded them that it was time to explore a new area of the dungeon. They returned to the Lake Kingdom. He decided to take only the main squad with him for free exploration. Since the main team will be fighting the Vampire Lord, David wants to raise their levels and feed them with experience points. He wants them to reach the level where they unlock Ultimate, which requires reaching level 50. Of course, for this to happen, we have to overcome a long road, especially David and Demian because they are the weakest. Soon, they immediately met the Cocoa Cutter. It was the grandmother who recognized her old friends. As soon as she saw them, she said that they looked even slimmer than before, so they needed to be fed again. David and his team refused food and started looking for the cradle. Coco said that he went for the materials. Calabi is a permanent NPC who constantly protects the safe zone. David did not know that he sometimes leaves his post. In any case, this dwarf is a level higher than David and his team, so nothing bad should happen to him. David approached Coco and said that he had a request. No, he didn't want to eat the marmalade. He wanted her to help remove the seal. When she saw the seal, she said that it was the passage of a notorious loser. Going down, you could lose your own will. David assured me that I shouldn't worry about him, because it wouldn't happen to him. I don't know yet that if I don't win the battle in the end, I won't be able to go back. When Coco told him about it, the Lord assured him that he had a team and they would win any battle. Calabi had already told Coco that the newcomer was very capable. Now she would wait for his story from this place. Thus, he ended up on the path of the loser, which sounds quite interesting, but in reality, it is just a hidden passage. The difficulty at the 5th depth is much higher. A beginner won't even be able to figure out how to win, but in fact, it's the easiest place to clear. Before descending, David spoke to his team and explained all the conditions to them. In the path of the loser, all skills are blocked. If you do not clear the area, you cannot go back. Only the fearless can pass this test. When it was time to leave, it was noticeable that each of them was worried, even Lucas. And this was expected because it was a natural reaction. David illuminated this path of failure and realized that it was very deep. He saw the excitement in the other team members and decided to go ahead. This would definitely make Lucas act. They found themselves in a very dark place and immediately felt the darkness trying to get into his ears. The deeper he descended, the more the sounds of the darkness became like some ancient language. For the first time in a long time, David felt such fear, so terrible, that he couldn't even take a step. But he had to. This is the only way to complete this mission and clear this place. It is dangerous to act here, but there is no other choice. As soon as his feet touched the floor, the sounds coming from the darkness immediately stopped. He saw the path of losers, speedrunners who try to get through the Empire's defenses as quickly as possible, often using this path. This helps to break through to the Colosseum, so David learned about the path of the loser a long time ago. While Lucas was going down, something happened to him. He asked to take a break. Fear probably takes a lot of strength. David has the skill of the restless general blocked, so he hopes that each of them will be able to cope with their emotions on their own. They were waiting for all the other team members to come down. Demian had problems. He fell and started screaming. The boy apologized to his best friend Van, apologizing for continuing to live without him. The Lord approached him and reassured him, explaining that everything was fine and he was with his friends. Surprisingly, Yuma went down quite calmly. On the contrary, she likes this ancient spell because it is quite interesting. I even saw that her legs were shaking. But the girl assured me that an earthquake had definitely started. Sitting next to each other turned out to be much more pleasant than I could have imagined. Soon Evangeline came down. At first glance it seemed that she was not at all scared. But the girl said that everything in her body was covered in cold sweat. She couldn't even believe that she was really scared. She probably thought she was the only one who was scared, but in reality, all team members felt these emotions. The young knight immediately abandoned his weapon and ran to embrace his friends. He even said that there was nothing to be afraid of. They were ready to spend more time with each other, so there was nothing wrong with that. Damien was the most scared of all. The others tried to calm him down and use the boy as an excuse to overcome their own fears. Each of them has a terrible past, and no one understands how deep the other's wounds are. If they all got together, it would be nice to try to overcome all the difficult memories just like they fight monsters. They rested for an hour at the entrance and then continued their way to the Colosseum. They have to go a long way into the depths of the dungeon, during which time David decided to tell all the team members about the nuances of the dungeon. After a few hours, they finally reached the end of their journey. This time, they should not hear the curse. David assured them that they could climb confidently and not be afraid of anything. Soon, Lucas and Lord climbed the stairs and ordered the other team members to hurry. Lucas immediately felt that everything around him looked like enemy territory. He reported this to Lucas, and also in his own words, he made Evangeline worry. An unknown figure approached them. This creature said that too much time had passed since the last participant was here. Soon, something very bright began to shine on them, meaning they had entered the fifth area, a coliseum of fierce battles. David did not warn the others that they would immediately enter the arena, probably because he himself did not know this. It turned out that the road led straight to the center of the arena. David thought that was only the case during the game, but in real life it was the same. The young warriors were greeted, immediately forgetting the last time there were guests in the Colosseum. The gladiator King Jackal greeted them. He said that the waiting had made him too bored, but it was finally over. David realized that they were now facing a very difficult test. Unfortunately, they did not have time to prepare for it mentally. The gladiator Jackal is the NPC boss of this Colosseum. They came here to destroy it. He's not alone here. There are a lot of goblins around who want to watch a real show. The first match of the day will be a battle involving a pitiful team of humans. They will have to fight against a chimera, a gourmet of this Colosseum who has not tasted anything delicious for too long. Now it's time to see who will emerge victorious in this battle. The chimera is at level 45 and is a big favorite. David told us on the way here that the Colosseum system is unique. It has betting mechanics. Each of the 100 goblins sitting in the arena is ready to vote for the one he considers his favorite. The odds are calculated based on the results of the poll, and now almost all goblins believe that the chimera will win. It turns out that the odds are not at all in favor of David's team, but maybe that doesn't mean anything. They receive the least importance in history, which means that the goblins do not believe in their victory at all. David doesn't like it when people try to insult him like this. He'll show these pieces of shit what his team is capable of. He asked Damien to get the Black Queen. David must have completely forgotten that a huge monster was approaching them. Still, these numbers have an important factor. The damage it inflicts on each of the opponents increases the probability of victory. This means that the first strike advantage will affect the team that is considered the underdog. This is the key to victory in the Colosseum at the moment. You could call it an unexpected attack by a loser. The force of the blow will be increased 100-fold. This is an advantage that the outsider will get, if he wants to take advantage of it. The Chimera's skin is thicker than that of the Frost Giant, so even if these people got the advantage of the first attack, the Jackal is sure it won't be enough. David asked him to shut up and fired a well-aimed shot. Surprisingly, it was he who fired, not Damien. As it turned out later, the Lord also knows how to shoot. He was very accurate and demonstrated the power of his weapon. After that, there was a moment of silence. Although in the game, this Jackal could never be silent. All the experience points for defeating a high-level boss went to the Lord. Now he is ready to face a new opponent. Now they will fight the Ice General of the Giants. He is even stronger than the Chimera. This big guy is really a very strong and powerful warrior. You have to be careful with him so as not to turn into his dinner. The Jackal hopes that this giant will demonstrate the incredible power of his rage today. He was sure that the giant would destroy people, but again everything turned out completely wrong. The odds of winning were 9-1, but that was enough for David and his team to win again. After that, they will have to fight the daughter of the Black Dragon. Now, after past victories, the probability of their victory becomes higher. The daughter of the Black Dragon does not look like a very pleasant woman, but she is incredibly strong. Her name is Silithian. This monster couldn't even withstand the first attack, so she's not at all worthy of her father, even though the odds were in her favor. After that, the Jackal summoned the Goblin God of War to the arena, and the audience was pleased. This green giant controls cold fire, has 8 arms, and is ready to chop anyone into small pieces. After just a few seconds, this giant fell to the ground with a huge hole in his stomach. David is fearless today. This victory broke the hearts of many goblins. It was too cruel even for them. Now David and his team are waiting for a meeting with the Blood Clan, which is something more interesting. These creatures from the Blood Clan are indeed very terrifying. They are cruel and ruthless. They are also called Fallen Blood. They had not drunk human blood for a long time and gradually degraded, lost the ability to speak and the ability to think, that is, became wild animals. There's no point in talking to these guys. They only understand the language of force and power. The Fallen Blood is a worthy opponent, although the audience already believes in people much more than before. These vampires explode only after the first shot. Even taking into account the advantage of the first attack, the effect is still powerful. All the Blood Clan monsters they had already encountered were not very high level and died quickly, so the decayed blood would be a good object to study. David was tired and asked his team to do a final sweep of the arena. The chances of winning were 60-40. The team of warriors has long been waiting for the Lord to punish them to act. Now they want to show the goblin that they are the main favorites here. It didn't take long to destroy the vampires, although Evangeline decided to play around a bit at the very end. These vampires proved to be 2 weak opponents. They should have been fast and strong, but their movements turned out to be too predictable. The Jackal was furious. He said it was time to release the freshest and most muscular monster of the season. They will fight a level 50 vampire. Now the chances of winning are equal, so no one will get the advantage of the first strike. The Jackal said that there had never been such vampires in his arena before. He was a true aristocrat and a very respected person. Soon he finally summoned the vampire Bernardo, who had been abandoned by the whole world. Bernardo was not in a very good mood. He didn't like the way the Jackal King addressed him. The only reason the Jackal was allowed to hold games in the arena is because the dungeon authorities gave him the opportunity. Bernardo is a representative of a great Nosferatu clan. He is a member of Lord Silencian's family, so you can't treat him like that. Bernardo said that he would tell his lord about all this, and it was at this moment that he lost his hands. The Jackal did it. He ordered this filthy vampire to shut up and said that he was not afraid of Lord Silencian's relatives. If he caught him and brought him here, that means Bernardo is a worthless expendable for the Jackal's Colosseum. No matter what family he was born into, the king doesn't care. The next time he talks like that, he'll cut off his head. Bernardo must fight in this arena until his mouth is stuffed with garlic. The Jackal hopes he has made himself clear enough. It is immediately noticeable that the vampire is incredibly angry, but he understands the situation he is in. At that moment, this vampire's hands almost immediately returned and became part of his body, just like before. He looked at the team of people and said that he had to destroy them, and if they didn't get in the way, he would do it quickly. David thanked him for these kind words and said that this was their first time facing a vampire in real combat, so they wanted to practice a little. Well, he took out his wand and said that before everything started, he had to give them energy. Everyone was happy because they already knew about the wand's effect. It was the first time Yuma had seen something like this. At first, she was against it, but then she felt an incredible energy. The witch looked at the other team members and realized that everything was under control. David said that this opportunity only came once a day, so she should take advantage of it. David doesn't want to teach them to constantly rely on buffs. Otherwise, they will completely relax. Bernardo was furious that these people were talking calmly in his presence. He was sure that a horrible death awaited them now. He threw off his chains and ran forward to strike the first blow. The team quickly concentrated and prepared for a fierce battle. Vampire skills, in simple terms, are divided into two types. Blood magic uses the blood of the vampire and the blood of the people he has eaten. There is also a skill of the body. The emphasis is on an incredible way of regeneration, as well as on remarkable physical strength. Most vampires focus on one branch of this tree. They try to learn one of these techniques and become a high-level monster. Bernardo was not very lucky. He did not become a professional in either blood magic or physical strength. The entire arena was covered in blood. At first glance, it seems that David and his team are winning easily, but this is not entirely true. He has incredible regeneration since childhood. Vampires are born with this skill, so killing him is very difficult. Damien said that he saw the spiritual core of the monster. Its entire body seemed to be made of blood. Oddly enough, the vampire core is not static at all. It breaks apart and then comes back together. Battles with vampires in the game usually begin in the second half of the plot. David added artifacts to reduce regeneration and destroyed them with star silver. But it's too early for that now. There are no such items as similar artifacts yet, and the manufacture of weapons is still not complete. They can't kill him with one blow because now there is no advantage of the first attack, so they have to come up with another way. It seems like Bernardo has been looking at David for too long, but what is he waiting for? Soon the vampire finally began to attack, and David understood why he had waited so long. Bernardo was looking for the perfect person to suck blood from. He probably chose David because he is the weakest link in the team, as always. Now this pale boy prepared his teeth to suck out all the blood of the third prince of the empire. The problem is that he earned it too predictably and immediately paid for it. He had to hide his intentions. Damien intervened in time and saved his lord. The team of people did not retaliate. Seeing that the lord was being attacked, the knights completely lost their minds and turned into real monsters. They immediately began destroying the vampire and doing everything possible to send him to hell. David asked them to put down their weapons and move away from the vampire. Now they would understand why. Bernardo was confident in his own abilities and said that such injuries were not terrible for a vampire. At this moment, the Yuma began to act. It added a little lightning to these knights' weapons. They probably decided to taste a fried vampire, although it's unlikely to be tasty. Damien was waiting for the perfect moment to attack. He always knows when to shoot. In the last seconds of his life, Bernardo screamed terribly in pain, which is exactly what he deserved. And although he was quite weak for a vampire, the team gained the necessary knowledge and experience. After they defeated the vampire, the jackal could wait no longer and wanted to feel their power on his own body. If they're here, David knows one way to bring this boss to his knees. He turned to the Jackal King and said that Ever Black had not forgotten him. And at that moment, the king's face changed. Several decades ago, the Jackal was an exiled special agent of the Ever Black Empire. While exploring the dungeon, he was kidnapped and sent to the Colosseum. Unfortunately, he was alone for a long time. In the game, the battle can be skipped by showing the prince's relic. This makes the Jackal think that Lucas is a member of the royal family, and the battle is avoided. Now everything is happening in reality, so David has to figure out what to do. Hearing these words, the Jackal asked David who he was. The Lord immediately gave his name and said that he was the third principal of the imperial family. All it took was for the boss of the Colosseum to immediately throw the sword out of his hands. He fell to his knees and started crying. He always thought that Ever Black had forgotten about him, so he decided to forget about the Empire. Even if he forgot about the Empire never forgot about its warrior. Even if he really is telling the truth, David is ready to forgive him for all this and keep memories of him until the end of his days. With tears in his eyes, the Jackal thanked the prince, saying that the time he had spent in this place had not been wasted. As soon as David saw how happy and sad the Jackal was at the same time, he immediately felt a sense of guilt. In any case, now the boss will really remember that the Empire has not forgotten about him. David told several stories about why he had come to the Colosseum, and the Jackal believed his explanation. It's strange that the Jackal changed so quickly. He was a boss and became an ordinary NPC. Is it really the same person? Navid decided to seize the moment and asked this character for help. The Jackal is a very strong level 75th NPC. If you manage to hire him, he will make life much easier for David and his team. The Jackal explained that from the moment he became King Emperor, his body belonged to the Colosseum, and if he left this place, he would become weak. He started apologizing for it, but in reality there is nothing wrong with it. David understands that he wants too much. The Lord said that he was looking for an item called the Crystal of Darkness. Maybe the Jackal knows something about it. The NPC said that he could make them for David without any problems, so he makes them with his own hands, which is amazing. In the game, if you miss the battle with the Jackal boss, he turns into a merchant NPC and sells dark crystals. It seems that this time David will be able to get them for free. 3 crystals will be enough to start. These crystals are the best material for weapons. It's the first time he's received something so valuable for free. Now he has everything to create Star Silver. The Jackal said that he was the best at fulfilling requests and could do anything the prince asked. I decided to take the opportunity and said that they were very tired and would like to get some sleep. This darkness and battles have taken too much of their strength, so the team needs rest. The girls had already prepared to sleep on the hard floor, but now it felt like they had entered paradise. Inside the Colosseum are gladiator barracks. They gained access to them thanks to becoming friends with the Jackals. David came up with a truly original strategy. This time he showed himself 100%. Evangelina continued playing and said that now they would have to sleep together. Formally, it is. There is only one free room here, but sleeping with 2 ladies is not very ethical. Then David looked at Evangeline and said that he only saw 1 lady and 1 little larva. Evangeline didn't like the comparison to the larva, even though she looks a lot like it now. David decided to show her who was in charge here. He said that in his grandmother's garden he destroyed the larvae every day. After how many minutes did Damien and Lucas finish bathing and come to the restroom? They were surprised to see a small white larva defeat the 3rd prince of the empire. Lucas immediately understood that the Lord needed to be saved. At such moments he acts on autopilot. Finally, we see the nightly battles we deserve. Instead of swords, these warriors took up pillows. Yuma decided to use magic and help the girl, so the girls' team will fight against the boys. They all tried to win Damien over to their side, but this little warrior was already asleep. Although there was a clear favorite in the battle, sometimes the underdogs win quite confidently. David assured that Lucas was not to blame for anything. It all happened because of an alliance of evil women. It was the first time David had seen Yuma smile so much. Unlike her usual fake smiles, this time it was for real. Jupiter Jr. opened up to her team step by step, which is encouraging. David mentioned how he started streaming and how his channel was gaining popularity. He enjoyed receiving millions of messages every day. He felt famous. Suddenly he woke up and saw that Yuma was also awake, smoking her pipe. There is something David regrets. Maybe that's why he's having these dreams. The witch replied that he was not alone in this, so she had a similar problem. She also has bad dreams and regrets a lot. And every time she closes her eyes before going to sleep, she is afraid. Everyone else sleeps without any problems. They never have nightmares and monsters. At that moment, a jackal entered the room. He apologized, but said that he had to get up immediately. David tried to understand what had happened, and then the NPC explained that they had been attacked. The vampires were already here. A huge flock of these monsters came to the Colosseum. The arena monsters were ordered to stop them. The huge ice giant was the first to attack the vampires. Soon, other monsters joined him, and a real war between demons began. David couldn't believe his eyes when he saw this. It had never happened before during a game. He previously thought that the vampire they killed yesterday was lying about his origins, but it seems he is indeed related to Lord Silencian. Even if they are under the command of their leader, this is still Jackal territory, so it will not be easy for them to break in. The Jackal assured him that he had much bigger problems than that, which is how he earned the title of King of Gladiators. The battle could become even more fierce at any moment, so David and his men must hurry and return to the underground tunnel. They have already completed the Colosseum mission. The path of the loser will open in a different direction. David thanked his new friend and asked him to be more careful during the battle. Once the Lord and his team leave, the King of Emperors will be able to fight with peace of mind. Finally, the Jackal thanked David for remembering him. This was very important. For jackals, this is more than enough to feel that someone needs them. The Lord asked him not to speak as if he were about to die, for the King of Emperors must continue on his journey. The Jackal laughed and said that he wanted to be honest. They would meet again in a much better environment. The Jackal said he was looking forward to the next meeting and gave the Lord a small gift. After that, he closed the hatch behind them, and that's how the boss in the dungeon became a friend to David and his team. It turned out to be a rather expensive gift. Now it feels even more like a farewell before death. David asked the team to hurry up. They still had a lot to do before they could destroy the vampires with silver and lightning. As they continued their journey, they felt that it was warmer in the tunnel yesterday. Everyone is feeling the cold around them today, and it's hardly a coincidence. Soon, they saw an unknown creature approaching them from ahead. As the creature approached, David and everyone else realized that they were about to meet the king of the undead. The Lord was shocked. This was their first meeting with Lord Silention in real life. In less than a second, the vampire walked through them and apologized. Everything happened so fast that no one could react. With the help of unknown magic, the vampire made almost the entire team lose consciousness. The witch was still in a normal state and tried to protect the Lord. After a few seconds, it became clear that she had no chance against the Silention. After that, the vampire approached David and told the player to start talking because he was interested. Silention studied him silently, studying him with his bright red eyes. His attentive gaze was like the gaze of a child watching an ant, and it frightened David very much. He shouldn't pay attention to the vampire's appearance, because he's a monster who has lived for over 100 years. He suggested getting to know each other better, and again called David a player. David didn't like this very much, so he loudly called his real name in the game. They constantly forget about it and call him a player, but the vampire believes that when you see an ant, you call it an ant, and you don't ask what its name is. In any case, he apologized for his behavior and explained that he did not mean to offend David or anyone on his team. It's strange, because that's exactly what he did. Maybe this vampire has his own ideas about dating. David explained that subjugating one's own will and not killing is a difficult task for him, but he came to talk. If the Silention had wanted to, they would all have been dead long ago. His motives are unknown, but he did not come to kill. If he is really ready to come for a conversation, then there is no reason to deny him this. David said that it was not very comfortable to talk while standing, so he suggested we sit down. A rather strange atmosphere prevailed, the impression being that two monks were preparing to meditate. Silention came to understand how David killed Orlop, the commander of the Black Spider Army, the queen of the tarantulas. Only after a few minutes did David realize that he meant the Black Queen who had been killed on the first mission. So she's an unusual boss. The Tarantula Queen is a serious title, although David previously thought she was just a regular entry-level boss. That is, the monster from the training mission turned out to be a very serious figure in the game. No wonder it was so difficult to kill. Look, he said he remembers this terrible woman. He almost died in that battle then. Usually the Orlop never went to the front line personally, but then it was a different season. She probably wanted to taste human flesh. The vampire knows that the Spider Queen is dead. David did it personally, using a cannon. To be more precise, it was Damien who did it. But why even talk about it? Did Dracula really come to take revenge? Hearing the words about revenge, the Silention smiled. He said that he was not going to take revenge for this terrible pig. He told the king that he wanted revenge, but it was only a cover, because he never felt pity for this terrible woman. It turned out that the reason was completely different. The Silention actually wanted to die. Strange, isn't it? David asked him to repeat his request. There was no problem with that. The vampire wanted to meet death, finally. Having been reborn more than 500 years ago, he is still looking for someone who can kill him again. So he's come back to life and wants to die again, a strange request. But no one can even scratch him, let alone kill him. Orlop, who commands the Spider Army, unexpectedly died from a human gunshot. And then Silention had hope that David would also be able to kill him. Dracula really hopes that this person will be able to free him from his endless sleep and bring him back to the topic. It's a rather strange request. Monsters don't usually ask for something like that. So David is very surprised. The Lord replied that this was exactly why he had come here, to cut off the heads of monsters and cut their bodies into pieces and grill them. He remembers how people fell in a pool of their own blood, through the claws and teeth of terrible monsters. After all these memories, he has no doubts. He is 100% ready to destroy Silention, and not only him, but his entire family and even the Demon King. David perfectly remembers the Margrave, who fought monsters all his life and died at his own hands. After that, there can be no doubt that David will destroy all the monsters and leave none of them. No one will be able to hide from revenge. He remembers more than 3,000 bodies on the field and the bright blue flames between them. This is what he does on the front lines. Even if he risks his life, this is the only goal he must achieve. He remembers all these burials of soldiers, as well as the loud tears of their family members. It will be difficult to forget. He remembers special warriors, such as the Ken, who gave their lives to save humanity. He did not forget Gia, the girl who was supposed to continue her life and start a family, but was unable to do so. He remembers a young boy named Peck who deserved a second chance but didn't get one. He also did not forget about the thousands of soldiers whose names remained in the past, who would never return to their homes, never hug their wives or kiss their children. Through all these memories, he understands that it is his duty, as the general of this front, to hate monsters so much. Even if Dracula hadn't asked for it, he would still send him to hell. It's probably interesting to listen to such stories from an ordinary person. Even if David plays his role too much, Dracula is still satisfied. The Lord's hostility seems genuine, but he doesn't understand how these worthless people will find a way to kill him. David explained that in the game he left Dracula without a head a huge number of times, so he will do it now. He asked to wash his neck and come to his fortress, and then he could easily keep his word and end the life of Lord Silentian. In response, the vampire smiled. His eyes began to glow with bright red flames again, and said that they would see each other again soon. He felt that the knights were trying to attack him from behind, so he advised David to stop them. He didn't want anyone to be out of shape on the day of battle. David ordered the knights to stop immediately, for if they began to attack, the Silentian would destroy them. The vampire called him a player again and said he would look forward to the day when he could truly die. After that, this creature disappeared. This conversation happened quite quickly, but it didn't change much. The prince helped his warriors to their feet. They shouldn't be upset about the difference in strength. They would still sink their teeth into that vampire's neck. Now they need to return and regain their strength, and then they have a lot of work ahead of them. Soon David met with Calibe and gave him the devil's mistletoe, which grows only in the deep levels of the dungeon and is also called mistletoe. This is a fairly rare material that can only be obtained at the very latest stages. If you make a weapon with it, you can get a cursed sword that will reduce the enemy's ability to heal, which is ideal for fighting vampires. Calibe says he can add a regeneration reduction effect to star silver weapons. If he does, David will become a formidable opponent for vampires. The Lord immediately noticed that the dwarf had suffered damage, but the collie replied that it was no problem at all. The dwarf said that he would do everything so that David could destroy this monster. The face of the blacksmith, who had lost all his brothers to the vampire, immediately became serious. After returning from the dungeon, David began to review the rewards he had received. The dungeon was a lot of work, so he expected to see something valuable. As a result, he received another glove, and now he has a complete set. The set is assembled. Now each opponent who loses a battle to them activates a state of fear in a separate territory. David also ordered some items from the forge. They can be distributed to the rest of the team when everyone is assembled. After reviewing all the subjects, David decided to come to the principal. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, so the Lord greeted them and said they had something to talk about. It was his first time in the Ader's room. You can't even tell that a person could live here, not counting the documents that need to be removed. The room is almost empty. Eider was very surprised when he heard that Silentian personally came to meet David. The Lord said that there were no problems because this fool had completely lost his mind and asked to be killed. David wouldn't have said a word if he were some ordinary monster, but when an army general makes such requests, it crosses all boundaries. The Legion Lord left his domain to directly confront the player, which would be a violation of the game rules. Monsters, humans, and the Lake Kingdom, along with the Empire, operate within the boundaries of the game, so some moments are permissible. David also uses some techniques that were impossible to activate during the computer game. Although, of course, he worries that there is no guarantee that he will not be attacked again next time, the dungeon is becoming increasingly dangerous. If David loses his focus for even a minute, it could all be over at that moment. Eider asked the Lord to wait while he added some new items to the achievement store. If David buys them, he will be able to avoid similar situations in the future. The Lord entered the Achievement Points Exchange store system and saw an item called a locator. It will be able to help him see the boss. There is also an extreme escape bomb for escaping during a difficult situation. That is, the director, instead of avoiding breaking the rules, advises him to run away. Eider believes that this is much better than nothing, so we should take advantage of it. David decided to buy all these items at once. He has the necessary amount of experience points to do so. The director said that even if all this seems dangerous, it could be an advantage in the future. If the boss monster of the next stage can find David in the dungeon, then David will be able to find him. It all depends on the approach, which is why the director will not block what happened today in the system. The upcoming stage will be difficult, but the director believes that my lord will complete all his tasks and luck will smile on him again. Surprisingly, for a moment he looked like a real director, not stupid as usual. The next day, David went to meet the local blacksmith to make sure the task was completed. As soon as Jupiter saw the golden armor, she almost lost her mind from happiness. David gave her this armor and said that now she could fight in it. This is great armor, but the problem is that it gives the negative quality of Jupiter, Gold Rush. At such moments, problems may arise, but David and his entire team are ready for this. The kit is fully assembled. This will make the sorcerer even stronger than before. Jupiter thanked the Lord for his help, but said that she was not yet able to return to full combat. It would be great if her granddaughter could carry her gear all this time. Yuma is often at home. She rarely goes outside to train, or even for a simple walk. All this is because of her health condition. After each battle, she gets worse and worse, and it is unknown how to stop it. In any case, she has learned a lot lately. Experience is always invaluable. The Vampire Lord's dispelling spell contained a simple but deeply magical principle. If she learns this technique, she can make progress. New knowledge is right in front of her, and her magic is close to reaching a new level. Of course, there is one big problem, which is her health. It is unclear how much she will enjoy these skills until she dies. Death is getting closer and closer. Grandma always asked not to study magic, but without magic, Yuma will die sooner or later anyway. An extra 10 years won't change anything. There was no point in even thinking about it. The girl heard that guests had come to her house and forgot about her gloomy thoughts. She opened the door and saw the Lord before her. Again she appeared before him not in her best form. The girl tried to smile and joke, but blood kept coming out of her mouth. It turned out that the Lord didn't come alone today. He brought his grandmother with him. As soon as Jupiter saw the blood on her granddaughter's body, her expression immediately changed. Let's go back 10 years and move to the eastern front of the ever-black empire to a blooming and sunny countryside. The young woman was trying to wake up her grandmother because she needed to eat and go to work. Jupiter must have drunk too much whiskey before bed again. It's very difficult for her to get up in the morning after such evenings. She said she would go to work a little later, but now she needs to sleep. Work in the guard's rural unit was the family's only source of income, although it paid very little. Yuma made breakfast for her grandmother, and although Jupiter would have liked to miss a week of work, she couldn't do it. Now she has a huge responsibility. When you have children, you can't behave like a child. She promised to be a good grandmother and work hard as long as Yuma would feed her. There was never a problem with this, probably because they were similar in many ways. Although Jupiter pretended it was delicious, in reality her granddaughter was a terrible cook. Jupiter spent her entire life on the battlefield, where professional chefs prepared her food, cleaned her up, and took care of her, so she is not adapted to life. The only thing she really understands is magic, so she doesn't seem to be at all suited to the role of grandmother. Soon the witch got dressed and went to work. A new day, new tasks. All the children in this room were still asleep. Usually Yuma woke up before everyone else. She did this to wake up her grandmother and prepare food for everyone else because she was the oldest. Grandma always liked having such a granddaughter, a little helper in this cruel and selfish world. But this little helper kept asking for money, because in order to eat you have to buy groceries. Jupiter thought she had only recently given money for food, but there were too many people in their house. They didn't have enough of it. In total, Jupiter sheltered 10 children. Even if you forget about paying for treatment after the lightning strike, there is still a large amount left for living expenses. Money ran out incredibly quickly. All savings were spent in the first year, so it was almost impossible to live on the salary. The children didn't care how their grandmother made a living. They needed to eat, and that was all they cared about. After talking to her granddaughter, the grandmother went to her job, where she was treated like a real general. Although this was not necessary, no one is following them, so all these formalities can be left aside. She was told that a smuggler was detained yesterday, and now he is in this room, in an iron cage. He tried to get free and promised 40% of the profits if they turned a blind eye to his crimes. He knows that salaries in the guards' villages are incredibly low right now, so everyone needs additional income. He said that everyone would benefit from this deal, especially Captain Jupiter. With its help, they could expand their business and earn more. She was uncomfortable listening to all these suggestions, so she struck him with lightning. The woman recalled that she was a captain in the Imperial Magic Corps, and she was called Lightning Jupiter. Even if she doesn't have a single penny left, she won't smuggle it to anyone and she doesn't even want to talk about it. Soon another body was found on the shore, something that has been happening all the time lately. 5 years ago, everything was calm in the village, but now it's getting really dangerous here. All these wars of empire have generated a huge number of refugees. The security of borders is now in question, and this has an impact on the state. Jupiter wants to live quietly and peacefully until the children grow up. But money is running out, and his job as a captain of the guard is starting to tire him. Suddenly, she felt like smoking a cigarette. She had quit smoking a long time ago, right after she started living with children, because it was just an unnecessary waste of money. Almost nothing remains of the past and legendary version of Jupiter. She thought about the tobacco. It might be among the boxes that were taken from the smugglers. At that moment, she saw someone using magic near the village. She went to meet the lightning and realized that someone had used magic in her house. Some unknown people came to her house and said they would kill all the children if they didn't give them money. Yuma was very scared. She didn't want to do this, but she was forced to protect the children. Thus, she awakened her talent for magic. Jupiter immediately calmed the girl down and assured her that everything was fine, and there was nothing to be sorry about. It was at this early moment that Yuma began to have health problems, immediately after using magic. Blood was coming not only from her mouth but from her nose and eyes. It was really hard to look at, but there was no way to help. They went to the central hospital to conduct a serious examination. They were informed that this was only a temporary treatment. Because of the scars on their hearts, the flow of magical power was flowing in the opposite direction. An even bigger problem is that she has talent, but because of her scars, she cannot control her own magic. The doctor also said that the girl would not die, but she did not have long to live, like all the other children who received lightning burns. In order for Yuma to live as long as possible, she must be taken to the great temple of the capital, where she will receive the highest level of healing from the chief priest. Of course, it will cost a large sum of money, otherwise the girl will soon die. She won't be able to live long. So if there's no money, you should at least feed her something tasty because she's too thin anyway. At that moment, Jupiter thought, yes, she gave these children a home, but in reality, she was slowly killing them. She was unable to provide them with full treatment and forced them to suffer from poverty. All problems always arise because of money. Humanity should have found a solution to this long ago. Late at night, Jupiter came to the imprisoned smuggler. She held a cigarette in her hands and said she wanted to hear all the nuances of smuggling. A few days after that, she returned home, but not empty-handed. She brought the children a huge pile of toys, clothes, and of course food. She also remembered that Yuma loves to read, so she bought her a new book. The little girl wanted to make sure that her grandmother hadn't done anything wrong. Payday wasn't coming soon, so she wondered where her grandmother had gotten the money. The child's very sharp intuition worked at the right moment. But Jupiter found the right words to explain the situation. She assured me not to worry and said it was a bonus at work. After that, she suggested that Yuma cook dinner together, because everyone was probably very hungry by now. The two of them spent a long time preparing dinner together, to the sounds of children's laughter that filled the house. It was a rare evening of abundance. After that, she went outside to smoke, and once she got back to it, she couldn't stop. The guilt of being complicit in smuggling made her suffer, but the tank helped to drown out this anxiety. At that moment, the door of the house opened, and Yuma decided to show her grandmother something. Jupiter thought it was some kind of nonsense again, but soon she saw real high-level magic. She learned a lot from that day, and it began to scare Jupiter very much. She immediately remembered the doctor's words about something being wrong with the magical source inside the child. Yuma dreamed of becoming just like her grandmother when she grew up, a legendary witch who would earn a large amount of money to help others. Jupiter began to scream and said that she herself would always be able to feed the children. She asked for her sake never to study witchcraft. Yuma couldn't understand anything. She wanted to help, but it turned out that she only angered her grandmother. After that, Jupiter burst into tears and hugged her granddaughter. It was a difficult moment from a psychological point of view. The life of abundance did not last long. They felt contentment only for a month. Soon, during the investigation of the imperial estate, it became known that Jupiter was involved in the smuggling case. The investigation began after someone found out that she was treating children in an expensive hospital, and they immediately realized that this was impossible because Jupiter's salary was minimal. Having smelled blood, investigators from the capital immediately went to the village and conducted an investigation. The smugglers caught red-handed immediately told her everything about Jupiter. She did not deny their words and accepted all the accusations because it was the truth. As a result, she was dishonorably discharged from service. All the years she had devoted to the military proved to be wasted. She reassured herself and said that it was her karma. And by the way, she never regretted her actions. If Jupiter hadn't done this, the children wouldn't have received the healing they needed, and they might all have died long ago. After that, she tried to figure out where to get her money now, maybe start fishing. At that moment, a team of unknown people approached her and congratulated her on her freedom. She couldn't understand why they were mocking her, but it turned out they weren't stupid enough to be offended by a wizard. She was immediately offered the opportunity to become a mercenary, that is, to fight others for money. At first, this really angered her. Suggesting something like that for a lightning Jupiter is the same as a direct insult. In her current state, she needs to change her attitude towards some things. Otherwise, her children will remain completely hungry. A high-level sorcerer can make a lot of money, so you need to make the right decision. Jupiter had no choice, and soon she was congratulated on getting a new job. In the evening, my grandmother told me that she was being sent to the West for work, and there would probably be another war there. Of course, the children want her to stay with them because it would be pretty scary without her. Jupiter assured her that she would return as soon as she earned a huge amount of money and asked her not to be afraid of anything. Jupiter Jr. understood that her grandmother had no choice but to leave, but she couldn't help but be afraid. She hasn't been sleeping well lately and has nightmares all the time, but today her grandmother is nearby, so everything will be different. Jupiter asked her sweet little girl to sleep peacefully and not worry about anything, because Grandma would take care of everything. Jupiter traveled the continent for a long time, constantly participating in various wars. Earning money as a mercenary was not very easy. Soon, Jupiter began working not only as a mercenary but also took on any dirty work. The honor she earned as a soldier could not feed her grandchildren. The reputation she had earned throughout her long life was destroyed, replaced by a new reputation. Now everyone knows her as a soldier who can be bought, who is crazy about money. She is known as a person who is ready to do absolutely anything for money. The younger Jupiter was always a naive and weak child, but she always felt responsible for her brothers and sisters, and her character began to change. Most of the neighbors to whom the grandmother had previously turned for help refused to help her. On the contrary, they demanded money, insulted, and humiliated her. Yuma had to become stronger, had to become tough and powerful, and even had to learn magic despite her grandmother's words in order to protect her brothers and sisters. She understood that she had an incredible talent, and it would be foolish not to use it. Honestly, she had no other choice. She had to do something to survive. The next 10 years flew by like a minute, during which time Jupiter and her grandchildren grew further apart, not just physically. Except for occasional letters, their communication gradually diminished. Although Jupiter always sent money and Yuma sent letters, Jupiter the younger was already quite an adult by then, and she understood something. The girl guessed what had happened 15 years ago, understood what Jupiter had done when she was a sorcerer in the service of the Empire. During this time, Jupiter turned into a grandmother with gray hair and began to fear the anger of her granddaughter. Yes, she sheltered and raised these children, but none of that made the scars on their hearts disappear. Let's go back to our days and move to the city intersection. There is a restaurant on the first floor of the Central Hotel, but today the atmosphere there is not very pleasant. There is a sense of family conflict. David tried to relieve the tension and joke a little, but nothing worked, and now it was even difficult to eat. The hostess kept bringing more and more food. It seemed like you could find food in her refrigerator for 10 years to come. She probably wants to appear in the best light before the Lord, although right now it doesn't help at all but rather irritates. Jupiter couldn't understand why her granddaughter was doing this. She vomits her own blood every day and brings her meeting with death closer. Why be a sorcerer in such circumstances? Yuma replied that being a sorcerer had always been her dream. She tried not to start a conflict and talked about food and the weather. David was uncomfortable listening to all these conflicting conversations. He regretted coming here today at all. Soon, Jupiter took back her words. She would take the equipment the Lord had given her, because there was no point in passing it on to a child who wanted to die before her grandmother. These were cruel words, but even in these words there was a drop of truth. After that, Jupiter couldn't stand it and said goodbye. She said that she had urgent matters to attend to. Yuma said that she had never in her life considered Jupiter her real grandmother. David had no right to interfere, since in their story he was just a third party, like Ted the bear. He understood this, but he couldn't turn a blind eye to the constant blood on Yuma's body. Her condition really was getting worse every time she used magic. The girl replied that their future opponent was the Vampire Lord, and without her, they would not be able to win. In this regard, she is absolutely right. Now we need to call things by their right names. The Lord must push this girl to the limit, regardless of how much blood she spits out of her mouth. Everyone on this front is fighting and risking their lives. She's going to do the same. After that, the girl smiled and reminded me that they pay very well for this. Sometimes she really jokes well. This conversation made David think that his character also had a lot of family problems, although probably everyone has these problems. A week passed after this conversation. The characters returned to the safe zone and came to the Cradle Forge. He finally made a weapon. Lucas said that it was the best sword he had ever held in his hands. This is the Sword of Death. The word death means that the weapon has the strongest regeneration reduction effect. This is double damage for vampires, ignoring shields and even reducing the ability to regenerate, a real horror for bloodsuckers. Now it was time to give the weapon to the lady. Her request was the most difficult. Evangeline's star silver weapon was created by adding a blade to the cross family spear. One of those tricks that works in real life but not during the game. So they kept the equipment buff and added the star silver effect. This whole idea turned out to be really great. The execution from the lullabies was at the highest level. No additional nuances need to be changed. It has become a little heavier, but Evangeline is satisfied. This weapon has incredible power. It is difficult now, but in the future the necessary materials will appear, and it will be possible to unlock the true potential of the spear. David didn't expect anything else from this dwarf. He easily recognized Evangeline's signature equipment. He will be able to upgrade in the future. But for now, let's talk about star silver arrows for Damien. The dwarf saw that this guy had incredible eyesight. He even looked at weapons differently. Damien thanked him for this gift and said that he would use this weapon and remember the hummingbird. After that, he also received a bonus from the dwarf. A small amount of mistletoe remained, so he decided to use it, and thus the crossbow was created. But he looked into the system parameters of this weapon and saw that the crossbow can impose status curses that exist in the game. This is too cool a weapon for a bonus, but you wouldn't expect anything else from a master of his craft. David wanted to pay for all these bonuses, but the dwarf assured him that he didn't need anything. They had already agreed on a price. David promised to cut off the head of the vampire lord, and all the materials that will be obtained for killing the Silentian must go to the cradles. If he paid now, there would be no point in fulfilling his duties, so everything is logical. Kalabe wished them luck on the battlefield and said he would worry about them. The weapons have finally been obtained. All that remains is to form a strategy for the upcoming battle. David said that after returning to the intersection, you need to visit the blacksmith and pick up Evangeline's armor. The girl didn't know this, but he had recently placed an order. She's a tank, so she must have serious armor. Evangeline hopes that this armor will be very good, although she should worry about effectiveness. Girls are always like that. Information about the 5th stage has appeared. They will face 5 different types of vampires, and there are 9 days left until this battle. They returned to the intersection and went to visit the blacksmith, all according to plan. Finding that Evangeline was completely dissatisfied, David replied that he had chosen this armor after many hours of thought. And you'll like it, but she said it's the most terrifying armor in history. This armor is the result of researching fragments of the Golem army's armor, which were obtained in the 3rd stage. In exchange for increased physical and magical resistance, they reduce attack and movement speed. Fortunately, Evangeline has the unrestrained characteristic, which provides 100% protection against the condition that prevents normal movement. Instead of complaining about their appearance, she should appreciate the potential benefits of armor. The girl started crying and said that they had died. Her fantasies about the first armor. Cute armor is the last thing she should think about. You should always pay attention to practicality. Angelina replied that a stylish appearance, shining armor, and a cool helmet are currently in fashion among knights. She asked that in the future, if possible, they find something nicer for her. This girl doesn't yet understand how, in the future, the final armor awaits her. They are called Snow White. They are incredibly beautiful. Her image in this armor was even used on an advertising banner for this game. So now she must forget about her aggression and concentrate on the upcoming battle with the vampires. Lucas couldn't help but take the opportunity to make fun of Evangeline. These two are always trying to beat each other at anything. David said that today they would talk a lot about defensive battle strategy during the break, but soon everyone should gather at the estate. Towards evening, David waited for his team members. He stood at the gates of the estate with the director. He didn't expect Jupiter to come to him at all. And besides, she didn't come alone. She spoke of rumors spreading across the continent, especially that they were well paid on this front. They had talked about this a few months ago when David had met her at the guild. She promised that she would spread rumors across the continent that the new front commander knew how to spend money. It worked, and now the past colleagues have come here, 5 people together with Jupiter. This is a full-fledged squad. She said she would like them to be called Old Hunters. They are really experienced and have been in a lot of different battles together. David said that she had not fully recovered yet, so he could not allow her onto the battlefield. Jupiter said that she had already heard that they would have to fight vampires, so the Lord needed all the experienced sorcerers he had. She asked not to worry, and reminded her that she was not stupid enough to let magic burn her from the inside. She asked to be given this chance to show that she was not helpless at all. David invited everyone to the estate and said that now they would discuss strategy. A truly large number of people gathered inside the house, both unusual people and true masters of war. Of course, the atmosphere was a bit tense due to the wizard's family problems, but this did not affect the discussion of strategy. David greeted everyone and said that from the very beginning he had been thinking of having some food before discussing the defense of the city. But since everyone arrived earlier, they will first discuss strategy, and only then will they have a delicious meal. David warned that they might lose their appetite, but Evangeline replied that her appetite would never decrease. The most important thing to know at this stage is that the undead boss is the vampire lord Silencian. He has 1,000 lives. David warned that this information might be a bit shocking, so don't be surprised. It seems like they have to destroy this incredible monster 1,000 times over. David replied that he wasn't sure they could kill him even once, never mind 1,000 times. That is why we need to find a completely different way to solve this problem. Because vampires, monsters who, through vampirism, take the lives of others and appropriate them for themselves. The king, who rules the entire vampire race, owns the lives of the soldiers in his army as if they were his own. In the past, for unknown reasons, the Silencian army was already completely destroyed. David has no idea how this happened. In a situation where all his assistants were dead, the Silencian who remained alive did not abandon them. He showed nobility. The ruler is responsible for his subjects. He shared his 1,000 lives and gave them to his army and revived it. He acted like a true lord. Now it's clear why the vampire army is so strong. David reminded them that they had to face a large number of vampires, and until they destroyed every last one, the Silencian would be immortal. On the other hand, this means that they don't have to fight this monster directly. The tactics developed by the Lord will help win the war. For this, they must restrain the king, while their soldiers will destroy other vampires. Once this task is completed, they will be able to throw all their strength at the Silencian, who will be left all alone. David will teach the soldiers how to destroy these vampires. He will tell you the tactics for fighting each group of monsters, but you need to remember everything. It's time for a lecture from a typical nerd. This information should become the foundation of life, so you need to listen carefully. Evangeline suggested giving a lecture after dinner. This little pig always wants to eat. Of course, after that, David yelled at her very loudly and continued to lecture for 3 hours until the evening. After these stories, no one wanted to eat anymore because it was really hard to listen to. Now, there is less confidence in their own abilities because everyone understands that they will face a monster that is stronger than all previous opponents. This animal is truly incredibly powerful, but that time they were in a dungeon, on its territory. In the future, they will fight right next to the fortress walls, and this will completely change all conditions. The vampire's stats will be lowered and the task will become more realistic so they can win. All past battles were difficult, some even seemed impossible, but people still won. Now David is sure that nothing will change, their strategy will allow them to get through this difficult stage. Another question remains. Will the Lord be able to save the lives of all the people important to him? David remembered that when he finished the game, only one character remained. The legendary knight Lucas. All the others had died by that point. This really makes him anxious, although he tries to calm down and get his act together. The Lord is sure that this time everything will be completely different. He will not allow the game to end the same way as last time. He will do everything so that the archer who reaches the end of the game does not stand alone, but with his friends. They have 9 days left before the start of the stage. Since the strategy has already been formed, everyone will spend the rest of the time on training. Now it's time to eat. Everyone needs to gain strength and energy, because starting tomorrow they won't have time to rest. Something interesting was also happening at the vampire estate, although David had no idea about it. This happened 6 days ago in the dungeon of the Lake Kingdom, 10 area of the city, Bloody Estate. The vampire's assistants arrived and saw that he was trying to commit suicide again. This was not his first attempt. Today, as before, he didn't succeed, and his assistants were tired of seeing it every morning. Last week, he tried a completely different method. His servants barely managed to clean the entire room of blood. He's constantly coming up with new ways to die. Maybe it's time to realize that it's impossible. The best attempt was when he tried to starve himself to death, because then there were no problems with cleaning the room. The worst way was trying to crash when the Silencian jumped from a height and had to clean the entire garden of blood. Every day this little Dracula tries to die but constantly fails. Due to his incredible ability to regenerate like a Wolverine and the infinite lives shared by his entire army, any attempts end in defeat. He doesn't understand how much more time and circles must pass before he can finally die and end all this suffering. The people of the Lake Kingdom have always tried to become immortal, but the Lord only suffers because of this gift. The irony sometimes really makes you smile. A Silencian never asked to be immortal in his life. He thought that his sad life would end sooner or later. He hoped to finally fall asleep in eternal sleep. 500 years have passed since the king resurrected him. Does he really think that people will be able to kill him? The vampires had been accumulating strength for a long time, and were preparing for a great flood. Silention knows that all vampires dream of their own death. He apologizes for his words, but he is sure that they will not succeed in doing so. They ask that he remain their master forever, but whether this is an adequate request. He said that they would have to fight not exactly ordinary people. The third prince of the emperor was a man, but Dracula looked him in the eyes, and David was not at all afraid, but on the contrary continued to show hatred. It reminded him of the creatures that had killed him 500 years ago. They behaved the same way. That was the last time his heart was beating so hard in his chest. Maybe this time it would be the same. Maybe this person who hates monsters so much will finally be able to return him to the realm of the dead. The Lord was informed that the army was already on alert. They should soon go into battle. More than 500 years have passed since the Silentian woke up in the Lake Kingdom. During all this time, he managed to increase the number of his legion because he gave them the opportunity to feed on horrors. Thousands of different types of vampires have come under his complete control and are now ready to do whatever the Lord commands. Dracula's legion was constantly growing, but the main forces were the elite 1,000, between whom Silentian divided his life. A lot of time has passed since he last surfaced. They are about to go through the main gate of the Lake Kingdom, but now it is known that the Nameless is blocking the exit. The last representative of the resistance in the Lake Kingdom, she single-handedly holds back most of the monsters of this hell. She is truly the embodiment of nobility, but why is she doing all this? The Silentian believes it is time to give up and rest. Nameless will soon reach her limit. For the past 500 years, she has worked 24 hours a day without support. It has taken all her strength. Dracula is confident that they will be able to break through the exit. The main part of the Legion is standing in the main square on the north side. As a decoy, they will attack the main gate and start a battle with the Nameless, while the main force will break through the gate and head towards the human city. It's embarrassing to admit to being a vampire, but few monsters manage to get beyond the borders of the kingdom, having to sacrifice their warriors for the sake of it. If it weren't for Nameless, people would be attacked by tens of thousands of monsters every day, almost non-stop. And without her help, they would already be dead. Lord believes that to destroy the human race, there is no need to make so many sacrifices. 1,000 special vampires are capable of this, so they are not going to waste the extra resource on pointless things. 10,000 ordinary monsters and 1,000 elite vampires. That's more than enough to create hell on Earth. It's time to do it. Dracula can't wait to get a breath of fresh air. The legions of vampires began to do their thing and distract Nameless. She went out, took out her sword, and began to send them to Satan one by one. They consider her a traitor, but she doesn't care at all because she's doing what she believes in. These horrible mutants have no right to go beyond this dark place. She will not allow them to do so. Seeing this, the Lord thought that this was one of the few weapons that could take his life. Fighting this woman is a Silentian's favorite way to end his life by suicide. The problem was that as soon as he died, the Demon King immediately brought him back to life. Usually the king has no business at all with the deaths of his legionaries, but he would not allow anyone to die by the sword of Nameless. This heroine saw the Lord and realized that he was going to take a walk on Earth. He asked her to calm down and stop trying to destroy all the sins of this hell because, over time, it would take all her strength and eat her up from the inside. Nameless will do anything to stop his circle because he understands how threatening he is to the world. She does her best, but the number of monsters attacking her at the same time is too high. Soon, the Silentian finally felt the fresh air of the surface. He hadn't been here for a very long time. Now he is ready to finally destroy this world, and the preparations are complete. All that remains is to do it. His army is ready to move forward and carry out any orders from the Lord. We will find out in 4 days whether David and his team will be able to stop them. Now it's time to return to the intersection and see what's happening in the central temple. At such a late hour, David came here and met with Saint Margaret. He came to pray for future salvation. He is not a very religious person, but he still decided to do it. He wants to win the upcoming battle and protect the city. He wants the people who want to live to continue enjoying life. Margarita doesn't see any team members who need healing, but David brought a donation with him anyway. The Lord reminded her that the battle was considered holy because they were fighting for people's lives, so Margarita said. She said fighting monsters to protect people was a noble cause. That's why he came to ask her not to turn a blind eye to this holy battle and help them. In order to hire Saint Margaret, you must come to the temple often and make a donation each time. Having reached a large amount of donations, you can convince her to fight on the side of the people. Instead of focusing on healing people who are already injured, it is much more effective to do everything possible to prevent them from being injured. This will be possible if Margarita becomes part of the army and helps them stop the evil that is all around them. And they need help right now. With a skill set specializing in healing and protection, she is the best healer in the world. so getting her on your team is a great opportunity. Margarita began to look very determined and asked the Lord what she could do for him. In the morning, 2 days before the battle, all 4 teams under the command of David stood at the bottom of the Lake Kingdom. They had been actively clearing the dungeons in Area 4 for the past week. There were too many vampires there. Through battles with these monsters, all team members gained enough experience. During this time, the Dion team has significantly improved their skills. They are already at a completely different level. The old hunters, that is, a group of retired mercenaries, joined them only recently, but have already managed to show excellent results. Now they had cleared all 4 areas of the Lake Kingdom dungeon. The main work was done. They did everything they could and finished setting up the equipment and installing various ambushes and artifacts on the walls. Now, they will either survive or die. Because the maximum difficulty level has been reached, the system has already informed the Lord about this. The battle would begin in 2 days. Until then, he had allowed all team members to gain strength and rest. David analyzed the progress of each soldier, because he doesn't know how many of them will remain after the upcoming battle. He hopes that they will all make it and survive, but of course he has to prepare for the worst-case scenario. There is 1 night left before the start of the defensive phase. Let's move to the city center, to the Dion squad room. They know this is their chance. They've never been treated fairly before, and they've always played the role of cannon fodder. Before they found themselves on the front lines of the teams, these 5 were mercenaries, sent to the most difficult areas and exposed to danger from the very beginning. Lack of talent and lack of good techniques are enough reasons to give them the most difficult missions, but the Lord changed everything. He gave them the opportunity to prove themselves, and also felt their potential, giving them excellent weapons and reliable silver armor. Dion no longer doubts and completely trusts David. He wants to show during the battle how grateful they are for the Lord's support. For this, they have the perfect chance to prove themselves, so everyone must give their best effort in the battle. They also understand that if they succeed, they will earn a lot of money, and each of them will be able to realize their long-standing dreams. Someone will open a store and start a business, while someone, on the contrary, wants to invest this money in their own wedding. There are enough reasons to spend money, only the team leader has rather strange thoughts about it. When he got a job as a mercenary, he couldn't stay sober and went to drink something strong. Whiskey turned out to be too expensive. It didn't take much money, but still, he didn't even have that. If Dion succeeds, he will buy himself a bottle of whiskey every week. A strange goal, but better than nothing. He was advised to drink a bottle a day. Probably he heard this advice from Jupiter. Dion asked his team members to relax and do their best to make the prince proud of them. They will be able to prove themselves, earn a lot of money, and finally make all their dreams come true. Now let's move to the Lord's estate and see what the elves are up to. The Shadow Squad is also awake, all of them in good spirits, despite the very difficult battle ahead. By the way, I thought that she needed to calm these children down, but I immediately forgot about these thoughts. It's been a long time since they've had a day where they could fully focus on rest, so it's no wonder the archers are so excited. They noticed that John had gone somewhere. Dorothy decided to find her leader. He was talking to someone, and he started to get very worried when he saw her standing next to him. Dorothy said that she had gone out to get some fresh air and asked John who he had been talking to. It turned out that she didn't come alone, so the entire squad of shadows gathered in one place. John sensed that they were all very hungry and suggested attacking the Lord's kitchen. Only Dorothy was not very happy about these words, and it still seemed strange that John had not told whom he had been talking to a moment ago. He looked at the girl and said that she needed to eat. It was a long day tomorrow, so she needed to be strong. Everyone is preparing for the big battle in their own way. Let's see what Demian is doing in the temple room. It turned out that he had been practicing shooting since morning, taking aim again and again. He wants to be at least a second faster in order to help people at the most important moment. Suddenly he felt dizzy, probably from the long workout, so he decided to go out and get some fresh air. When he went downstairs, he saw that Saint Margaret was also awake, praying and asking God for strength. He understands that it is wrong to eavesdrop on other people's prayers, but he could not tear himself away and not listen to her sincere prayer. In the city's central hotel, some people also continued their intense training. Yuma remembered the confrontation with the vampire lord and tried to learn his techniques. At these moments, she was bothered by thoughts about her grandmother. Their conflict always in each of their minds. Of course she doesn't want to die, but she has no choice but to use her own life as a bargaining chip. Jupiter is still awake in the mercenary guild. Probably everyone is having a hard time falling asleep tonight. She was never able to fully recover from the magical overload, and her grandmother doesn't listen to doctors' recommendations, which worsens her health. She had been told many times not to use magic during healing. She had not listened to that advice, and this is what it led to. She also recalls a conversation with her granddaughter. Jupiter thinks Yuma is too cruel to her. It seems like the younger one hates her too much. Maybe someday everything will change, but for now. In the backyard of the Lord's estate, fierce training continues even in the evening. These two don't know how to rest. They want to prepare perfectly for the upcoming battle. Since the day they lost to Salentin, Lucas and Evangelina haven't missed a single training session. At first, Evangeline lost these battles, but then she learned to listen to her intuition and was able to easily defend herself from her opponent's blows. Now this girl is finally on the verge of enlightenment. That is, on the path to the ultimate. There is one last step left, but sometimes the last step is the hardest to take. For a second, she lost concentration and missed a powerful blow from Lucas. This guy never forgives inattention. He doesn't care if a teenager fights with him. She couldn't dodge even using her intuition, and now she wants to understand what technique he used. These two are ready to go to the end in order to gain at least a minimal advantage. True Knights of the Light. With the first rays of the sun, David was already on top of the fortress wall. He was the first to see that the enemy army was approaching, but the Lord was ready for it. If you look closely, you can see that the Silentian also sees David. This guy should be happy today, because he will die. David was angry when he saw his smile, but he did not forget about the promise in the dungeon. After that, he turned to the soldiers and ordered everyone to get ready. Everything would begin soon. The warriors know what awaits them. They know what strategy has been chosen and are ready to do anything. In these moments, everyone must look inside their soul and answer some questions. They need to understand what they are fighting for. Today, for some it may be an opportunity to protect their family. Some believe that he simply protects humanity and fights darkness. No matter what motives each of them has, in any case, it is this motive that makes them fight and move forward no matter what. Before them is the elite army of the undead king, it would seem. What else is needed to die of fear? Almost 1,000 icy bloodsuckers walking alongside the fallen blood. These guys are about 20. Even that's not all. There are also elite vampires here, 7 of them. And they are confident in their own abilities. The Alpha Vampire General is already known to us. He was an assistant in the Lord's estate. There is also the Vampire General Beta, the same girl who stopped the Lord from committing suicide again. And of course, the main king of vampires, Lord and true Count Dracula, His Majesty Silentian. David is not worried about him at all. He is confident that his strategy will win today. Their human army is also ready, 300 soldiers of the Golden Years detachment and 900 mercenaries behind. This is no joke at all. Not far from them are the team of Lily and Margarita. They will control the artifacts. The Dion team didn't sleep through the battle. Yesterday they said a lot of motivating words to each other, and today they will act, not talk. The Shadow Squad is also gathering. For them, this is another opportunity to show people that not all elves are bad. The old hunters have seen many battles, but today even they are nervous, for something incredible is approaching. The core squad has made great progress in recent weeks, and today even more is expected of them than usual. If vampires are really very brave, then let them come to the fortress territory. Thousands of monsters of various types have been killed here in recent months. Unlike these stinking vampires who have been poisoning the planet for hundreds of years, these soldiers are the elite of the human race. They are young and fresh. It is symbolic that they will fight under the bloody rays of the sun, but David is sure that even this will work in favor of the people. The third principal of the Empire reported that the vampires were preparing to attack, so it was time to take a defensive position. The guns have been put on combat alert and much will depend on these weapons. Silentian smiles again. He ordered the first squads of bloodsuckers to begin the battle. It seems like it's just a game for him. Probably when you live for 500 years, everything around you loses its meaning. His army immediately began to carry out the king's order. These terrible monsters do not think. They only do what they are told. David has no time for additional speeches and motivation. He just wants to win. This army is all that the ordinary people of the intersection have. They must stand strong and protect humanity until the very end. As soon as the monsters reached the kill box, David immediately ordered them to immediately begin attacking. The first bloodsuckers immediately experienced what cannon fire was like, and they probably didn't like it. Under constant attacks, they instantly turned into torn pieces of flesh. None of the soldiers looked happy. They remained focused and serious. David immediately explained how the principle of life and death of these vampires worked. That's why the soldiers aren't so happy. They understand that when the object dies, its life immediately returns to the Silentian. Silenthion, in turn, fills the dead body with life again, thereby restoring and restoring. All 1,000 monsters share their lives and blood with their king, thus a zombie-like phenomenon is born. To stop this vicious cycle, each of the soul cores must be destroyed one by one. Alpha has been waiting for this battle for a long time, but it turns out that it is too boring. Everything was different before. It turns out that while they were sitting down, human strategies weren't very developed. Although, rather, over all these years they have not had enough opportunities to gain experience. Alpha thinks it's possible they won't even have to get involved in this battle. If these monsters reach the city walls, the people will have no chance. At the moment, the vampire army has 1,000 warriors, but if they kill soldiers, their number immediately increases. By giving them the opportunity to build up their strength in this way, and the human side is the only one who will bear the losses. The tactics that allow you to defeat vampires must be carried out from a distance, but these vampires are constantly getting closer, and this is a problem. Of course, the Silentian understands that he is unlikely to be able to defeat the person who destroyed the Orlop so easily. Maybe the vampires overestimated the enemy. The Spider Queen was killed with a regular cannon, so maybe the humans were just lucky. In any case, everything will become clear soon, but for now it looks like the vampires will win easily. Much has been said about the Lord of the Crossing and its strategic capabilities, but so far it has not been seen. Soon the vampires reached the walls and began to climb the mountain. Seeing this, the soldiers felt real fear, because they know what will happen when the vampires enter the city. Silentian watched and tried to understand whether people had really turned out to be so weak, whether this was really the end for humanity. It's strange that he met them only with cannon shots. It seems as if he easily gives up his fortress. In fact, David foresaw all these events. He waited for the right moment and ordered action. So far, this strategy looks quite strange. The soldiers brought the bodies of dead pigs. After that, they started throwing these pig carcasses down onto the ground. It's unclear what they're up to, but it seems like they've opened a restaurant and want to feed vampires. Blood Clan monsters are in a constant state of hunger. This has been known since ancient times. Bloodsuckers always crave flesh. Vampires always want blood, something they cannot exist without. The higher the rank of a vampire, the better he copes with subduing his own instincts. These monsters, called ghouls, cannot afford such a thing. They are cannibals who experience madness when they smell flesh and blood. Similar people struck at the weakest point of the vampire army. Such a scenario never occurred to anyone. Previously, more emphasis was placed on honor and war, and the Silentian believed that this tactic will not help them. These are just the bodies of dead pigs. The ghouls will destroy them in 10 seconds. If this is the only trick David has prepared, then he will only be able to buy a little time, and that's it. At this moment, there was another explosion. It was a slightly different color. Dracula thought it was cannon shots again. He was bored because nothing interesting was happening on the battlefield. Then strange things started happening. The Silentian said that the souls of vampires weren't returning to him, and he didn't understand how that was possible. He smiled and said that the soul cores of 300 warriors had been destroyed. So the tactics that David is using have now undoubtedly started to work. David realized that the vampires had not recovered. They had destroyed them for real, and now they would not return. It's hard to even imagine how long he tried to come up with a strategy before finding the right answers. While exploring the dungeon, he came up with a plan to destroy the soul core. To put it briefly, first you need to kill the monster with a silver sword, and then attack it with magic. In real combat, this is very difficult to do. There are too many enemies, so difficulties arise. After some time, David had the idea to put silver in the bodies of pigs and throw them as bait. After that, the upcoming powerful magical attack will quickly destroy these devil's minions. Since sorcerers need to conserve their strength to fight vampires, David invented a special artifact. He spent all the mana cores and created a mana cannon. The soldiers coped with their task perfectly. Everything was done quickly and clearly. Now vampires will finally understand that humans are also well prepared and have their own strengths. They deliberately let the vampires get close and open fire with conventional guns, knowing it was ineffective. If the vampires had realized what the humans were up to, they could have changed their strategy, but these monsters proved too stupid and continued to move forward. 300 bloodsuckers were destroyed with almost one shot. This is truly a remarkable feat. Even though he took his step forward, now the Silentian must respond to this with something. In a few seconds, his army lost 30% of its strength. Now we must wait for his next move. Oddly enough, even the crazy teenager was satisfied. He believes that everything is exactly as it should be. Now you can enjoy the battle. As expected, he quickly sent a second wave of his army to the fortress. The elite vampires were out of blood. It seems like they want to break through the fortress walls with their heads. They are so angry after what they saw. David is ready for any scenario and knows how to destroy these bad guys. He asked the soldiers to load the silver cannon immediately. As soon as everything was ready, he gave permission to attack the enemy. Everything happened clearly and quickly. Excellent preparation. They added various pieces of silver to all the extraordinary cannonballs, which turned the weapons into special silver projectiles. Very quickly, David saw that even after losing limbs, monsters still begin to recover. This means that the old hunters must show everything they are capable of. This was enough for these old men to immediately prepare to act. They had long been waiting for their chance to defend the fortress walls again, especially Jupiter. The bloodsuckers, covered in silver dust and splinters, burned alive along with their cores. Those who remained paid no attention to this at all and continued to attack. Now it's time to bring the Shadow Squad into battle, always ready to help. Fire arrows began to attack the monsters. The number of these attacks was even difficult to count. Silver arrows and explosion magic. This is an incredibly effective combo, a cocktail of death for any vampire. With the help of Jupiter's powerful magical attacks and Helen's silver arrows, more than half of the second wave of bloodsuckers were destroyed in a matter of minutes. Now, only the second half of the army remains. The closest moment of battle is approaching. Blood-soaked, terrifying-looking mutants, they continue to run even despite their severed arms and legs. At such moments, you can always turn to Damien, and he asked him to clean up these elite vampires. Now everyone will see that training and honing skills always leads to an improvement in the level of a warrior. His shots will become even more accurate, and finally the vampires will also feel it on their own bodies. With the help of additional training, Damien began to shoot faster. His stance improved, as did his reload speed. He destroyed 5 elite vampires and didn't even have time to get tired. This guy's progress is faster than his arrows. The Lord gave the order just a few seconds ago and the task is already half completed. Asking him to destroy all the other vampires would be a very poor strategic decision, so David asked the boy to rest. David ordered his soldiers to throw down the remains of the livestock. He also asked all the archers to prepare. Her help would be needed soon. Bloodsuckers have started eating the bodies of dead animals. These guys will learn from their mistakes. This is what David had been waiting for. This is what he had expected. So now he ordered the attack. The archers immediately began shooting the monsters with arrows with magic. Everything ingenious is the simplest. After that, the mana cannon was activated. The explosions after attacks from this weapon are always incredibly beautiful. The human army is doing well and has almost completely destroyed the second wave. Only 5 elite monsters remained, their blood running low. They ignored the animal bodies and continued to move forward. Of course, this already shows that their intelligence level is slightly higher, but weapons made of star silver will not allow them to reach their goal. Double damage deals real damage. It ignores the effect of protection and reduces regeneration, an ideal symbiosis for killing vampires. At such moments, he realizes that all their hard training was not in vain. It is all done to look perfect during the battle. The knights began to count the monster kills. They killed 1 vampire each. Damien immediately reminded them that he had already destroyed 5, so for now, he was in the lead. The winner of this competition will get the opportunity to have dinner with the Lord. David doesn't mind. He is ready to feed them like pigs if they win this battle. Of course, everyone needs to stay alive, even though it's an incredibly difficult battle, but I don't want to have to organize another funeral. Silentian has been longing for death for many years. He dreams of it. He dreams of death when he sleeps. He is looking for someone who could put an end to his long and tiring eternity. Of course he wanted death, but he hated losing. So instead of voluntarily giving his life to the enemy, he tried to commit suicide. Dracula considers this a more noble cause. He does not like mercy, and he is not going to give in to anyone. He only needs a fair fight, in which both he and his opponent will risk their own lives. In such a battle, it will not be a shame to lose. For him, this is the perfect death. The death that the Silentian has always dreamed of. He watched and saw a legion of his warriors die like ordinary ants. He feels perfectly well that their lives are not coming back. They are slipping through his fingers like sand. This vampire lord, for the first time in hundreds of years, finally felt real excitement. He had been waiting for this for a very long time. His heart started beating faster, and he finally felt alive. Over the years, he had forgotten what it was like to see the precious lives of his warriors thrown to the ground like garbage. He has completely forgotten what it's like to play this game with death. And of course, he enjoys it immensely. The first wave was destroyed near the fortress walls. The second wave achieved greater success but was still killed. Silentian ordered everyone else to be released, to continue paving the way at the cost of their own lives. Vampires always do this. They are ready to sacrifice their warriors to achieve a result. There is nothing new in this strategy. The third wave is ready. The battle will continue for as long as the Lord wishes. They don't hide that they want their warriors to pave the way for them from their bodies. Everyone here understands everything. David destroyed the second wave of vampires and awaited further actions from his military rival. He had already destroyed 60% of the army, but strangely enough, The Silentian was only smiling. After losing a huge number of warriors, he laughs like a joker. It seems as if he sees something funny in it. Strangely, a new wave attacks again. It seems as if Dracula didn't see that the first and second waves were completely destroyed. It seems like he didn't understand at all that there was no point in attacking a human fortress in this way. Vampires will be destroyed just like their predecessors, without achieving any goals at all. The Prince of the Empire is trying to understand why the Silentian uses the same tactics, but so far it is difficult to find an answer to the question. It seems that Silentian is asking David to destroy his soldiers, as if begging him to do so and forcing them to flee into a deadly ambush. Lucas saw that the vampire army was approaching and said that they were waiting for the Lord's orders. Now is not the time to get lost in your own thoughts. David is leading an army, so you can't lose concentration. He looked at the artillery and ordered the attack to begin. The vampires must not be given the opportunity to approach the troops. Cannons, arrows, and bullets had a simple purpose. They were to destroy the maximum number of the enemy. It worked partly, but there are a huge number of bloodsuckers, and this is their advantage. Even despite their serious injuries, they continue to move forward as if hypnotized. David understands perfectly well that if these monsters get inside the fortress, then the game will be over. The third wave mainly consists of reinforced bloodsuckers. These were tanks that stopped the silver arrows with their own bodies. They were almost immediately destroyed in the air, but the monsters behind them did not receive any damage. There were also quite cunning and fast ghouls who acted as the main force. And of course, the buffs, they imposed berserk status on the entire third wave army. And now the bloodsuckers, which had been moving on two legs from the very beginning, began to run like real animals. David doesn't remember agreeing to play a zombie shooter, so he needs to change his tactics. He immediately ordered to activate all the artifacts the army had, to be flexible and use all available methods. Soon, magical power also began to defend the city of the Fortress of the Intersection. We even had to use the automatic defensive turret, which until then had been in standby mode. Surprisingly, despite all these magical tricks, it's still not enough. They need a strong magical blow to the enemy. If you look at Jupiter, you can see that it looked quite lively from the very beginning, but now it is noticeably tired. There is no way out. Jupiter the Younger must step forward and help the army. She felt that her turn would soon come, even despite her illness. Today she must give all her strength. Yuma has been given a crucial role in the battle with the vampires, but if she is overloaded now, she may not be able to withstand it and become tired before the final battle. The girl asked the Lord not to worry and said that she was 100% ready. Family conflict always makes itself felt at the most inopportune moment. Jupiter said that she should deal with this matter. David calmed the grandmother down and told her to focus on restoring her energy. The battle would still last long enough. Everyone would be able to show themselves. Helen reported that in a minute, they would be loading their weapons and ready to continue the attack, which was great news. The monsters have already reached the fortress walls and started climbing the mountain, so there is no time. We must act. It seems that Demian has rested a bit and is now ready to destroy again for the sake of bloodshed. Of course, at a critical moment, one cannot do without the help of knights of the highest rank. Lucas and Evangeline will not be alone. They will be helped by the Dion squad. They are all ready to engage in close combat, because no vampire should overcome the wall. The Dion squad has been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Today, they must write their names in history in golden letters. Soon the first monster faces appeared on the wall, meaning it was time to act. Evangeline decided to strike first. She still continues to compete with the others and count the destroyed vampires. Lucas thinks she's not playing by the rules, so he doesn't give her a second point. The Dion squad also wants to participate in this game. Although they have little talent, they are very motivated. If they act as a real team and connect their minds, they will show that this is also enough to be among the best. Soon, the Shadow Squad also joined in on the game and activated their arrows. Vampires came here to destroy and kill, but it turned out that a real hell awaited them here. They've been very lucky up until this point, but now the Yuma has appeared on the battlefield, so we can expect a battle of the elements. At first, the vampires saw that it had started to rain. It seemed like it was just a normal change in the weather, and there was nothing wrong with that. But within seconds, lightning struck the army of monsters and roasted 100 vampires at once. The combination of water and lightning destroyed monsters instantly, a perfect strategy. This is the beauty of sorcerers, who can use multiple elements at once. In the area of one specific element, they don't seem to be as strong as regular sorcerers, but the ability to combine skills reduces the gap in strength. Despite family problems, they still stand by each other and fight for a common goal. David asked these ladies to forget about family troubles and fight as one. The bloodsuckers, who were on the walls at the time of the Yuma attack, continued to climb the mountain. Here they will be met by a squad of golden years. These experienced warriors have scared away the pills from joint pain and prepared for a fierce confrontation. David did not want to order ordinary soldiers to engage in close combat. Their mortality rate would be much higher than that of game characters. Even from a tactical perspective, he couldn't let the Blood Clan take people's lives. But to be honest, the Lord just didn't want to see ordinary soldiers die. He knew and understood that this was not a battle that could be won without casualties, but he still tried to avoid it. This could not last long. David saw that the monsters were approaching, so he was forced to give the order to engage in close combat. They must destroy every single one of them. Otherwise, these monsters will enter the city and kill women and children. Lore also did not stand aside and took part in the battle. They soon repelled the attack, although there were enough losses on both sides. At the moment, most of the vampire army has been killed. If it continues like this, then the people can hope for victory. Soon, David saw that the hardest part of the battle was coming, for something much more serious was approaching them. The undead king has begun his march, which means that now David needs not only his warriors but also luck. So far, everything looks pretty strange. At first, the Silentian chose stupid tactics and destroyed his warriors. Now that most of his army had been destroyed, he decided to act. Just like in the game, some kind of demonstration of confidence in victory even after losing a huge amount of the army. As soon as the vampire army approached, David ordered them to open fire immediately. Beta was one of the first to approach the dangerous distance, and the soldiers at the crossing immediately began to attack her. So far, she has confidently dodged all their attacks. This is no longer an ordinary vampire who can be easily destroyed. Beta is a vampire with strong physical skills, the strongest in the Silentian army. You could say she's a living, breathing tank in the body of a person who has mastered one of the game's core skills. Silentian was pleased with her actions, and he ordered his army to continue moving. David is not going to watch this silently. He ordered Helen to attack. Magic arrows began to fly in large numbers towards the vampires. A little more, and that would be enough to send the monsters to hell. It turned out that this is a completely different level of vampires. These guys also know how to use magic. This is not a dead blood, and it is also an unusual bloodsucker. So a completely different tactic is needed to win. The worst thing about this situation is that the Alpha not only stopped the arrows but also turned them towards the city. The soldiers could not understand what was happening. They definitely did not expect such a turn of events. We were flying in the opposite direction. We had to hide, but everything was happening too fast. The Lord was not injured, although of course he felt that the initiative was slipping from his hands. Everything was much easier in the game. So now that they are in reality, the Alpha uses magic with pleasure, which is not surprising, because he is the strongest blood wizard in the Silentian army. A monster who has fully mastered the second technique of basic skills, but David also knows how to stop him. A barrier for protection has been activated. This is the best defensive artifact for local battles. It slows down enemy attacks and reduces damage to soldiers. This is Lily's personal initiative. It is immediately noticeable that her experience makes itself felt. Thanks to her intelligence and experience, they suffered minimal damage. It's great that she's a member of their troop. But no matter how smart Lily was, even that wasn't enough to protect every warrior in the Empire. David called Margarita and asked her to focus on helping the wounded, especially Helen, because she was still needed on the battlefield. Margarita is one of the best healers in the game. She is truly a master of her craft. Thanks to Margarita, they were able to immediately help all the victims. It's great that David was able to pull her out of the temple to the front. During all this time, while they were busy helping the wounded, the vampires had already approached the city walls. David cannot understand why the Silentian ordered his soldiers to die while he himself stood aside and did not help. It is difficult to understand this idea. Maybe Alpha and Beta were the exception to the rule, but why not add 2 or 3 more regular vampires to these warriors? To the higher vampires, all these low-grade vampires are no different from ordinary domestic dogs. Of course, the Silentian loves them and tries to keep them under control, which is why he gives them a part of his soul. They are all his loyal army, fighting for him until the very end, but they are not allowed to sit at the same table with him during dinner. Humans are the main food for vampires, so when a Silentian talks about dinner, he means eating soldiers. Those weak vampires who died were just dog food, but those who survived showed what they were worth. Silentian looked at the people and said that they should be grateful and happy. Now, all these warriors will become a great meal for the true higher vampires. Unable to listen to the speeches of this mentally ill teenager anymore, David called Damien and asked him to get ready. He ordered the boy to make sure those ruthless bats would never smile again. It seems as if Damien has been waiting for this very order all this time. He is also tired of listening to these stupid speeches. He released his arrow. Although it seemed that the Alpha would easily stop it, it seemed that this attack was pointless. Alpha called people fools, but a second later lost his finger to that same arrow. He definitely didn't expect this, his magic didn't work, but how is that possible? Silencian smiled. He thought that the Alpha hadn't slept well today, and therefore couldn't stop a regular arrow. The best sorcerer in the vampire army said that there was something wrong with this arrow, it was not like all the others. It's even an unusual silver arrow, it's completely different. And stopping something like that is almost impossible. Vampires were still considered cheap tricks of people. They smiled and continued to feel safe. Now finally, Damien has removed the smiles from their faces. That's what the Lord is about. Now the Alpha guessed that Damien was attacking with arrows made of star silver. And in addition, devilish mistletoe had been added to these arrows. This means that people are really well prepared to destroy vampires, but it's still not enough. Hearing that the arrows might not be enough, David ordered the mana shells to be activated. Silencian immediately rose from his throne and grabbed one of these mana balls. Dracula felt the energy of the Orlop, a weapon that was created from the soul of the commander of the Legion of Nightmares. This weapon could really kill him, and the feeling of his own death approaching drove the vampire lord into ecstasy. The human tactic is very simple. You need to pierce the vampire with silver and finish it off with magic. Oddly enough, Damien can execute this entire strategy. He doesn't even need support to do so. Now the guy can rest a bit. Today he acts rarely, but very accurately. Soon Dracula allowed them to continue their journey to the top of the fort. Alpha and Beta go hunting. These two are the best warriors in his army. No wonder he ordered them to do the main work. Seeing this, David ordered all his soldiers to detain these two vampires. He understands how dangerous they are. This will be very, very difficult to do. Ordinary and primitive attacks will not harm these vampires at all. Beta climbed the wall so quickly that she probably set a world record, because the other monsters took a lot of time to do it. As soon as people made eye contact with the monster, their faces immediately showed all their current emotions. They did not understand, were surprised, and were afraid of this woman. This is the natural fear of death. For a vampire, all the joy of human existence in most cases comes down to sucking blood and eating bone marrow. Although there are also ideas about how much pleasure there is in watching people scream in fear with a smile on their lips. Vampires also like to taste the tears that people shed when they beg for their lives, but the Beta was left tongueless in the past, so she doesn't need that. The battle had just begun. She felt that she would still have enough time to enjoy the battles with the humans. Now she is fully ready to concentrate on her instructions. She came here to carry out the boss's order to destroy the wall, and that's exactly what she's doing. Beta always does her job. Even if she is ordered to bring the devil's heart, there is no doubt that she will do it. After that, the Alpha is ready to go to the front lines and help his sister as well. We remember that he is the best wizard of the Blood Clan, and he knows a lot. From the bodies of the destroyed monsters, he created an ice road to the fortress. This guy is a really great inventor. He should work for Tesla. The Vampire Lord wants to climb this road to them. We can say that this is his path to victory. Surprisingly, the main gate opened, and the third prince of the empire emerged. But he ordered his soldiers to set the table immediately. It seems he plans to eat some food. The soldiers immediately came out, brought out the table and chairs, and set out the wine and glasses. David invited the undead king to the table and suggested they talk for a while over a glass of delicious wine. Up until this point, the Silencian had been enjoying the process, finding it fun and interesting, but now he was truly surprised. During the last meeting, David said a lot to his team members. He said that using the tactics he had prepared, he wanted to isolate the Silencian, while the soldiers had to destroy the other vampires. So from the beginning, David knew he had a hidden weapon to keep the Vampire Lord out of the fight. This weapon is called Commander Negotiations, a special event that only activates during boss stages. The idea worked immediately. He had a 100% chance of success in the game, but now it's real. When the Silencian looked at David as if he were crazy, the prince was scared to death. The encounter is activated, and now the commanders cannot join the battle. They can only sit and talk to each other for 10 turns. This secret conversation will either reveal the secrets of the world or change the course of the battle. In the game, Lucas was the commander, so David didn't activate this function very often. It was difficult to take a knight of the highest rank from the battlefield, but now Commander David, well, everything is different. He does not participate in the battle directly, so he will be much more useful if he can fence off the Silencian for at least 10 turns. One turn in the game is equivalent to about 3 minutes in reality, so the Vampire King can return to battle only after half an hour. Silencian is not sure if he should raise a glass, but they are not very close. The Vampire Lord said he liked to drink wine and watch life wither like flowers. It's a very beautiful picture. David agrees. Nothing makes alcohol taste better than the screams of monsters dying. 2 interrogated Dracula to wait a bit. Soon he would see how the soldiers of the fortress would not leave a wet spot from the vampire army. Lucas, meanwhile, was leading the army of people. He had already given the first order and told the soldiers to retreat. In a battle against vampires, the number of people doesn't matter at all. Once they become a target, they become a means of restoring health. It's better to remove the regular soldiers and fight with a small elite unit. These were David's words, and Lucas agreed with them. So now they are sticking to the plan. Lucas has ordered the soldiers to rest, and everyone else must prepare for battle. The vampires look confident. They haven't had anything fun for a long time, and today that day has come. The soldiers did not have time to escape, and the vampires had already climbed the walls of the fortress. Lucas knows that he cannot allow vampires to attack ordinary soldiers, so he must act. The main forces must be thrown into battle with the 2 best warriors of the vampire army. Lucas and Evangeline knew their opponents in advance, so they trained with each other every day. The Dion squad wanted to take on the remaining vampires, although this was a very dangerous undertaking. Detaining ordinary vampires and buying time was their task from the very beginning. They trained for a long time and were confident that everything would be fine. Dion is right, but now a lot has changed, so they will have to not only fight monsters but also protect ordinary soldiers. Considering the power of these vampires, it is safe to say that this makes the task much more difficult. Would it be right to entrust such an important and serious matter to the Dion detachment? Lucas has to make a decision. At that moment, he thought about David, so that the Lord would say now. After how many seconds did Lucas order everyone to stick to the strategy that had been approved by David? Lucas and Evangeline will fight Alpha and Beta. John and Dorothy must back them up. Jupiter, Damien, Yuma, Thomas, and Nancy must attack, choose a target, and do everything they can to destroy it. The remnants of the old hunters and the entire Dion squad must fight ordinary vampires. Of course, there's no need to risk your life again. The current situation is different from the one they were preparing for. Now the vampires will try to attack the soldiers who haven't left yet, so they need to be protected. Human lives will always be the priority. Vampires are cunning and cruel. As soon as you show weakness, you will immediately become their target. We need to detain them for the maximum amount of time and respond to all their actions very clearly and harshly. After all these words and advice, the battle has begun. Soon everything will be decided, and we will find out if people will be able to survive this battle. The battle of good versus evil is a classic, but it often happens that evil has a better chance of winning. This situation is no exception. In order to do the impossible and win the battle, you need to make maximum efforts. Meanwhile, Selenchen suggested to David that they make a bet. The vampire lord is sure that he will win when this bottle of wine is finished. If David wins, the vampire will save his life and give him the opportunity to watch the end of the world until the last moment. So he's hinting that even if all his warriors die, he can still bring this world to an end without their help. Selenchen said they still have plenty of time to think about what David will do if he loses this match. The prince is confident that his people are strong, enough to destroy all the vampires and cut off the Selenchen's head. At that very moment, the battle was continuing. There was a large amount of blood and body parts of vampires and humans around. So far, the initiative is in the hands of the vampires. They have proven too strong, even for the fortress's best warriors. The Dion squad really wanted to show themselves from the best side, but it will be difficult to do this when you don't have enough talent. Mid-ranking warriors must be able to prove themselves. They only have one chance to do so. While rare characters get this chance over and over again, even if they fail, mid-rank characters don't have that luxury. The moment they are thrown into battle, they must seize their first and last opportunity to demonstrate their usefulness. They must show not only their usefulness but also their ingenuity and value to the whole world. They must show that they are more than just ordinary shields. Each of them wants to come out of the shadows and become a real hero. It's a normal desire. Each of them wants to bask in the rays of glory, and each also wants to become the main hero of humanity. Dion has always lived with this goal in his heart, since childhood. He dreamed of becoming a hero, and today he finally got that chance, along with his team. Let's go back 30 minutes and see what was happening at the top of the fort walls. It was a tough battle. Evangeline and Lucas led the other knights forward like true leaders. Dion reminded his team that they must always maintain order, because if they were divided, they would die. All members of the Dion plant understood perfectly well that on their own they did not pose a particular threat. When they fight together, these 5 create a true synergy that can enable them to defeat even the strongest enemies. But as Lucas said, vampires are very smart and cunning. From the very beginning, they don't care at all about a squad of 5 mercenaries. They don't care about their dreams and desires. They came here to destroy, kill, and eat human hearts. When people see such cruelty, even the most experienced warriors who have been in a large number of battles begin to feel fear. Only outstanding knights are willing to raise their sword and allow other soldiers to escape, and try to buy them extra time. The captain of the Golden Years Legion is a veteran among veterans. He has been commanding ordinary soldiers since he joined the Army of the Crossing in the second stage. Today, to his great regret, he fell like a proud knight because he could not withstand the attack of a vampire. Despite his great desire, he was unable to gain even a minute of time. Some would even say that he died in vain. Seeing the dead captain, he will die, as if he had lost his mind from anger and hatred. Dion tried to calm them down. He said that now was not the time for emotions, we needed to back off. It's probably easy to talk when you haven't fought with a person together for decades. So the Golden Years squad didn't listen to Dion. They went into a direct attack on the enemy. This is exactly what the vampires were waiting for. It seems like they deliberately set up an ambush for these warriors. Of course, the old soldiers knew that they had no chance of winning a battle against vampires. But after their captain died, they lost their minds, because they had been with him almost their entire lives. It was impossible to turn away from death and move towards life, probably because they were already too old. They had to pay a very high price for this, and it seemed like they were willing to do it. In the face of the death of all those who had been their comrades yesterday, the Dion squad also began to lose self-control. They forgot about the plan, forgot that only when they act as a team can they be dangerous, and they should not be judged for that. Hessian was level 25, and perhaps deep down, he was too self-confident. In vain did he think that one good blow would easily defeat such a strong opponent as a vampire. Even for minimal mistakes on the battlefield, you have to pay with your own life. In the last moments of his life, he realized that he had made a mistake, so he apologized to his team. In just a second, he was left without a head. It's hard to even imagine how difficult it was for his team members to watch. Dion couldn't believe he had lost a close friend. Just yesterday, they had been planning the future together and sharing their dreams. Yesterday, he talked about what he wanted to do after defending the Empire, and today he has already finished his life's journey. I think he said he wanted to make money and open a small business. Now all of this no longer matters. All his dreams have been destroyed and trampled by vampires, just like his life. Alpha enjoyed tasting the Hessian blood. He said that this blood was very fatty, that's what he liked. Vampires deliberately play this game. They do everything to make the soldiers forget about strategy and plans. They do everything to create real chaos. We must admit that they are doing a great job. Even Dion cannot take control of the situation. Their team has completely lost its mind. Usually, the front does not forgive such mistakes. It must be very difficult for people to live if the death of their friends during the war makes them suffer so much. Within a few minutes, the Dion squad was almost completely destroyed, their eyes filled with despair. The vampires were enjoying this moment. Probably because of this they had waited so long in the darkness. Dion was forced to watch as his best friends were cut into pieces like pigs. He understood that he had lost control of the situation, and now his best friend's tearful eyes would stare at him forever. She apologized for running ahead, and also apologized for dragging him into the world of mercenaries. They apologized for this journey of success that ended so tragically. She probably doesn't see it that way, but now these words won't help her, just as no words will help Dion now. Did they really want too much? Opening a business, getting married, providing financial assistance to their parents and relatives? They just wanted to make money. It seemed like these were ordinary human dreams. It could hardly be called a manifestation of great greed. Dion gave up on his eternal dream of becoming the main character a long time ago. All he wanted so much was to just stay on stage, even as a character who had no name, a supporting character. There is nothing greedy about this. He was born human, and people are allowed to dream. As a child, from the mud in which he grew up, the starlight seemed beautiful. This starlight always beckoned, but it was so far away that it was impossible to reach out to it. Instead, he turned his attention to another glow. It was much closer, close enough to reach but not so close as to burn. Knights and mercenaries are not butterflies flying into the light of the fire. They are people, and there is nothing wrong with them dreaming. There's really nothing wrong with dreams, to be honest. It's not dreams that kill people, it's monsters that kill them. The battle is not over yet, so the Dion squad did not die in vain. Now Dion understood. His men had managed to inflict wounds on the vampire with silver swords. If you do this with other vampires, you'll just have to wait for the help of sorcerers, and the deed will be done. Dion must take responsibility and do this. He must finish the work his team started. He will not allow the names of his squad members to remain written on the graves of young men who died in vain. He is going to destroy these monsters and write his name in history. forever cementing his heroic deed. As long as the last night remains, the vampires cannot celebrate, because the humans will fight to the very end. Vampires also have enough tricks to stop magic, so this battle is unlikely to end quickly. There was no sorcerer among humans who could stop the blood magic of two vampires at the same time. Even the battle of tanks from the old hunter's detachment didn't change anything. The result was still the same. It seems like they are dying in vain, but that's not entirely true, because thanks to them, Dion was able to buy himself some time. His goal is quite simple: to injure two more vampires with a silver sword and then summon a sorcerer. He did it with incredible confidence and determination. He was probably thinking about his friends at that moment. The sword entered the alpha's neck, but he didn't attach much importance to it, considering it just a child's play. Dion, like his friends, was left without a head. His path in our history ended like this. The vampires began to finish off the remains of the people and prepare to attack the city. They were planning to eat a lot today, but suddenly they heard loud laughter. At first, the devil's servants didn't understand who was laughing. Was there really someone so unafraid of death that they were ready to laugh in its face? It turns out that not all the warriors are dead, and not everyone believes the battle is over. The vampires probably didn't immediately understand what was happening. They probably didn't check today's weather forecast. Using lightning doesn't particularly scare vampires, especially if they forget they were wounded by silver swords. The work of a sorcerer is no joke. No matter how many friends die, a sorcerer has no right to enter battle until the right time comes. Sorcerers are stronger than other soldiers who risk their lives on the front lines. It's terrible no matter how you look at it, but it's true, and now we'll see confirmation of these words. The family conflict is resolved. Jupiter and her granddaughter are ready for battle, as is Lily, who has forgotten her dreams of retirement for now. This group of wizards is going to do something grand here. All that remains is to wish them luck. No matter how their magical attack ends, you can be sure that the vampire will definitely not like it. Being toasted by lightning is not the best way to spend an evening with friends. The lightning strike was assisted by the second skill of relighting, probably because Yuma had already entered the battle. Vampires had never felt such pain before. They were truly roasted like chicken ribs on a grill. After such an attack, their mana cores immediately materialized, now visible to the naked eye. All that remains is to aim and strike accurately. If you have a Demian on your team, you don't have to worry that this task will be successfully completed. Mr. Accuracy began firing without warning and accurately aimed at the soul cores. As soon as several vampires died, their brothers immediately became angry and began to attack. These fools probably don't know that members of the Shadow Squad are already waiting for them. They took from Damian Man a weapon called the Woodpecker and Cerberus. Now it is obvious that this weapon is the Achilles heel of vampires. This weapon has the lowest rank in the Demian arsenal, but even that was enough for the elf. Now the destruction of the 5 supreme vampires has been officially confirmed. The Dion squad did not give their lives in vain. They will forever remain heroes. Damian wanted to look towards the soldiers and count the losses, but Jupiter closed his eyes and asked him not to rush. There was still a lot of work ahead. He will be saddened if he sees the number of dead comrades. He needs to give his eyes a rest and then continue the battle. He shouldn't bear the blame for all this. It's better to let old men like Jupiter do it. Yuma decided to help her grandmother calm the magic, while at the same time, she monitored Jupiter's physical condition. The battle with the monsters is just beginning, so after that Yuma continued searching for opponents. Jupiter saw her old friend in the night. This woman died like a true hero. While there was still a shred of life left in her, she managed to smile and joke. They all understood perfectly well what they were getting into. Each of the 4 old hunters had their own reasons for hating vampires. That's why they all came here to fight, and each of them is satisfied that they did something worthy before they died. Young people also died unfortunately. The overall success is always the merit of those who gave their lives for this. If they hadn't sacrificed themselves, they would have been finished a long time ago. So part of the victory over the vampires belongs to them. Jupiter believes that there is no point in these words because in any case, these young people are already dead. All their dreams have gone to the grave with them. No merits matter now. It seems to her that the death of the members of the Dion squad is nothing. She must also have been thinking about her granddaughter's imminent death, which was now only a matter of time. Eni asked her to shut up. They are mercenaries and earn all their achievements over years. All of this is very expensive. Isn't the life of a mercenary just about flying into the light, praying that it makes sense, and then burning up like a butterfly? Jupiter was mistaken in her thoughts. Later, she would understand that everyone's death means something. The age of the old is coming to an end. The young must take up the baton and lead humanity forward and make the future bright. When the old woman said that children are the flowers of life, her heart stopped forever. Jupiter disagreed with her in many ways, but one phrase still left a mark on her soul, the phrase that the era of old soldiers was coming to an end. Now this battlefield belongs to the youth, life and death, gains and losses, victories and defeats. Everything now belongs to them. Jupiter doesn't have long to carry this heavy burden with them, and she understands that. She ordered everyone who was still breathing to contact Margarita, and then immediately return to the fight. There is still a long battle ahead. It has never ended and is still ongoing. Two vampire generals compete with elite knights. The old warriors cannot afford to be a burden. They must step up and help the young. The Dion detachment was defeated. They could not withstand this incredibly fierce battle. We must admit that they broke under the pressure of reality, disrupted formation, forgot about tactics, and as a result, fell. You can't always focus on the bad. You have to admit that they managed to stick their swords into the necks of monsters and help destroy the vampires. They got the opportunity and showed their worth, but they couldn't make it to the end. Today, and never again, they will not get a second chance. They will no longer be able to correct past mistakes. As it seemed before, war does not forgive even small mistakes. David will remember their names until he dies, but even if he does, what's the point? Silentian saw his opponent thoughtful and asked him what he was thinking about. David is probably counting the number of people he has already lost. It is difficult for people to bear the death of loved ones. The vampire lord believes it is better to think about the living, because they too will soon become dead. Evangeline and Lucas continue their battle against the best warriors of the vampire army. They prepared for this for a long time, trained day and night, and completely forgot about rest. They have incredible experience in battles. They know that war does not forgive mistakes, and that is why they prepared so diligently. Today they are preparing to lose their minds and act recklessly. They are cool-headed and focused. The right hand of the undead king against a little knight? It's not very fair, but war knows no fairness. The best vampire sorcerer is ready to show his potential and is ready to make people tremble. It's unlikely he'll be able to do the same with Evangeline. This girl always laughs in the face of death. And yet, for all this magic and tricks, she's a real tank in new armor, so she walks forward with her head held high. Considering how long the Alpha lives, it's surprising that he couldn't predict her strength. It must be admitted that the golem's armor provided incredible protection, but reduced movement speed during an attack. With the unbridled trait, Evangeline ignored the first movement penalty, but the second penalty still applies. Alpha easily noticed this, although the girl knight was much stronger than he expected. The solution to the problem in this case lay on the surface. He needed to reduce the power of blood magic and increase the speed of his fall. Evangeline's armor is ready to withstand any blow, so she is confident in her own abilities. She used the technique of accepting harm and showed all her beneficiaries that everything was going according to her plan. After that, she activated the damage return technique, which is a classic battle strategy for this girl. She skillfully uses her strengths and tries to hide her weaknesses, which usually leads to success. The knight and the monster still haven't moved, the two of them studying each other carefully. No one noticed any weaknesses in their opponent, so they continued to stand still and wait for someone to strike first. Whoever attacks first will be at a disadvantage and will be easier to counterattack. Lucas acts like he's no less than a beta. Of course she doesn't like it, but he doesn't care. He has long dreamed of trampling her beautiful face. This knight has specific tastes. The battle was started. The beta could not withstand the pressure and began to attack. It struck with an incredibly powerful blow, causing the ground to split apart like an earthquake. David easily anticipated her attack and was able to dodge it easily. He immediately let her know that he was a high-level opponent. She began to dislike his face even more, which was probably what Lucas was trying to achieve. He has a unique look. It seems as if he is dividing into an ordinary worm, and it makes the beta lose his mind with anger. The battle resembled a real battle of the gods. Everyone tried to deliver the final blow, but so far the battle was very even. Lucas expected a much stronger opponent. With the help of the Iron Will strike skill, he had already destroyed 100 monsters. He looks at Beta and calmly tells her that a horrible death awaits her, and this only angers the girl even more. He activated his best strike again, and it led to a big explosion, a similar story as in the battle between Alpha and Evangeline. Evangeline couldn't understand why she couldn't move. She delivered a powerful blow but suddenly froze in place. It turned out that the Alpha was even stronger than her. His magic helps in the most difficult moments of the battle. Evangeline can't move, and he's already prepared his teeth to start dinner. I refuse to believe that Evangeline will die now or become a vampire. It's even hard to imagine. Lucas continued his battle with Beta. He used a death sword made of star silver, which was made with the addition of devil mistletoe. It should reduce the vampire's ability to regenerate by 75%, but beta regeneration proved too powerful. This sword worked fine against other vampires, but not against higher-level vampires. The long sword Lucas is stuck in her hand, and she seems to really like it. She said that now he would not be able to dodge her attack and delivered a powerful blow. Vampires use the life force of others as fuel for themselves. But few people know that the life force of others is also a fundamental weakness of vampires. If they cannot sustain themselves with blood during battle, their strength will run out sooner or later. So all they will do is constantly try to kill as many people as possible. We must not forget this pattern of behavior and remember it during battle. It seemed that Evangeline was close to death, but this girl turned out to be even better than they say about her. In close combat, the alpha shoots blood bullets and then sets up a net to catch prey. Usually a bullet is enough to destroy most opponents, but if someone survives, you can always activate Plan B. After that, the alpha easily sucks all the blood out of his enemy. It was always like that until he met Evangeline with the quality of unstoppable. She is completely unaware of all the conditions that prevent her from moving. The blood chains did not work on her from the very beginning. She only pretended to be bound. The girl said that she would not let anyone touch the young neck of a 16-year-old teenage girl, unless it was someone she liked. Alpha couldn't understand how she knew about his fighting methods. It had been hundreds of years since they last fought humans. Enemies never knew about this skill, even during the war with the ancient kingdoms. It turned out that the commander of the people this time was much smarter than the ancient kings. The battle will continue, but now the Alpha is not so confident in his own strength, because his main weapon has failed. He is angry and ready to show her everything he is capable of, but will it be enough to destroy the little knight? Even if an Alpha feels insulted, he is still a veteran of hundreds, or even thousands, of battles. He is able to understand the strength of the opponent's skills, and he perfectly understands the possibilities of Evangeline's defensive abilities. That's true, but he didn't take into account that over the last 100 years, human technology has taken a big step forward. People developed and improved their inventions. They tried to supplement the loss of ancient magic. Usually people spend a lot of time making modern armor. Golem armor is the culmination of all modern technology for manufacturing imperial equipment. Evangelina has a great sense of when she seizes the initiative. You can see it from the smiles on her faces. At such moments, she doesn't become a real angel with wings, easily dodging her opponent's attacks, getting closer, and delivering the final blow. When the opponent realizes that the situation is critical, it is too late to react. We must admit that children nowadays grow up very, very quickly. It seems like there is one less demon in this world, a small but important step towards victory. Lucas must take the same step forward, although now he is close to taking a step back. Only some incredible aura or magic can save him from the inevitable loss of his head. The drive technology was activated, which is how Lucas stayed alive in a hopeless situation. When they first faced the Vampire King and lost to him, the warriors began to study their abilities and try to become better. Each of them has their own characteristics, but Lucas didn't have them, so if he met Silentian again, he would still lose in a matter of seconds. Again and again he returned to thoughts about what he should do next. He conducted a huge amount of training and constantly thought about how to change in order to save humanity at a critical moment. Lucas tried a huge number of methods and finally found the answer. He might cease to be human if all these words didn't sound so strange. Beta considers all this to be delusional. An ordinary mortal cannot be at the level of a higher vampire. She probably underestimated this guy's potential hidden capabilities too much. It turns out that Lucas has a hidden skill of the highest-ranked protagonist, Lucas McGregor. This technique was not available to any of the players before it was unlocked, but he finally discovered it for himself. That technique is called Beast Transformation, and it really looks creepy. Beta quickly realized that something was wrong with this knight. Now she was no longer so confident in her own abilities. To protect what was dear to his heart, he gave up something even more valuable. Lucas ordered her to fight at full strength. She should be his test to see if he could stand up to the Vampire King. Evangeline finished her fight. She won no matter what. The girl looked at Lucas and saw that he had also achieved success. It turned out that this was not all. It was time for the second phase of the battle, which not everyone knew about. In the second phase, vampire generals rise from the dead after their core is destroyed. They lose their minds and their physical strength doubles. In this case, you need the help of additional players on the battlefield. Not only elves must prepare, but also sorcerers and archers, all of whom are needed for overall success. Angelina didn't know that generals had a second phase because usually only bosses have this ability. Meanwhile, the Silentian continued to smile calmly, despite his warriors falling dead. David didn't like it at all, but his task was to stall for time until the entire vampire army died and the Silentian was left alone. That's why the Lord pretends to be interested in what the vampire will say, although of course he isn't. In their first encounter, the Silentian seemed genuine and innocent, but the longer the fight went on, the more he took off his mask. It seems like he really enjoys war and death. Perhaps that's the true nature of these monsters, and it's frightening. The vampire asked David to imagine his terrible nightmare, a monster that had crawled out of his mind and was now becoming reality. He stands opposite David and looks him straight in the eyes, wondering what the prince is feeling right now. Horrors are not just dreams. Their source does not lie on the surface. If David wants to destroy monsters and save humanity, then he must think about it. That's why the Silentian asked him again if he had nightmares and what he was most afraid of. This vampire plays complicated games, but David must accept the rules of the game to buy time. The battle on the fortress walls continued. The warriors fought fiercely against the forces of darkness. Wizards and elves began to help, and there was real chaos all around. Even Lucas, with his new skills, has so far only been on the defensive in the battle against Beta. Soon he was unable to defend himself from her attack and missed a very strong blow to the stomach. Evangeline is also not doing well. They won the first round, but in the second round they have big problems. They are surrounded on both sides by monsters who are trying to inflict a final defeat on them. The vampires probably forgot that knights don't fight alone. They also have a support team. It turns out that those creatures who love ambushes have fallen into this ambush themselves. The elves made their move in time. If it weren't for them, Evangeline and Lucas would have already been dinner for the vampires. This required converting a huge amount of silver ore into chain. But John did his job. The vampires would have certainly noticed the huge silver mesh if it had been made ahead of time. Such an ambush could only be used after they had turned into fallen blood and lost their minds. Now they became easy targets for silver arrows, almost impossible to dodge. This means they have only one problem, especially after being attacked by the sorceress Yuma. Demian and Yuma also made their move in this chess game, so they contributed to the overall victory. Actually, Alpha and Beta have a third phase. If in a state of fallen blood their health is halved, they merge into one. They become a monster that has the physical powers of a Beta and the blood magic of an Alpha, but David knew about it. He ordered them to be killed right after they were imprisoned in the silver net, so the third phase was avoided. David knows the specifics of combat and the behavior of these monsters. If it weren't for him, humanity would be doomed. It is known that everyone is tired, but Lucas asks not to stop, but to continue fighting. A final battle awaits them. A battle that will answer the question of whether humanity is alive. It's hard to believe that David is sitting at the table with the Vampire King, the strongest opponent they've ever faced. They are calmly drinking wine and talking, something that was even hard to imagine yesterday. Even if he has a clear plan, his courage is still far beyond the understanding of an ordinary person. Looking back, it must be said that he was always like this. It didn't seem like he felt fear, even in critical moments. Maybe it's all because he's a cold-blooded commander, or there's some other reason for this. As soon as the Silentian felt that his generals were dead, he said that it was time to start a real battle. The two main characters must take the stage. They can no longer sit idle. Silentian wants to personally bring David to the stage, but in fact he needs to be explained that there are more adequate ways to do this. Lucas saw that the Lord was in danger and immediately ran ahead of him. At this moment, Dracula dropped the Lord from a great height as if he gave the knights the opportunity to save their prince. Of course they saved him because he is more than a lord to them, and he also pays them a big salary. The dialogue is over. The Silentian believes that there is no point in him talking to an ordinary person. He has been very patient, but now he finally wants to taste blood. He is incredibly hungry. Now we will see what the king of the undead, Nosferatu, Dracula, the vampire lord Silentian, is capable of. All this time he watched the battle and tried to understand who posed the greatest threat. It seemed that everyone had potential. But then he finally realized that the biggest threat was David. He not only led the battle, but also kept his sanity when left alone with Silentian. It is obvious that ordinary people who feel the influence of the boss's aura for too long will then lose their minds, so David was saved by the unstoppable general's technique. David reminds him of the vampire of the great men he had met in the past. Now he recognizes that David poses a threat. That is why he decided to take David's life first, and only then taste the elves, wizards, and knights. There is one little girl who dislikes idle talk too much. At such moments, she always wants to shut the monster's mouth and send it to the other world. He was surprised that she was able to repel his magical attack. Now this girl has become much stronger than before. She's not going to give in to him so easily, especially since they're about the same age. This strategy also has its downsides because now Evangeline has angered the undead king. He is sure that even this will not be enough to stop him. Humans are too weak. Lucas caught his partner, and if it weren't for him, she would have hit her head even harder. Let's talk about the King of the Undead. He is a monster who has mastered all skills, physical strength, and magic. Shooting him seems like a smart idea, but it's unlikely to help much. Silencian is so fast that he can collect arrows, not just dodge them. Until they can neutralize each of its features, it will be impossible to stop it. They are not ready for this yet, but in that case, David still knows what to do. He has a Chimera summoning scroll. He received this item during the battle in the Colosseum. This monster is also a boss. It is unlikely that she will destroy the vampire, but she will be able to buy some time. Silencian said that the battlefield belonged only to him and the humans, so he destroyed the monster very quickly. David expected to buy at least a little time, but this mission was a failure. He saw the vampire lord approaching him with incredible speed, the quintessence before our eyes. He was going to bite him and send him to the world of the dead. But it turned out that there are creatures in this world who are ready to give their own lives for the Lord. Nancy, without even thinking, put her hand up and protected the army general. After that, almost immediately, she lost consciousness and fell to the ground. This happened in front of other elves. The situation is very similar to the battle of the Dion squad against the vampires. Then, the death of his closest associates caused the other team members to lose their minds. Dion, just like David now, tried to stop them. Archers should not engage in close combat, but Thomas did not listen to him. We have said this many times today. War does not forgive even small mistakes. This is a truth that cannot be forgotten. After he killed the elf, he immediately sucked his blood into himself. He really likes this taste, but in order to fully satisfy himself, he will have to eat David. At this moment, someone treacherously attacked the Vampire King from behind. He did not sense the approaching danger. It was a blow with a silver sword, hardly enough to kill, but it definitely hurt. The Lord's personal bodyguard, Lucas McGregor, hates it when someone insults his boss. He is ready to chop any undead king to pieces for the sake of his prince. His form really doesn't look like a human's. It seems as if he too emerged from the dungeon of the Lake Kingdom. Even David couldn't believe that his personal bodyguard was using the beast transformation technique. This was not a serious problem for the undead king. He immediately began to return to normal form. Of course, he had to spend one life for this, but he still has many more. It should be recalled that he lost a huge number of lives during the war between vampires and humans, so he now has 153 lives left. During this time, while the enemy rose from the dead, David and his team managed to regroup. On both sides of them lay comrades who had died in this fierce battle, approximately 150 bodies. David cannot lose because many people have given their lives for humanity. He decided to ask why the Silencian doesn't bring his vampires back to life. It's possible, but the King of the Undead doesn't want that. He is not willing to waste his own life to bring back the warriors, so the Silencian is ready to fight on his own. He wants to survive and destroy this world on his own, and then think about how to bring everyone else back to life. His decision could be his death, although for that he would have to be destroyed 153 times. Before they start fighting again, David wants to remind him that he is a liar. Silencian said many times that he wanted to die, but in the end it became clear that this was a lie. He likes to enjoy thrills and walk on a thin line, but in reality he fears death more than anyone else. Creatures of the coma, which suck the blood of others to continue their lives, cannot wish for their own death. Vampires are narcissistic creatures. They cling to life like no one else. That is, they are the very embodiment of the instinct of self-preservation. All these words made the King of the Undead very angry. He believes that David will never feel the pain that eternal life causes. This is incomprehensible to a mortal, but David doesn't want to understand it, because he doesn't care. He activated his team's enhanced skills and ordered them to fight until the very end. It doesn't matter if it's 150 times or 1,500 times. The result is that the Silencian will still die today in this territory. The battle has begun. Each side will do everything to win, but only one of them will emerge victorious. This battle did not last long. After 15 minutes, everything around was covered in blood. The entire team that humanity hopes so much for is shattered. If David has any other ideas or a plan, now is the best time to take advantage of them because he has no allies to defend himself with. Silencian wants to finally taste the prince's blood, take all his life force, and make David his slave. Vampires will always try to drink the blood of their opponent. For them, it is a condition for life. David already said that you should always keep this pattern of their behavior in your head. The elves apologized for the delay, but in any case they arrived on time. They gathered all the silver, including the net and weapons they found on the battlefield, which helped them make a giant silver circle and lift it into the air for the attack. They say you shouldn't even touch a dog while it's eating, but they managed to pierce this creature's body all the way through. A typical vampire kill, a silver stake through the heart. It's probably unpleasant to get a hole in the chest. Silencian thinks it's just a joke that won't stop him for long. It feels like he's fighting with children. Actually, this childish behavior was part of a tactic to stall for time. If the younger witch is summoned in time, it will turn out that humanity is not yet doomed. She is almost ready to activate her full power, despite the fact that her health will only deteriorate from this. Silencian finally felt his own death approaching. His heart began to beat faster. Only now did he realize that Yuma was using his technique, so she was able to learn it after all. Since the day he used magic against her, she had been constantly training to learn it, and this was the result. Finally, this fool realized that he was being cornered. He doesn't like it when someone takes away his hidden blood clan techniques. The Vampire King's magic is incredible. It will be a real pleasure to kill this beast using his own technique. Whatever happens next no longer matters. Humanity has already won. All that remains is to take the final step.